Chapter 1, Playing in the Voice Hall. Money is Justice. A new article has been written. I'm sorry. If you like this article, please remember to add the bookshelf, so you don't get lost. If you want to save your brain, remember to save your brain. Brain Depository. July summer. The hot sun was blocked outside the heavy curtains. The cell phone screen's dim light illuminates a thin layer of sweat on Bai Li's face. Even with the curtains drawn and no air conditioning on, the room was still sweltering. White pair has almost spent all their living expenses. Open air conditioning is too expensive. She is afraid that she cannot afford to pay the electricity bill. This is Bai Li gave herself punishment. It is her own punishment for not knowing moderation and spending money on her good brother. At the same time, it was still the punishment she gave herself for hating herself for being too weak to help her good brother. On the cell phone screen, her good brother was playing Hall War. Hall War is a PK between two voice hall. The singer on the mic can get votes through the audience reward gift. Two voice hall whose total sum of votes is high. Who will win the Hall War reward? Her brother was the male singer of one of the voice halls. Obviously, it was the moment when her brother needed her the most, but she had no way to accompany him and could only hide outside the live broadcast room to secretly watch. Bai Li's heart was like a knife. Her cell phone vibrated and several text messages popped up. Cinnabar, baby, busy? Cinnabar, free to come and accompany me to play Hall War? Cinnabar, I'm so tired without baby. It turns out that text messages from a loved one can be painful, and Bai Li doesn't dare to click on the chat box. Tatsuhoshi, baby, is work going well? Cinnabar, it's okay, don't be burdened. Tatsuhoshi, Hall War is not as important as baby's work. Tatsuo, remember to get back to me when your work is done. I'll be worried. Which work is important? Bai Li had a thyroid-related disease. Hormone therapy made her body swell like a ball. No longer able to take on high-intensity work. Only stayed at the convenience store to do night shifts, dabbling with clinical food and saving a lot of money. Of course, Cinnabar didn't know any of this and just assumed she was some kind of regular office worker. The glamorous job was White Pair's disguise. Once she took off the disguise, would Cinnabar still need her and care for her like this? Bai Li didn't dare to gamble. The Hall War was still being fought with both sides evenly matched. Neither is a head voice hall. The host shouted at the top of his lungs. Still not many votes. At this time, there is just one big sister to turn the situation around. Host, ouch, welcome my 43rd level Fudge sister into the live room. I've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and I'm finally looking forward to you. Almac quality male singer, waiting for Fudge sister's favor. 599 Flower Flame, Almac audition. Level 43, the dreaded level. No wonder the host on the mic was excited. Level 43 meant that this number had already spent at least 200,000 soft sister coins. Bai Li had brushed more than 30,000 soft sister coins in the small half year to get the number to level 36. Further up, White Pair has the heart but not the strength. The higher the level, the harder it was to rise, and brushing to the full level of 60 would even require 20 million soft girl coins. Whoever's good person could spend $10,000 on a live webcast was either a top-tier obsessive woman like White Pair, or a truly rich and idle master like Fudge. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Fudge quickly gave a gift to the whole mic, and after listening to the singer's voice on the mic, he swiped 2 sports cars and ordered 2 songs of Cinnabar in a row. Fudge likes Cinnabar a lot. Yeah, how can you not like it? Cinnabar's voice is unique, clean and bright. No matter when he speaks, or sings, he carries a hint of a smile, and naturally exudes a comfort that puts people at ease. And even if it's an ordinary conversation exchange, it has the power to make people warm. Bai Li simply could not refuse this sense of intimacy. Cinnabar was a star left at the edge of the universe, attracting Bai Li who also lived at the edge of the world. The star glowed and warmed Bai Li for countless dark nights. Shiranashi surrounded her star and was happily dragged into the gradually scalding temperature. Host, thank you, Sister Fudge, for giving another rack of rocket carrots to Cinnabar. Sister Fudge is really too powerful. Thanks for meeting. The world is sweet because of you. The host was very excited. Their hall had almost crushed the opposite side. The loss of this hall battle was no longer in doubt. Winning the hall battle would earn them an extra traffic bonus. The importance of traffic to a voice hall didn't need to be mentioned. If there is a god of fortune in the world, the god of fortune who appeared as a hero to save the hall from the fire is Jellybean. Host, Cinnabar, Sister Fudge still wants to hear you sing Borrow the Moon. Come on, the microphone is yours. What? Borrow the Moon? This is my crown song. Who's the host tonight? Why so unprofessional? You don't even know? Bai Li sat up in shock. The title song is the song that has been titled. As long as the song is named, then the singer can only sing to the boss of the name. The boss is not present, or do not agree, cannot sing. Borrowing the Moon is Bai Li's favorite song. The lyrics borrowing the moonlight. No matter how down and out, I'm watching out for you. Let squatting in the convenience store to look at the sky to see the moon. Bai Li listened to countless times, as if this song is tailor-made for her and the stars. The moon can only be seen by two people. Just like this song, her star can only be sung to her. Of course, the crown song requires a lot of money, and Bai Li saved up for half a year to save up for a permanent crown song, just to treasure this song alone. Tatsuhoshi's avatar lights up and goes out. He turns on the microphone and turns it off again. Host, Tatsuhoshi? Hello? Still there? Tatsuhoshi's microphone came back on. His voice still soft and clear. Yes, a song called Borrowed Moon. I hope Fudge likes it. And so on. The host forgot about the matter of the crown song, but Cinnabar wouldn't forget. He couldn't forget. He absolutely couldn't forget. Tatsuhisa had sung it to her so many times in private. The prelude sounded. Bai Li panicked. When Tatsuo Shing's warm singing voice sounded again, Bai Li could no longer experience half a bit of warmth. She was cold all over her body. Tatsuo, how dare he? White Pair immediately clicked into the live broadcast. LV36 White Pair Frying Snow entered the live broadcast room. White Pair trembled as she typed on the public screen. White Pair Frying Snow, this is my crown song. The host silently snapped words on the public screen in response. Host, welcome home. Sister White Pair. Host, wow. White Pair which day crown song? I do not know. White Pair Sister Atmosphere. Host, can the atmospheric Sister White Pair allow Tatsuo Sing to sing this one time exceptionally? On what grounds? On what grounds? White Pair, I won't allow it. White Pair Frying Snow, trouble getting Tatsuhoshi to stop. Fudge? Jellybean, it's crown song, why didn't you say so earlier? Jellybean, how much does the crown song want? Add host. Host, permanent crown song 3 Huazi. If Miss Jellybean take away the crown. To 00. Huazi is carnival. Is one of the most expensive gifts on the platform? A Huazi 3000 soft sister coins. Take away the crown song from others. Is to pay double the money. Fudge needs to reward 6 Huazi to retitle. The screen rose with special effects. Jellybean sends Tatsunoko Carnival X6. President, thank you Jellybean for the 6 carnivals. Host, Jellybean, you are my god. The gift increased the live room's activity, and the live room instantly flooded in with a large number of viewers. Tatsuya was still singing Borrowed Moon, as if she hadn't noticed everything that was happening in the live room. Not sleeping, wow, so many people. What's the song? It's pretty good. Host, welcome. If you think it's good, give the little brother of Tatsuo Star who is singing on the mic some attention. And Kaka Lamplighter, Cheese Rice Cake, are we stars finally going to wait for this day? Star, your good luck is still ahead of you. Sticky Peach, certain people, Hall Wars do not come. Singing crown song came, afraid not to brush pulled outside the live room peeping screen. Ha, it turns out that the popularity poll will laugh is true. Bai Li at the moment just want to laugh. Peeping screen was found was ridiculed What would Tatsuya think of her? Would she be disappointed? Or would she be puzzled? Or had Tatsuhoshi simply forgotten who she was? Or else how could he even forget the crown song he sang every day? Tatsuhoshi he's finally welcomed his real big sister and made it through. In a snicker, right? She was in a room of one. Laughing. Is money something that comes easily? No need to save it? Her persistence day and night was so ridiculous. Shiranui laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. The feeling of powerlessness made Shiranui see black swirls in front of her eyes. The loneliness of going to the doctor unaccompanied is so ridiculous. The clogging feeling of hormone pills stabbing into her body is so ridiculous. The taste of expired food is obviously strange, but she ate it in one mouthful is so ridiculous. Obviously crying but still laughing. So ridiculous. She is so ridiculous. Ding ding ding. Invincible Xiao Hao shines. Hello? Humi, are you there? Shu Ho is here to deliver the rice. Whose kid is talking? Bai Li opened her eyes. Tears still in her eyes. She couldn't see her surroundings clearly, but she was pretty sure there was no one in the room, much less any children. It was over. She was so sad that she was getting psychotic. Can you go on health insurance for mental illness? Chapter 2, Invincible Little How Shines. Crooked? Crooked? Aha, is the signal bad? You heard me. Crooked. Talk, not crying yourself silly. Are you, crooked? Say something. Don't make me beg. Don't be silly. Foolish host, don't The sky is falling open. Suddenly there was a child talking in his head. White Pair was distressed. Is this scientific? Bai Li carefully tried to ask. Who are you? You? Whoa, great. The host is not stupid. You finally rationalize Xiao Hao. Ahem. Introduce myself. I'm the famous Divine Host System. Rapture it. Human. From today onwards, you are the person covered by this system. But for the excessive behavior you just cold-shouldered me. This system has decided to give you a punishment. And now you are only allowed to respectfully refer to me as the best in the world. Little Hao-sama. Bai Li was a bit confused. Schizophrenia she knew Good heavens this one time is drying out her subpersonality? Little Hao-sama. It's the best little Hao-sama in the world. Well, world's best little Hao-sama. Can you go back where you came from? What? You don't want me? The guy who called himself Little Hao didn't say anything after a long time, and Shiranui thought it was okay when the voice came out of his head again. Well, you are the first person to reject this system. This system can give you unlimited funds. Spend money back. You do not want money? Money? Bai Li could be sensitive to money-related things now. Between believing that he had mental illness and being able to get money, Bai Li decisively chose to believe in the latter. Bai Li's voice all brightened up. Money! I want money! Xiao Hao gave an arrogant light hum. A black stamped card fell from the air and hovered in front of Bai Li's eyes. This is this system's unlimited black card for you. Ha! Bai Li was confused as she looked at the black card that suddenly appeared in front of her. If the appearance of another person's speaking voice in one's head could still be scientifically attributed to schizophrenia, then, with a black card appearing out of thin air, and such a perversely out-of-place phenomenon appearing yet again, was it still to be explained by mental paranoia? Bai Li stretched out her hand to touch. Hovering in the air of the black card slowly fell in her hand. Bai Li can feel the black card surface of the gold embossing. Above beautifully carved a card number. Bai Li rubbed the uneven lines on the surface of the black card. The real existence of the sense of touch let her clearly understand that she is not dreaming, nor is she suffering from some kind of mental illness. There really was a divine hero system. Such a good thing really just fell into my head? Bai Li's heart was pounding, and she fawned with a flushed face. Thank you. Oh no. I'm sorry, the world's best Lord Xiao Hao. My little daughter has just had eyes that don't recognize Tai. And this card is given to my little daughter? It can be used directly? Can. Xiao Hao expressed his great satisfaction with Bai Li's current attitude. The black card was bound to Bai Li's own live platform account, and she tremblingly lost 4 zeros in the recharge interface. The recharge arrived. 10,000 soft sister coins lay quietly on her account. Bai Li's eyes were on fire, and there was a sense of unreality burning inside her, making her hands keep trembling slightly. Used quota 10,000. Remaining quota today, 90,000. The simple permutation and combination of ones and zeros made Bai Li's mind foggy. Xiao Hao's voice yanked Bai Li out of her dazed state. Xiao Hao hasn't upgraded yet, so the daily limit is now 100,000. The money on the card can only be spent on the opposite sex with a face value score of over 80, and the money spent will be returned to you 1:1 da. Bai Li gulped and asked, face value score? Combining the data of the general public, the all-knowing and all-powerful, this system will score the face value according to human aesthetics. Xiao Hao also thoughtfully showed the reference index of the face value score to Bai Li. Face value score, 0 to 10, inhuman, 10 to 20, disfigured, 20 to 30, unbelievable, 30 to 40, barely watchable, 40 to 50, a multitude of people, 50 to 60, like a spring breeze, 60 to 70, pretty and pretty, 70 to 80, a little bit of beauty, 80 to 90, outstanding, 90 to 99, amazing, 100, a heavenly beauty. Inside, that name rang out. Bai Li was really curious. Cinnabar, that's the one who just sang. How many points does he have? Oh well, Xiao Hao paused for a moment and answered. 73 points. Oh ho, although small, but number 80 points. Not a heterosexual who can swipe money. Ha, downright arrow ha. Bai Li laughed shrilly twice. Sis is rich, but Cinnabar. It has nothing to do with you, yeah. Xiao Hao didn't understand, but Xiao Hao would ask, host, what are you happy about? I'm happy. By the way, Lord Xiao Hao, can you help me see if there are more than 80 points here? Bai Li held up her cell phone screen. The hall battle on the cell phone screen was nearing the end. The PK bars showed a crushing trend. Cinnabar and their hall had fully crushed the opposite hall because of Fudge's support, but Bai Li didn't want to see Cinnabar the negative man springing to life. She wanted to get back at Cinnabar. Didn't Tatsuhoshi care a lot about his new big sister? Didn't he care about the hall battle? She wanted to see Tatsuhoshi lose, to see Tatsuhoshi cry, to see Tatsuhoshi shatter. Xiao Hao was also happy to be called an adult and eagerly helped find it. Let me see. Xiao Hao looked and scat out. Ha, this one doesn't work. Oops. I don't know when to speak or not. This one is 34 points. Shiranui sweated as she listened, though she had expected it. Indeed. Who would put aside the beauty that could be realized and not use it to come to the voice hall? Voice halls would all sign confidentiality agreements with the singers. The singers were not allowed to show their faces, contrary to the high liquidated damages they would face, in order for the singers to give the audience plenty of imagination with their voices. In that case, Tatsuo Shing was already the outstanding face among these people, and the picture of his abs that he had sent to himself earlier turned out not to be a web picture. Reporting to the host, there's one over 80 points, called Shimizu. He has 82. Bai Li found this singer named Shimizu in the opposite voice hall. No kidding, the opposite voice hall was as good as dead. Timeless Water's avatar was just a simple side profile with a monotonous black background, forgotten by the crowd as it were, and had only gotten a handful of votes. The swinging host, the silent mic sequence, the dismal performance, and the broken hymn. Nerve, what's an 82 doing in the voice lounge? But it was such a coincidence that at a moment when Bai Li wanted to get back at Tatsuo Shing, Shi Shui appeared. A person of the opposite sex with a face value score of up to the standard, appeared in the opposite voice hall, giving Bai Li a chance to brush up on his money. A chance to get back at Tatsuo Shing ruthlessly. Bai Li asked Xiao Hao, "It's okay to spend money on him, right?" After receiving Xiao Hao's affirmative confirmation, Bai Li opened the gift bar and, without any ambiguity, clicked carnival 10 times in a row. Isn't it just a carnival? As if anyone didn't have one. Shiranishi Frying Snow sends Tokimizu Carnival ×1. Shiranishi Frying Snow sends Tokimizu Carnival x2. Shiranishi Frying Snow Carnival for Tokimizu Carnival x10. The screen rose up with special effects of carnival bravado. The PK bar reacted faster than humans, and the PK that had been crushed was instantly suppressed back. The host's even slower nerves reacted at this time, his voice shaking with excitement. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Thank you White Pear Frying Snow for sending 10 carnivals, almost breaking his voice. The public screen was full of question marks and exclamation points. Host, Tokimizu, come on, come out and get the guests. You have such a powerful big sister. Why didn't you say so earlier? Tokizu was also confused. He didn't know White Pear at all. Time Water opened his mic. Thank you White Pear. Sent 10 carnival. Is it swiping for me? Sister is listening to the song I sing? Bai Li laughed wholeheartedly at Tokizu's puzzled tone. Tokimizu's voice carried a hint of clarity, a very youthful sound. White Pear Frying Snow, are you happy leaving me? Can you sing it? Tokimizu, yes, I will. The tone of the song was right in Tokizu's comfort zone. The singers in the small opera halls generally had no guarantee of their business skills, but Tokizu sang brilliantly. The PK bar is reversed, and the audience from the opposite voice hall jumps over to see how it's going. Sweet porridge, 2 small halls so powerful. Open the eyes. Passing through your world queue, isn't White Pear Frying Snow a fan of that guy across the street? How did you get here? I'm going to see this big show at Gua Super tomorrow. Sugar without trace. What's going on? What's going on? I'm going to eat melon. No sugar added. How did the opposite side send their big sister out the door? The director of Tokusui is also eager to ask this question. Chapter 3 Winning beautifully and losing badly. This hall war, the director has been in the background attention to real-time data. Originally Today was happy, ushered in a rich big sister, but also the hall war traffic 8. Their hall is afraid that from today onwards will not be out of poverty to become rich one step leap up. He had already asked Cinnabar to hurry to maintain the new big sister. Cinnabar, this kid is also quite understanding. A moment of effort has already added the VX. But, who could tell him? Wasn't White Pear Frying Snow from their hall? How did it run across the street and swipe this much money on the opposite side, sucking all the flow away? The hall director immediately called Tatsuhisa and questioned, what's going on? Cinnabar was also confused. How could White Pear swipe so much money? He wanted to ask this question more than anyone else. Cinnabar smiled bitterly. It should be that I sang her crown song without her consent. Director, is this your first day as a voice hall? Crazy? Tatsuhoshi Riley defended his hand. I don't see her in the hall. Hall director, other people's crown song, forget it. White Pear to the opposite side of the brush. Know how much? How do you usually defend Big Sister? Big Sister's bottom line did not explore? The director was so annoyed that spittle could be sprayed from one end of the phone to the other. Cinnabar, you're also an old man. Why are you acting like a newcomer? How many times have I usually told you guys to dig? Big Sister's depths are usually dug? No matter what method you use, get White Pear back, or don't even think about this month's bonus. Also, get your new big sister to charge up. This hall war has to be won. If you lose, our hall is going to be nailed to the pillar of shame forever. Don't force me to push you out as a 1,000-year-old sinner. Before Cinnabar had time to reply, the opposite end snuffed out the phone. Tatsuo Shing's back teeth grooves were about to be gnawed, wanting to smash the phone out, preferably into the director's fat pig-like face, but he held back. New cell phones aren't cheap. Tapping on his new big sister's VX, he clamped his voice and called his sister. Sister, this hall battle is so important to me. Can I ask for your help? Fudge, want to empty gloves? Brother? Jellybean, knock bubble will? Tatsuo mentally thumped. This kind of big sister who came up to listen to knocking bubbles is the most difficult to maintain. Will play, the threshold is very high. It is very likely to run away after knocking. He also knows how to kowtow, but he doesn't dare to kowtow to a big sister he just met. Cinnabar, Sister Fudge, can you change it? Cinnabar, I'm still learning. I want to learn it and then show it to Sister. Jellybean, don't pretend. Jellybean, I'll go if I don't kowtow. Cinnabar, don't still fighting the hall war. Sister, Cinnabar, finish fighting the war, okay? Tatsuo doesn't dare to listen to his own voice. He's afraid he'll hear vomit. He was afraid that he would vomit. Going to the TM, this kind of work in the voice hall is a person to do? Jellybean, brother, don't play simple with sister. Also don't play set with sister. Jellybean, you think I spend 20,000 just to crown your song? Jellybean, if you don't kowtow well, don't try to win the hall war. This is a blatant threat. Tatsuya wants to call the police. At this time he was really regretting that he had just given up on White Pear and turned to his new big sister. Although maintaining Bai Li didn't have much money, at least communicating with Bai Li was comfortable. Bai Li never made any excessive demands and respected his feelings. The crown song is not for anything else, just like him to sing. Unlike this fudge, who didn't see him as a person at all, just as a commodity. Tatsuya held back his inner reluctance. Then sister hall battle is going to help me. Be Aaron, wow. The opposite side also began to brush up. The big sister of the century battle on both sides. White Pear predicted that the opposite side will also be on the ticket. Shiranashi frying snow sends to Kusui Carnival X10. Moderator, another 10 carnivals from sister Shiranashi. Thank you, MS. White Pear. Host, White Pear is a beautiful woman with a good heart. God bless my hall. Host, time water my iron son Two-Face. Host, new into the live room baby to the singer on the weak point of attention. Host, the other treasure son of my family to help the White Pear boss together on the ticket. Punch, punch punch punch. Autumn High, is carnival something very worthless? PA handsome, too lit, not to fight for buns, with a careful heart. Although the progress bar has been recovered, but White Pear is afraid of being opposite to steal the tower, and crashed and smashed 10 carnival. White Pear frying snow delivering time water carnival X10. Host, ouch. Host, another 10 carnivals from White Pear's rich woman. Tianshan by Bone Spirit, holy crap. White Pear directly rose 2 levels in a row. Ancient Scholar, White Pear doesn't even have a fan light sign from Takusui yet. If this is on the fan sign, how fast the fan level rises. Octopus, don't speculate on what a rich woman thinks. The whole audience was shocked by White Pear's bravado. The singers who knew what they were doing were already backstage preparing the content of the private message to be sent to Bai Li. Shimizu noticed the movement in the hall and sang with a small tremor in his voice. He really didn't know Bai Li. How did he swipe so much money for himself? Bai Li wouldn't be their boss's trumpet, right? No their boss is also poor. Where the money to brush their own money to fight the hall war? The people on the opposite side of the hall were also shocked, especially Cinnabar who was most familiar with White Pear. Cinnabar's eyes went red as he watched Bai Li give away 30 carnivals. His eyes bared surprise, disbelief, regret, jealousy, resentment, and anxiety. Bai Li listened to him sing for half a year. Did not give him a few carnival brush gift with squeezed toothpaste like, have to be well nurtured. Only occasionally squeezed out 3 melon 2 dates. Give him ordered takeout as civilian fast food. Send him a gift as handmade products. Very heart, but no value. Communication is only full of useless teenage feelings. Not too old to hold. That's how Tatsuya defines White Pear. Full of condescending scrutiny, one-sided and self-righteous from the perspective of a thief. Tatsuhisa thought he had gotten to the bottom of this girl, but it turns out he never really knew. Today was the day he lost, and lost ugly. Tatsuo Shing's cell phone began to vibrate. He lifted the screen and wanly glanced at the caller's name and tapped reject. The director saw that Tatsuo Shing had rejected the call and immediately recalled again. The director was so anxious at this point that he held up his cell phone and cursed while jumping to his feet. What was the concept of 30 carnivals? It was close to $100,000. This $100,000 should have been their halls. And the fact that Bai Li can brush $100,000 shows that she has that bottom line. Shows that she has more disposable funds, and subsequently she will be able to brush 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, and one big sister can attract more big sisters. There are times when big sisters don't want to come to the small hall to play, just because they feel unpopular and lose face. But if one big sister is having fun, then other big sisters will be curious and turn in to play together. There is a sympathetic attraction between big sisters, and they will even compete with each other to see who swipes more. It was useless to have more little pinks that would only accompany you in the voice hall. The deciding factor of whether the voice hall was hot or not was how many big sisters there were. Leave a White Pear. There will be a second White Pear. A steady stream of White Pears. Their hall promotion to the head of the voice hall is not a pipe dream. The hall director had the heart to kill Cinnabar at this point. The director of the life-threatening chain called Tatsuo Shing did not pick up. Looking at the hall war is about to end. Was crushed PK strips of gods cannot be saved. The director has been inside the brain simulation of 500 kinds of torture Tatsuo Shing's way. The other end of the White Pear completely cannot imagine. Just a song of time. How many changes in the wind and clouds occurred? She just saw herself 10 Jiayan smash down. PK bar did not move again. The imagined tower stealing was obviously her own overthinking. The hall battle was ushered to victory at the end of Tokizu's song. And the lyrics of that one line were quite fitting, and it was not clear who it was sung to. Have you found true happiness by leaving me? Not long after, a message popped up on Bai Li's cell phone. Tatsuo, can you forgive me? Chapter 4, False Affection Real Money. White Pear, smiles. White Pear, you had a good time collecting rice, didn't you? Cinnabar, stop it. Sister, I was wrong. Cinnabar, you punish me. I promise you everything. Cinnabar sent out a few more voices in a row, sounding sad and pitiful. Cinnabar clearly knew that at this time it was useless to explain anymore, only to apologize. Fudge is a cheat, knock bubble. See White Pear raging. Think that you cannot fight. Knock bubble listen to also listen to. Fight lost no face, directly ran away. He worked blindly, like a falling dog, and came back with a shy face. He only has Bai Li left. Bai Li has not broken his fan card. There is still a chance. Tatsuhisa could only pretend to be pitiful, betting that Bai Li still cared about him. Bai Li's heart was gripped and hurt by him. Dog man. No money. No feelings. Money. Stick up. Just met Chen Xing. Is Chen Xing initiative. Sister called eagerly. Late at night boiled telephone porridge. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good night. Eat. Share video account. Share the room to watch a movie together. Cheap care and companionship. But it is the only warmth that Bai Li experienced. Bai Li only feels that there is a devil inside. Fire. Using feelings to circle money. Low-end tactics. But she fell for it. If there was no Xiao Hao today, she could only chew up her grievances and swallow them herself. The cell phone vibrated. Bank card account credited 90,000 yuan. The money from the reward just returned 1:1. It was good that although the feelings were false, the money was real. Bai Li instantly felt healed. Men counted dare. Bai Li, Cinnabar. Words are over. Delete each other. White Pear, go to maintain your new big sister. Do not accompany. Bai Li began to delete friends plus blacklisted dragon. Deleted very resolutely. A clean. Tatsuo first found that the SMS cannot be sent out. The phone cannot be reached. Then he saw the live broadcast platform cannot search Bai Li's account. Bai Li has pulled in black. The most devastating thing for him is that Bai Li deleted his Alipay and Pinyin friends. He completely can't contact Bai Li. After the garbage was cleaned up, White Pear grabbed the pillow and gave it a burst of hammer. But she is a brittle skin, and gave herself a hand cramp. White Pear holding the cramped hand wailed, holding hands lying on the bed but then laughed out. Apparently, her mental state had risen again. Xiao Hao couldn't understand the confusing behavior of humans and said that he didn't have eyes to see. Host, you still have 10,000 credits. If you don't use it all today, it will expire. Spending money can be too easy. Bai Li swiped the remaining 10,000 yuan to Tokizu. He was the only one who knew him now with a face value score of over 80. Shimizu cried and laughed. Sister White Pear, don't be like this. Say something. Don't lose the gift and leave. It's scary. Bai Li then realized that Shishui had already sent her many private messages in the background. Shimizu, thank you. Sister Bai Li, the Hall War 1, broke the bank. Shimizu, do you need me to return some of it to you? Tokimizu, see back to me, white flag. Xiao Hao reminded. Money spent can't be refunded. White Pear could only reply with regret. White Pear frying snow, no need to return it. Tokizu saw the reply and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The screen reflected a clear and handsome face with sharp angles, slimmed down a bit and looked a bit haggard. Shishui just learned from others the reason why Bai Li swiped money for himself, and thought about returning it to Bai Li. At the same time, he secretly expected that Bai Li did not need to return it. This money was like timely rain for him now. It was too important. Tokimizu let out a soft laugh, mocking his own meanness. He couldn't learn how to do his homework or defend his big sister. Compared to the other people in the voice hall, he was too boring. Singing was the only way to starve to death in the voice hall. He was on the verge of giving up since he couldn't get any grades by now. Tokimizu solemnly typed 2 words on the screen. Tokimizu, thank you. He was genuinely thankful to White Pear. Tokimizu favorable value plus 10. Xiao Hao, ding. Gained good feeling value. Good feeling value is on. Favorable feeling value. 0, disgust. 1-10 we met each other by chance. 10-20 slight understanding. 20-30 friends in general. 30-40, know each other. 40-50 friends. 50-60, close friends. 60-70, appreciate. 70-80, favorite. 80-90, intimate lover. 90-99, beloved. 100, till death do us part. Xiao Hao, you can be considered to have gained goodwill value. The first time you gained goodwill value x 10. Rewarded with 10 consecutive draws of the Wanxiang wheel. A huge spinning wheel floated in front of Bai Li's eyes. Xiao Hao explained. This is the wheel of 10,000 elephants. which contains all the things that can exist in this realm. You now have the chance to toggle the Wheel of 10,000 Elephants 10 times, and randomly obtain a prize from the Wheel of 10,000 Elephants. The Wheel of 10,000 Elephants did indeed contain all things. There were food, clothing, dead and living things, as big as an adult blue whale and as small as a drop of water. Not only were there physical objects, but there were also things like Michelin 5-star recipes that involved intellectual property rights at first glance. Was it really okay to draw them? Bai Li even saw the grandmother's dentures in it, something that made her feel unimaginable. Bai Li was shocked. Xiao Hao snorted, "Aya, one xiang wheel inside is everything a little bit of la. These ordinary items are our category. You see, there are SR category. SR are attribute points A, there are face value, health, IQ, and so on. With the use of the can become beautiful, become healthy it. There are also SSRs, which can directly obtain special phrases, such as general English proficiency, financial and economic perception." Xiao Hao's tone was unconvincing. While it was true that there were many things in there that made Bai Li's heart flutter, such as health attribute points, Bai Li couldn't help but spit out. The probability of SRs and SSRs being able to be drawn is too small. SRs and SSRs only made up a tiny portion of the manifestation wheel, with the rest being a mess of our categories. Also, if I do draw a whole adult blue whale, where am I going to put it? Please ask. Xiao Hao took it for granted. Put it in the sea. Of course, host stupid. Moreover, the probability of drawing gold in 10 consecutive draws is very high. If you don't believe me, I guarantee it will come out gold. Xiao Hao won't cheat you. You can always trust Xiao Hao. White Pear half-heartedly flicked the wheel of fortune. The manifestation wheel began to jingle. A dazzling golden light flashed by. In her ear, Xiao Hao said in surprise, "It's really out of gold. It's an SSR phrase. Seamless identity. White Pear, what's this?" "Xiao Hao, you'll get a perfect identity. Even if you spend more money, it's all reasonable. Everyone won't be able to probe your true identity. They'll only be able to see a setup where you're at your most perfect and reasonable. It's the most suitable phrase for us. I thought it would be hard to draw, but I didn't expect to get it in one go." Bai Li then realized the sinister aspects of the God's hero system. How unreasonable it was for an ordinary person to suddenly have a large amount of money overnight. Once discovered, Bai Li winced. Wearing the words, there was no change, but Bai Li's heart settled down a bit and turned his head to look at the other prizes. The other prizes only had 2 SR, health, attribute points, and the rest were all ordinary items in the R category. Nursery sensitive daily liquid sanitary napkin 270 8 PCS. D. De Sichuan red heart kiwi fruit net content 4. 8-pound single fruit, 24 PCS, gift set. Redmi watch for Redmi smartwatch. Lancome Essence facial cream 30 ml light edition autumn gift set. McFoodie's cat food ultra meat pellet freeze-dried duplex 2 kilograms. 18V lithium rechargeable impact drill, 2 electricity. 1 charge. 2. 0 240L thickened bag lid outdoor large trash can. The front is kinda useful. What the hell is the back? Xiao Hao, there are some prizes. Can I not want them? Xiao Hao, just don't redeem the ones you don't need. Bai Li breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fit them in this 20 square meter rental house. Where would she go to dispose of them? Bai Li first redeemed the 2 health attribute points to use. The effect of the attribute points was very obvious, and she instantly felt energized. Bai Li stood in front of the mirror and observed carefully, realizing that her dark circles were gone and her entire face was white and glowing. And how does it feel like her face has gotten a little smaller? Bai Li stood up to the scale and was surprised to find herself a full 10 pounds lighter. Xiao Hao took it for granted. Health certainly includes health in terms of weight. Bai Li looked at her own smile in the mirror, as if she saw herself as she once was. Bai Li was originally not ugly, with delicate skin and 3-dimensional features. I don't know how many people regretfully said that Bai Li must look good when she lost weight. They were right. Bai Li has been very good looking since childhood. It was just because the body had accumulated too many emotions and gradually held up. Black emotions are like black water, not only taking away her health, but also dragging her into the dark tide. Shiranui shook her head, and inattentive, almost fall into it again. Shiranashi smiled graciously, and the person in the mirror smiled back. Bai Li's heart warmed up. Everything was over. She decided, from today onwards she would love herself. Chapter 5, The Pearl of the Tsunghai, the Battle Against the Water. Bai Li woke up after a nap, and it was already dark. The first thing she did when she woke up was to open her bank account and look at the balance. Account balance, 104, 321, $12. There is a zero and a hole. It was steady and reassuring. Everything turned out to be true. She really had gotten a divine hero system. She slept for a long time this sleep and felt energized. Normally at this point, she would have to get up and go to work at the convenience store. But with a divine hero system, who would go to work? When she opened the live broadcast software, The private messages in the background looked like they were going to explode. All unread messages. Someone had also given her a writing assignment before. Writing homework is when a singer in the voice hall sends a private message to the boss, begging for attention, begging for gifts and rewards. But so many people writing her small essays at once. Bai Li hadn't experienced that before, and she swiped with interest. TRK, wait for a rich flower to bloom, rose, 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 give me love okay? He. This screen full of bright red roses almost blinded Bai Li's eyes. It's the one that the mom generation would love. But unfortunately I'm not old enough yet. Skip. TRKK, although there's only 1% hope. I'll use 99% of my efforts to try to get a reply from you. Pretty sincere, but sincerity doesn't work. Next. Tai. Hooker, you're already a mature woman. You should learn to reply to messages on your own. Don't make me talk on my knees. We'll return the message, but not back to your message. White pair scratched to the next private message. V. 2 dogs. Even if I am a dog for so long I should have met a master who loves me. Your master is not me. Bai Li flipped through a few more. All similar messages. Singers from different voice halls through a variety of means, hoping to beg for Bai Li's attention. And there are also people who really love to write a 500-word mini-composition, written in a chopped liver. Tired of criticizing homework, Bai Li decisively summoned Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, is it there? Are you there? Xiao Hao quickly answered. Invincible Xiao Hao shines. What's wrong, host? Does anyone here have a face value score of 80 or above? Xiao Hao, no. Oh. Then there was no need to reply. Bai Li found Tokimizu's message from one of the many private messages. Tokimizu asked what song Bai Li wanted to hear, and if it was a song he didn't know, he'd learn it. Bai Li looked at the message that Tokimizu had sent to him and recalled what Xiao Hao had said, that the favor value would go up and down. The good feeling value goes down, but the prize that you got your hands on doesn't disappear. If the goodwill value went back up, you could still draw the prize again. Theoretically, the goodwill value could be brushed indefinitely. Bai Li had seen game anchors play a game called My World before. In My World, you could upgrade by fighting monsters, but going all over the world map to find monsters was time-consuming and inefficient. Players then invented a tower that can generate monsters in a fixed manner. Compared to looking for monsters all over the world, a fixed spot to fight monsters and brush experience is both convenient and efficient. How can we say that mankind can dominate the earth? It's all a ghost idea. Shiranui had a far-reaching plan. Shiranui frying snow, wants to listen to Tibetan Plateau. Tokimizu, awkward. Tokimizu, I'll try to learn. Tokimizu, but I probably won't learn it. White pair frying snow, I want to listen to it right now. Tokimizu, I'll put it on. Tokimizu, can I lower the key? Shimizu, if I play the original key, it will break the sound. White pair was afraid that Shui would really go on air and sing Tibetan Plateau, so she hurriedly stopped him. She originally wanted to tease Shui. It is best to make him feel embarrassed. Drop the favor value, and then brush it back later. But she didn't expect Shui to be so well behaved, agreeing to whatever he said, and his favorability value didn't decrease at all. Also, in the past, but where someone gave her 100,000, let her sing Tibetan Plateau. Even if it is shouting through the throat she will sing. It seems to be a little more excessive. How to do it? White pair rubbed her chin for a moment, thinking for a moment, and had an idea. White pair frying snow, look at the picture. You can't show your face in the voice hall. It's a capital offense to send a private photo to the boss. This is excessive enough. Tokimizu, hold on. I'll ask. Ha! Bai Li was stunned. There was still room for discussion? What white pair doesn't know is that at this moment it's not Shui who is fighting alone. Behind him is a whole hall of think tanks. In fact, not only when the water cannot continue, their entire hall will not be able to continue. If they don't reach the target of monthly work this month, the boss is going to run away next month. Singers one by one to terminate the contract to run away. The few remaining singers are also emaciated. Everyday block of people are no longer, for fear that they cannot hold on to the next month. White pair is their last hope. Everyone is worried about the time water cannot speak. 7 months of bad ideas, to the boss sing Thai songs. Coax the boss to sleep. The time water will not be able to do any of these things. A large group of people, but if a person has a reliable idea, their hall will not be down to this point. Bai Li said he wanted to see the photos, and the group exploded again. Anyway, their hall may not exist tomorrow. If they don't die in peace, they will go crazy in peace. Isn't it just the photos? Bet on it. Ha ha ha. In the end, it was the hall director who was sensible enough to let Shimizu first post the photo in the group for everyone to see. And if Shimizu looked too shabby, forget it. Shimizu took a casual picture with his broken old cell phone. The front camera is broken, only the rear camera. Under the blurry light, a handsome face filled the screen. No cover, no dead angle, hazel and helpless expression. Broken bangs half cover a pair of peach blossom eyes. Eyes cannot find the focus, but to be this kind of feeling of not looking at the camera, The group was silent for a moment. Someone silently said, "Man, taking the net picture would be meaningless ah." Tokizu refound the camera angle and took a few shots and threw them in the group. There was another moment of silence in the group, and then it completely exploded. My chow, it's the person himself? This is Tokimizu? Tokimizu looks like this? The director broke down and wailed in the group. Shimizu, if you had told me that you looked like this, I wouldn't have asked you to come to the voice hall. The director of the year in the online singing wild song inadvertently befriended the water, and then the mode of voice hall fire. The director of the industry to earn a little money, heard that the water is also short of money, thought to help the little brother a hand, he also pulled him into the hall. He was hesitant, but the director of the hall sent him the equipment he had used, and insisted on pulling him in, and promised that he could definitely make money. Shui could not refuse the enthusiasm of the director, and finally agreed. Just into the voice hall at that time did rely on singing to earn some money. Later, the voice hall more and more. The pressure of competition is getting bigger and bigger. Everyone rolled up, the more to the back, the more you realize that the original singing cannot pull the traffic, so it has developed into today's so. Not only was Tokizu unable to make any money, but numerous other singers in the hall were having a hard time making ends meet. The director was now full of guilt. Yikes, he's delayed his little brother too much ah. Director, Shui just those few pictures just now. You send them. Gofu Gue. Don't forget each other. A series of cows and horses followed in formation to reply. Gofu Gue. Emotion forgotten. Shimizu inexplicably carried the entire halls tomorrow. Bai Li directly also froze when he received the photo, and was hard controlled by the photo for a few seconds. This is 82 points of face value? Surely outstanding. And especially clean. Just thin a little. Emaciated a little. Bai Li couldn't bear to tease him anymore, but was just curious about the reason he was drying out the voice hall. Shimizu was silent for a moment. Tokimizu, it's here because it makes money. Oh, there's a story. Shiranui's gossipy heart has a bear to ignite. White pear fried snow, very short of money? Time water, is. TSK. Look at this small face thin. White pear and open the photo to appreciate a few times. Also do not know what's suffering. So lack of money. Bai Li saw that midnight 0 hour had passed and the new amount had arrived. Confidently giving new instructions. White pear fried snow, open the broadcast, take you to play PK. Chapter 6, Father and Son Game. Shimizu had never played PK before, and the anchor that the system randomly assigned PK to him wasn't too strong, causing White Pear to casually win, and after winning 6 in a row, he finally connected to a somewhat popular anchor, the opposite side of the strange clothes, wearing gold and silver. There were also 2 people standing behind them holding banners, Songbei Tiger King. Songbei Tiger King narrowed his eyes slightly. Opposite side, no camera on? Tokizu, I'm a singer. The camera can't be turned on. The Songbei Tiger King hemmed and hawed, revealing a large gold tooth, and said in understanding, oh I see, you're from the voice hall. Since you can't show your face, then the punishment will be lighter. Let's put it this way, I've recently been collecting righteous sons all over the net. If you lose, you'll add the suffix righteous Tiger King of Songbei after your name, and vice versa. I'll call you Dad. Tokizu didn't say anything, presumably thinking, and after 2 seconds, asked, how long will it take to change the suffix? The Songbei Tiger King frowned, his words unpleasant, until you can beat me. What? Afraid? Don't come out to fight PK if you're afraid. Shivering powder, anchor run. This Tiger King has become infamous for targeting small singers in the voice hall. Shivering powder, there is a voice hall where half of the suffixes have changed to righteous Father Tiger King of Songbei, and they won't allow it to be changed back. Bai Li looked at the reminders of other people on the public screen. She also watched the live broadcast for quite a long time, and probably knew what the opposite anchor was the way. There was such a group of people on the internet. They were anchors who specialized in PK. In the process of PK, in order to attract the audience, will come up with punishments or reward mechanisms. Win the anchor can ask the opposite losing anchor to accept the punishment. Some punishments are light, and some are very harsh, such as the losing side to eat raw chili peppers, dance and so on. The opposite side of the Songbei Tiger King pompous shape, presumably specializing in this set of PK anchors. He came up with this plus suffix punishment, is specifically for the voice hall anchors. How good is the sound of time and water ah? Followed by a Songbei Tiger King is also too difficult to hear. Songbei Tiger King saw the opposite side of the time water delayed to agree. What? When you come out to fight PK, you have to dare to fight. Is there anything wrong with it, brothers? The 2 standing stakes behind the banner immediately responded, no problem. White Pear didn't let Shui accept it because she was searching the data of Songbei Tiger King's previous PKs. Songbei Tiger King is not the head PK anchor. A little strength, but not much. The gas was so strong that White Pear thought it was much more bullish, but it was actually just average. Although White Pear's 100,000 quota placed in the head PK room is indeed a bit insufficient, but in such a bronze bureau inside is still very resistant. White pair frying snow, pick up. Seeing that white pair said to pick up, only then did Shimizu agree to the PK invitation. As soon as the PK started, Songbei Tiger King played a dynamic BGM. Brothers, what's there to throw? Can IX always have a big rocket? To give the opposite side the prestige, so that the opposite side will tremble when they hear my Tiger King's name in the future. Oops. Thank you for my Chief X's big rocket. The other familiars also move forward to the top. Let me see your mighty figures. Social shake. For you guys, shake it up. The big-bodied king of the Songbei Tigers stood up and started to socially shake at the drop of a hat, his whole body trembling, especially his round belly wrapped inside a layer of tiger skin gel coat, pawing up and down in time with the music, behind the two holding a banner, followed by shaking. The picture is very shocking. One side of the dance, the Songbei Tiger King is still constantly clamoring, no way? A rocket on the opposite side down? The voice halls are all lying vegetables. Brothers, it looks like we're going to have another righteous son. Don't let our new righteous son lose too badly and brush up the popularity votes for the opposite side. Tiger family army bastard, righteous son. Here comes my father. Tiger family army lay, righteous son. Here comes the father. Righteous son. Here comes the father. When the water of the live room flooded in a group of self-proclaimed Tiger family army people in the public screen brush screen, arrogant, and extremely disrespectful to each other live room, time water from the beginning PK live room of 20 plus people. After a few rounds of PK, now there are 500 plus online watch, playing PK as traffic. Otherwise it would not have given birth to so many PK anchors. Every time Bai Li sends a gift, the live streaming platform pushes a wave of viewers to Shimizu's live room. Shimizu was already singing very well, and tonight he had already gained almost 100 followers, and had even gained a few new small fans that stayed in his live room to listen to the songs. At this moment, the opposite side's impolite behavior. Not only did Shirsui's fans feel angry, even the passers-by couldn't stand to watch. Susie, opposite live rooms roll back. Saturday, room management still don't hurry up and block these screen swipes. Annoying. Time and water was not affected by the mindset. Just calmly said, do not brush the screen. Continue to brush the screen of the hard room management to seal it. What's that saying? Emotional stability is the best dowry for a man. Although Shimizu didn't take the initiative to ask for gifts, there were already some viewers who had just stayed behind and independently swiped some gifts for him. The opposite side was too angry, and although he knew that there was a rich woman in the live broadcast who would save the day, he was still afraid that he would lose to the shameless goods on the opposite side. Songbei Tiger King yelled for a while, jumped out of breath, and exchanged with the audience in the live broadcast room. Oops, how come the opposite side didn't score? It can't be that they've already given up on treatment? Brothers, and these voice hall people fight is really no fun. The next hand to you even a female anchor. Let the opposite side twist to us. For the sake of the mental health of his family members in the live broadcast room, Shimizu closed the opposite side's mic. Bai Li typed on the public screen, just sing. Don't care about the rest. Tokizu obliged obediently and then looked for a take on the song. With only 1 minute left in PK, white pair started upvoting. White pair sends Tokimizu a rocket X1. Shiranashi sends a water rocket X1. White pair sends time water rocket X1. A rocket that looked like a large carrot rushed onto the screen. The PK bar was instantly pressed back. Songbei Tiger King's nerves instantly tensed up and he shouted so loud that he almost broke his voice. The opposite side is cheating. How could the opposite side have so many votes? Before he started PK, he had already understood the opposite side. There were only a few hundred people in the live room, and the first big sister on the list was only level 42. A little bit strong, but not much. This hand is obviously a sure win in the game. How does it seem to be a bit wrong? Songbei Tiger King quickly stood up and canvassed. Brothers, to our time to show the cohesion of the family. The opposite side is just a faceless man who dares not show his head. We will crush it in minutes, as long as the brothers throw away the inventory in their hands. Which brother will take the lead first? A Porsche. Tiger King's yell is still useful. As long as the live broadcast gave away a Porsche, the herd mentality will make more people also follow the trend to send. But how could these scattered Porsches compare to white pair's rockets? The price of 10 Porsches can only catch up with one rocket. Moreover, in order to completely break the opposite side, white pair ruthlessly stomped the opposite side's face on the ground, rubbing with a death sentence. As much as the opposite side gave away, white pair always had a little more than them, resulting in the Tiger King always thought that he had hoped to win. Social shaking is not shaking, holding his cell phone online urgently shouting Big Brother. But which can be called at will Big Brother? There wasn't much PK time left. Is there any miracle left in our family? Wait for a miracle. We're so close. Tiger King was close to kneeling down for the live broadcast. In the last 10 seconds, white pair was also afraid of a counterattack from the opposite side, so he threw out all the remaining rockets at once. White pair sends out time water rockets x50. Shiranui sent out a total of 82 whole rockets. Tiger King looked at the result with disbelief. I Lu a pro mother Lu, early to know the opposite big sister so powerful he did not fight. The audience in the live room stayed to watch him play PK, just like to see him win, to see the opposite anchor by them after losing. Do punishment. In fact, Tiger King started out as a social rocker only, but nowadays the rocker is starting to go downhill, and no one is watching if he rocks too much. He began to learn people PK. One, the female anchor let them show thighs dance. This program instead attracted the rich big brother. Since then, the Tiger King who sees the traffic code has been on the road of PK, winning the opposite side. Let the opposite side do the punishment. Let the female anchor dance sledgehammer. Let the male anchor kneel down and call his father. It doesn't matter if the opposite side's live room will be blocked for violating the rules. Collecting some voice hall minions is his recent hobby. Let them go to the hall afterward to block only with the name of the Tiger King, so that those brain-dead voice hall fans see their male god with the name of the Tiger King. Diaphragm so much that they do not want to send gifts, but this lost to the opposite small anchor, so that the brothers in the live room is not happy. Looking at the number of people in the live room plummeted, the Tiger King was anxious, wanting to save a little face. He questioned Shui, kid, stealing the tower would be no fun Your big sister is so powerful, how not to brush at the beginning, to the end of the brush. My side of the brothers cannot react. You cannot afford to play? Shimizu lightly said, admit that you lost the bet and change your name. The still arrogant Songbei Tiger King instantly ran out of words. The Songbei Tiger King smiled stiffly. My big brothers are not here today, so you wait for me. Then he took the name of Songbei Tiger King, righteous father Shimizu, and withdrew from PK in humiliation. The rest of the timeless water voice hall came in full force and hung out in the live room to watch his battle. Spies from other halls also touched over. There were also unknown strange viewers. The live broadcast room directly broke 1,000 people online. Moon porridge, mom. I experienced the feeling of a rocket washing my face today. Lack of politeness, ha ha ha. Our voice hall finally has a clean slate. Sauce, can we report this Tiger King? Smaller horn, sister white pair is so awesome. PK disconnected, and Shimizu was still in a state of confusion. Although he had just been singing and was very calm on his face, he was actually very apprehensive on the inside, especially when the PK time was already half over, and white pair was slow to make a move. Shimizu was still shaken in his heart. He did not suspect that white pair deliberately did not brush the gift, want to see him punished. Rather, he was afraid that white pair didn't actually have that much money, and didn't dare to brush it after seeing that the opposite side was so powerful. If he lost in a while, the punishment would just be to change his name. He could change it, it's fine, but Bai Li would definitely be unable to get off the stage. Shimizu had thought about it. Later on, to think of a reason for Bai Li, such as Bai Li was not brushing the gift, but went to fill up the money. It was too late to brush, but unexpectedly, Bai Li swiped at the last minute, and swiped so much money for herself. Shimizu's eyes were a little red. No one had ever swiped so much money for him before. Timothy Waters' mouth is stupid. Do not know exactly how to thank Bai Li, if it is other peers, now has long been skillfully started to hold Bai Li. Maybe can hold Bai Li to the sky. Water does not know how to express the inner touched. From the mouth out only non-stop thank you. The voice was hoarse and sincere. Shiranui frying snow. Heh general. Shiranui was cool. Why is there a gift there? Wouldn't it be more fun to just transfer money? But it's actually different. One is an official announcement in the circle of friends, and one is an underground affair that can only unfold in private. Everyone knows the number of gifts given. It's like the whole world sees how much I love you, especially after winning the PK, stepping up when the anchor was most helpless, and saving the anchor from punishment. The emotional value of that moment, the satisfaction of vanity, the touching would reach its peak. Time water favorable value plus 10. Tokimizu favorable value, 20. Bai Li received another 10 favor values from Tokizu. She didn't feel surprised. Sure enough, no one could refuse the look of someone spreading money on them. Having angrily swiped $200,000 for the innocent little anchor, Bai Li was falling in love with herself. Xiao Hao woohoo gave a cry. Quickly, host. There's another 10 consecutive draws. Quick draw. Little Hao loves to see the draws. Bai Li threw the 10 goodwill values he got into his hand into the Wanxiang wheel. 10 consecutive draws. Activated. Unfortunately, this time it was just a flash of white light. Xiao Hao was a little disappointed. No gold. Although there was no gold, white pair felt that the other prizes were not bad. There were a full 4 health attribute points. The others were all normal R-ranked items. Bai Li didn't look at them in detail and roughly swept over them. Scanning over one of the gifts, Bai Li's eyes flashed brightly. Celebrity Deluxe Cruise Ship 3 days and 2 nights VVIP Ticket X1. Luxury Cruise Ship. Chapter 7 The Celebrity Cruise Ship. The celebrity was built by the world's #1 cruise ship company with all its might over a 10-year period of time, and at the beginning of its design it was designed with the idea of breaking world records. In terms of the data disclosed so far, it is definitely the world's most luxurious cruise ship, totaling 400,000 tons, equipped with 10,000 crew members, and capable of accommodating 20,000 passengers. This voyage as the celebrity cruise ship is the first time to launch a trial operation, but also the first time it was unveiled to the public. This voyage passes through the best viewing point of the largest Leonid meteor shower of the century. This is the last meteor shower of the Leonids in this century, and it will be the last time in your life. If you miss it you will have to wait for another 100 years. Tickets went on sale and were a sellout. A romantic trip with light. A journey of engagement spanning 100 years. The already world's #1 luxury cruise ship and the meteor shower gave this voyage a special meaning. White Pair couldn't find a reason not to go. Moreover, it might be possible to find a chance to upgrade Xiao Hao on the cruise ship. Xiao Hao had said that system upgrades required 3 achievable opposite-sex favorability scores of 20 points or more. Bai Li tried hard. But now that the internet live broadcast beauty face is open too much, she looks for male anchors with a face value score of 80 or more to find a hard time. Even if she did, it was hard for the favorability to go up. Online relationships were still too illusory. A handsome man like Shimizu, who had a high face value and was generous with his favorability, couldn't even find a second one in a short period of time. That's why Bai Li was more interested in going on a cruise, relaxing a bit, and maybe broadening the channels of goodwill sources to give Xiao Hao a level up. After deciding, Bai Li immediately got ready, going to the mall to buy some traveling clothes, and by the way, buy a few clothes suitable for the cruise ship. The previous clothes cannot be worn. She had lost a lot of weight. The health attribute point directly rewrote her weight. Bai Li's original BMI of more than 30, on the chubby side, returned to normal all of a sudden. All the flab on various parts of her body disappeared. It was still a bit fleshy, but in that cute category. Meat also grows very knowledgeable. All in the right place. Some clothes still have to look good on you when you're skinny. It couldn't be dry skinny yet. It had to be the curvy kind. Bai Li's top is a black printed slim polo shirt, revealing the perfect curves of the upper body. The lower body with a high-waisted A-word pleated skirt, reflecting the legs more slender. The shoes are a pair of retro-style Mary Jane shoes. Ankle slim, playful and dynamic. The shopkeeper's sister specially matched for Bai Li. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Standing in front of the mirror, Bai Li did not recognize himself. Where to come from the Miss Qianjin, White Pair and tried several sets of wear. Are very like. The lady in the store also speaks well. Buy, all buy. White Pair immediately on the head. The clerk lady is full of smiles. Looking at Bai Li is like looking at a god of wealth. At the beginning of the White Pair into the store others are indifferent. Their store is a senior ready-made clothes store. A price is basically more than 4 figures. Can come to their store consumption can be rich people. White Pair all broken clothes broken pants. Really does not look like what rich people. Only a bad performance of the clerk received the White Pair. She is at the bottom of their store performance. Every day by the manager PUA. Did not expect the White Pair today's contribution to her performance straight up. A single seal of the gods. She is sure this month is their store top one. White Pair is her god of fortune. The clerk miss afraid of god of fortune carrying a heavy bag of clothes, but also called the door delivery service. Full of smiles to send White Pair left. Bowed a big 90-degree bow. Bai Li has not worn beautiful clothes for too long. This time belongs to the release after a long time of repression. The excessive consumption after a sudden wealth. In addition to buying clothes, she also emptied the shopping cart. Previously added to the shopping cart has not been ordered goods. Through the order, Takeout also ordered the most expensive. Changed the latest tri-folding cell phone. How to fold the face. She also wants to show off the sea-bottom fish. So when she returned to her rented house of only 20 square meters, and found that the house was already full of bags, and she couldn't move her feet at all, Bai Li's mind only had a moment of clarity. Ah, the money was spent. Bai Li finally realized what it was like to spend money like water. It's so good. White Pair lay down in the middle of a pile of bags and closed her eyes in happiness. The materialistic desires of many years had finally been satisfied, and she only felt that her tattered and already leaking inner hut had been properly repaired. And this sense of control over her life and the satisfaction that came from having a stable material foundation made Bai Li's heart feel comfortable and relaxed. Harbor Pier boarding entrance. The sun was just right. A good day for sailing. A behemoth of a ship stood in the middle of the sea, unable to be seen at a glance. The entire ship is made of a similar gilded edging process. The hull is white and gold. The gale gusts. Stripes of red ribbons fluttering. Is that really not a building? Bai Li stood at the pier alone and shocked, not returning to her senses for a long time. Beauty. Interested in being an anchor? A voice came from the side. Ah, me? Bai Li turned her head and saw a bright big beautiful woman. tall and leggy, with long hair and red lips, wearing a red-wrapped long skirt, with a hot and sexy body. Bai Li was accosted for the first time, or by a beautiful woman. Xiao Hao cheered in surprise, unlocking the face value of 90 points big beauty, and sadly sighed, too bad it's the same sex. The beautiful woman handed over a business card. I'm the main manager of the MCN organization. My name is Jiang Mingfei. This is my business card. Bai Li took the business card. On it was the name of an MCN organization. Manager, Jiang Mingfei. The MCN agency was simply a company that helped netizens with continuous content output and realization. So the boss of the MCN organization is also so beautiful? Bai Li accepted the business card. Hello, my name is Bai Li. Jiang Mingfei pulled Bai Li intimately and said to her face in surprise, you didn't put on any makeup, did you? Bai Li shook her head. Jiang Mingfei let out a wow. Your skin is too good too. Bai Li smiled in embarrassment. Jiang Mingfei's face was so close to her that it had broken through the safe distance between strangers. But Jiang Mingfei was too pretty and smelled good. Bai Li didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead she was a little shy from being complimented. Bai Li blushed slightly. I don't look good with makeup. Jiang Mingfei looked at the uncut beauty in front of him. The whole body was the latest models of high luxury brands. Shiny and bright. Sweet looking, white skin, blushing when complimented, white in color. I don't know where the pure white Shin gene came from. How can the family bear to let her out? Jiang Mingfei agreed. Indeed. You're just fine like this. Not only do you chop up men, you also chop up women. Fortunately I love good men. Otherwise I'm going to fall in love with you. I want to hug you. Can I? You're too cute. Bai Li was shocked by Jiang Mingfei's self-centeredness and enthusiasm. How could there be such an e-person? Bai Li was inexplicably, before even getting on the boat, hugged all over by the absolute beauty. And Jiang Mingfei was too tall. The 165 centimeters Bai Li was buried inside her boobs with a confused look on her face. When Jiang Mingfei was satisfied, she released Bai Li. I was joking about what I just said. I just think it's too bad that you don't become an anchor with your looks. Jiang Mingfei winked. But if you're really interested, you can find me to try. My company is specialized in creating internet celebrities. You have a lot of potential. Come to my company to ensure that you can earn money. Bai Li suddenly and quietly asked. Ahem. Is that? How many handsome men in your company? Bai Li explained herself again. I don't mean anything else. I just want to simply appreciate. Jiang Mingfei smiled cheekily, as if she understood something. Much ah. What types are there? Pure love little milk dog. Deep love big wolf dog. Black leather sports student. And ascetic uncle. Which one do you like? Call me Sister Fifi. Sister will take you to play in the company. Bai Li's eyes lit up. Well, the cruise ship had really come to the right place. Bai Li held Jiang Mingfei's hand back and confessed with deep love. Sister Fifi, you are my forever sister. Jiang Mingfei was about to say something else when she was interrupted by a voice. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Jiang Mingfei's brows furrowed when she heard this voice, and when she looked back, it was really that cargo. Jiang Mingfei squeezed out a smile. Mr. Zhang, what a coincidence. Mr. Zhang? Bai Li sniffed and looked. There were 3 people walking head-on, behind the 2 strong men. Looks like bodyguards. In front of the body is a large obese middle-aged man, loose shirt collar wide open, revealing a large gold chain, a pair of eyes wandering in the body of Bai Li. Tone of flippancy, this is Mr. Zhang's newly received red? Jiang Mingfei blocked Bai Li behind her. Mr. Zhang is joking. This is my friend. Our boarding time is coming. It's too late for us to catch up with you. Please go ahead. After saying this, Jiang Mingfei was about to pull Bai Li towards the boarding gate. The bodyguard behind Mr. Zhang quickly stepped forward and stopped Jiang Mingfei. Mr. Zhang smiled. Don't be in a hurry. It's okay to be a few minutes late. I have a favor to sell to Mr. Jiang here. If Mr. Jiang misses it, it's gone. A few days ago, I entrusted a friend to spend $2 million to buy an upper deck boat ticket. Mr. Zhang slowly pulled out a yellow ship ticket. I heard that there are only 1,000 tickets for the whole ship, and there is a special dinner. The dinner can be full of non-rich people, partners, investors, brand group bosses. I heard that Mr. Jiang is most recently short of investment. I can take Mr. Jiang in, and you might be able to pull in a new investment? How? Mr. Jiang? I'm a person. I don't have any big hobbies, just like to do charity, especially like to help people like Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang thought about it and boarded the ship with me, right? The little beauty behind you can also come along. Ha ha ha, shameless, we're all adults. What's with the chit-chat? Jiang Mingfei had long since become no little white man and heard the meaning behind General Manager Zhang. There was no such thing as a free lunch under the sky, and after getting on the boat of Mr. Zhang, he could not get off easily. This Mr. Zhang has a lot of peach color news in their circle. Jiang Mingfei has always been avoided. Pulling investment is indeed the purpose of Jiang Mingfei's cruise this time. It would be great if she could recognize the capitalist. But, definitely not in this way. Bai Li was protected by Jiang Mingfei behind her, but she also heard it clearly. This dead fat man, seeing color, what a drenching sexual harassment. And boarding the ship with him, how big of a face. Bring 2 bodyguards to block the way. Do you still want to use force? Bai Li directly stood out and pulled Jiang Mingfei's hand. No thanks to Mr. Zhang. I will bring my friend in for the dinner. Bai Li unfolded her platinum-colored boat ticket. Ordinary boat tickets were white. The upper-level boat tickets were a slightly discolored yellow. But Bai Li's boat ticket was a hot gold color, gilded and sealed, glittering in the sunlight. Mr. Zhang's face changed dramatically. This is... Bai Li only gave General Manager Zhang a glance at the boat ticket and put it away. General Manager Zhang quickly waved his hand and told the bodyguard to back off. This young lady, what is your name? Bai Li's face was unsettled. There's no need to tell you. Is there? Mr. Zhang, can we leave now? Mr. Zhang's face was ugly, but he still smiled. Of course. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that Mr. Zhang has bumped into you today. Mr. Zhang, you have an honored guest. Why didn't you tell Mr. Zhang earlier? I wish you and your friend a happy time. Take care. Mr. Zhang, I'll give you a gift at your door some other day and apologize at your door. Mr. Zhang's voice was getting farther and farther away. Bai Li walked away and laughed out loud. A boat ticket. To give him a fright. Bai Li had noticed before that her ticket was different from everyone else's. She thought she was a member of the upper class. She thought that hers was the upper tier ticket, but she didn't expect that just now. Mr. Zhang revealed his own ticket, saying that he was the upper tier ticket. But Mr. Zhang's upper tier boat ticket was also different from his own. So Bai Li knew that he wasn't an upper tier boat ticket either. Then what kind of boat ticket was she? Growing up was even more advanced than an upper class boat ticket. Bai Li combined with the tips given by the Wanshan Celebrity Luxury Cruise Ship 3 days and 2 nights top tier ship ticket X1. She then guessed that she should have drawn the top tier ship ticket, which was even higher than the upper tier ship ticket. And of course, she was able to attend the dinner that the upper tier cabin was able to attend. Bai Li figured out her boat ticket, then immediately stood out and punched the fat man with a big face in the face. Bai Li didn't care what kind of chief he was and how big he was. Jiang Mingfei was shocked and then sucked in a breath of cool air. Boy, you're a VVIP. VVIP, important person, is a higher existence above VIP. It was said that Celebrity only had 10 VVIP top floor rooms, which were not sold publicly. One could imagine how extraordinary the young girl in front of her was. She had just hugged and hugged people, but White Pear was really too cute. A tiny one, standing out in a very resolute manner. Jiang Mingfei hugged Bai Li fiercely. Thank you, good boy, for helping me. Bai Li was attacked by the boobs again. Coughed 2 times, rather. There is no need to thank like this. Bai Li and Jiang Mingfei's boarding ports were different, so the two exchanged contact information and said their goodbyes for the time being. Bai Li followed the receptionist to her private reception room. The doors to the reception room automatically opened to both sides, and there was a line of people standing behind them. When they saw Shiranui, they all bowed and greeted her. The man in the front row made Shirley's pupils widen. Sebastian? The man was slender, wearing a black deacon's uniform, ironed meticulously, with a handsome face, well-defined features, and deep eyes with slightly drooping eyelids. He bowed respectfully and did not look directly at the guests, but Bai Li still noticed the pupils of his eyes that were different from the normal color. Xiao Hao recognized the handsome man faster than Bai Li, and was already excitedly ding 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 looping the broadcast. Discovered a handsome man with a face value score of 93. The man opened his mouth. Hello, MS. Bai. I am your exclusive accompanying deacon for this voyage. My name is Jing Knight. Chapter 8, A Romantic Journey with the Light. The luxuries of the rich you can't even imagine. Hidden personal reception rooms, private boarding passages are just the beginning. It was even equipped with an entire exclusive logistics team, including sanitation and cleaning, security, special chefs, and other round-the-clock support. And there was even an accompanying deacon, tall, handsome, and temperamental. At his beck and call, Jing Knight squatted down. Bai Li comfortably leaned back on the sofa, listening to Jing Knight introduce the contents of the itinerary, her voice clear and soft. From Bai Li's angle, he could only see the fan-shaped shadows under Jing Knight's eyelashes and even deeper pupils of his eyes. Getting closer, Bai Li could see even more clearly. Shizuno's pupils were blue, and then there was the high, straight nose. It was so pretty. Shirley's expression was cold, only nodding from time to time. If people saw it, they would think she was in a bad mood. In fact, Bai Li was going to be unable to hold it together. She was afraid she was going to burst out laughing, but she did her best to hold it back. If she laughed, her image would be ruined. Now that her persona was a VVIP person who could sit in the top cabin, She definitely couldn't be a nymphomaniac about this area of beauty. Jing Knight respectfully retreated half a meter away after introducing the itinerary and waited. These are the main contents of this itinerary. MS. Bai. Any questions? Bai Li has long been in a state of delirium. Where are the questions? None for now. I need to rest for a while first. Good. Have turned the room lights to rest mode. When you are rested, you can find me through the room pager. Only when Silent Night exited the room did Shiranui suppress a hefty grin. The room was so big. Shiranishi cruised the territory. The fruit plate in the living room had just been taken away by Shizukuya. A slight shame she hadn't eaten much of it yet. There's also a thievingly large study attached to the parlor. But apparently Shiranishi can't use it. Bai Li likes the starlight roof of the audiovisual room. And there are shooting stars passing by between flashes. The bedroom is oversized. And the king-size bed looks small in this room. Across from the bed is a large panoramic glass. Unrivaled sea view. Even the toilet in the room is bigger than White Pear's kennel. The rich people of the world. The toilet is connected to the infinity pool. Push the door out. Poolside is a circular balcony corridor. Salty sea breeze, boundless sea and sunset. The temperature is right and the view is unbeatable. Bai Li propped up the railing and watched the sunset quietly by herself for a long time. For the first time, she had a special mood. A mood that made her want to shed tears just by looking at the scenery. Silent Night favorable value +5. Where did the good feeling value come from? Xiao Hao's announcing voice washed away all of Bai Li's inexplicable mood. Xiao Hao, did you report it correctly? Xiao Hao angrily complained. What is the host saying? I'm 100% accurate. Bai Li asked suspiciously. How did Jing Knight suddenly add the favor value? Xiao Hao grunted angrily. Stinking host, I won't tell you. Bai Li saw Xiao Hao get angry and hurriedly comforted it. Next time don't make a child angry. It's hard to coax a child. Finally coaxed Xiao Hao good. Bai Li found that the sun has already set. The wind into the night blowing body cool. Bai Li, who can't make sense of the situation for the moment, went back to her room and took a hot bath. Listening to Fei's sister said, the lower cabin has a good atmosphere of the clear bar. She also said that the bar's resident male singer can be handsome. Bai Li heard all this, immediately fire out, opened the door to the room, found Jing Knight standing outside the room door, arm rolled a section of lady's shawl, as if waiting for her. Bai Li looked toward the shawl and asked, for me? Jing Knight nodded and unfolded the shawl, a shawl for the top floor customers. If you don't mind, I'll put it on for you. It's nightfall, the cabin isn't fully sealed. You'll catch a cold if you see the wind. Bai Li was touched. Look at this service attitude. Really good. Just when she wanted to doze off, she was given a pillow. She didn't think it through beforehand. She didn't realize that even in the middle of summer, the temperature of the sea at night is so low, she forgot to bring a jacket. Silent Night drapes it over Bai Li, her fingertips not touching her in the slightest. Bai Li suddenly realized that she had to talk to Jing Knight about her schedule. Jing Knight, I'm going to the bar to play with my friends. I'm not sure what time I'll be back in the evening. You could have rested first, as well as the other people in the logistics team. Jing Knight nodded her head in understanding. Have fun. Waiting for Bai Li to gradually walk away, Silent Night's gentle demeanor disappeared. Inquiring behind her, did security follow? The colleagues on duty have already followed. Well, you guard here. I'll go to the back kitchen. Silent Night turned on the lights in the back kitchen and skillfully put the ingredients into the pot. The chef who saw the kitchen light up pushed the door in to check, and saw Shizukuya's upright figure in front of the stove. Oh, Shizuno-sensei, you're here. What are you doing? Do you need my help? Silent Night greeted. Good evening, I'm making antidote soup. The guests might need it later. I can do it alone. I won't trouble you. Go back and rest. Okay. Hard work MS. Night. Then I'll go back first. Then gently brought the kitchen door. The chef touched his head. Teacher Knight looked young, but there was an aura on his body that made people not dare to offend. The kitchen was silent. Only the sound of the gas fire. Jing Knight looked at the small bubbles rising in the pot and was a bit mesmerized for a while. He recalled the scene he had just overheard, with the wide world as the background. The young girl was standing alone facing the sunset, just like that, always facing the wind. The image was déjà vu. It reminded him of a deceased person that he hadn't thought of in a long time. The window of his room overlooked the balcony where White Pear was standing. When overhearing a guest, according to professionalism, one should back away to avoid it. But he watched the sunset with the young girl for a long time, until the very end of the sun disappeared at sea level. The antidote soup bubbled and boiled. Silent Night picked up the lid of the pot and put it on, and put a lid on her thoughts as well. It was all in the past. The other side. White Pear is unsurprisingly lost. Someone please tell her. Why is this broken ship so big? Where the hell is C3 #Atrium A level 0122? There were so many elevators going up and down. Some floors were non-stop. Some floors needed to make a special elevator. Some floors aren't even connected. You need to go to a specific floor to take the connecting bridge. Good good good. Who designed it this way? Bai Li wanted to pull him out and beat him up. Zhang Ningfei couldn't tell the direction on the phone for a while. Blundering and blundering. Just now I should have looked for Jing Knight to ask for clarification first. Fortunately, a lot of health attributes had been added. If it were the previous, Bai Li would have been exhausted. Bai Li walked across a connecting bridge, came to a new building block. It was very quiet here. Bai Li felt that she should have gone the wrong way, but just as she wanted to walk back, she heard the faint sound of music. There was some faint light at the end of the dark corridor. Shiranui raised her courage and approached. It was an unlocked door. From inside came the sound of babbling and singing. Looking through the doorway, there was a huge stage with people walking on it. I'm sure I'm overthinking this. Why would a bar be in a place like this? Even if it was, no one would be singing in it. But was there some kind of show inside? Why sing opera on a cruise ship? Akoriai's curiosity stirred. She slowly pushed the door open. There was a lot of space inside, with only the lights of the stage, which was dark. On the stage was a finely dressed danjiao, with a phoenix crown under a large red mantle. Xiao Hao was surprised. Congratulations to the host for discovering the opposite sex with a face value of 99 points. It is highly recommended to befriend. Bai Li was shocked. What? The dancer on the stage is dressed as a man? The face value of 99 points? Under the stage, there is no audience. Guessing that it should be in rehearsal. Originally wanted to go, Bai Li this time cannot go. She quietly paced in, looking for the nearest seat to sit down. Want to see how the 99 points face value points? The person on the stage wore very heavy makeup. Not only could not see what she looked like, but she could not even understand what she was singing. But it should be a very sad tune. The background music is not the traditional Chinese clanging sound, only the piano and violin, listening to people empty. So theater can be paired with Western instruments, but it's unexpectedly catchy. Plus the scenery. There was only one person on the stage, and only one person under the stage, which inexplicably gave me a feeling of melancholy and despondency. When the song ended and the dancers left the stage, Bai Li came back to her senses. Noticing someone approaching, Bai Li sniffed and looked. It was the Dan actor just now. The other party had already taken off his heavy clothes and walked out from the backstage. Looking at him like this, he could tell that he was a male. He was tall, had a throat knot, and a pair of eyes hidden behind makeup were bright, but it was still hard to see what it looked like. The man laughed softly. Still looking nah? The voice was also a man's voice. Bai Li hurriedly averted her eyes. Sorry to interrupt your performance. While Bai Li was observing the man was also sizing her up. Glancing at the corner of the shawl, he slightly hooked his lips. No matter. Singing for fun. The man extends his hand. My name is Ukai. What's yours? Bai Li reached out. My name is Bai Li. Hello, you sing beautifully. Ukai just grabbed her fingertip partially in a slight handshake gesture and quickly let go. White Li. Which Li? It's the pear of fruit. Sounds sweet and delicious. MS. White pear. Are you lost? White pear vein, count. Sort of. The boat is too big. Accidentally lost and misplaced. Sorry. Never mind. Wu Hai turned around. Come on. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Bai Li reported the name of the place, but suddenly remembered something. No need to send me there. Just tell me the general direction. Wu Hai didn't stop when he heard that. He just said as he walked, don't be polite to me. You just complimented me on my good singing. In order to thank you, I have to give you a ride. Keep up. Bai Li could only follow. Okay. On the way, Bai Li was curious. By the way, what are you performing? An opera? But it looks different. Ukai walks slowly, but walks confidently, not looking much at the road signs. Very familiar. Slowly, he replied, nothing, no specific faction. Singing for fun. White pear, that's pretty awesome. Wu Hai, where is awesome? Bai Li rightfully said. Everyone else is learning. You are creating your own. Isn't that awesome? Rather, it's the first time someone said that. It's all about me being blasphemous. Ha? So excessive? Ukai spoke in a low tone. That's why no one comes to see me perform. Bai Li sniffed and patted him. Don't be sad. They don't know how to appreciate it. I think it's fine. But she suddenly realized something. Weren't you just rehearsing? You were performing? Wu Hai lost his head and nodded. Bai Li was anxious. Aya, is it okay for you to just come out like that? The show isn't over yet. Wu Hai laughed out loud. I'm just teasing you. Bai Li realized that she had been tricked, and waved her fists, angrily gesturing to hit. Wu Hai quickly ran away, shouting as she ran. Someone is trying to attack the crew. Wu Hai, who had already finished his makeup, was very eye-catching, and when he shouted, all the bystanders looked over here. Bai Li hurriedly went after him to cover his mouth. Stop shouting! Wu Hai put his hands up in surrender before Bai Li let go of him. Bai Li rubbed the powder putty that had been brought down from Wu Hai's face on her hands. What kind of crew are you? Ukai blinks. Performers are crew too. Baekri? Oh. Ukai squinted at Baekri, his eyes looking like they could talk. What? Don't I look like one? Ukai's eyes were so bright they stole his breath, and Shiranishi stepped back to avoid it. Not like a good person. The rest of the walk was quickly completed with the two of them bickering. Wu Hai reminded, "We're here." The outside of the bar was planted with a lot of greenery, lush and green, with music and laughter coming from the dim lighting. Shiranui looked over at Ukai, although the man in front of him had a really nasty mouth. But, thanks for the ride. Ukai just turned around and waved. See you again sometime, little pair. Boy, here. Bai Li heard Jiang Mingfei's voice and sniffed. Jiang Mingfei was sitting at the bar, beautiful again, changing into a short slim skirt, revealing her proud long legs. Sister Fei Fei. Bai Li happily walked over to greet her. Jiang Mingfei had a gossipy face. Who was that just now? Bai Li didn't know how to answer for a moment. Although they had been chatting all the way there, they hadn't talked about anything nutritious at all. She hadn't even gotten a clear picture of what the other person looked like yet. She wanted to look at the 99th percentile face score, but the other person's makeup was too heavy and she couldn't see a bit of it. Bai Li could only say hesitantly, "It's a crew member, probably." A current sound came out of one of the intercom. "Close the team. The young master is back. No need to look for it." Uai casually handed the 7-figure flower crown on his head to the people next to him. Several people carefully put away Wu Hai's flower crown. 2 people came forward to broaden his clothes. This costume he was wearing was also handmade and customized, and was worth a lot of money. An old uncle came forward with a crying smile. "Young master, why did you go out alone again? Didn't bring a few people with you either? What should we do if we run into danger?" Wu Hai lowered his head, making it convenient for the person at his side to remove the coiled hair on his head. He indifferently hooked the corner of his mouth. "On my own ship. What danger is there?" The old man sighed and didn't say anything else. The person on the side carried a basin of warm water and brought it over. The old man wrung out the towel and carefully went up to wipe Wu Hai's face clean of makeup. The old man's movements were very gentle, but on the first stroke, Wu Hai frowned. The old man immediately stopped his movements and put the towel back into the basin. "Bring a new silk scarf over here." The person carrying the basin immediately apologized and retreated with the basin. Between walking around, the powder on the towel scattered in the water basin, and the towel gradually floated to the surface of the water, revealing a unique symbol on it. The same logo was also on Shiranui's shawl. It was uniquely imprinted on the items in the top room. Chapter 9, A Journey of Engagement Spanning 100 Years. Bai Li woke up the next day only to receive a system broadcast from Xiao Hao. Wu Hai favorable value +1. This stingy man, what does it mean that the favor value just increased by 1 point? Bai Li changed the note to Wu Hai in her cell phone, stingy 99 man. Wu Hai's avatar was quite nice. Bai Li clicked on it again and looked at it. It was snowing heavily outside the window, and inside the house was a roaring fireplace and an empty rocking chair. Although it looked warm, there was inexplicably a sense of loneliness. Shiranui shook her head, thinking she was overthinking things, and rang the summoning bell next to her bed. Waking up to a hearty breakfast and a handsome deacon serving it to you in bed. It's so depraved. Shiranui raged at herself, but ate heartily. She noticed that the supplemental fruits at the end were all her favorites. It should be that she ate these first from the fruit plate yesterday. Silent Night made a note of it. There was also the antidote soup from last night that was prepared in advance. Jing Knight is really so attentive a deacon. Bai Li's curiosity about the deacon's work rose. Jing Knight, what do you know? Jing Knight stopped her tea-making hands. It's very broad. The core duties of a deacon include such things as coordinating the family's daily affairs and resource management, in addition to the domestic skills and life services that are specifically needed by the accompanying deacons. In addition to this, I also have some personal hobbies, such as learning to master the languages of various countries. In addition to English, I will also be Japanese, Korean, French and Portuguese, to facilitate the handling of emergencies that require diplomacy. I will also learn some fighting skills to better protect my employer, and I am slightly interested in finance, so that if my employer has a need for relevant discussions, it is also convenient to pull in the relationship. How impressive. Deacon's employment standards are so high. Shizukuya's image towered again in Shiranui's eyes, but barring that, Shiranui fell into deep thought and looked seriously at Jingyue. Jingyue, don't you have something you like to do out of yourself? The kind that has nothing to do with work. Shizuno's hand, which was once again picking up the teapot, lurched, because it always seems like all these personal hobbies you're talking about are centered around work as well. Shizukuya poured the tea into a teacup and set it on the coffee table next to Shiranui's hand. Instead of taking the initiative to answer the question, she asked in return, what do you think hobbies are? MS. White, thanks. Shiranui took the teacup and deliberated. It's the things that you feel interested in and do, right? Silent Night, I have a different opinion. Of course, it's all my personal opinion, please don't take it to heart. I think people need to be talented at something before they put more effort into it, and after reaching a level beyond the norm in terms of ability, they can gain a sense of superiority, turn to enjoyment, and finally develop it into a hobby. And my work is where my ability lies, and it is my pleasure to serve my employer and gain his recognition. A lot of people spend their entire lives without being able to find their hobbies, and I just found them very early on. For a moment, Hakurai was almost convinced by Silent Night. Who on earth had given Jingye his name? The resonance of dedication suited him too well. Although Shizukuya's definition of a hobby might be correct, but to gain recognition from others, to be happy or whatever, Shiranui couldn't approve of it. People needed to be themselves in order to do that, not live in the affirmations and expectations of others. To put it this way, the attendant deacon was a horrible profession, dedicating one's life to surrounding one's employer, losing one's freedom, and burning one's life until it burns out. Kind of like when she had surrounded Tatsuya before. It was as if there was only one goal left in life, caught in a kind of vortex, an endless gravitational pull tugging at her. She was running away from the reality of her powerlessness and loneliness. What was Shizukuya perhaps running away from as well? Shiranui looked towards Jingyue. Jingyue sensed it and looked towards Shiranui as well. A pair of blue eyes that took on an aqua-colored luster and shone brightly in the sunlight. For the first time, Shiranui saw Shizukuya look anything other than stoic, as if she was happy. Shiranui dismissed her own thoughts. Everyone was a unique individual. Maybe Jing Knight was just a simple person, so simple that it was scary. Shiranui took a sip of tea and commented, a down-to-earth hobby, quite good. Silent Night favorable value +2. Silent Night favorable value 7. Adding good sense value? Why? Bai Li was confused. Because he complimented him? Then next time you'll praise him again? The dinner party was on the upper open-air deck with a wide view, the best place to watch the Leo meteor shower. This time Bai Li learned smartly and directly let Jing Knight take himself there to avoid getting lost again. Bai Li has a private box floor platform, one-way glass, can overlook the whole scene, but the people underneath cannot see her. Jing Knight frowned when she heard about her experience of getting lost last night. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. MS. Bye. Next time you encounter a problem, make sure to ask for help in time, and don't follow people of unknown origin. People of unknown origin, referring to Wu Hai. Although Bai Li felt a little funny in her heart, she still nodded her head seriously in agreement. He exchanged contact information with Jing Knight, who felt doubly guilty, and promised Jing Knight that next time he encounters something, he will definitely contact him first. Only then did Jing Knight feel relieved to say goodbye. Before leaving, White Pair also made a special effort to seriously thank Jing Knight's dedication and carefulness. Jing Knight favorable value +5. Jing Knight favorable value 12. Xiao Hao-sama is above. I seem to have really found the right way to use Jing Knight. As soon as Silent Night left, there was a knock on the door. Shiranui opened the door. The visitor smiled and greeted. What was that drama just now? Parents sending elementary school students to school? There it was. 99-cent mean guy. Although it was an unfamiliar face, White Pair still recognized it, relying on surprisingly bright eyes and a venomous mouth. Bai Li, Xiao Hao. Wu Hai's face value is 99 points. Am I remembering correctly? Xiao Hao, of course. Xiao Hao wouldn't lie to himself. That is, Wu Hai's current face is not his real face, because the face in front of him was too ordinary. Made up? Or a human skin mask? Is there such a real mask? Shiranui came closer to observe. What? Don't recognize it? Hukai raised the end of his eyebrows. The skin was real, and the hairline joints didn't look fishy. Shiranui glanced away. Don't recognize it. Worthy of being a stingy man. Good looking doesn't give a damn. Bai Li noticed the clothes belonging to a waiter on Ukai. Is this part-time work for you? I'm a crew member, and I'm a waiter in this box tonight. Oh, I believe it. Then this waiter, my friend has come to look for me and is at the entrance of the banquet hall. Please help me to receive it. Wu Hai favorable value +1. Wu Hai favorable value 2. Waiting for Wu Hai to leave. Bai Li relaxes and thinks about the reason why Wu Hai added the favor value. Being stubborn with him? Believe the crap he says? Or to get him to do something? Forget it. Ukai was just too hard to read. Giving up. Shiranui went to the minibar and poured himself a drink, overlooking the room with his glass in hand. Classical music with extravagant drinks, glasses of wine intertwined, and people in shadow, as if a large Vanity Fair. The original high society dinner party was like this, and it was nothing. Bai Li quickly noticed that the box also had an astronomical telescope, and took a glass of red wine closer to study it. Observing meteors doesn't need this equipment. Shiranui stood up and turned back. Ukai came back alone. Shiranui asked, "Where's my friend?" Ukai walks towards the one-way glass and points it out to Shiranishi. She went to the bottom to socialize. Bai Li walked closer to observe and did see Jiang Mingfei, dressed up and talking to someone. Wu Hai replied, Next to her is the top 10 network-ranked red man, Mr. R. Recently, the contract expired, and is looking at the next partner organization, turning his head to Bai Li. At this dinner party, you're the only one who came to see the meteor shower. Chapter 10, Frame Time. Inside the dimly lit box, Bai Li cozily spread her entire body on the sofa and said with a raised eyebrow, "So what?" The words were full of unconcern, and her eyes didn't even raise a bit. Doing business required socializing, she didn't need to. Her way of making money was to spend money. Spend $100,000 a day and earn $10 million a year. Befriending handsome men could make even more money. The moment she obtained the Divine Handsome System, she had jumped out of the bounds of reason, and the logic of ordinary people's survival did not apply to her. This time on the ship, befriending Jiang Mingfei of the MCN organization was the biggest gain, and Bai Li was already satisfied. Unexpectedly, she had also gained Silent Knight's favor value. In addition, there was the mysterious Wu Hai in front of her. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai's figure lurched, and it looked like he was choking on Bai Li's indifferent attitude, but in an instant, he returned to his normal state, his eyes flickering with a cunning light. He gently walked to the wall, his fingers familiarly fiddled with the light control panel. The light of the room as he wished, gradually darkened, until only a few wisps of faint dark light, lining his figure in the dimness of some hazy. He was operating, while not looking back. Said, observation of meteors do not need equipment to assist, visible to the naked eye, but you need to adapt to the dim environment, in order to see more clearly. Your parents sent you here before did not tell you? That tone, languid, with a bit of knowing flirtation. Bai Li reacted for a moment before realizing that the parent Ukai was talking about was Jinghua. With a helpless and amused face, she said, "It's not a parent, it's my deacon, Jing Knight." Jing Knight? Wu Hai seemed to know Jingye before, so he's here. Bai Li's curiosity piqued and she asked, "You know Jing Knight?" "I've heard of it." Bai Li learned from Wu Hai that there was a past about Jing Knight. Silent Knight was once the attendant deacon of a certain family's previous generation head, and attendant deacons were different from ordinary deacons, generally served by the employer's extremely trustworthy deacons, who had the right to act on behalf of the company's operations and personnel mobilization in the event of the employer's illness or accidents. Jinghua acted as an agent for the old family head during his illness for both the top and bottom of the family, and helped the new family head take over the affairs after the old family head passed away. There have been rumors that he was accepted by the old family master as a righteous son, and there are also rumors that he has an uncomplicated relationship with the old family master. Bai Li's chin lifted. "How do you know so much?" Wu Hai's eyes brightened in the darkness as he innocently said, "Being well informed isn't a bad thing, especially for a crew member like me. Being well informed can also avoid a lot of trouble." Shiranui tried. "And about me? What do you know?" Shiranashi has been drinking a bit and has gotten bold. She wanted to try to see what effect the golden phrase she had drawn, seamless identity, had. "I'm just well informed, not omniscient. There's information about you that I don't think anyone could know if you didn't want to reveal it yourself." Ukai's answer was ambiguous. Bai Li was non-committal. The SSR golden words drawn from the Wanxiang wheel, the effect should be guaranteed. In this world, no one could find out her true identity. Bai Li breathed a sigh of relief and changed the topic. "Can you mix a drink? Mix me a drink and tell me all the fun ones you know." Ukai favorable value +2. Ukai favorable value 4. The corner of Wu Hai's mouth twitched, and he feigned helplessness as he complained. "How difficult. The room is so dark. How can I mix it?" While complaining, Wu Hai skillfully picks up the mixing glass and fumbles with various types of alcohol and utensils in the dimness. Those hands flexibly weave in and out under the shimmering light, skillfully pouring, shaking, and blending the alcohol, the movements running in a stream, all in one go, with his mouth muttering, "Don't blame me for mixing the wrong number of alcohols. How is it that making Wu Hai do things will increase the favor value?" Bai Li was puzzled and at the same time, wanted to try to see an experiment. It was taught in elementary school textbooks that experiments should be repeated under the same conditions to ensure the reliability of the results. Bai Li took the wine cup, sipped lightly, her eyes instantly lit up, shaking the clear wine in the cup, and asked in surprise, "This is pear-flavored fruit wine? Delicious. Mix another cup and copy the ratios to me." Ukai wiped the bartending utensil in his hand, unimpressed. "The ration is another price." "Another price?" Bai Li recited, looking down at the pure white pear blossom diamond ring on her finger, took it off and pushed it forward against the table. "A pear blossom, for pear fruit wine. How about it?" Wu Hai accepts it with goodwill, picks up one side of the utensil that has already been wiped clean, and doesn't forget to flirt with a sentence, "You won't learn it and you won't return it." Bai Li regretted a little. She liked the shape of that ring. Looking at Wu Hai's harmless smile, Bai Li became even more angry. She instructed without good humor, "What are you laughing at? Keep bartending." Wu Hai favorable value +1. Wu Hai favorable value 5. Adding favor value again? Did this man have some strange attribute? For the sake of experimentation, Bai Li craned her neck. Watching the sky like this is too tiring on the neck. You watch for me and talk to me when the meteor shower appears. Wu Hai put down the busy work in his hands and twisted his head to look at the endless night sky. Meteors appear for an average of 2-3 seconds. Do you have time to watch? Bai Li wanted to go a little more overboard with Wu Hai. She leaned back on the sofa savagely, her tone arrogant. Waiter, straighten up your service attitude. What do you care if I'm in time to see it? Wow. Wu Hai incredulously let out an exclamation, but there was no displeasure on his face, and it was quickly replaced by a smile. His eyes filled with indulgence and interest. Wu Hai favorable value +5. Ukai favorable value 10. Bai Li also sighed inwardly. Wow, what's going on? Going even more overboard with him would gain more favor value instead. Shiranui finally looked at Ukai, but she didn't understand and was greatly shocked. Under a blanket of silence, Ukai suddenly speaks. Saw a shooting star. Bai Li looked in the direction that Wu Hai pointed, but did not see a shooting star. Where? There. Wu Hai's tone was serious. Bai Li tilted her neck and looked for half a day, but still didn't see it. Is there really? Do you really see it? Bai Li turned her head and glanced obliquely at Wu Hai, but saw his smiling eyes. Shiranui's tone grew dangerous. Ukai dodges and surrenders. Shiranui really wants to give Ukai a forced pocket. It's too much of a beating. The sound of talking in the room was faint, and there was also a faint laughter. Silent Night had his hand on the doorknob, unsure if he should go in or not. 5 minutes ago, security reported with him in real time about the safety of White Pair. Hearing that a service commissioner had been let in, Silent Night immediately felt bad, because the box did not have a service specialist. Thinking that White Pair was in danger, Shizuno immediately rushed over, but with the sound of harmonious conversations coming from the room, Shizuno couldn't decide if he should go in and disturb them or not. Yeah! A call suddenly came from the box. Jing Knight was inwardly shocked and pushed the door open. I'm sorry for my rudeness. When the shooting star crossed the night sky, Shiranui was so excited that she jumped up from the sofa, pointing at the silver tail that suddenly appeared in the night sky. Shooting star. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Shiranui looked backward. Shizuku? Her face couldn't hide her excitement. Shizuno, come quick. The meteor shower is here. Jing Knight breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly walked into the room, her gaze like a knife, stabbing straight at Wu Hai. Wu Hai retreated to the other side and smiled harmlessly. Silent Night was unmoved, only frowning. Silent Night was pretty sure that the box didn't have a service specialist, so there was something very wrong with the man in front of her in a waiter's uniform. Bai Li didn't notice the two men secretly exchanging words behind her back, and at this point, her attention was fully devoted to finding the shooting star. She just didn't have time to make a wish, so she must seize the opportunity next time. At this time, the entire cruise ship was quiet. All the lights were temporarily turned off, and the wind was calm. Above sea level, the sky was filled with stars that had never twinkled so brightly. A bright light cut through the calm of the night sky, and the awe of the crowd was heard in the distance. The meteor trailed a long tail and fell from the sky like a brilliant jewel, brief and beautiful, immediately followed by countless meteors falling like rain, lighting up the entire sea level. Bai Li had been completely immersed in this cosmic feast. Wu Hai approached, looked at Bai Li's bright eyes, and whispered softly, "This is the last meteor shower of this century, and it might be the last one in life, but it's not with your favorite person to see it. Will you feel regret?" Favorite person? Being all alone, he didn't have a favorite person. With this spectacular scene in front of her, Bai Li was so shocked that she couldn't give birth to any side thoughts. She shook her head and replied, "There are no regrets, only gratitude." Bai Li silently thanked Xiao Hao in her inner heart. "Xiao Hao, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have missed such a beautiful meteor shower." Xiao Hao proudly took the host's 5-star praise. "You're welcome." Bai Li smiled and looked at the other two people in the room. "Thank you too. I'm not alone in watching the meteor shower. It's worth remembering. Take some pictures for me." But Bai Li made a mistake when she wanted to hand over her cell phone. The room was very dim. The eyes of the two people around her were very beautiful. One was the blue of glass, the other was the brightness of diamonds, even more beautiful under the meteor shower, all gleaming at themselves. Oh no! Who to give the shot to? Thinking for a moment, White Pair wisely turned on the camera's selfie mode. No need to get entangled. It's better to take the picture yourself. Wu Hai gentlemanly slightly bowed his waist and stretched out his hand, as if he was inviting a lady to dance, and said in a gentle and compelling voice, "Such a beautiful scenery. Selfie can't take all of it. Let me help you take it." Bai Li rolled her eyes. "Yo, suddenly so eager ah?" She nodded her head. The corner of her mouth hooked into a smile that appeared to be there, deliberately dragging out her tone and said, "That's fine. Mr. Waiter, take a picture of me and my Mr. Deacon together." Bai Li handed out her cell phone, but Wu Hai didn't take it immediately. Bai Li shook it and inquired. Didn't we say we were taking a picture? Mr. Waiter? Shiranui specifically emphasized the last 5 words. Mr. Waiter. The 5 words made Ukai let out a soft heckle, and with a sniff, he took Bakery's cell phone and obediently stood to a position on the far side of the room and stood still to hold up his phone. Ukai favorable value +5. Wu Hai favorable value, 15. Sure enough, White Pair had discovered a new continent. In fact, Shiranui had long since noticed something wrong with Ukai. The casual use of the ship's ballroom, the casual entry and exit of the VIP customer's box, as well as the face of the mask cannot be seen any trace of makeup, are all telling the man in front of the extraordinary. But the man is acting, but also acting in the fun. In fact, Wu Hai did not add the favor value because he called him, but because he cooperated with his performance. Every time the favor value was added it was because after he himself affirmed his performance. Bai Li winced, only feeling that he had discovered a pervert. Would a normal person have such a heavy desire to perform, may I ask? This was an extreme performative personality, right? A 99-point mean guy turned into a 99-point pervert. Bai Li was ready to change Wu Hai's note later, and get away from him quickly after getting his 20 points of goodwill. All of Bai Li's trigeminal nerves were throbbing, talking to her about the danger of the man in front of her. Bai Li waved to Jing Knight. Jing Knight, come here. Jing Knight didn't expect Bai Li to want to take a picture with herself, arched her eyebrows and approached gently and restrainedly, always stopping a fist's distance away from Bai Li. Behind the two was a grand meteor shower. Wu Hai carefully adjusted the angle, his eyes staring intently at Bai Li and Jing Knight through the screen. His finger lightly pressed the shutter, taking several shots in a row, the photo recording this moment forever, the vivid people under the beautiful scenery. Wu Hai handed the phone back to Bai Li. Bai Li was satisfied after looking at the photos. Her eyes were full of ridicule, looking at Wu Hai with a smile. Mr. Waiter's photo-taking skills are good. Will the waiters on the ship also be specially trained in photo-taking skills? Wu Hai's face was sullen, his eyes deep. This lady is joking. Obviously the person is beautiful, so how I take pictures also looks good. Bai Li put away her phone. Mr. Waiter's mouth is also very sweet, worthy of being the service specialist of the box. Wu Hai suddenly asked after a few seconds. Can I also have a group photo? What do you mean? Want me to take a picture of him? Or do you want a group photo? What to do? Should I fulfill him? Countless thoughts flashed through Bai Li's mind. Bai Li looked at Wu Hai and crashed into a pair of deep eyes. Wu Hai's eyes were staring straight at Bai Li, a hint of longing and tentativeness in his eyes, that tense and expectant look as if he was hating on the fact that he desperately wanted a picture. But was this man acting out a real look? Bai Li chose to trust her instincts. No way. Shiranui flatly refused. She blinked her eyes with an innocent expression, cocked her head, and asked in mock confusion, is it in your rules and regulations that you can take the initiative to take a picture with a customer? Wu Hai favorable value +5. Ukai favorable value, 20. The moment she got the favor value, Bai Li knew she had judged correctly. Sure enough, Wu Hai didn't really want the photo, and asking that was just a test to see if Bai Li was still cooperating with his performance. This horrible man, fortunately, had gotten 20 favor value, so he could never be seen again. At the end of the cruise trip, Bai Li shared the photo with Jing Knight, with the text, thank you Jing Knight, super careful care, experience full points. The moment Jing Knight received the photo, her fingertips gently rubbed the picture framed on the screen. In the bright light of the meteor shower, Bai Li's smile is bright and colorful, and she herself stood by the side. Between her eyebrows is a touch of imperceptible delight. Jing Knight deliberation for a long time, only slowly knocked down the reply, Ms. White polite, can accompany you to enjoy this scene? In my case is also a good thing. I hope that in the future time, still have the opportunity to protect your safety, accompanied by your left and right, and then to go to a lot of beautiful date. The moment she received Jing Knight's text message, Bai Li also received Jing Knight's 10 favorability values at the same time. Jing Knight's favorability was also full 20. Xiao Hao's upgrade condition was reached. Chapter 11, The Music Maestro. Back at home, White Pair counted the gains from this cruise. It was still easy to add goodwill values for offline meetings. First of all, the goodwill values of the 3 target opposites reached 20 points or more, and Xiao Hao was finally able to upgrade. Xiao Hao happily sprinkled flowers. Host, there is now a daily quota of 1,000,000. We're awesome. Next is the 40 rounds of the Wanxiang Wheel Lucky Draw. Bai Li stayed together to draw. 40 rounds can always produce gold. Bai Li clasped her hands together. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit. Unfortunately, the first 30 rounds did not produce gold. There were only scattered attribute points. Most of them were still health attribute points. White Pair, just how unhealthy am I? Bai Li spat while still using all the health attribute points. If the previous health was to remove all the lesions and excess fat from Bai Li's body. Then this time it was to further rejuvenate Bai Li's entire body. Her eyesight has become super good. Even if it is far away, things can see super clear. Hair black and smooth. Teeth neat snow white. Nails are also bright. Bai Li believed that if she went to a Chinese medicine practitioner now, she was in a rhythm that she would be fiercely praised. All the organs in a flashback to a brand new look. White pair now feel their whole body is power. 800 meters to run his 4 or 5 back and forth is no problem. Health is really important. And then rich. No life to spend, what use? Bai Li, Wan Xiangwil is really conscientious. 5 stars. Xiao Hao said unhappily. What about me? Bai Li coaxed very skillfully. Of course my baby Xiao Hao is 10 stars full praise. Wan Xiangwil? It was down to the last 10 consecutive draws. Bai Li closed her eyes nervously as she drew, only to hear little how wow. Could it be? Shiranui opened her eyes. The manifestation will erupted with a golden flash. Out of gold. SSR Golden Lexicon, Music Master. Xiao Hao explained. This is a bi-skill type phrase. Take this phrase with you. You can unlock the music cells. Not just being able to play and sing, but also the ability to compose lyrics and songs. Without any learning, you can be as good as a master. And you'll be perfect. Shiranui curiously brought the lyrics with her. Although she loved to listen to songs, but a tone deaf. When she was a child, during music class, the teacher saw that she was good looking and let her come out in the line, holding a triangle board in front of her to give her classmates a beat. But after not playing for a while, the teacher smiled grudgingly and asked her to return to the line. White pair is doing a great job, and we're giving the rest of the class a chance to play the clapper, too. She even got mixed up in the school choir later on by her own efforts. Only it wasn't the one who sang. It was the one who stood at the front and conducted, just waving their arms and making motions. Bai Li thought she sang quite well, but people around her said she was out of tune. And then she realized that she was the legendary tone deaf. But the tone deaf just don't know whether they sing well, or hard to hear. Originally, she wanted to find Shimizu to verify her current level of singing, but thinking about Shimizu's character, she might be able to sing even worse and Shimizu would still say it sounds good. After thinking about it, Bai Li still went on the live streaming software. She remembered that she had swiped it before, and there was that kind of live broadcasting room where she could connect to the microphone. The anchor would gauge the tone and singing level of the viewers who were on the mic. Bai Li managed to find a live room through the search keywords, and there were only a few dozen people inside the live room. The screen showed 1 lightboard audition, 3 light signs singing audition, 1 shades can be inserted. A few people were talking on the public screen. Sister Lu, Mr. Mountain Ghost? How did you take up this line of work? Manny, a fan group can be on the microphone. Teacher, are you doing charity? Summer Cicada Jishua, poor me. The old man of the mountain ghost does not want to wheat bran. Fell into this. The mountain ghost's voice is hoarse. Hey, still chatting on my public screen. No one on the wheat feed? Mountain ghost? Bai Li just noticed the anchor's name. A familiar name. It seems to be a few years ago a somewhat famous network singer, but the voice is not quite the same. Bai Li said a fan club and then went on the microphone. Hey, can you hear me? It's possible. Mountain Ghost exclaimed. Finally, someone is on the mic. Seems to have seen Bai Li's rank. Wow. Still a rich woman. Rich lady sister. How to call. White Pear had always been online under her real name. Just call me White Pear. Mountain Ghost laughed lowly twice. The bass sound tickled Bai Li's ears. Okay, Miss White Pear. Your voice is a standard teenage girl's voice. It's very clean and clear. No murmurs. Suitable for singing sweet songs. The voice shaping is quite strong. If this is your normal speaking voice, you can try adding more chest resonance. It can turn into a less imperial voice. If you practice more, it will be very nice to sing lyric songs. Kinda professional. Bai Li sent 2 more fan light tags. I also want you to listen to the song. Mountain Ghost, no problem. Sing. Bai Li nervously swallowed and picked a familiar drooling song. Slobber songs have a simple melody. The main rhythm types are quarter notes, 2/8, no syncopation or difficult triplets, and the ranges are all within an octave, so they shouldn't roll over. Wait, what the hell was that knowledge that just flashed through her head? Shiranui couldn't think too long before the song's intro ended and she stuck into the beat with precision. A song was no longer just a song to her, but was broken down into individual notes, and the rhythm and staccato were all under Bai Li's control. With her thoughts clear, Bai Li finished the song. The rhythm of the song was really simple. Bai Li could even mime out the melody of the song she just sang. Mountain Ghost just asked, Bai Li, you have learned vocal music, right? Bai Li didn't know what to say in his situation. Although he hadn't learned it, he knew it all. White Pear. Sort of. Mountain Ghost, no wonder. Your pitch and beat are very good. You have a good grasp of the whole song. But this song is a bit too simple for you. You can try a more difficult song. For the first time in his life, Bai Li was happy to receive a compliment on his singing. Bai Li, thank you Mr. Mountain Ghost. Professional. White Pair, who had gotten off the mic, decisively swiped a carnival hard-earned fee for Mountain Ghost. Mountain Ghost's jaw almost dropped. Thank you White Pair for the carnival. Wait, White Pair, don't go. Where did this female bodhisattva come from? He himself has been nursing his voice lately, so he can't start singing on the air, and can only do miscellaneous talks and other programs. Today was the first time he tried to do an audition program, and he didn't expect to attract a rich woman on the air. Mountain Ghost is not a newcomer to live broadcasting. White Pair casually threw a carnival. So powerful and generous big sister cannot find a lantern. Not to maintain the big sister to stay as a fool. Mountain Ghost coughed twice to clear his voice. White Pair sister. Today is my random program. I am not a professional audition teacher. Received your gift is really a shame. I sing a song of my specialty. I hope White Pair sister like. Mountain Ghost's voice was already different from the lazy one just now. Lee J, dig it. Rich women are so atmospheric. Manny, this show really makes money. Ha, Mr. Mountain Ghost is also getting better. Summer Cicada knows learning. Dead Ghost, who are you pinning it to? Sea Ball King, ha, live a long time. Look at the Mountain Ghost, a big old open screen. The bass sings sweet songs. Who can top this? As soon as he sings, White Pair recognizes Mountain Ghost, the little-known network singer from before, because the singing style and accent are exactly the same, only the voice has become thicker. Although the voice has become thicker, but just as good, and just because of the low, a few more flavor. Bai Li felt a great burst of inspiration. The words of the Mountain Ghost, singing such, a song would be very good. A melody that was unfamiliar but suited to the Mountain Ghost's timbre burst from his mind. Is this the golden phrase, music master? Turning a tone-deaf person into a musical genius. Feeling that the Mountain Ghost's singing skills were really good, not at all inferior to those professional singers. Bai Li casually swiped a few more carnivals. Mountain Ghost favorable value +5. Mountain Ghost favorable value, 5. How did it show the favor value? Could it be that the Mountain Ghost is up to standard heterosexual? Bai Li was confused. Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao smiled. I'm sorry, host. Xiao Hao want to see when you can find out by yourself. Xiao Hao, congratulations to the host for the first time through their own efforts to discover a rewardable target. The Mountain Ghost face value score of 85 points it. There were times when one really wanted to clean up the bear child, because he couldn't give a reward to the opposite sex with a face value score lower than 80. Bai Li's carnival for the Mountain Ghost used all his own money. If you don't know it's okay, now that you know it, Bai Li is starting to feel a flesh pain. The daily quota of 1 million. Is worried about where to use it. Mountain Ghost finished his song and smiled embarrassedly. Thank you for the gift from Sister White Pair. Sister White Pair, are you going to live with Ghost? Lee J, a real rich woman has appeared. Adopt our Ghost. Summer Cicada knows learning. I can't believe I let the Mountain Ghosts eat the love ticket. White Pair frying snow. I've heard you sing before. White Pair frying snow. I remember you singing What Do Ya Want From Me very well. What Do Ya Want From Me is a song sung by American singer Adam Lambert. The entire song has quite a big difference between high and low tones, and at the highest point, it can reach E5, which is quite difficult for male singers. But Sean Gue could perfectly replicate it back then. Mountain Ghost surprised, or my old listeners. Those are old. I can't get my voice right now. I'll sing something else for White Pair sister. White Pair frying snow. I see. It's fine. Sing anything. When the Mountain Ghost was singing, the fans on the public screen consciously started to popularize it for White Pair. Mountain Ghost once did have a good talent condition, but then entered a certain opera house. The concert hall was just starting out and needed someone to support the stage. At that time, the Mountain Ghost sang 8 to 10 hours a day. He used his voice too much, sang difficult songs, didn't give his voice time to rest, and broke his voice. The back of the opera house development, found the traffic code, began to big hype male CP, singing well instead of no traffic, but singing in general. Engaged in CP but burst into flames. Opera Hall also tried to find a few hitchhikers for the Mountain Ghost, but the Mountain Ghost cannot learn this. He wants to give gifts to each other, hold hands and make videos, and get a room for his birthday. In the words of the Mountain Ghost, it is a full body stabbing and scratching. White Pair frying snow. So now the Mountain Ghost is no longer in the opera house? Lee J, just back. We Ghost singing really good. White Pair sister do not miss TT. It's kinda sad. The merit of opening the hall but fell to this point now. The live room is only a few dozen people. Obviously singing is so powerful. No wonder just has been clearing his throat. The state of the voice is really not very good. After a song, Mountain Ghost saw the discussion on the public screen. Taking a sip of water, he re-cleared his voice. There's no need to line up the mic now. It's already nursing its voice. White Pair couldn't see the talented people buried, and used the daily quota to brush a few carnivals, earning back the money he had just spent. White Pair frying snow, no need to sing la. Properly nourish your voice. White Pair frying snow, I want to learn to sing with Mr. Mountain Ghost. Can I? Mountain Ghost reacted with a cheerful smile. Ha, so it was tuition just now? No problem Shiranui-san. Successfully getting the Mountain Ghost's VX. Shiranui only felt horribly skilled now. After chatting with the Mountain Ghost for a few moments, Shiranui began to check out the other R-type prizes he had drawn. Referring to the luxury cruise ship tickets that he had drawn last time, there were some things inside the R category that were still good. Looking at it, Bai Li seriously doubted that there was a logic to the prizes drawn in the Wanxiang wheel. For example, before, when he was in poor health, the attribute points he drew out were all health, and this time, after drawing out the golden phrase, Music Master, most of the prizes were related to music. The equipment was complete, including a variety of musical instruments, as well as sound cards and various plugins whose brands Bai Li couldn't read. Bai Li sent the list of equipment to Mountain Ghost, which made his mouth water with gluttony. Mountain Ghost, Sister White, where did you get the equipment? These are all equipment only found in professional-grade recording studios. It seems to be all good stuff, but it's all big equipment, and she really can't fit it in her rental house. In fact, she's already looking for a house, but she hasn't been able to find the one she wants. First of all, she wants to get it over with and doesn't want to have to move again in the future, and renting a house passes. First of all, she wanted to get it over with and didn't want to move again, so renting was a no-go. Since it takes a long time for a new house to be delivered, she had to look at second-hand houses, but she couldn't find anything she liked. Fortunately, Wanxiang will understands her pain, directly sent a real estate license to her. Bai Li immediately redeemed the green book. Property owner, Bai Li. Real estate address, Magic City Huangpu District. Good. As soon as Magic City Huangpu District came out, Bai Li knew that the probability of this hand was stable. Magic City, this place inch of gold. As long as there are people, house prices will not be low. Not to mention the Huangpu district is located in the center of the location, often more than 100,000 a square meter, and the production certificate shows a full 400 square meters. Crooked day, small house in the center of Magic City. Wanxiang Wheel, I knew you were the most competitive. White Pair contacted the landlord on fire and ended the lease tomorrow. Chapter 12, Meeting the Tiger Again. After contacting the landlord, Bai Li received a message from Shui. Shimizu, Sister Bai, have you arrived home safely? White Pair, just arrived home. White Pair, what time are you in gear today? Shimizu, I'm on the next shift. Emoticon, good cat, carrot omega carrot. Shiranui, okay, I'll be with you later. Bai Li was all on the cruise ship before and didn't have the time to accompany the gear much, but now he's free. LV49 White Pair Frying Snow enters the live room. Just entered the voice hall was discovered. The public screen is a slip of welcome home. Sister White Pair. The host is familiar with the way. Sister White Pair. So early to come wait a moment management is holding time water on the microphone. White Pair's current rank wanna not let people see are difficult especially in recent days. Into the hall. Is 100 carrots, rockets, paste face. Words also do not say. Smashed after leaving. Just because of this particularly heroic behavior. Was cut into a second creation video, titled Zhanghuai White Sister. People hard words. The video was widely circulated, leading to the fact that Bai Li was now a minor celebrity in the voice hall. Countless people gave her homework every day, but she never graded it. She only swiped gifts for Tokizu alone. Along with that, Shimizu had also become a little popular recently, and the traffic had similarly radiated to their hall, which was much better than before, showing signs of a resurgence and coming back from the dead. This is Bai Li did not expect. She just dropped her gift and left because she was on a yacht and the signal was always not so good for shifting gears. Smashing the big rocket is also because the rocket is exactly 1,000 soft sister coins, so that it is good to make up the whole number, and it is easier to brush up. I don't know what to do, but I'm not sure if I'm going to do it. Today there is time to accompany the file. Listen to the time water singing. Only when time water sang, some discordant sounds appeared on the public screen. Tiger Family Army Eagle King, Disobedience. War. Tiger Family Army Gun, no contest. Battle. Sweet Girl is sweet, these Tiger Family armies have no end. They come to brush every day. Rose Cilantro, Agu, the Tiger Army is more punctual than I am. Why don't you brush some before you go? Yuan, it is reasonable to suspect that the Tiger's army is a true fan of our family. They come every day and are even more diligent than I am. Good Sleepy, how can you not be a true believer if you come every day to stay with your stall? Tiger's army? White Pair remembered. The previous underling, the fan of the Tiger King of Songbei. White Pair Fried Snow, Tiger Family Army to do what? Rose Cilantro, the Tiger King of Songbei has been unconvinced after losing, and has been trying to find timeless water for another PK fight. Rose Cilantro, every day, he sends PK invitations to Shimizu, and when Shimizu doesn't agree, he comes to the opera house to harass him. White Pair probably knew what was going on. She didn't expect the story to continue after the last PK was over. Tiger Family Army YYY, coward. Dare to come and face your Tiger King directly? Tiger Family Army Bubbles, villain who only dares to steal towers. Ally, Bai Li's sister don't need to pay attention to them. Our housing management will seal it. The room manager has already blocked a lot of them, but there are still sparse people brushing on the public screen. It really affects the viewer's feeling. A few viewers also followed in the public screen to accuse the Song Bai Tiger King. I guess it was held for a long time. Not to eat onions, that side is just very stinky. In order to traffic, PK punishment are unscrupulous. Alternative, Tiger King's reputation has long been stigmatized. A lot of voice halls of small anchors received PK results were forced to do punishment. White Pair is worried about 1 million daily quota to go where to spend. Song Bai Tiger King this is not hit in her gun. Once only have 100,000 quota of White Pair has gone. Now is with 1 million quota of Nyo Who Diamond new version of the big update after the White Pair. But after all, PK is not her alone. Still need to discuss with Tokizu privately. White Pair, Tokizu, can I take you and Tiger King to fight again? Shimizu, yes. Shimizu, always be on the same page as your sister. Good Dyer. Didn't raise him for so many days in vain. Having gained Tokizu's consent, White Pair decisively typed. White Pair frying snow, go back and inform your Tiger King that the fight will start in an hour. White Pair frying snow, if he wins, his name's suffix can be taken off. White Pair frying snow, but if he loses again, I want him to return all the names of the singers who lost to him before, and all the suffixes have to be removed. White Pair frying snow, if you agree to the above conditions, then fight. White Pair is doing this with a couple of considerations. One was to be able to use up today's quota. In addition, although the opposite Tiger King is despicable, he is indeed a master of attracting traffic. The traffic that was drawn in, no matter what kind of traffic it was all traffic, and it was only good for Tokoyami. Not bad. In fact, she couldn't care less about the deaths of so many small singers. It was none of her business whether or not other people's suffixes were removed, and she didn't love it that much, simply because by doing so, for a while, she could also attract some other family's small fans who wanted their own family singers to have their suffixes removed, and would come to brush a little help to Tokizu when PK was in progress. Secondly, she can also take this opportunity to make an end with the Tiger King and beat him into submission, saving her from coming to the opera house every day to look for trouble. Shogun's classmates, Mama Ya, finally a big sister to clean up the Tiger King. Ally, Sister Bai is overbearing. You are my forever sister. The Tiger King is just waiting for White Pair, and unsurprisingly takes the PK. This time the Tiger King of Sonbei changed his line again. Upper body red suit, lower body snake print pants, sunglasses plus pothead, plus a tiger print shawl. Visual impact is really big. Two little brother hold up the painstakingly lying down to refine the firmament. The other holds up the courage and heart of casting hero, two red plaques, banner, revenge and snow hate. Songbei Tiger King is full of confidence. He has called his big brother and big sister, opposite of big sister. Is his side dozens of people can lose to the opposite side of a person? Songbei Tiger King, elder brother Shimizu, you finally picked up PK. I thought you had gone into hiding and never played PK in your life. Shimizu, don't lead the tempo. Just fight. Fighting is fine, but I have to add one more condition. Songbei Tiger King laughed and temporarily reversed himself. The punishment on your side this time is too light. If I win, not only do I have to remove the suffix, but I also want your side to stop broadcasting for half a month, requiring another party's anchor to stop broadcasting for half a month. This was a very heavy punishment, directly cutting off someone's financial path. Shimizu was now on the rise. Cutting off broadcasting for half a month was obviously very costly. It is estimated that Songbei Tiger King has already done his homework before, and this time he is bound to win. Songbei Tiger King, what? Afraid? The previous conditions are too friendly to you. My brothers on the Tiger King side feel it's unfair. White Pair frying snow, agreed, but the opposite side should also add a suspension if they lose. Tokizo conveyed White Pair's meaning. Songbei Tiger King laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, confidence is good, but arrogance is not. Come to my live room to see the strength of the bosses on my list. Don't get seconded by me later. There's no place to cry. Tiger Family Army, the opposite side is also just a list one. Where the hell is the self-confidence from? Tiger Family Army Itzy, this time rushing the opposite side of the rotten. Tiger Family Army 11, Revenge. Taunting was the usual style of the opposite side. Tokimizu, I'm not the one crying later. Open up. Shimizu's tone was light, completely unaffected by the opposite side. He believed that Bai Li wouldn't take him to a PK that he wouldn't win. He trusted Bai Li 100%. After opening the PK, Shimizu closed his mic. After Songbei Tiger King closed his mic, he jumped up and canvassed. PK is starting. I'll be honest, the opposite side is kind of looking down on us. Brothers and sisters with strength, get on the ticket and show the opposite side the card face of our tiger army. All of a sudden, the live broadcast room was bursting with running cars and rockets. The Tiger King live broadcasting room held back these 10 days and half a month just waiting for today. It came on strong, and all of a sudden, it rushed 200,000 points. The ratio of the live broadcast platform score to soft money is 10 to 1. 200,000 points is 20,000 soft money. But Tiger King knows that this is not enough. The opposite side of this list won. He has studied for several days. It is true that there is a bit of strength, but it is not too much. Her daily limit is 1 million points. If she plays PK, it is estimated that the limit is about 3 million points. There won't really be anyone who spends so much money on PK above the virtual network. There are many big brothers and big sisters on his side. Moreover, he had already reached an agreement with those big brothers and big sisters beforehand, and would return it to them later. He was bound to win this one. Tiger King continued to canvass for votes. Thank you, Brother Cool City, for the carnival. It's not easy for Brother Liangqing to come over and support me in the middle of his busy schedule. So everyone give my brother Liangqing some attention. Are there any brothers left to support? The PK strip was gradually pulled apart. In fact, Shimizu's side was also upvoting. Many fans who were usually not very active appeared in the live broadcast room and swiped some small gifts. There were even some other small fans who had been bullied by Tiger King before who came over to spend some money. Plus, Time Water had recently attracted a lot of new listeners, and without White Pair's help was surprisingly somewhat impressive. And one after another. He also went up to 200,000 points. But after all, Shimizu is not a professional PK anchor. Most of the audience group are small fans who love to listen to the songs. Economic strength and audience group and the opposite side is not the same. Horsepower is not the opposite side of the foot. Time Water really touched. Do song hall so long? The first time to see so many people to support their own. Over and over again to sincerely thank. Cute fart, ugh. I love broadcasting to be good. Everyday color, sisters are so handsome. Something is really on Dubao, student party really can't afford to brush Huazi. Can only give love broadcast brush a sports car. Time Water saw there are still students party brush gift. Instantly stop, everyone try their best is good. If you are still a student, look at the backpack, there is no free gift. On the popularity vote can be, leave the money to their own life. White Pair has long been filled with money, thinking to see the strength of the opposite side before brushing. I did not expect this side to have a student party also brushed the money. PK has the ability to mobilize emotions, and if you like an anchor you don't want to see him lose. And today this PK, not a general PK, punishment are set particularly heavy, coupled with the arrogant attitude of the opposite Tiger King, as well as being harassed by the opposite side for many days. This PK is a PK that must be won. So the ones who usually didn't brush their gifts much all brushed their money. Even those who didn't have the financial means to do so themselves. White Pair definitely wouldn't let these people swipe money again, and immediately opened Timeless Waters Gift Pavilion. Chapter 13, The Bureau of Life and Death. Previously, White Pair had directly swiped Carnival or Rocket for convenience, but there were still a lot of gifts in Tokizu's gift pavilion that hadn't been lit, and needed a certain number of gifts for a certain item before it would be lit. Shiranui then starts to light up the gifts according to Tokimizu's gift pavilion. Shiranashi Frying Snow sends Tokimizu a pearl *3. Shiranashi Frying Snow sends Tokimizu a flower sea boat *8. Shiranashi gives Tokimizu a private jet *5. Pan-fried Snow White Pair gives Tokimizu a luxury cruise *5. The live broadcast platform surprisingly had so many good-looking special effects, and because after White Pair gave out a certain number of specific gifts, the normal gift effects turned gold, and for a while the live broadcast room flowed with emerald light. Cute fart, woohoo! Is Sister White Pair inviting everyone to see the gift special effects? Moeen just came back from the opposite side. The opposite side upvotes so seriously. Advance 2030, ha! White Sister completely did not put the opposite in the eyes. Has begun to play up. Fly, said. White Sister is giving small water point gift pavilion it. Immediately point full. Ever since White Pair started to get on the ticket, the PK bar has gradually caught up with the opposite side. Halfway through the PK time, the Tiger King knew it would be too late if he didn't upvote. Although he knew the strength of the opposite side in advance, but see White Pair can easily catch up. Songbei Tiger King still secretly gritted his teeth. It seems that you can only bleed yourself and give a little benefit to the big brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room. Thinking of this, Songbei Tiger King in the live broadcast room began to play the secret signal, bitter heart lying down to refine the firmness of the spirit, the courage of the heart-cast hero. As soon as the secret signal came out, the big brothers and big sisters watching the live broadcast knew that it was time to strike. Next, these big brothers and sisters brush the money. Songbei Tiger King are required to return the full amount behind. To know that the live platform is to take away half of the revenue of the gift, that is to say, The back of the Songbei Tiger King received a gift not only does not make money, but also back money. Today this battle we must win. The Tiger family army will march out, and not an inch of grass will grow. The Songbei Tiger King shouted this time with a heartbreaking and genuine feeling. Tears were coming out of his eyes. Flesh hurts. It's all money. In an instant, the carnival and rockets flying, just also collected the big brother and big sister is not subtle. The hands of the inventory are out. Songbei Tiger King Live. Other viewers see the big brother and big sister are so supportive of the Tiger King, have also put in the hands of the stock of tickets are followed by dumped out. Songbei Tiger King played the dynamic BGM, tears in his eyes. Thank you for all the tickets. Tiger, I've been worth it all my life. When we win the PK today, Tiger Z will definitely treat everyone well. Sister-in-law hasn't been out for many years. If we win, I'll have her shake one for everyone. The Tiger King of Songbei had married a beautiful wife and usually didn't show her to his brothers in the live broadcast. Today, he even wanted to show his face and shake it. The remaining batch of people who were still watching and had no action also upvoted. They are not fans of the Songbei Tiger King, but also have no interest in winning PK or anything, just to see the fun. This batch of fun people here can see the Pine North Tiger King's wife. Instantly all come to interest. Also give the Pine North Tiger King reward a little gift. For a while, the atmosphere on the opposite side reached a climax, and the PK bar went up very quickly, instantly leading by 2 million points. The audience here in Tokushui had never seen such a PK stance before. They only had a couple thousand people here, and the opposite side had a 5-digit audience. Moreover, there were a lot of big brothers and big sisters on the opposite side, and the only one they were really capable of here was White Pair. The PK bars were being led by so much, and all of a sudden they were all a bit anxious. Moin, how did the opposite side go so crazy all of a sudden? So many votes in an instant? Fly, the opposite side has so many more people than us, and Sister White Pair is alone. How can this be fought? Cute fart, I'm sorry Lovecast, I'm too useless. Hope, Sister White Pair is already very strong, but there are too many people on the other side. Tiger Family Army Righteous Sun, hahaha, this is called the cohesion of the Tiger Family Army. Tiger Family Army 11, you're afraid of that? Weren't you arrogant just now? Tiger Family Army class, last time our big brother and big sister were not here. You won purely by fluke. This time our big brother and big sister are here. Let's see how you can win. Tiger Family Army Righteous Sun, are a group of small pussy. Beat you is not easy. White Pair just happened to finish ordering the gift pavilion and came back to see this scene. The opposite side had gained an advantage, and a few clowns came over to jump around again. And it's not just mere clamoring anymore. They even started to physically attack. Tokizu's tone was not good either. Don't verbally attack. I'll pull the plug on all the public screen war-inducing comments. White Pair snorted coldly. Since you guys are so confident, let you lose a little bit more. White Pair frying snow, time water. Look at the gift pavilion after all the lights are lit. Is there a double card reward? Tokizu clicked on the backstage and there was indeed a pending double card. Tokizu, there is. White Pair frying snow, use it directly. White Pair before playing PK. Also know beforehand, gift pavilion after all lit up. Will gift the anchor a double card reward. Double card use. Within a certain time, received gifts can be doubled to calculate the score. Many anchors pavilions have been lit up for a long time, including the Songbei Tiger King's pavilion, so it's likely that his double card has already been used up. Plus, there were no other activities that rewarded double cards on the live broadcast platform recently. That's why White Pair chose to help Shursui light up the pavilion during PK. Just for this double card, Tokizu immediately received the double card and clicked to use it. After using it, Tokizu's PK bar turned into the shape of a flame. The Songbei Tiger King saw the scene from across the room and immediately shrilled. What? Double reward. Bad. 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 The Songbei Tiger King suddenly had a bad premonition. Looking at the 700,000 soft currency left in his account, White Pair had a bad smile on his face. Hey, it's not like I said I couldn't use double rewards before PK. Don't blame me for not being polite. White Pair shrugged off his hand and began to fiercely click on Carnival. White Pair's Snow Frying Carnival *1. Shiranishi's Carnival of Time and Water *2. Shiranishi Frying Snow sends Time and Water Carnival *3. Shiranuma's Frying Snow gives you the Time and Water Carnival *100. Shiranui's hand speed was fast. 100 Carnival was normally 3 million points, but with the double card reward it was 6 million points. In an instant the flaming PK bar engulfed the opposite side. Cute fart, aha. Sister White, bull, moin, dig to go, dig go. How many carnivals is this? My eyes didn't see it wrong. You at the same table, what's the situation? The passerby came in with a confused look on his face. I didn't count the wrong zeros, did I? What's even more frightening is that the white pairs haven't ended yet. Shiranuma Fried Snow sends Tokusui Carnival *110. Shiranuma Frying Snow sends Tokusui Carnival *120. White pair frying snow delivery time and water carnival asterisk 200. When the carnival reached 200, the screen was filled with PK bars of Tokumizu flames, black and red flames engulfing the opposite side of the room, black and red, like the Songbei Tiger King's current face. If Shimizu was just a million points ahead of him, and no more than 2 million points beyond that, he could have found a way to overtake his score back, but Shui's current score was too terrifying, the entire 16 million points, and he wasn't even enough to get a fraction of Shimizu's score. In this PK today, the head PK anchor came and didn't even necessarily win. The Songbei Tiger King smiled reluctantly. Just now how complacent they were in their live room, then how frustrated they were now. The tiger army that came up on the public screen to clamor all disappeared, all covering their vests and slinking back. Tim Shui was also confused. He had already lost the concept of money. How much money did White Pair give him? Shui's fingers trembled as he counted in his heart. He was very short of money. Since he was a child, his parents had been working outside and seldom came home. He was brought up by his grandparents and had almost no communication with his parents, and his feelings were not deep. So when he suddenly heard one day that his father had been cheated outside, failed in his investment, disappeared, and his family owed a huge debt, he was confused. Then mom also got a very serious heart attack and collapsed because she was too worried and overworked, and her body alone was not strong enough to support the bad debts as well as the expenses of a whole family. At that time Shimizu coincided with the college entrance examination. He had already gotten a guaranteed place in the first provincial university. The sudden family change made it difficult for him to afford the tuition fees, and he lost his chance with the university. His younger sister was also attending school, so Shui had to come out to earn his own money. Mom's disease is not good to take medicine, only to do bypass surgery. A bypass surgery can easily hundreds of thousands of dollars, still in debt they cannot afford. So, mom's disease can only take medicine to maintain. Recently, his mother hid from him and went out to find a job. The disease suddenly worsened, serious to the point of hospitalization. Bai Li's money for him and timely rain. Shui silently read eyes. Mom's disease is saved. Why? Why did Bai Li give Brushme so much money? He originally thought that Bai Li would make some excessive demands, and he had prepared for all of them mentally. Whether it is online or offline offering, he was all ready. But Bai Li never crossed the relationship between the anchor and the audience, and didn't even ask for anything from him. What kind of person is White Pair? In the end, Shimizu trembled and said, "Thank you, Sister White Pair. Tokizu favorable sense value plus 20. Tokumizu favorable sense value, 40. Hearing Xiao Hao's broadcast, White Pair was surprised. So happy? It directly added 20 goodwill value. Bai Li had money now, and she didn't realize that she gradually didn't take money very seriously anymore. $1 million to her is just a daily amount, but to an ordinary person, it could be a lifetime savings. It could be a down payment on a house that was put together, or more likely, it could be money that could save a life. PK is almost over. The opposite side of the PK bar does not move at all. Looks like it has given up struggling. White Pair had already crushed the opposite side, but she saw that there was still a little bit left in her account, so it would be a waste not to use it, and swiped all of it to Shui. Shiranashi frying snow sends Tokumizu carnival asterisk 225. Cute fart, oh my god. A total of 225 carnivals. Moin, aha. Rich girl, still missing pendants? I don't want to make the effort. The PK result was without suspense. Tokumizu won the final victory. The Songbei Tiger King was very remorseful. He had called others arrogant before the PK, but he was actually the one who was arrogant. He knew that White Pair had strength, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. This PK he lost completely. Not only was it as simple as losing, but he also had to pay back a little bit of the gift that Big Brother Big Sister had just swiped for him. Not a small amount. At the same time also need to accept PK lost punishment. Before the punishment is half a month not to open broadcast. Now the internet is changing rapidly. Half a month not to open broadcast. The flow is dropped. Half a month later to broadcast. Who still remember him Tiger King? The Tiger King of Songbei can only play smart to sell misery. Full of tears to discuss, brothers, the punishment set before is too heavy. Can we stop broadcasting a little less time? Shimizu firmly refused. Being kind to your opponent is being cruel to yourself. This PK was supposed to be a fight to the death. If the Tiger King hadn't lost and it was himself who had lost, the Tiger King would definitely not be kind. Shimizu didn't feel the need to say anything more to the opposite side. This PK fight was hot and attracted tens of millions of people. The number of online viewers in the two live broadcast rooms even exceeded 100,000 people. The opposite side, Tiger King, did not do the punishment according to the rules. Not only would he be penalized by the platform, he would also be mocked by these 100,000 people, and he wouldn't want to mix in the PK circle in the future. Tiger King this time is really beaten convinced. had known that white pair so powerful, he messed with the opposite what to do. Tiger King really want to travel back to the past to give himself a slap, but things had come to this, so he could only recognize the punishment. At least give himself a nice exit. Song Bai Tiger King, the internet hasn't served anyone but you. The Song Bai Tiger King compensated with a smile. Elder brother Shui, your boss is also too powerful. Time Water didn't want to call himself a brother with the opposite side. There's nothing more to say. I'll watch you turn off the broadcast. The Song Bai Tiger King's smile froze on his face. Fine. I'll turn off the broadcast now. Brothers, see you in the rivers and lakes. We'll fight again next time. But very few people responded to him on the public screen, feeling that they had lost face by losing. Some even silently just shattered the Song Bai Tiger King's fan card, feeling a bit humiliated by bringing his fan card with them. As Song Bai Tiger King shut down his broadcast, his live room quickly dropped people. The number of people online in Time Water's live room exceeded 100,000, hanging high on the hourly leaderboard's first position. The entire live broadcast platform, all the hotspots were in his live room. The public screen was all in worship of the rich woman. White pair frying snow, sing one of your best songs. Shimizu saw white pair's pop-ups in the crowd of pop-ups and understood what white pair meant, taking advantage of the most popular time in the live broadcasting room to show himself. Timeless water favorable value +2. Tokizu favorable value, 42. Bai Li listened to Shui sing and didn't speak on the public screen anymore. The public screen also changed from worshipping the rich woman to praising Shui for singing well. Although the number of people in the live broadcast room dropped a bit, Shui had harvested nearly 10,000 more fan followers today. I believe that from now on, even if there is no self, Shui will not starve himself by doing live broadcasts. Chapter 14, in the midst of prosperity, but hidden in the marketplace, Bai Li and the landlord ended the lease, lost a little irrelevant liquidated damages, and quickly rushed to Magic City. The new home is hidden in the street behind the pagoda, located in the center of the city, but hidden behind the sycamore trees, a very beautiful garden building. Before coming, white pair searched the internet. This piece of the old town has been renovated by the government, and the buildings in a few kilometers around are not allowed to be high. All the old-style shakuman all rebuilt into the sea-style villas. In the internet cannot even find the price of these villas. White pair can only be found by looking around the price of housing prices for comparison. Found around the old city of the housing stock can easily be hundreds of thousands of dollars per square meter. Ultra-high landmarks to attract a large number of tycoons and celebrities. A few named stars have heard of living in the old city on the outskirts of the district. But the old city of these copper-plate small houses even celebrities cannot be contacted. Decades out of a set. The real meaning of the market is priceless. High-rise buildings gradually far away, leaving only the sycamore trees on both sides of the road and the new-style Lilong small houses. Traffic control here. No public transportation. The street is scattered with exquisite luxury stores, buyers, coffee shops, small bookstores and so on. Luxury and art in this place is painted as the same. Obviously it is a weekday work time, but the street can also see people walking their dogs, running, riding, full of relaxation. I haven't lived here yet, but I've already fallen in love with the atmosphere. The house is a nice house, but unfortunately nothing is furnished. It's just a clear house, not yet renovated. Such a beautiful little house, surely cannot be simply decorated. Although the building area on the title deed only shows 400 square meters, the actual use area is much more than that. First of all, the house also has a front yard and a backyard, both of which are not small. The front yard could be divided into a flower bed, planting some beautiful flowers and plants. Anyway, she had plenty of time now. The backyard area is also very large, completely condemn the entire lawn, and even down to make a pond out, inside the small fish and so on. The area inside the small house is even larger. The first floor can be directly from the road down, back to do an underground garage, put a dozen cars no problem, every day to change the mood to drive. There are 3 floors above ground, sitting north to south. White pair estimated that there can be more than a dozen rooms inside. The top floor to do their own master bedroom, the lower floor to make a few secondary bedrooms out of the future have friends to come also have a place to live. The bottom floor is a high floor. There is a large floor-to-ceiling glass, suitable for a transparent living room. You can directly see the landscape of the front yard. Then the study tea room what white pair all want, no matter whether to use or not. There is also a rooftop on the top floor of the house. Bai Li likes the open view here. Can make a small open-air balcony? Set up a hanging chair. The weather is good when you go to sunbathe. She was already starting to get a sense of the picture of living here in the future. Xiao Hao was puzzled. Host, do you like it here a lot? Bai Li nodded excitedly. Love it, thank you, Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao was a bit puzzled. It's bare. What's good about it? In its opinion, the new home wasn't as good as white pair's rental house. It was bare inside and out, and the outside was all still dirt floors with weeds growing. White pair, when the renovation is finished, it will look good, but the renovation is really a problem. How to renovate? Who to find to renovate? Can the decoration company decorate the house to your heart's desire? Is it reliable? All of the above are points to consider. It's her first time in Magic City and she's not familiar with the place. Wait, Bai Li suddenly remembered. Jiang Mingfei's MCN company is not in Mordor again. Out in the world rely on friends. Bai Li gave Jiang Mingfei a phone call, learned that it is indeed in Mordor, close to find a hotel to put things down first, and then went in a hurry. The two of them are about to Jiang Mingfei's company downstairs cafe. Jiang Mingfei wore the business suit of female elite, tied a sharp high ponytail, stepped on the small red-bottomed high-heel shoes sharply and soundly. Once she entered the cafe, she attracted the attention of all people, and was still beautiful and moving. Good boy, why didn't you tell me when you came to Magic City? Jiang Mingfei accused Bai Li of her behavior as soon as she saw her. Next time you come to Mordor you must tell me. Bai Li nodded. Definitely next time, but I should be settling here from now on. Jiang Mingfei was surprised. So suddenly? Why do you suddenly want to settle in Magic City? Bai Li and Jiang Mingfei recounted their current situation, just trying to tell it as simply as possible, and also adapting a part of it, burying the existence of the system and their true situation. But it was because of the partially buried reason that Jiang Mingfei had already started to brainstorm Bai Li's identity on her own, combined with all the backstory of Bai Li traveling alone on a luxury cruise ship earlier, and now coming alone to settle in a strange city. In her perception, Bai Li had turned into a young princess of some family, and for some reason, she might have had some conflict with her family and left home alone. Jiang Mingfei was first concerned about Bai Li's residence. So where do you live now? Bai Li, thinking of decorating this kind of thing can't be rushed, so I wrapped up the Peninsula Hotel presidential suite on the side of the house, so I'll just cope with it for a while in these months. Jiang Mingfei was more certain about Bai Li's identity. It was really the young princess of a family that was not rich or noble. Peninsula's presidential suite is 100,000 soft sister coins for one night. A month is 3 million. Even if the monthly subscription can be cheaper. But this spending, it is not the average person can afford to spend. Not to mention the fact that Bai Li would be staying for a few months at a time. Boy, which family name is Bai? While Jiang Mingfei was frantically brainstorming, Bai Li was also Versailles by herself. But she did have the strength to live there now, and with $1 million of cash back per day, it made sense to draw 100,000 out of the accommodation. And if she could, why not? Be kind to yourself. Jiang Mingfei held Bai Li's hand even more cherishingly. Just find a place to stay. Just came to an unfamiliar city. It will definitely take some time to adapt. The climate and temperature are all different. The decoration thing, you don't want to worry about it alone. Be careful of tiring yourself and getting sick easily. I'll help you along. Sister knows a few friends in the decoration industry. Your situation. Surely you can't just look for a decoration company. It's best to do a bidding for the decoration. Let several decoration companies come up with a design plan at the same time, and then you pick the one you like the most. As for the team doing the bidding, my sister will help you get it done. You settle down first. It was true that this kind of thing still needed to find a local snake to be reliable. Bai Li truly held Jiang Mingfei's hand tightly. Good sister. Why can't Xiao Hao collect favor values of the same sex? Bai Li bet that her current favor value with Jiang Mingfei was 30 points if not 40 points. Jiang Mingfei also had her own considerations. A family lady of Bai Li's caliber had grown up being taken care of by everyone and didn't have to worry about anything on her own. So she definitely didn't have any basic general knowledge of life, let alone surviving alone in an unfamiliar city. White pair also want to find their own people to decorate the house. Without the help of the family must be difficult to inch. Be cheated by people may want a how to cry nose. Fortunately met their own. Although I do not know what the reason for leaving home, but now is certainly isolated and helpless state. This time in Missy good relationship. Snow in the charcoal is not too much. Now it was herself who helped Bai Li, and in the future she might need Bai Li to help her. Jiang Mingfei was a businesswoman. At her level, friends and benefits were no longer separate. This deal was very cost-effective no matter how she thought about it. Chapter 15 MCN Organization Trip. Jiang Mingfei smiled evilly. The corners of her eyes rose slightly, revealing a touch of cunning. She slightly came closer to Bai Li and said softly, "Didn't you say last time that you wanted to come to my company to see the handsome men? I'll take you up for a spin later." "I didn't say anything like that. Don't you dare talk nonsense." Bai Li waved her hand, and a hint of anticipation flowed out of her eyes again. "When are we going?" Bai Li's heart secretly thought, who can believe that it's not she who is good at men? She has bitter feelings. If Xiao Hao can be upgraded, not only can 1:1 cashback, but 110 cashback. In other words, if you spend $1 million every day, you can get $10 million in cash back. That would be too good. But this time, the conditions for Xiao Hao's upgrade are very harsh. To find 10 targets with 20 points of goodwill, but also with 5 of them with 50 points of full goodwill, 20 points of goodwill value, or relatively easy to achieve, as long as you know, refer to the Quiet Night and Wu Hai. However, it is more difficult to reach 50 points of goodwill, becoming friends with 5 high-color handsome guys. Where to find them? Bai Li frowned with a face of agony. Her head was big. Fortunately, the daily quota of 1 million was now enough for Bai Li to use, so she could plan slowly and from a long time. 2 beauties. Are you interested in having a cup of coffee together? Just as Bai Li and Zhang Mingfei were about to leave, a voice rang out on the side of the two. Both of them raised their eyes at the same time, only to see a fashionably dressed man. Hair and clothes are carefully dressed, but the man's face makeup is too heavy. Before the internet was popular for a while to burst the wind, no matter what looks like can be turned into 3-dimensional features of the handsome man through makeup, causing many funny artists to follow the trend of imitation. In fact, this kind of makeup only in the lens with a filter to see. In reality it will be very strange. 3-dimensional features are all stacked with highlights and shadows, unlike the real person, and even a little bit scary. The man in front of him had a bit of an explosion of style, the makeup covering up his original looks. The man slightly raised his chin, a confident smile on his face, his eyes scanning back and forth between Bai Li and Zhang Mingfei. Zhang Mingfei raised her chin slightly, her expression bland, her eyes revealing a hint of indifference as she politely retorted, "Sorry, we're talking about things." A normal person would have already known better by this time. The man in front of him didn't die and said to himself, "You two are also here to try out for the theater today, right? Don't recognize me?" He didn't expect a small web drama crew to meet high-quality beauties, and the 2 beauties each had their own beauty. One was an imperial type at a glance, with a hot body. The other was even more superb, born with a cold white skin. Her looks became more and more delicate the more she looked at it, the kind of beauty that was naturally born in nature. Bai Li's eyes were full of puzzlement. She slightly tilted her head and looked at the man and asked, "Should I know you?" The man smiled confidently, a smug look on his face as he straightened his back as if he was a big star. "I'm Xiao Hao, the actor of Guang and Wang in the recent all-network hit drama Palace Lost." The drama he had recently starred in had exploded in popularity. People recognized him when he walked down the street, and there were still crews that took the initiative to hand him scripts, and everyone around him said that he had become red, causing him to walk a little bit floaty right now. However, Bai Li hasn't really had time to watch TV dramas lately, and Zhang Mingfei isn't usually a TV drama watcher. Seeing that the two still didn't look impressed, Chen Hao could only continue. "Today I'm also here to audition for a movie. To be honest, I'm not really willing to come to this kind of small company to act in a web series, but someone here promised me the male lead role before I came." Zhang Mingfei raised his eyebrows with interest when he heard this. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes as he said with a smile, "Oh, have you been internalized?" Chen Hao said rightfully. For a web series to be hot, it relies on the script and the actors, so of course it's better to find me than to find a small transparent with no popularity. You all have the potential to play the female lead, so we can familiarize ourselves with it in advance, and we'll have to work together in the future. This Chen Hao seemed to recognize them as actors who came to audition for the role. Moreover, he was too confident, and wasn't a very famous person, making it seem like the whole world had to know him. The key was that he wasn't very handsome either. Xiao Hao only gave him a face value score of 71. Bai Li even felt that 71 points was too much and slightly skimmed her mouth. Zhang Mingfei snorted, "Really looking forward to you playing the male lead, if you can." Chen Hao immediately questioned Zhang Mingfei, "What do you mean?" Zhang Mingfei stood up, not wanting to spend any more time with Chen Hao, her eyes revealing a hint of impatience as she frowned slightly, clasping her hands in front of her chest as she coldly glanced at Chen Hao. Bai Li followed and stood up, only to realize that Chen Hao wasn't very tall either. Bai Li's height of 167 centimeters was able to look at him evenly, not to mention Zhang Mingfei, who was wearing high heels and could look down on Chen Hao when she stood up. Chen Hao also did not expect Zhang Mingfei to be so tall, immediately took a step back, probably self-conscious that his aura was weak. He could only use words to find a remedy. "I remember you guys. Wait for me." Zhang Mingfei fixedly glanced at Chen Hao with a hint of oppression in her eyes. Don't look at Zhang Mingfei's affectionate big sister look when she was talking to Bai Li, but after all, she was the one who was the boss, and her body came with the aura of a superior person. Such a cold glance made Chen Hao fixed in place. Zhang Mingfei snorted, "I remember you too." Bai Li was embraced by Zhang Mingfei into the company. Still familiar with the boob attack, Bai Li was almost getting used to this soft touch. A gentle smile appeared on Zhang Mingfei's face, her eyes full of doting. Zhang Mingfei's company had a total of 3 floors and was quite large. "It's hard for vegetarians to become popular," Zhang Mingfei said as she walked, her eyes revealing a hint of emotion. For example, a cross-dressing blogger, it's useless for her to know how to put on makeup by herself. She also needs to have a sense of atmosphere, filming techniques, lighting, and scene costume. Dao. are all very important. Jiang Mingfei explained to Bai Li. The daily routine of our company's creative department is actually to script for contracted bloggers, then shoot, edit, publish, and operate the account. In fact, the MCN organization wasn't much different from a normal company, and most of them were hit-and-miss workers. Some people noticed Jiang Mingfei and greeted him one after another. At the same time, they also noticed Bai Li beside Mr. Jiang, and all of them lit up. What a beautiful young lady. Could it be the company's newly signed internet celebrity? What kind of newcomer needs to be brought by Mr. Jiang personally? Jiang Mingfei nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. You guys continue. Jiang Mingfei casually explained a couple of things before taking Bai Li back up the elevator and ascending to the second floor. But the focus of my founding company is still to make money. The main business is still to give a good docking between the red person and the brand. The brand pays the money. We package and do the video, and live stream the goods. No wonder the second level is all live rooms. Although from the cell phone, the live room is only one anchor. But in fact, the anchor in front of several large reflectors. Reflectors hidden behind a bunch of people in the busy, sending selections, handing the table book. There is also a need for someone to be responsible for the merchandise on the shelves. It was the first time Bai Li had seen a live version of live banding, and her eyes were filled with curiosity. Jiang Mingfei explained, this kind of live broadcast is a minority. Most of the live rooms are directly put on the recording. As long as the platform is not blocked, the effect is the same as the live broadcast. Only need someone to reply to the question in the public screen. Cost reduction and efficiency. Jiang Mingfei smiled a treacherous smile. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Bai Li thought deeply. The end of the universe is really a live bandwagon. Jiang Mingfei then sighed. The industry is too rolled up, and live banding is going downhill. So I'm going to expand my new business. Come on, take you to the next level. As soon as the elevator doors opened, Bai Li's eyes lit up. A lot of people, and at a glance, there were quite a few handsome men and women, almost all of whom scored more than 70 points in face value. People were coming and going. Benches were placed on both sides of the corridor. Makeup was being applied, and there were also people wearing ancient costumes to read scripts. Jiang Mingfei explained, recently, we've been developing a new track, online short dramas, and today is the day of the audition. Bai Li suddenly realized something. The Chunhao she had just met at the cafe wouldn't be the one who came to Jiang Mingfei's company to audition for a movie, right? Then he had just accosted the company's boss and confidently said in front of the boss that he had been internalized. Give Chunhao some wax. Bai Li was rather a bit worried that she was interrupting Jiang Mingfei's work. What are you talking about? I can't wait to be happy that you're here. Is there something you want to do later? Bai Li shook her head. Jiang Mingfei pulled Bai Li into the interview room. Then accompany me for the interview. Chapter 16 Audition. The script tells the story of a modern girl and an ancient general, who have a love story that spans thousands of years through a bronze tripod that can connect ancient and modern times. The general's side is in a time of war, and the people are in dire straits, but he still stands firm at the pass. On the young girl's side is a modern society with plenty of food and clothing, and the dying grain and water casually thrown into the tripod are all regarded as miracles by the ancients. The script is original and has a cool point, plus the setting of the main characters. One is an ancient conquering general and the other is a kind girl next door in modern times, can collide with a sense of destiny across time. Bai Li gave Jiang Mingfei a compliment. This script is really good. Jiang Mingfei pointed to the girl next to Bai Li. Paid for it. The original work is right next to you. Shall we? Introduce yourself. Shall we wore large black framed glasses. Her face was a little freckled, and she looked very young. Having been sitting quietly, Bai Li didn't even notice her. Shall we red-faced, whispered a greeting, her eyes shy, not daring to look directly at Bai Li. You. Hello, I'm Who Shall We? A typical characteristic of Bai people, talking without looking at people's eyes. Bai Li, hello, my name is Bai Li. You write a really good script. Are you a screenwriter? Who Shall We? No, not really, I'm just an internet writer. Jiang Mingfei reveals. Shall We is very good. A certain cigar reads 1,000,000 in reading. Who Shall We scratched her fingers in embarrassment, and half a day held out 4 words. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. The field control teacher came over in time to save Shall We, who was already so shy that she was picking her feet. Mr. Jiang, the cameras are all set up. Jiang Mingfei looked around. Where's Director Chen? Everyone was ready. Still missing the most important general director. Jiang Mingfei frowned slightly, looking at the door from time to time. Just when she was waiting a bit impatiently, a man with a big belly slowly walked in. The man had his hands behind his back, striding at an unhurried pace with a leisurely look on his face. Finally coming, Jiang Mingfei breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Jiang Mingfei was investing in a web series for the first time, so she still hired a professional general director from outside. The director Chen in front of her. Director Chen spoke as soon as he took his seat. raising his chin slightly with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He cleared his throat and said, Mr. Jiang, let's make this quick. Jiang Mingfei nodded and responded dryly, alright, let's get right to it then. Bai Li rubbed her hands together in anticipation. This was the first time she had participated in an audition. First was the casting for the female lead. The female contestants came in one by one to perform. Although Bai Li wasn't a professional, she could still understand whether the actors looked good or not, and whether the acting was embarrassing or not. This kind of acting skill is really mysterious. Some people are pretty, but they just don't have the aura. And there are people who look spiritual at a glance, although they don't have the superior features of the former. But the effect of the performance is just easier for people to like. A young girl from the neighborhood, tutaying at a bronze tripod, a pair of almond eyes flashing with curiosity, her mouth slightly open, her appearance very cute. A section of gauze with blood fell out from inside the bronze tripod, giving her a fright. Her eyes widened in shock, her mouth opened wide in surprise. Yeah, what is it? Her body jerked back, her hands covering her mouth tightly, picking up the fabric with her hands and immediately throwing it away. A disgusted and frightened expression appeared on her face, her brows furrowed. What's going on? Why do strange things keep falling out from inside this bronze tripod? Her brows were furrowed tightly, and her eyes were filled with doubt and fear. After watching this young girl's performance, Bai Li couldn't watch anyone else's. The image of the heroine of this script was already set within her. This was how it should be. Not only did Bai Li feel this way, this performance received unanimous praise from the entire audience. The female lead was quickly finalized. Jiang Mingfei clapped her hands, a satisfied smile on her face, and said in a cheerful tone, everyone take a break, and we'll cast the male roles in the second half. Intermission time. Bai Li was ready to go out to use the restroom. Jiang Mingfei smiled and said, do you want me to accompany you, good boy? Bai Li looked puzzled. I can do it myself. Jiang Mingfei gave a thumbs up. Go for it. Bai Li blushed. Go for it. It always felt like Jiang Mingfei had some kind of strange filter on herself. Bai Li walked quickly towards the restroom. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the corner next to her, and Bai Li bumped right into it. She only felt that she had hit a hard wall, and her body couldn't help but fall back. But luckily, she was steadily held up by a pair of arms. Thanks. Bai Li climbed on the arms to stand steady. Only when she had steadied her coming footing did the arms release. The male in front of her had bloodied bandages wrapped around his body and arms. The bandage that had just held himself up still had blood on it. Bai Li sucked in a breath of cool air and subconsciously asked, are you okay? The man also froze, uncovering the bandage on his arm and explaining, it's fine, it's just a prop. Bai Li realized that he misunderstood, and remembered that the male lead's audition scene has the plot of changing bandages, and the man in front of him should be auditioning for the scene. Bai Li patted her chest. Oh right, you are the audition scene. Scared me. The man also noticed something, slightly lowered his head, only to see the fake blood on his body rubbed on the other party's clothes. The logo on the clothes he knew. It was a certain luxury brand, a piece of at least 5 digits to hit the bottom. Apologies flashed across the man's face. Sorry, got it on your clothes. His eyes were filled with guilt, and his brows were tightly furrowed together. With the sudden accident just now, Bai Li hadn't had the time to pay attention to the man's looks, and this was the time to finally get a good look. It's so handsome, body tall and straight. Bai Li look at him had to look up to see. Estimate can have 1.9 meters. Tiger back waist mantis legs. Bronze-colored muscles look strong. As perfect as a sculpture. Every line is full of power. Body so wild, but looks handsome. Hair slightly messy. A few strands of broken hair scattered casually in front of the forehead, covering half of the eyes. Nose high and straight. The man at this time, thin lips pursed, color tense. Bai Li's eyes flashed a trace of amazement. This time, without Xiao Hao's broadcast, Bai Li also knew that the man in front of her definitely had a face value score of more than 80 points, or maybe even more than 90 points. The noise of the corridor seems to fade away, leaving only this small space. The air seems to have invisible electric current. What is the feeling? Is the feeling of heartbeat. Xiao Hao discovered the opposite sex with a face value of 96 points. Highly recommended to befriend. Bai Li hadn't really cared about her clothes being rubbed against her, but she felt she could care about it now. She tugged at her clothes and touched them. They were sticky and left a color when she wiped them on. Is this fake blood? Shiranui pinched her fingertips, which were now covered in sticky red fake blood. It's prop blood. It's not very good at removing this stuff from clothes. Sorry. The man calmly apologized and offered a remedy. You can only send it to a professional place to be treated. I'll help you send it to be treated, and if I can't remove it, I'll pay you the price of the clothes. White pair, that's fine. You can have the clothes. So what will I wear later? I brought new clothes. The two entered the fitting room. There was no one else in the fitting room, and the man took his clothes out of his bag and handed them to Bai Li. A new white shirt. It was clean, but it was too big. White pair held it up to her body and compared it. What was the difference between this shirt and a dress? Bai Li's height of 167 centimeters wasn't too short amongst the girls, but this dress, the hemline was almost to her knees. The man laughed silently. From his perspective, he could only see Bai Li's little one, holding an ill-fitting dress with a tangled face. A little cute. Bai Li returned the clothes to the man. Forget it. I can't wear your clothes. Add a contact. I'll contact you later. Add VX. Bai Li feet wipe oil. Hurried away. Zhang Yu favor value plus 10. Zhang Yu favor value, 10. Returning to the interview room, Bai Li received Zhang Yu's favor value, as well as a message that her friend had passed. Zhang Yu's avatar is a small red octopus. The friend circle is also very simple. It is the sun cat daily. There is a small black cat, a good generous target of the opposite sex, adding 10 favor values as soon as he came up. Zhang Yu, sorry again, I will compensate for your loss. Bai Li, it's okay, it was me who didn't stand still. I'll go back and find someone to deal with it first to see. You said you have to find a professional. What kind of person is it? Zhang Yu, need a special chemical reagent. Then, Zhang Yu sent a set of treatment process over. Mom ya, so troublesome. Zhang Mingfei had a worried look on her face and frowned. Boy, why did you go for so long? What's this on your clothes? Bai Li recounted it briefly and then recycled Zhang Mingfei's pitying look. Worthy of being a big lady, going to the toilet and still making such a mess of herself. Zhang Mingfei's strange filter was aggravated again. Is he your employee? Bai Li asked. Zhang Mingfei knew her company's contracted internet celebrities like the back of her hand. Zhang Yu, oh, Mr. Octopus, is our company's contracted cozer. Zhang Mingfei sent Miss Zhang Yu's short video media account to Bai Li. Bai Li opened it and clicked follow first. Zhang Yu turned out to be a cozer. The name of the account is called Octopus, and it has a small 100,000 followers. The video is mainly released some cos video. Cos are anime male characters with excellent figure. The video with the highest number of hits is a cosplay of Jean Eyre from Spellbound. High-end ingredients often require only simple cooking. Octopus teacher just wearing the simplest black solid color clothing, with a pair of black boots, standing there, it is terribly strong. The bottom was all licking comments. Elope to the moon, teacher, if you can collect stamps with me, I dare not think what an optimistic and cheerful little girl I should be. Iron pot stewed goose, how do you chase this kind? Military master? Flower white, this kind is for the military division. Seema kiss, daddy, for you I'm willing to marry Fu Hei Hui. Bella, how do you even eat? 11, Mr. Octopus's costs are good every time. Just don't show your head. Debayo, in reality it must be ugly. Shrimp head man only do not show his face. Bai Li flipped through the back of a few videos. Octopus teacher also cost king of thieves in the Sauron. Ghosts destroy the blade of the sound column Tian Yuan adults are extremely well-built male anime characters. The perfect body is hidden under the costume, but unfortunately, they all only have a body, not a face. Zhang Mingfei asked slyly, how is it? Our octopus teacher's body is okay, right? Like it? Like, Bai Li subconsciously replied. When she noticed Zhang Mingfei's eyes looking over, she snapped the phone shut, wanting to cover up her words. Don't talk nonsense, I simply appreciate it. Oh, appreciate, Zhang Mingfei teased. Appreciate and appreciate. VX are added. Bai Li said righteously, it's just a serious exchange. She then asked curiously, why doesn't Mr. Octopus show his face? In person is obviously very handsome. Zhang Mingfei, Mr. Octopus he has his own job so it's not convenient for him to show his face. I rarely even see him in the company. This time he even came to the audition. I'm quite surprised. Later when he comes in, I'll ask him. The break ended and the casting for the male lead officially began. The male lead was an ancient general, the most colorful character in the entire drama. The general was described in the script, his stance was as straight as a pine. His sword eyebrows flew diagonally into his temples, his eyes were like stars, and he had a composure and wisdom that transcended his age. He joined the army at a young age, and became famous, stationed in the last line of defense in the war-torn Northwest, facing the enemy army with a huge difference in strength, still invincible, and a legendary presence in the army. There is iron blood and heroism, but also tenderness. The court's food supply is getting less and less, but also did not harsh the local famine people. This general in the hearts of the people in the Northwest is the existence of the sun. Perhaps the script of the general's standard is too high, too difficult to reach. Looked at a group of people, although each of them handsome, but has not yet appeared suitable for this role. The male supporting cast was almost set, but this male lead was slow to be finalized. Just then, a slightly familiar face came in. Chapter 17, White Chicken. Even though the makeup of the person in front of her had been changed to an ancient style, the heavy makeup was something that Bai Li could not forget no matter what. This person was none other than Xiao Hao, who he had just encountered in the cafe downstairs. Xiao Hao naturally saw Zhang Mingfei and Bai Li sitting in the center of the interview room. His eyes widened incredulously, those eyes filled with shock and panic. But soon, he lowered his head and tried to organize his expression before starting to introduce himself. At this moment, Chen Hao was remorseful in his heart, never expecting that the two women he met at the bottom of the cafe were not actors auditioning for a movie, but rather interviewers. The interviewer who could sit in the middle of the first row during the interview. What level would it usually be? Chen Hao only felt that his brain had become a mass of paste, and his thoughts had completely stopped thinking. It's over. His gaze fell back to Director Chen, who was also sitting right in the middle. Director Chen cast a firm look, which made him settle down a few more points inside. The performance began. General, the people in the city are suffering from a famine and can't hold out any longer. The narrator slowly played. Chen Hao stared slightly as he was re-wrapping the bandage on his chest wound. Chen Hao was simply too thin. His body was as thin as a piece of paper, as if the shape of the bones could be clearly felt, coupled with the circle of bloodied bandages wrapped around his body. It was as if he had really gotten some kind of serious illness. Chen Hao acted extremely deep and serious as he unwrapped the bloodied bandages from his body before throwing them into the bronze tripod to the side. General, the army is also running out of food. You must make a decision. Bai Li looked at Chen Hao and wondered in his heart, can he be a general by looking like this? This performance and image are too cutthroat. Looking at this skeleton without any muscle performing, what sense of immersion could there be? When Chen Hao's performance ended, Bai Li couldn't hold back her laughter after all. One had to admit that Chen Hao did have acting skills, but this image really didn't meet the requirements of the role. Director Chen applauded. Not bad, it's the best acting I've seen today. He's it. Bai Li looked at Director Chen in surprise. Jiang Mingfei solicited opinions. What do the others think? It's okay, the emotions are right. The acting is okay. Possibly influenced by Director Chen, the others did not dare to express different opinions. Giving some painless comments in 2s and 3s, Jiang Mingfei cast her eyes toward Bai Li. Bai Li slightly raised her eyebrows, as if asking, ask me? Jiang Mingfei nodded slightly, signaling in her eyes, speak boldly. Bai Li didn't care how professional Director Chen was. In her opinion, inappropriate was inappropriate. Bai Li said bluntly, the image is not very good. It looks like he has no hands, not like a general who marches and fights. Director Chen waved his hand impatiently. There are techniques to filming. The actor's figure is unimportant and can be compensated for through filming techniques. Jiang Mingfei inquired, does Director Chen mean to shoot only the head, not the whole body? You can also find body doubles, and there's post-editing. Director Chen sealed the deal. The male lead will be Chen Hao. Does anyone else have any comments? Both Director Chen and Chen Hao were surnamed Chen, and as Bai Li and Jiang Mingfei glanced at each other, they knew that Jiang Mingfei had also sensed that something was wrong. Chen Hao had said in the cafe before that he had been internalized, and there weren't many people in the world who could promise him that he would definitely be the male lead, and other than Jiang Mingfei's boss herself, the most likely person would be the general director. That's why Jiang Mingfei said meaningfully in the cafe that he remembered Chen Hao. It was just that at that time, they were not sure, but now that Director Chen was so supportive of Chen Hao, it was almost as if the matter was solidified. Bai Li whispered in original Who Shall We nibbled her ear. Do you also think Chen Hao is suitable? Who Shall We immediately shook her head. She also felt that Chen Hao was far from the character she had in her heart, but there were just too many people here for her to speak. Bai Li said, I'll speak for you. Bai Li understood introverts too well, and this kind of occasion needed an official spokesperson. Bai Li raised her hand. Our original teacher has an objection. Jiang Mingfei could only look regretful. When I purchased the script with the original teacher before, I promised to respect her ideas. Since we don't have a unanimous opinion, let's read the rest of them and vote on them together. Just in case there's a better fit. We can't let any good seedling go. Don't you think so, Director Chen? Director Chen knew that Jiang Mingfei was pointing him out, but Jiang Mingfei was absolutely right, so he could only agree. Just facing the contestants behind him, his face was very bad. Director Chen himself was a big and thick-looking man, and when he had a dark face, it was even more intimidating, while also verbally picking on the contestants, causing none of the candidates at the back to play very well. To his annoyance, when he was asked to come to the MCN organization to shoot a web drama, he was very reluctant, and if it wasn't for the fact that the other party was offering a lot, he wouldn't have come at all. Who knew that so many netizens would come to the audition? Acting is something that these amateurs can't understand. If he hadn't recommended his nephew Chen Hao to come over, this theater group would be ruined. But Director Chen will definitely not publicize his relationship with Chen Hao. If he didn't say anything, who would know? It was just that what he didn't expect was that his good nephew had already blown himself up beforehand. Bai Li also looked casual as she waited for someone. The moment Zhang Yu came in, Bai Li's spirits instantly lifted, and everyone's eyes lit up. Zhang Yu's figure, including his face, fit perfectly, and with the ancient style costume on Zhang Yu, it was as if the general in the script was alive. right in front of her eyes. Zhang Yu walked to the center of the room, intending to introduce himself, and froze for a moment when he saw the smiling Bai Li sitting in the center. It was her. Zhang Yu secretly greeted Bai Li and introduced himself. My name is Zhang Yu. I'm 29 years old. I'm also an internet cozer. Today is my first audition, so I hope that all of you teachers will give me more guidance. He didn't know why, but when he said the last sentence, he raised his eyes to look at Bai Li. Bai Li was biting her ear with "Who shall we?" and didn't notice the glance. Bai Li said excitedly, "Shall we? I told you, there's an image that fits." Who shall we observed for a long time and nodded approvingly. I just don't know how the acting is. Director Chen could not hide his inner contempt. When Zhang Yu first came in, the conformity of his image made him feel shocked in his heart. However, when he heard that Zhang Yu was an almost 30-year-old internet cosplayer, Director Chen let out a sigh of relief. He felt that the rest of the show was a waste of time. Director Chen purposely muttered, using a volume that everyone could hear. These days, every cat and dog wants to come and have a foot in show business. Zhang Mingfei wrinkled her eyebrows. Director Chen, watch your words. Then signaling Zhang Yu not to care, he began to perform. Although she didn't know what the reason for Zhang Yu coming over to audition for the movie today was, but since he was here and with his character, he wasn't here to joke around. Zhang Mingfei chose to trust her employee. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, nodded his head in front of the camera and closed his eyes. Chapter 18, easily digestible. When Zhang Yu opened his eyes again, in an instant, his aura suddenly shifted. Zhang Yu's eyes became deep and grave, as if they were carrying the fate of 1,000 armies. Again, as he was removing the bandages from his body, Zhang Yu's face had a look of compassion. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes showed his heartache for the soldiers and his helplessness towards the war. In this defense, the army had fought bitterly for many days, and although they had defended it again, the losses were extraordinarily heavy, and even he had been injured. The general slightly lowered his head and looked at the wounds on his body. A hint of pain flashed in his eyes. The imperial court supplies were late in arriving. Having defended this time, what about the next time? The general's lips were pursed tightly, and there was a fire-like blazing anger and resentment in his eyes. His fists were clenched tightly, as if he was suppressing his inner rage. As the narrator played, "Oh General, the army is also running out of food. You must make a decision." The general raised his head, flashing a hint of hesitation, but it was only for a moment before it was replaced by firmness, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, as if he had made a decision that was hard to make. His voice was hoarse, "Bring out all the war horses." The show was over and no one made a sound. Bai Li's body sat straight and leaned forward to look, her eyes full of surprise and appreciation. Before, some people performing to remove bandages were just removing bandages, but Zhang Yu was not. You could feel the dark emotions underneath his movements, the fullness of the emotions. Everyone was shocked. Bai Li slightly opened her mouth and secretly exclaimed in her heart, "Too powerful." If just now there were people who also thought that Zhang Yu was just coming over to have some fun because of his identity as a cozer, and didn't have expectations for his performance, then now, Zhang Yu had already proved that he was serious through this performance. At this moment, Director Chen was red in the face and ears. Zhang Yu's outstanding performance was like a direct slap in the face. His face flushed red, his eyes filled with embarrassment and annoyance. Bai Li also noticed Director Chen's pig-liver-colored face and asked in amusement, "Luckily, we didn't settle for Chen Hao just now, or we would have missed it, right, Director Chen?" The corners of Bai Li's mouth rose slightly, a hint of flirtation in her eyes. Director Chen didn't answer, only humming lightly. Zhang Mingfei then chimed in with a smile. "I didn't think that not only is Mr. Zhang Yu's cause outstanding, even in acting, he's quite talented, better than some of today's actors who claim to be professionals. I'll cast a vote for Zhang Yu for the male lead." "I'll also cast a vote." Bai Li asked to Who Shall We. "What does our original teacher think?" A shy smile appeared on Who Shall We's face as she gently nodded. "I think it's quite good." Bai Li happily clapped her hands. "It's so rare. Everyone has a unified opinion." "Director Chen, what do you think?" Director Chen was now sitting on pins and needles. He said with an unsettled expression, "It just happens to be just that, an amateur with no acting experience. Who knows how it will turn out when it's filmed? I think it's better to leave it to someone with more experience." Zhang Mingfei beckoned. "Then why don't we call Chen Hao in, and the two of them will perform another segment separately." The field control teacher called Chen Hao in. Originally, when they performed separately, the contrast wasn't that obvious, but now that the two stood together, the contrast came all at once. Standing next to Zhang Yu, Chen Hao was like a little chickadee. In fact, the result was already obvious. With the jewel in front of them, it would be hard for ordinary things to be compared to them. The two tried a few other clips from the play on the spot, relying entirely on live play, and it was Zhang Yu who stood out even more. His grip on the emotions, on the lines, was more accurate than Chen Hao's, who claimed to be a professional. Bai Li was genuinely curious now, slightly tilting her head. Did Mr. Zhang Yu have previous acting experience? It's even better than a professional actor's performance. After finishing his performance, Zhang Yu changed back to his usual expression, and at this point, Zhang Yu said with a serious face, "No, today is my first contact with acting, but I've actually always loved interpretation. Because of my work, it's not convenient to show my face on the internet, and before that, I've been fulfilling my personal hobbies through cos." Jiang Mingfei suddenly remembered and asked with concern, "Right, you still have a job. Won't coming to acting delay your regular job?" "Zhang Yu, I've thought about it. In fact, my mortgage was paid off not long ago, and I've recently wanted to change my job, so if I pass this audition, I'll consider it a dream for myself, and if I don't pass, it won't have any impact on my life." Really, Zhang Yu himself does not say. Who can know that he is already 29 years old, and is still a social animal worker? How many young and beautiful young brothers and sisters, not working for a few years, was tortured by the work to change their face, died with a class smell, but Zhang Yu's body can still maintain such a good, and even 29 years old to pay off the mortgage. What an excellent, self-disciplined, reliable adult male. Bai Li's eyes were filled with admiration and she secretly marveled in her heart. Jiang Mingfei was satisfied with Zhang Yu's answer. Director Chen watched as Zhang Yu became more and more recognized and glanced at his indomitable nephew without any good reason. Chen Hao was indeed suffocating in his heart. He actually didn't want to act in this small web drama, but where was he to get the lead role in other serious dramas? Although one of the recent dramas he played was on fire, he was only a male co-star in it. When someone came to him, they also asked him to play the male supporting role. If he wanted to play the male lead, he could only come to this kind of web drama crew, and it just so happens that Uncle is the chief director of this drama group. Originally today this male lead position is the nail in the coffin. Who would have thought that such a dark horse would be killed halfway? Director Chen cleared his throat, ready to fight one last time, intentionally raising his volume and said, although Zhang Yu's performance has certain highlights, don't forget that he doesn't have any professional acting experience, and various uncontrollable problems may occur in the actual shooting. Chen Hao, on the other hand, has been professionally trained and is better able to ensure the quality of his work. Bai Li immediately sensed Director Chen's intentions, and she quietly gave Jiang Mingfei a wink. Jiang Mingfei nodded slightly and responded, Director Chen, we can't judge an actor's suitability based on experience alone. Zhang Yu's performance in the audition was obvious to everyone, and the talent and potential he displayed should not be underestimated. Director Chen snorted coldly, talent can't be a meal. What's needed during filming is stability and professionalism. I still think Chen Hao is more suitable for this role. Director Chen's eyes were filled with stubbornness as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. At this moment, Bai Li narrowed her eyes slightly and asked quietly, Director Chen, is there any special reason why you are so insistent on making Chen Hao the lead? Director Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, and he forced himself to say, I'm just looking at it from the perspective of the work. There's no other reason. Oh really? Bai Li said casually. Actually, Chen Hao, when we met by chance in the cafe earlier, he left a deep impression on us. As soon as Chen Hao heard this, his heart tightened and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Jiang Mingfei continued with Bai Li's words. Yes, Chen Hao thought he was joking when he said that he had been internalized at that time. I didn't realize that in the interview today. Director Chen did pay extra attention to him, making it hard for me not to think more. Director Chen's face instantly became extremely ugly. He violently turned his head to look at his nephew, only to see Chen Hao's face filled with nervousness. That look seemed to be telling Director Chen, something bad has happened. Chen Guide cursed in his heart, this stupid bastard. It turned out that it had been discovered long ago. Something like kinship could not stand up to scrutiny at all. Jiang Mingfei said seriously to Director Chen, Director Chen, your behavior is a serious violation of the principle of fairness and impartiality. I can no longer allow you to continue to serve as the director of this play. Director Chen flung his sleeve fiercely and said, terminate the contract, then terminate the contract. Let your company's legal affairs talk to me about the termination fee. Wasting so much of my time. Haven't seen such an unprofessional interview selection. I'd like to see what pile of you guys can shoot out in the end. Director Chen left the interview room angrily after saying that. Chen Hao also didn't have the face to stay any longer and followed him out. The atmosphere in the room stagnated for a moment. Then the entire room erupted in an uproar. Holy, what kind of Thai director is this? Jiang Mingfei quieted the crowd. Zhang Yu, from now on, is the male lead in this movie? Does anyone else have any comments? The crows were silent. Jiang Mingfei said slightly tiredly, alright, today's audition is over. Everyone go back and wait for the notice to start shooting. As she spoke, she held her forehead with a headache, her heart filled with helplessness and worry. What is this called? There was such an accident before the shooting had even started. The chief director had withdrawn from his post. The originally planned shooting schedule had been disrupted, and all preparations would come to a standstill. in order to invest in this new field. The company had paid a huge cost. Was this how it was going to die before it could even get off the ground? Zhang Mingfei felt a deep sense of frustration. Zhang Yu stood by the side, looking at Zhang Mingfei's expression, and probably surmised the before and after of the matter in his heart, and said with some guilt, Mr. Zhang, am I causing trouble for everyone? Zhang Mingfei waved her hand. It's nothing to do with you. Go back and prepare the script. Turn around and start shooting. I'll have someone notify you. Just then, Bai Li gently patted her on the side. Her eyes were firm and bright, as if the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating the dimly lit interview room. Don't worry, this movie will definitely be made. Bai Li slightly raised her chin and said confidently, I'm very optimistic about the actors, especially Zhang Yu. I think he can catch fire. I'll invest $1 million in him as a reward for the successful conclusion of today's audition, and also to give support to your new drama. Zhang Mingfei listened to Bai Li's words and a warm current surged in her heart. In this instant, it was as if she had seen a beam of light in the darkness. My goodness, where did this kind young lady come from? This $1 million was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise for the current crew. Zhang Mingfei was moved to tears, and without hesitation, she opened her arms and hugged Bai Li tightly. Good boy. Thank you. Ooh. Zhang Mingfei's eyes were filled with gratitude and trembled slightly. When Bai Li asked Xiao Hao, the daily quota was something that could be invested in the target opposite sex by way of investment. After receiving Xiao Hao's affirmation, Bai Li decided to help Zhang Mingfei out. She was having a headache about where to use the 1 million daily quota, and it was just right to digest it at Zhang Yu's place, which should be good to digest since filming costs so much money. The moment Zhang Yu heard that Bai Li had decided to invest $1 million in himself, his eyes whitened slightly. In fact, he didn't have great expectations when he came to the interview today. He is no longer young. The probability is that he will not be selected. His family had always been more traditional, and when he tried to follow the path of acting when he was young, his family had used a lot of tactics on him, both soft and hard, being cried and begged, cutting off his financial support, and even locking him up for a period of time. But it was his grandmother's last words on her deathbed that kept him firmly tethered. Because of the closed filming in the mountains, he missed his grandmother's last face, and all he got was a short recording of the old man's voice, which was already very weak, but he still finished his last words clearly. I hope he can have a stable job, good company for his family, do not miss it again. Love, at times, is truly the most twisted curse in this world. Many years have passed now, and what was once in the past is in the past. He has become financially independent, has a house and a car, and has even saved up savings that will enable him to retire early. So capricious it is again, before turning 30, to give himself one last chance to follow his dream. I didn't expect to end up being selected, and there are people who are willing to invest in him. Zhang Yu took a deep breath. Thank you. I won't fail to live up to expectations. Zhang Yu's voice was firm and strong, echoing within the interview room as if it was a solemn promise. Zhang Yu favorable value plus 10. Zhang Yu favorable value, 20. Teacher Octopus is really generous. The goodwill values are all added upwards like 10 points. When receiving Zhang Yu's goodwill value, Bai Li secretly sighed. The octopus teacher is not talented. Obviously acting skills and face value are online. Maybe the lack of nobles and resources to support. Then they will be the nobles. Bai Li thinking back to the octopus teacher to invest a little money. If only the goodwill value of all targets were as easy to get as Mr. Zhang Yu. Chapter 19, A Genius's Idea. After returning to the hotel after a busy day, Master Bai immediately started the journey of burning incense and bathing. With her eyes slightly closed, she inhaled deeply, feeling the rising aroma that brought her heart back to peace. The cleansing of her hands, in particular, was repeated over and over again. She gently rubbed her hands, her eyes focused and serious, as if she was performing a sacred ritual. After the burning of the incense and bathing was completed, it was time for the delightful raffle. Bai Li rubbed her hands together and recited under her breath, Lord Xiao Hao is above. Ask for the gold. Xiao Hao shouted along with him, come out with the gold. The manifestation wheel rolled for a moment, responding to Bai Li with silence. Gained attribute point, IQ, *6. Bai Li, 6. It always felt like I was being mocked. Before, when his body was unhealthy, all the health attribute points came out. Now that his body was healthy, all the IQ attribute points came out. Doesn't that mean he's stupid? Wanxiang will, what does it mean? Am I stupid? But Bai Li quickly denied herself. I'm smart. Where am I stupid? Xiao Hao said that the rewards that come out of the Wheel of Wonders are all random, all just coincidences. Well, it must be a coincidence. Bai Li suddenly woke up after putting IQ on herself. Crap. She knew where it went wrong. Regret. I shouldn't have shouted that little Hao-sama was on top when I shouted just now. It's not like Xiao Hao and Wanxiang Wheel are familiar with each other. So what's the point of shouting at him? Next time, Try shouting Lord Wanxiangwheel is above. It might work. Bai Li sighed slightly. The rest of the lottery chances will be drawn next time. Today's luck is a bit dark. It is not suitable for the lottery. This time to sleep is still a little too early. Bai Li turned on a night light. As usual, lying in bed to brush the live broadcast. Today she is not a drop. Opened a stealth function. Casually look. Thank you for the Porsche from Mr. E. Thank you, brother. What is brother's request? Shut up for half an hour? Can brother bear to see me unable to speak for half an hour? Alright, then I can only comply. The female anchor in the live broadcast seemed to be asked by her big brother not to be able to speak, and could only pathetically plead with her movements and lip syncing. Is there a big brother to save? A Porsche saved me. Someone laughed on the side. Little Pineapple, why are you banned by the boss again? Another pretty girl appeared in the camera. Let me help you out. A Porsche can ban Little Pineapple for another half hour. Little Pineapple knew that her colleague wasn't holding her farts, so she grabbed her phone and fled. They seemed to be on a hill somewhere, with only a few small, low houses and gravel roads in the background. Simple lights flickered in a small pavilion built from worn-out tin shells. As she ran, Shiranui saw more pretty girls. Each of these girls held up a cell phone for live broadcasting in their hands. Thank you, boss, for giving Ying a reward. Ying can eat a boxed lunch now. Thank you, boss. Is there a boss who can help Xiao AI? Xiao AI also wants to eat meat. What new program is the internet up to? Bai Li followed the live account and clicked into the anchor's homepage. XX Beauty Group Broadcasting Base. A group of beautiful women in the mountains and wilderness. Survival competition. Every day, they gain points through physical or intellectual games, PK, and live streaming rewards. Those with the top scores can get all kinds of preferential treatment, including but not limited to good accommodations, richer meals, more supplies, and so on. In fact, the internet has previously emerged a large number of group broadcasts. A few beautiful women standing in a small live room. The boss send gifts have to dance. Who gets more gifts? Who can stand to the end? Compared to the traditional group broadcasting, the base of this way of group broadcasting is richer and more interesting. Moreover, Bai Li looked around and found that all of these beautiful women's live broadcasts are actually no beauty phase and no filters. And each one of them has a fit body and fine smooth skin. They often have 8 kilometers pulling competition. Every day to physical activity PK. Eat light, move more, natural health, good correct aesthetic. Much better than other group broadcasts on the network that preach white young and thin. White Pair again thought of today's interview. Every single actress had a beautiful plate and smooth lines, and the female roles were all chosen very quickly. And when it came to casting the male roles, what a struggle. Nowadays, the men's management of their bodies was also too poor. Bai Li believed that actors like Xiao Hao who had no body management abounded. If it wasn't for Mr. Octopus in the end, it would have really allowed Xiao Hao to get the role of a general, and would have had to rely on filming techniques and post-production to make up for Xiao Hao's body defects. Put it this way, there are indeed more beautiful women than handsome men in the entertainment industry. Just look at the red carpet. Female celebrities were each beautiful in their own way, while male celebrities were each greasy in their own way. If she was going to shoot a drama in the back, she would have to have all the male actors in the drama work out their bodies and wait until all of them had worked out their 8-pack abs and beautiful biceps before they could start shooting, or else in a couple of days, buy a script herself and invest in a drama for fun. She can also put the group broadcasting method she just saw to use. She also went to the mountains and fields to build a base. People are beauty bases. Hers is a handsome guy base. Recruit high-color handsome men. Give them free venues, resources, equipment, and then the devil to train them. Give them a reward and punishment mechanism. Anyway, she had the financial resources to squander. These dudes wouldn't run out of money to earn, so they live-streamed their daily training at the base. Muscle, wild, hormone, male competition. Would the colored boobs not like to watch? At the same time, this base is also for the future filming of the movie to build. Picking actors from this base. Then she can also meet more dudes through the base and upgrade Xiao Hao. 3 birds with 1 stone. Bai Li wasn't sleepy anymore. Shocked by her own cleverness, she jumped up from the bed in a single bound and laughed maniacally 3 times. Ha 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 ha, genius idea. Thanks to the IQ attribute points that the manifestation wheel had just given. Or else how could she come up with such a genius plan before? Once again, the manifestation wheel was opened. White Pair folded her hands and said reverently to the manifestation wheel, Lord Manifestation Wheel, you are truly brilliant and wise. This randomized reward you came up with is just too good to be true. The god of luck is you, isn't it? You will be my guiding light from now on. My admiration for you right now is like a torrential river that goes on, and like the yellow river flooding out of control. Xiao Hao was puzzled. Host, what are you doing? White Pair hush whispered, whether or not you can get out of the gold depends on this wave. White Pair, Lord Wanxiangwheel is above. Give your believers the gift of grace. Shiranui opened the drawer at the end of his worship, as if hearing Shiranui's flattery. The manifestation will flashed a diamond-like blue mysterious light as it rotated. Congratulations on obtaining the UR grade item, architectural blueprint. Xiao Hao let out a wow. Host, you're 2-0. Bai Li knew that it wasn't that he was 2-0, nor was it a coincidence. The Wanxian will really did have a certain mind of its own, and like Xiao Hao, it liked to be complimented. Bai Li asked Xiao Hao, what is UR? UR is ultra rare, Xiao Hao explained. Rarer than SSR special reward. Ha, strange. Xiao Hao was puzzled. The things inside the UR pool are beyond what can exist in this realm. It's reasonable to say that you can't draw the things in the UR pool. The Wanxian will made a mistake somewhere. Quickly, host, redeem it quickly. Don't let the manifestation will regret not letting you redeem it later. Hearing this, Bai Li hurriedly redeemed the architectural blueprint. The architectural blueprint slowly unfolded, emitting a deep, ghostly blue light, and turned out to be an extremely futuristic holographic projection, finally outlining the panoramic landscape of the base. From the overall layout, the base was situated in the middle of a scenic mountain field, surrounded by green trees and rolling hills. A clear stream snaked through. At the entrance of the base was a magnificent stone gate with beautifully carved animal totems on the doorposts, all of which were fierce beasts representing power. After entering the base is a wide square. The ground of the square is paved with smooth marble, and in the center of the square is a huge sculpture in the form of a sturdy man with a straight posture and sharp muscular lines raising a torch in his hand. The training ground occupies most of the area of the base. Indoor training ground inside is a variety of professional training area, which is equipped with the most advanced fitness equipment. Which boxing training area occupies a large area, in a few octagonal cage with the side of the audience. Adjacent to it are an indoor swimming pool, rock climbing and tennis courts, all with the most professional equipment. Outside is a large outdoor training ground, including athletic track, soccer field, basketball court. The venue is so large and well-equipped that White Pear estimated that it was more than enough to accommodate 100 people. The living area was located on one side of the base and consisted of a block of exquisite cabins. The appearance was simple but the interior decoration was of the modernized kind. Each cabin was equipped with a separate bathroom, bedroom and living room. On the other side of the base, there is a comprehensive service area, where the restaurant, supermarket, infirmary and other facilities are located. In addition, the blueprints also labeled some small recreational corners, open-air cafes, a small library, and a viewing platform from which one could overlook the entire base and the beauty of the surrounding mountains. What kind of training base is this? Is it really not an estate for vacation? Should I use the architectural blueprint immediately? Before using it, Bai Li cautiously asked Xiao Hao, what will happen if I use it? Xiao Hao, architectural blueprints are buildings that have already been prefabricated. After using them, the buildings on top of the blueprints will be replicated one-to-one to reality. Shiranui was shocked. There's a whole mountain on the blueprints, and they'll all be replicated one-to-one? Xiao Hao, aha. Shiranui, then where will it be copied to? In case it's copied in situ, it's over. Mordor is a big plane, so it would be too scary to suddenly have a 10,000 foot mountain rise from the ground. And what if it flattens the buildings on the ground? Or worse, crushes someone to death? Bai Li didn't want to be on the news tomorrow. Xiao Hao, at ease. Host, building blueprints is very intelligent. Will find their own location to settle down, and will certainly be unknowingly, like people queuing up. You want to cut in line, you must take advantage of the front and back do not pay attention to, in order to insert it. Bai Li spat. You're quite experienced. After looking for Xiao Hao to confirm it, she felt relieved and chose to use it immediately. The holographic projection disappeared into a ray of light. The build has been completed. Bai Li's mind moved, and the full view of the base was reprojected again. The base was adjacent to a famous natural scenic area in South China, not very far from the Magic City, and very easy to get to. Worthy of being a high-tech product produced by Wanxian Wheel, she was actually able to clearly grasp the various states of the base through the 3D holographic projection. At this time, the base was dark and empty, with only empty grounds. Cleanliness, 99.9%. Facility completeness, 99.9%. Comfort, 99.9%. Security, 99.9%. The moment the base was erected, all the values on it were falling down. Bai Li knocked his head. Crap, didn't think about the maintenance. How many people would have to be hired to maintain such a large site? Afterward, when the base was operational, there were still professional coaches to hire, medical teams to hire, and cooks to hire. It has been proved that there are times when it is not a good thing for people to get smarter. There is a reason why stupid people have stupid blessings. Smart people always think a lot. Ever since adding 6 IQ attribute points, Bai Li felt like she had a lot of thoughts flurrying around in her head. Surprisingly, she would start worrying in advance about things that hadn't happened yet. To operate such a large base, did one still have to apply with the local government? To build a training base, do you need a business license? Who will be responsible for the maintenance of the base? Should we look for an all-inclusive property team? Or should we subcontract it out ourselves? Will I be cheated? Where is the reliable property company? White pair cannot sleep in the middle of the night. End of the phone search. Finally woke up the next day to find the phone still in his hand. Leaning north, feel the dark circles under the eyes is coming back. No, cannot be alone to scratch blind. Bai Li flipped through the address book and found a person's name. Chapter 20 Sincerity is a must. Silent night. Help. The moment she received Hikori's message, Shizukuya was lazily lying on a rocking chair, enjoying a rare vacation time. The staff of luxury cruise ships were able to have a few regular vacation days every year, where they could temporarily say goodbye to drifting on the sea and return to a land life full of fireworks. This was Jing Knight's first vacation day this year, but after receiving the news from White Pair, he didn't hesitate for a second and immediately ended his vacation and headed to Magic City. After so many years, he had long gotten used to being alone, and it was the first time that someone had taken the initiative to contact and seek his help. The car slowly drove into a mountain forest. It was the height of summer, and the mountain forest was full of greenery, as if it was a sea of green. The sunlight sprinkled down through the gaps in the leaves, forming patches of light that flickered like golden shards. The temperature here is still very suitable, and the breeze brings a burst of coolness. The driver's master was astonished. Before, this place was all closed. Next to it was their famous natural scenic area here, so he often came here to pick up and drop off passengers. But the road section here was unfamiliar even to him, only vaguely remembering that it was all closed before. The car climbed all the way upwards, the roar of the engine echoing in the mountains. As the height continued to rise, the complex of buildings on the mountain gradually revealed itself, one building after another, hidden in the green. Cannot see the end. The driver master curiously asked, "Little brother, what's that for in there?" Silent Night didn't answer. He didn't know. He had only heard Bai Li briefly talk about it on the phone. She had a venue that was short of people to manage. The driver's master glanced back and saw Jing Knight's appearance, and in broad daylight, a cold shiver ran down his spine. The cold face and the dark blue eyes seemed to have a mysterious power that made people not dare to look directly at it. Eventually, the car stopped in front of a huge lurid stone arch, all of which were covered with hideous fierce beasts. These fierce beasts were carved in a lifelike manner, as if they would pounce down at any time. Driver master back cold, waiting for Jing Knight off. Foot a pedal gas pedal to drive the car away. Did not look back to look again. Mo listen and do not look. Alright duh. The quiet Knight out of the car at a glance to see is waiting for the White Pair. Seeing Bai Li again, Jing Knight froze for a moment. Obviously, it had not been long since they last parted ways, but why did she feel as if a long time had passed? The young girl in front of her seemed to have undergone some sort of unspeakable change. If the last time they met, Bai Li was still a beautiful ordinary young girl, then this time around, she actually exuded a reserved air. Bai Li also instantly froze at the first sight of Jing Knight. This was the first time she had seen Jing Knight without her deacon's uniform. As far as she could remember, Jing Knight always wore the standard deacon's clothing, and her straight face looked strict and formulaic. But who would have thought that Jing Knight's personal clothing would be on the side of traditional Chinese Tang clothing? A deep black Tang Yun pattern tunic with simple and smooth cuts, obviously an improved style that looked more modern and convenient. When she got closer, Bai Li also saw the exquisite embroidery on the material, hidden in the sunlight, revealing luxury in a low-key way. She had never seen anyone wear it like this before. In this modern society, traditional clothing was rarely asked for anymore, but on Jing Knight, it was not at all out of place. This Tang suit set off his figure more and more straight, and his solemn and calm temperament came out, as if he was a noble son of the family who came out of an ancient scroll. Bai Li saw the first glance even dare not recognize, but when the familiar gentle gaze again looked at himself, Bai Li dared to determine that the person in front of him is Jing Knight. Bai Li joyfully greeted him. Jing Knight. She had originally thought that Jing Knight, as an executive deacon, should know about management matters, so she sent the message with the idea of consulting. Unexpectedly, Jing Knight heard the message and rushed straight over without saying a word. Bai Li's heart warmed and she sincerely thanked her. "Thank you for coming over." Jing Knight had a light smile at the corner of her mouth, and said in a warm voice, "Ms. Bai, there's no need to be polite. Is the venue you mentioned here?" Bai Li nodded her head and took the lead to move forward, leading the way in front to introduce. "Well, this is the place la. It's a bit big here. You have to use a mobility scooter." Bai Li started a small car. This small car looks like a sightseeing car used in a scenic spot, which was also copied from inside the building blueprints. The car's speed is not fast. It's very suitable for driving in the base. White Pair drove the cart at a constant speed, familiarly introducing the place to Silent Night. Silent Night still had the same gentle expression, but waves of shock had already risen inside. Originally, she had thought that the venue Bai Li was talking about should only be a certain building here, but she hadn't realized that it was all of it. This place has all the facilities: living, eating, drinking. There are also those expensive training grounds. The facilities and equipment inside are all of the highest standard. The lawn greenery was also all just maintained. Green and neat as new, just eerily quiet. Not a single person. In addition to the cicadas, it was the rustle of the wind blowing the leaves. But Silent Night did not ask the questions in her heart out. The first professional quality of a deacon is not to be curious. Bai Li parked the cart next to the observation deck. This was her favorite place, with a wide view and the highest terrain. The fence looked out over the rolling hills and forests, and looking down, she was able to take in the base. Bai Li pulled Jing Knight to sit down at the observation deck and cut straight to the chase. How many people do you need to maintain a site like this to make it suitable? Jing Knight's voice was steady. A team of at least 100 people is needed. He spoke calmly, pointing his finger towards the tall buildings. There are multiple complex architectural structures here. There will be more requirements for maintenance workers, and even professional building engineers will be needed to carry out unscheduled inspections. My suggestion is to have a commissioner of 5 people in charge. Manpower is also needed to maintain the base's plumbing, electrical, ventilation and elevator systems on a daily basis. So 10 plumbers and electricians are necessary. I can see that there is also a lot of professional training equipment here, including the climbing wall, swimming pool, so at least 10 professional equipment maintenance personnel are needed for regular maintenance to ensure the performance and safety of the equipment. Shiranui listened attentively, nodding from time to time. Silent Night guided Shiranui to the outdoor training grounds. The maintenance of outdoor grounds such as playgrounds is more complicated than indoor grounds. It requires 10 maintenance staff to regularly level the field, clear out weeds and garbage, and check that the level and hardness of the field meets the requirements. Silent Night's eyes are focused as she continues to elaborate. There's also landscaping and sanitation, which requires a team of at least 50 landscapers and cleaning crews for such a large site. A security team is also needed to take care of the venue's safety and security, including access control, patrols, and monitoring. His eyes were sharp, as if he could see through everything, just by strolling around. He had already dished out a clear picture of the base's approximate logistical team. One could only say that he deserved to be called Silent Night. Silent Night looked at Bai Li and continued. These are just the basics. It also needs to be seen what you want to use it for afterward. Adding more personnel deployment. Bai Li, here I want to make a training base. I want to invest in a drama, so I will send recruiting actors over. Before shooting they all have to train here. Silent Night silence. Thought this place was going to be made into a commercialized facility like a weight loss training camp. Didn't think it was for private use. What kind of god is MS? In the end, it's too big of a deal to build such a base. Not to mention how much manpower and material resources are needed. What kind of background is needed to charter an entire mountain? Spend a lot of investment, but in the end, just to cast the actors, do not profit from it. But, it always felt like something that Ms. White could do. Only one person on a top luxury cruise ship, but wandering away from the fame and fortune. Obviously at the top of the pyramid, but no arrogance and detachment. Jing Knight has seen too many different kinds of rich people. I think I can see through people's hearts, but the only thing I can't see is Bai Li. There is a layer of mysterious veil on her body. I can't see it and I can't see through it. MS. Bai is really a big shot. Jing Knight heartily praised. Ha ha, I just want to do something I like. Bai Li blinked. Her words changed. I remember you did say that your favorite thing is to gain recognition. Don't you think the cruise ship is too limited? Jing Knight eyes flash. Seemed to guess the deep meaning of her words. Miss White means. Bai Li stretched out her hand. Her gaze sincere. Silent Night, I want to invite you to join me. I will have many more ideas afterward. These unfinished ideas can't rely on me alone. I need you very much. I very need you. White Pair's last words slammed heavily into Silent Night. Being needed, to Silent Night, was the highest level of recognition. Jing Knight only felt his heart being filled. His eyes unconsciously looked toward the hand that Bai Li had extended in his head. Shizuno's fingers curled slightly, but he didn't. Silent Night closed his eyes and turned his head. MS. Bai. I have a bad reputation in the industry, so I might cause you trouble. Bai Li guessed it wasn't that simple. Wu Hai had vaguely mentioned Jingyue's origins, and it seemed that Jingyue had once served an ancient family, but something went wrong in the middle. The current Jing Knight could only perch on a cruise ship, traveling away from the continent as if she had deliberately severed her ties with the earthly world. This was obviously painful for Jing Knight, who wanted to gain recognition from the outside world. It was sad that talent was buried. Bai Li softly asked, is it because of that clan you were in before? Shizukuya opened her eyes and smiled bitterly. You really do know all about it. Miss, not only did I serve my master with my sex, but I also secretly colluded with outsiders and betrayed the family's secrets just for personal gain, deliberately delaying treatment when my old employer was sick. Ruthless in her methods, she will do anything to achieve her goals, using plots and tricks to frame loyal people. After hearing all this, do you still dare to invite me? Jing Knight looked at Bai Li the entire time he was speaking. He hoped to see surprise and retreat in Bai Li's eyes. He had said this on purpose so that Ms. Baekri would be disabused of her ridiculous thoughts. A job on a cruise ship now was as far as that family could accept at one time, and that was all that mattered. Not to cause trouble for more people. Shiranui frowned slightly, but there wasn't the slightest hint of dislike or skepticism in her eyes. So these rumors you're having right now are also coming from your once family? Also, is the rejection of me also because of that once family? A trace of complexity flashed through Jing Knight's eyes, and in her heart, she secretly sighed that Bai Li had a delicate mind, just like her old employer. In fact, from the very beginning when he knew Bai Li, Jing Knight had discovered Bai Li's specialness. She always seemed to have insight into what she was thinking. It was just like his old employer. His old employer is also a woman, is an extremely emotional person, like to enjoy the scenery alone, often said that people will betray, but the scenery will not. People are always part of the heaven and earth, as long as they are still alive. Empathize with the scenery, the old employer until the time of death, but also with eyes open watching the sky sunset died. Therefore, before on the cruise ship, when Jingyue unintentionally saw White Pair alone looking at the scenery, silent tears, as if suddenly saw the old employer as well. Shiranui was also one who would empathize with the scenery, a naturally delicate person. Nowadays this seems to be true, at least they are as perceptive as each other, and it is as if one is transparent in Baekri's eyes. There is nowhere to hide. Well, Ms. Bai, it seems that nothing can be hidden from you, Silent Knight said slowly. Things are not as rumored. After my old employer fell ill, there was a fierce internal fight within the family, and I was caught in the middle of it, unable to help myself. I didn't mean to fight for profit, I just wanted to find a way out of that chaotic environment. Bai Li gently nodded. I understand. People often make choices of last resort in difficult situations. Then what happened after that? Why did you go to the cruise ship? After the death of my old employer, I left with some effort, agreeing that I could not enter another family. They did not want the household servants to take the secrets to another place, and I did not want to get involved in the strife again. The cruise ship then became my shelter. Silent Night smiled to herself. That's the way it is. Ms. White, do you still want to invite me? Inviting me means danger. As a simple child who grew up in the seedflower family, how could Hokurii think of any dark machinations? Danger? What danger could there be? This was Dana. Moreover, Shiranui was a loner, not a family, so how could he have any worries? She just wants to have fun. Who's in the way? Plus she had the SSR phrase, seamless identity. Even if there really was some mysterious power to check on her, it wouldn't be easy for the other party to find out any details about her. Xiao Hao and the Wanxiang wheel were her last cards. Xiao Hao also perked up in her head. Host, I will protect you. Bai Li slightly raised her chin. The sunlight sprinkled on her face, outlining her delicate contours, her eyes bright and determined. Her voice was clear and strong, echoing in the air. What I see is your ability and value. Those so-called dangers are not worth mentioning in my eyes. Silent Night stared at Bai Li in a daze. He had never imagined that there would be someone who would stand so resolutely in front of him. The breeze gently brushed by, blowing Bai Li's hair. Bai Li smiled. You may not believe me when I say this. I'm so poor that I have nothing but money. Nothing but money, so you don't have to be afraid of bringing me any negative consequences. Still firm, she reached out, her hand slightly forward. You are perfectly capable of making your mark with me and fully displaying your talents. It would be a shame to keep you at sea. Come to me. Silent Night. Perhaps it was because two lonely souls were naturally attracted to each other. Shiranui had rarely actively sought much help in her life since she was a child. Solving all her troubles on her own was the norm in life. This was the first time she sought help from others, and while saving herself, it seemed as if she was also saving another. Silent Night heard Shiranui. Silent Night heard what she was saying. White Pair lacked people. He had the ability. White Pair was alone, and he had no one to depend on. Respect and acceptance. How long has it been since Jing Knight has experienced the feeling? A complex emotion surged in his heart. After that period of time filled with strife, he had been like a drifting duckweed, in a state of wandering, unable to find his own sense of belonging. And at this moment, Bai Li's determination and sincerity made him feel a long-lost sense of belonging. He looked at Bai Li's hand that reached out to him. That hand was slender and firm, and in front of sincerity, any skill or method was worthless. A warm current welled up in Jing Knight's heart. He slowly stretched out his own hand and gripped Bai Li tightly. Jing Knight's voice was low and strong. I am grateful for the trust, and I will live up to it. The sunlight sprinkled on their clasped hands. The breeze blew gently. The leaves rustled as if witnessing this promise. Silent Night favorable value plus 30. Silent Night favorable value, 50. Xiao Hao, drip drip drip. The mission target's favorability value reaches 50 points. Unlock the character's small card. Chapter 21 Obtaining Character Minor Card. After Silent Night's favor value reached 50 points, Xiao Hao unlocked a new feature, the character small card. An atlas slowly floated in White Pair's consciousness. Silent Knight's character minicard was lying quietly in the first position. The character minicard was surprisingly still dynamic. On the card, Silent Knight was wearing a proper deacon's uniform. Her blue eyes were deep, her hair was neatly combed at the back, and she was bowing slightly, her movements elegant and soothing. On the back was a detailed character description. White Pair in front of the quiet knight. Did not carefully check the small card. Always feel a kind of in person in front of the face of his Homo sapiens embarrassed. Waiting for the knight to return to the room alone, Bai Li only resummoned the small card to carefully check. Basic information. Name, Silent Knight. Identity, Deacon. Age, 27 years old. 2. Character traits. Loyalty and reliability, able to fulfill every task to the best of one's ability. Abstinence and restraint, strong emotion management ability. No matter what kind of situation you are facing, you can remain calm and rational, not easily disturbed by the outside world. Elegant and gentle, treats people with courtesy and politeness, making people feel like spring breeze. Lack of love and longing for affirmation, since he was orphaned as a child. He longs for love and affirmation deep down in his heart. Compliments from others can make him feel warm, and he will work harder in return for this recognition. Skills and specialties. Efficient management, possesses excellent organizational and managerial skills, and is able to keep his employer's life and work in order. Whether it's scheduling, organizing documents, or scheduling staff, you'll be able to handle it all. Socialite, possesses excellent social skills and is good at communicating and interacting with people. In a variety of social occasions, can easily for the employer to expand the network resources for the employer's career development. Crisis management, when facing an unexpected crisis, you can react quickly and formulate a response strategy to minimize the loss. Linguistic talent, proficient in many languages, including some niche languages, able to act as an interpreter for the employer in international exchanges to ensure smooth communication. Treasure hunting ability, have certain ability to identify all kinds of antiques, jewelry, etc., and be able to provide employers with professional advice in terms of collection and investment. Bai Li read through Jing Knight's skill introduction line by line, and sighed repeatedly that it was worthy of being Jing Knight. If this was a card draw game, Silent Knight was definitely one of the hardest and rarest types to draw. Good personality and many skills. All of it fit his profession perfectly. It was almost as if he was born for the profession of deacon. Shiranui noticed that on the side of the character's small card, there was a portal that could be clicked to view it. Childhood memories frowny face unlocked, to be viewed. Could it be possible to view Shizuko's childhood memories? Shiranui recalled an ethereal game he had played before, which had a similar character card gameplay, where one could draw cards to unlock more backstory of the character in question. But Shiranui was still foolishly saving up to raise a deceased member of the voice hall at the time, and couldn't afford to raise more men. Between the second dimension man and the second 5-dimension man, White Pair chose the second 5-dimension one, and now that I think about it, it was practically all black history before. Xiao Hao made a timely voice to remind. Host, is it proceeding to view childhood memories? Bai Li hesitated. Is it reasonable to randomly peep into other people's memories? But on second thought, this was one of the play styles of the Divine Magnificence System, part of the rewards. To talk about reasonableness, the appearance of the Divine Magnificence System was already the most unreasonable thing. In enjoying the many benefits brought about by the Divine Magnate System, or even in being able to view other people's goodwill and face value scores, one had already been branded into the opposite side of morality. Those who were truly moral and noble would not accept the Divine Magnate System from the very beginning. To put it bluntly, from the moment she obtained the Divine Magnificence System. No, before obtaining the Divine Magnificence System, she was a despicable villain. By now, it was too late to think about the moral balance. From the moment she accepted the Divine Magnificence System, she was already an unreasonable villain. Thinking about this, Bai Li took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and nodded, view it. In front of her eyes, images unfolded like a movie. The first image was of a grayish-white house, surrounded by other cots of children of the same grade who were already asleep, with only the sound of shallow breathing. The still young Shizuno hugged her knees, her small body sitting in the corner of the narrow crib, looking out the window. There was only one small window, and there were several iron bars separating them. As a child, Shizuno's eyes were lighter in color than the adults, bright, like glass beads. White Pair turned his perspective to be flush with Shizuno's. Only then did he realize the reason why the young Shizuno was sitting here. That only from this position was he able to see the moon outside the window. The moon's light poured in through the broken window, and only when the moon was no longer visible did Shizuno rub her eyes and lie down, pulling the small quilt over herself. The memories switched to another scene. On the training ground, dozens of teenagers of the same age were doing fighting sparring. Shizukuya fell down accidentally while exchanging blows. His knees were cut by the rough ground. Blood gushed out instantly. He cringed in pain. Tears slid down his cheeks uncontrollably. The teenager sparring just took a step back and looked at him indifferently. The trainer approached with an expressionless face. Get up, continue, and pay attention to tear duct control. The scene then shifted to a stately hall. Slightly outgrown teenager Shizuku and the other deacons stood in a line, repeating an oath of loyalty. The teenagers' voices were neat and mechanical, without a trace of emotion. The hall was dimly lit, the huge pillars casting long shadows. The image faded, and looking again at the small card of Shizukuya's character, Shiranui's mind was in a different place. Growing into an adult Jing Knight is still gentle smile, decent salute. Every move is formulaic standard. But looking at this kind of Jing Knight, Bai Li's heart only pain and sour. From a young age, she had grown up in loneliness amidst intense oppression, and although she had mastered a wide variety of abilities, her personal emotional needs had never been met. It was no wonder that his favor value had risen after he had given Jingye just a few simple affirmations and compliments before. It turned out that there was a reason for everything. Because of the lack of love, it was longed for. Bai Li closed the character minicard and stood up to lean against the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The Peninsula Hotel was in the most luxurious section of the center of Shanghai, and the presidential suite was on the very top floor of the Peninsula Hotel. Looking out from here, she saw a city made of reinforced concrete, with dots of lights replacing the stars in the sky. In fact, on the first day she came to Magic City, she realized that the city's night sky was surprisingly bright, not by the stars, but by the lights of the distant buildings, lights that were so bright that they could reflect the shape of the clouds in the sky. It was a novel scene for White Pear, who lived in a small town. Night wasn't night anymore. She took a picture of the scene and wanted to talk to someone about the discovery. Of course, it was impossible to find someone. There was simply no one in the circle of friends who could confide in. So, Bai Li ended up just keeping the photo, simply as a record. And there wasn't much sadness at the time, because she had long since gotten used to it. But at this moment, she suddenly recalled it again. The background of the quiet night also made her think of her own. Maybe she had popped out of a stone. In any case, she had been alone for as long as she could remember. The first orphanage was connected to a nursing home, and there was an old man next door who used to give candy, though the old man would disappear for a while from time to time. Later I heard that he was sneaking out, and every time he did, he was caught back. With such a high fence, how did he get out? Bai Li had wanted to wait for the old man to be caught back again, to worship the master. She also wanted to run out to sea, but before she could wait, she was transferred to the second place, where apart from the girls, it was the handicapped children. Shiranui was scared of the drooling idiots at first, then the girls. It was easier to stay with the idiots as opposed to getting involved in a clique among the girls. However, in the end, it turns out that if you're not really a goofball, it's best to join a group, or else you'll reap the rewards of a head of raggedly cut hair that looks more like a goofball than a goofball. Later on, White Pear was sent elsewhere after an attempted retaliation with scissors was defined as violent. After going to school, White Pear only began to come into contact with children from normal families. She always felt that she was missing something, and this was the time to finally know. When the realization of their own special, wanting to fit in becomes difficult, there have been cynical thoughts, but more confused and helpless. This is followed by adulthood, working hard to support yourself, thinking life has gotten better, only to be punched in the face by your condition. After the illness, I mistakenly entered the voice hall, was caught in the emotional weakness, and cheated all the way to the bottom. In the short span of 20 years, I have been uprooted. Now, although he has a little wealth, but it seems to be just a short-lived instant pleasure. The inner loneliness is still like a shadow. Just seeing a little similarity in Jingyue made her unable to help caring. What was Shizuno doing now? It was already late, so she should have already gone to bed. Hakurai searched and walked out of her room, only to see Shizukuya sitting on the couch in the living room. Shizuno was wearing casual civilian clothes, plain in color, with a soft texture that fit his body and showed off his slender body. His eyes stared intently at the computer screen, his slender fingers tapping nimbly on the keyboard, making a slight sound. The living room only had a nightlight on, which emitted a soft glow that intertwined with the bright light of the computer screen, the light spilling onto Silent Night's face, painting a quiet picture. Perhaps it was because she had just seen Jing Knight's childhood memories through the character minicard. It was as if Bai Li could see through the Jing Knight in front of her eyes, the way he looked when he was young, with bright blue eyes, and the tears that slipped from them. White Pear asked softly, "Still not sleeping?" The voice was extraordinarily gentle in the Silent Night. Hearing Bai Li's voice, Silent Night raised her head slightly. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she replied softly, There are still some matters that need to be dealt with, and I was thinking of completing them as soon as possible so as not to delay tomorrow's arrangements. Bai Li slowly walked over to Jing Knight and sat down at the other end of the sofa. She looked at Silent Knight's focused expression and felt that she was underpaid. If you're not in a hurry, leave it for tomorrow. My employees are still working late at night. If people see them, won't they scold me for being an unscrupulous boss? Jing Knight was amused. There's no one else here. They won't be seen. Moreover, Bai isn't an unscrupulous boss. The honorarium salary you've given me can even hire 10 more people. Jing Knight was really cute when she was a child. And when she grew up, she was really loving and dedicated. I don't mean this. Bai Li helplessly propped up her forehead. She didn't receive much care, so she wasn't big on caring about others. So there were times when care would come in a roundabout way. Jing Knight however smiled slightly. He actually understood what Bai Li meant. Thank you for your concern, Ms. Bai. I'll be done soon. If Ms. Bai can't sleep, stay with me for a while. You're here. My work efficiency will be a bit higher. Bai Li believed Jing Knight's words, thinking to let him finish processing quickly and go to rest. Hugging a pillow, she sat next to Jing Knight, watching him write the plan that has about the maintenance of the base. Jing Knight while writing, and Bai Li explained. Gentle voice especially hypnotizing. Bai Li listened to listen. Fell asleep. Sleep particularly heavy. When was carried back to the room. Do not remember. Only remember that before he went to sleep. But also muttered a sentence. You so work efficiency instead of lower it. Quiet night. Chapter 22 Lung. The early morning sunlight filtered through the window, spilling into the room in whisks. Shiranui opened his eyes languidly, still a little dazed, and entered the dining room. Jing Knight was sitting at a corner of the large, long table that could seat 10 people, the sunlight spilling over his shoulders, the delicate embroidery on his tang suit shimmering faintly. Seeing Bai Li come in, he nodded his head slightly and smiled. Good morning, Ms. Bai. Receiving a beauty storm early in the morning, Bai Li was in a better mood. Her footsteps were light and sleepy, a hint of lethargy in her voice. Good morning, Jing Knight. I accidentally fell asleep last night. Was it you who carried me back to bed? Jing Knight smiled and nodded. Seeing you sleeping so well, I couldn't bear to wake you up. Bai Li is a bit embarrassed and approaches with a red face and whispers. Just wake me up next time. Finally turned his head to look at the source of the fragrant smell on the table. The table has been prepared for Bai Li, a combination of Chinese and Western breakfast. A small mouthful of chicken noodle soup floating wormwood, ham slices of cheese and crispy bread, butter jam of your choice. It was a bit too rich for Bai Li, who had been coping with life by eating only $2 buns. Shiranashi sat with her back to the sun, which shone on her back and tinted her hair with a warm glow of warmth. Shizuno obviously slept later than she did, but woke up earlier than she did and prepared breakfast. She was moved to take a bite of the bread, savoring the delicate texture and sweet taste, and couldn't help but sigh. Jing Knight, you'll spoil me like this. Jing Knight ended her morning work and gently closed the computer in her hand, her fingers long and slender, like a work of art, and queried, how would I spoil it? When I say spoiled, I will spoil it. In the future, you are not allowed to eat it yourself first. Bai Li pretended to be serious, boarding her small face to righteously order. When you eat, wake me up. We eat together. What you eat, I also eat. Jing Knight slightly hung her head, incomparably obedient. Yes, master. With a gentle and focused look, she silently took note of the dishes Bai Li had consumed. As he hung his head, the golden earrings swayed in his ears. After the previous cruise, Silent Knight had pretty much figured out his employer's preferences and habits of getting along. She liked to listen to live broadcasts, loved sweet mouths, couldn't accept the master-servant mode of living together, and would be more comfortable and cozy with her as a friend. And then there's what he found out yesterday. Do not like him in a suit uniform. Favor to see him wear tang suit. Also extraordinarily fond of him wearing jewelry. Jing Knight slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Today he wore gold earrings. Miss Bai perhaps himself did not notice. Her gaze repeatedly shifted, fell on the side of his face. Jing Knight was very satisfied in his heart that he possessed this skin. After all, his employer was an appearancist, and it was also one of his job duties to fully satisfy his employer's preferences. Bai Li only felt that today, Jing Knight had reached new heights of beauty. Jing Knight still dressed in a simple tang suit, wearing a gold earrings inlaid with blue crystals, slightly swaying between every move. In the sunlight flashing blue shimmering light, and his eyes reflect each other, sitting there beautifully as if it is not like a real person. Bai Li could not easily return to his senses, remembering that he still had a lot of things that he had not made clear to Jing Knight. After all, he had become his accompanying deacon, so docking his situation, especially his wealth status, would also be convenient for him to arrange the next things. Bai Li drew out 80% of his daily quota, which was $800,000, and handed it directly to Jing Knight. Bai Li, there's no need to use it tightly. The family's food and clothing come from here, and you'll be given this much every day in the future. These daily amounts had already been checked with Xiao Hao, and were something that could be handed over to Jing Knight and spent by Jing Knight. Now the most headache thing is how to use the daily quota. It can't really be all swiped through the live broadcast of the gifts. It would be bad if it was reported as money laundering. One has a seamless identity, but it would cause trouble for the anchor. Directly to the daily quota to the quiet night to spend out. Do not have to worry about their own. Save time and effort. Jing Knight got 800,000 at once. Spare him, also a little surprised. This is really not a month's usage. Is it days? Although he took it, hesitated for a moment or said, MS. White, if you cannot use up. If you can't finish it, you don't have to pay me back. Spend it slowly in the future. The daily quota cannot be returned. Before Shui wanted to return part of it to her, Xiao Hao said no. Jing Knight was a bit surprised. He had seen too many rich, but stingy people. Even the richer they were, the more petty they were. Only allow the wealth in their own hands. Do not allow outsiders to touch. Some of the brothers can still be for the company shares, to the relationship rupture. So for Bai Li to be so grandiose and not take money seriously made Jing Knight a little surprised. As if Bai Li was not afraid at all and did not care if he would use the money privately. But no matter what the reason was, Bai Li's look of total trust in him like this put him in a good mood. Jing Knight relaxed. His smile grew even brighter, and he softly answered, okay, MS. Bye. Breakfast ended. A knock sounded on the door. Coming. Bai Li was jolted, her eyes glowing as she bounced towards the door. They were the only ones who came to her at this hour. After receiving a new favor value from Silent Knight, White Pair drew at the Wanxiang wheel. As a result, she drew a few bodyguard NPCs, so they should be the ones who came to find themselves to report for duty. Bai Li happily opened the door to her room, saw the scene at the door, her smile froze on her face, and with a bang, she quickly closed the door. The unusual movement caused Jing Knight to look sideways. What's wrong? Not right. This is definitely not right. Bai Li frantically called Xiao Hao inwardly. Xiao Hao, what's going on outside? Xiao Hao innocently replied back. What's wrong? Aren't the NPCs coming? Bai Li screamed. They're holding those. Those are the ones. Xiao Hao realized. Oh, those are the NPC's initial props. Just tell them to put them away. They only listen to you. Silent Knight saw Bai Li holding the door blankly, and stood up a bit worriedly. MS. Bai Li quickly turned her head and held out her arm to stop. Jing Knight, don't come over yet. Jing Knight lightly paused and stopped walking, just looking at Bai Li worriedly. The knocking sounded again. This time it was a restrained two knocks that sounded polite. Shiranui took a deep breath, turned the doorknob, and quietly opened a crack in the door. Still startled by the sight before her, 6 or 7 tall men in black uniforms, deep black gas masks covering all of their faces, the muscles on their bodies seeming to burst out through the suits. The most important thing was not the attire, but the guys they were holding in their hands, the ones on their backs, and the ones on their waists. All of them were 100% absolutely high lethality contraband. The man at the head who had just knocked on the door took a step back when he saw White Pair open the door. MS. White Pair, I'm all along. I'm here to report to your place today. Even if she knew beforehand that they were NPCs given by the Wanxiang wheel, Bai Li was still terrified in her heart. Hiding herself behind the door, White Pair whispered quietly into the doorway. Put away those props of yours, and come knock on the door again when you've collected them all. After saying that, White Pair quickly closed the door again, but thought about it and opened it again. Ah yes, don't let anyone see it. Only after explaining that he was relieved to close the door behind him, letting out a long sigh of relief. Jing Knight stood to the side with her arms wrapped around her, looking at Bai Li with a crooked head, only to find Bai Li's sneaky appearance a bit cute, and inquired out loud, do you need help? Bai Li smiled awkwardly, don't worry about it. At this time, the knock on the door sounded again. Packed up so quickly? Bai Li opened the door again. This time, the picture was much more normal than just now. The props that shouldn't have appeared were put away, and the faces of several people were revealed. The bodyguard standing at the front had a hawkish nose and sharp eyes, stepping forward and squeezing out a smile. MS. Bai, how are you? I'm all along. Only, his face was already appalling, and his smile was not gentle at all. Bai Li then opened the door a little wider and responded stiffly. Well, hello. Turning her head, she waved. Silent Knight. Shiranui introduced Silent Knight to Aaron. Silent Knight, they're the new bodyguards. Jing Knight's eyes flashed with a deep cold light when he saw the physically tough few people in front of him. He was almost instantly convinced that the few people in front of him were not ordinary people. Whether it was the way they stood or their eyes that didn't resemble human beings, it was clear that they weren't any good. A dragon in front of the White Pair can still pretend a little softer. To the Quiet Knight is completely work state. Cold Eagle eyes straight to the Quiet Knight. They are the bodyguard NPCs of the Wanxiang Wheel of Fortune faction, with human appearance and a set mind, but there is a gap between them and real people. just like having an AI program installed in their flesh. In their settings, protecting Bai Li is their underlying logic, and anyone around Bai Li is in existence they need to be on guard against. Silent Night's smile didn't reach the bottom of her eyes either. These people were dangerous. Bai Li also introduced Jing Knight. Ah Long, this is my accompanying deacon. You guys can also listen to his arrangements in the future. Realizing that the atmosphere was a bit stiff, Bai Li eased the atmosphere. Everyone will be living together in the future. Get along well. Although Ah Long and the others were still secretly wary of Silent Night, their eyes narrowed a bit. Silent Night revealed a formulaic fake smile and kindly extended her hand to shake Aaron's hand. Take care of me in the future. White Pair arranged Aaron's place to stay and their jobs. Aaron originally wanted to arrange people to protect Bai Li in 24-hour shifts, but Bai Li rejected it. There was no need to be so exaggerated. The tentative plan now was that Bai Li would take Along and his people with her when she went out, but in a safe place. Along and the others only needed to send one person on duty in shifts. Luckily, the luxury presidential suite was a whole floor, and there was still room outside for them to be on duty. Bai Li returned to her room and summoned the Wanxiang wheel, thanking it intimately, but finally instructing it to give her clear instructions when handing out the prizes afterward, such as today's NPCs that would come with their own illegal props must be explained beforehand. Wanxiang wheel flickered for a moment. Bai Li felt that the Wanxiang wheel was listening and patted it with satisfaction. Xiao Hao's jealous voice came up in his head. Humph, you haven't even patted me yet. Eccentric host, you go live your life with the Wanxiang wheel. Xiao Hao ignores you. Why are you angry again and again? Bai Li let out an and started coaxing the child mode again. There are times when one's heart is really tired, but what to do? One's own child. Spoil it. Chapter 23 Makeup Photos. Floor, family. We greatly that my bronze tripod can pass through the ancient and modern to be shot into a web drama. Who understands? I really like that book. The general will always be the white moonlight in my heart. Third floor, the novel adapted script. Can restore 80% would be good. Surely will be magically changed. Fourth floor, I heard that an MCN organization bought the script. Is it reliable? Fifth floor, MCN organization feels more focused on the flow. Not necessarily shoot the drama properly. It feels likely to ruin the script. Owner, it doesn't matter who shoots the drama as long as they can shoot it well. Seventh floor, I just want to ask who plays the main character. Floor, I heard that it is Chen Hao. Someone revealed that he met on the audition set. Ninth floor, 10th floor, Chen Hao can play the general. OOC. 11th floor, instantly do not want to see. This forum is Who Shall We's book fan forum. Bai Li read Who Shall We's original book after she returned from the audition that day. As soon as I read it, I couldn't get out of hand and became addicted to it. It's too sadistic, too sweet. After reading a book is not enough, Bai Li also went to read Who Shall We's other novels. Read a book, addicted to a book. Every day just holding a cell phone to read it, but also from time to time fascinated smile. I didn't expect that the unexpectedly shy Who Shall We could write so many thrilling, sadistic, blushing plots. Bai Li only felt that people could not be recognized. Bai Li has become a fan of Who Shall We's books. 11th floor, it's not him. Bai Li can't help but follow the floor and give her best friend Zhang Mingfei's crew proof. 13th floor, does upstairs know any inside information? Bad laugh. As an investor in this drama, Bai Li naturally knows what insider information. She even people on the scene. The actors are taking makeup photos today, and she and Zhang Mingfei made an appointment to visit the class. In the actors' makeup, they also used a full mind, invited a professional clothing road chemical team, and strived to restore the original, especially on the main actor's makeup, but also invited the industry's famous teacher. Zhang Mingfei was also worried about the problem of funding. White Pair directly waved his hand, and invested $1 million. This time you can let go. A big spread. The result is also very satisfactory. Chapter U's makeup made a full set of 5 sets of styling, 2 sets of regular clothes, 2 sets of armor, plus a set of modern clothing, each with a different set of hairstyles and makeup. Very different styles, but they are very suitable for the Chapter U. Each set perfectly replicated the charisma of the great general, plus his own superior body advantage. Wide back and narrow waist, 2 long legs, almost any way to take a picture looks good. Handsome as hell. Awesome. Come on, head a little more to the left. Good, keep it at this angle. Legs forked again, eyes slightly narrowed. Look at the camera. That's the look. It feels right. Keep it. 2 more. From the voice of the live camera teacher, it could be heard that the camera teacher was happy with the shot. It was rare to have such a good material. The skin was good, and the feeling was captured correctly. I heard that it is a new actor, but the camera teacher felt that Zhang Yu does not have the shortcomings of a newcomer. Facing the camera is not timid at all. Very open. The more you shoot the more vigor. Camera teacher does not know is that although Zhang Yu is not acted, but has 10 years of experience in the old cozer, taking pictures is his old profession. Naturally handy. Zhang Yu is shooting is the set of the ancient uniforms. Uniforms made of fitted material, lapels wide open, revealing a vaguely hidden 8-pack abs. Zhang Yu crossed his legs and sat on the edge of the bed, is a relaxed posture, but inexplicably let a person look at the blush heartbeat. The whole person is like a big cat, lazy, but the eyes are extremely dangerous, as if locking up prey in general. White pair click, also took a picture. Save. This money is worth spending. The photo of the exquisite scenery and costume, if not said, thought it was the configuration of a movie. Who would know that this is a web series? Bai Li lit up the photo and turned her head to ask Zhang Mingfei, Fei, can the photo be revealed in advance? Zhang Mingfei thought for a moment and nodded. Anyway, the official announcement was coming soon. A few days early, a few days late was the same. Moreover, Bai Li was the biggest investor in this drama. She could do whatever she wanted. Zhang Mingfei curiously asked, what are you going to do? Bai Li said mysteriously, add heat to your drama. 20th floor, photo, how about this? Bai Li dumped the photo she had just casually taken onto the forum. 21st floor, F***CK. Who is this man? In 3 minutes. I want to know his name. 22nd floor, this body proportion is absolute. So lick the screen. 23rd floor, my general has come to life. Is he playing the general? General, is he acting? Is he playing the general? Please, this is really important to me. Bekri knew this would be the response, and was prepared to wait a while before replying, playing mysterious and letting the bullets fly a little longer. 30th floor, is he really acting? Is the information reliable? 32nd floor, I've analyzed the photo frame by frame, and it's biased towards being real. You see the props and equipment placed in the lower left corner of the right side, in addition to the camera equipment leaking out of the left side. This is very much like the filming site of the crew. 40/20. 45th floor, I don't think it's real. I looked at the clothing on his body is familiar, so go to the official store of Hanfu High Definition check. He is on this set of Jinxiu Shanha, their high definition. The official store price of a set of 56,000 yuan, but also a certain version of the alteration of the design. Change the version of the clothes cannot be refunded, which means that the clothes are not borrowed from the Jinxiu Shanha, but is to buy directly. The web drama crew will be a makeup for a buy such an expensive clothes? Expensive clothes? 46th floor, a glance at the false. You look at the photo of the scene, but also too exquisite it. Carved beams and painted buildings is not too much. Have you ever seen a web drama with such a gorgeous scene? 47th floor, upstairs said also has a reason so in the end is really fake Frantic, the forum is abuzz with discussion, and now it's up to White Pair to offer up a statement and give an accurate answer. White Pair thought for a moment and typed a line. 56th floor, I am the investor of the crew. Invested 2 million to the crew. I swear, it's true. 57th floor, with, I am the investor of the crew. Invested 20 million to the crew. I swear, it's true. 58th floor, upstairs sisters really funny. Obviously, Bai Li's reply, was taken as a mouth high, and even the photo she sent out earlier was taken as a fake. 59th floor, a pity. Super overwhelmingly handsome man is not a general. 60th floor, when I have money, I also want to invest in shall we great script. Catch big handsome man to shoot a movie, with the best actors, shoot the most conscientious drama. Sisters, wait for me to get rich. 66th floor, pick up the good luck upstairs. Bai Li was misunderstood and was not in a hurry, just silently exited the forum. Putting away the cell phone, the shooting just happened to come to an end. Several field control teachers at the same time went up to clean up the scenery. These scenery are all needed for the future shooting of the drama, so the whole scenery can be pushed at will, but it is very heavy, and it needs to be pushed by several people at the same time. Zhang Yu also wanted to give a hand, but was waved away by the scene control teacher. Zhang Yu. Bai Li waved her hand from a distance. Zhang Yu heard someone call out to him and looked over in the direction of the voice, but Zhang Yu didn't see clearly for a moment because it was too far away. He wasn't wearing contact lenses, and could only squint slightly before he saw Zhang Mingfei and Bai Li standing in the shadows outside the arena, and walked over quickly, greeting them quickly. Mr. Zhang, Miss Bai. Bai Li noticed the fine sweat on Zhang Yu's forehead. In order to ensure the light, several incandescent lamps had been installed at the shooting location. These high-power incandescent lamps were not much different from a baking heater. Staying under the lamp for a long period of time would make you feel very hot. Even though Zhang Yu was wearing cooler clothes, he was sweating a lot. He also knew that he was sweating now and was afraid of being disliked, so he separated himself from the two big bosses by a distance. Bai Li waved behind him. Paper. Long then stepped forward, and from the backpack he was carrying, he pulled out a bag of napkins and handed it over to Bai Li's hand. Moving quickly and sharply, Bai Li handed the paper in her hand to Zhang Yu and said with concern, wipe your sweat, don't catch a cold. Thanks. Zhang Yu took the paper and carefully wiped his sweat. But speaking of which, Shouldn't there be an assistant in charge of this kind of thing? Bai Li secretly felt that something was missing. In fact, generally actors are equipped with 1 to 2 assistants by their side. Actors need to shoot all day long. So many things actors themselves are not concerned about, such as shooting in the summer and winter, facing the heat and cold. Many times need assistants to provide some cooling and warmth measures during the shooting interval, especially like Zhang Yu. There are parts that involve shooting ancient costumes. Ancient costumes and attire are relatively complex. Many things rely on the actors themselves is very inconvenient. Bai Li asked Zhang Mingfei about the arrangements for assistants. Zhang Mingfei sighed and revealed Zhang Yu. I was trying to match Mr. Zhang with an assistant, but the thrifty and diligent Mr. Zhang refused, and he gave all the funds you invested in him to the crew to use. Hearing this, Zhang Yu did not refute and explained. I don't need an assistant. The theater group needs this money more than I do. Hearing this, Bai Li really wanted to knock on Zhang Yu's head. I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to be so rigid when he was such a big man. However, looking at Zhang Yu, who was wearing a face of human and God's indignation and seriousness, Bai Li couldn't do the action of knocking him on the head. After all, Zhang Yu also voluntarily gave up his assistant because he wanted to do a good job of filming the drama and make it better. There aren't many actors in the entertainment industry who have this kind of awareness, but Bai Li was very disapproving of such behavior. Bai Li made a stern face and said seriously, an actor's state is also very important. I don't want to be affected by trivial matters to affect your feeling and state. With an assistant you can fully devote yourself to filming. Like right now, all the makeup teachers are backstage setting up makeup photos for other actors. They don't have time to make up for you. Luckily your setup photos have already finished filming. What if they haven't? The makeup teachers don't have time to help you make up. Is it that the state of the shoot will be bad? Is it delaying the shoot? Bai Li spoke reasonably, and finally added, and I'm not bad at hiring an assistant. Zhang Yu looked at the paper in his hand and fell into deep thought before nodding after a while. MS. Bai Li is right. I'm sorry, it was me who thought too simply before. Zhang Mingfei looked relieved. Finally someone is able to talk Mr. Zhang, and it has to be MS. Bai Li's face crumbled with an expression. Fei, don't flirt with me, and what the hell is Mr. Bai? Zhang Mingfei laughed out loud. She could enjoy teasing Bai Li too much, especially seeing the changes on Bai Li's face. The next thing does not need Bai Li worry. Bai Li to Zhang Yu invested a sum of money. Zhang Mingfei quickly find a good assistant to Zhang Yu, a total of 2 assistants. Their respective division of labor. When Zhang Yu shooting, with the side of Zhang Yu busy, especially responsible. Because of the time of shooting, it was a big summer, so just when other actors were hot and only had small electric fans, Zhang Yu surprisingly had a special ice pack to cool down, and there were also quick cooling sprays, and at all times there were people who sprayed him twice, to make sure that he was in good shape when he was filming. There were also people who specialized in preparing meals for him, reasonably matching his diet to maintain the best body condition. As the female lead looked on, tears of envy flowed out from the corners of her mouth, and she finally couldn't help but ask, Mr. Zhang, how come your company treats you so well, giving you 2 assistants, and all of them are serious and responsible? Where did you find them? Zhang Yu just said cryptically, the boss treats me quite well. He didn't name Bai Li for fear of getting Bai Li into trouble, but he knew that these 2 assistants were hired by MS. Bai at a high price. Because of the high wages given, they were very hardworking. He also in these days of shooting really appreciate the benefits of having an assistant. Thanks to the 2 assistants to take care of everything, he can concentrate more on acting above, more comfortable with the shooting. Zhang Yu did not expect Bai Li and his body has invested so much in the case, and then gave him more support. Can imagine Bai Li is how much trust him. How lucky he is to meet someone who appreciates him. Zhang Yu was even more grateful to Bai Li in his heart. Zhang Yu favorable value, plus 20. Zhang Yu favorable value, 40. Bai Li, who was pulling along and the other 2 bodyguards in the hotel hand rubbing mahjong, pauses. Zhang Yu's favor value has increased? She pondered for a moment and thought to herself that she probably knew why. It seems that the 2 assistants took very good care of Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu liked it so much that he was able to increase his favorability value by 20 points all of a sudden. Back to let Zhang Mingfei give these 2 assistants a bonus. Chapter 24 Network Heat. Many entertainment bloggers and short video editors go to a certain pedal for material. There is almost everything on a certain pedal. All kinds of hilarious paragraphs. 00 after the meeting to the bosses of the 70 after the meeting ordered honey snow ice city milk tea. The boss admonition I accidentally laughed out of the cereal fart. There are even a lot of showbiz gossip. A popular actor actually have fox odor. A marketing curiosity in 85 after the Golden Horse Award after the movie and the drama set bayonet fighting. A brand overnight replacement of brand ambassadors is actually because entertainment editor Guo Qingqing skillfully opened a certain pedal browsing, ready to plagiarize the existing material, splicing a bit, send a few blog posts, today's work is over. Suddenly, a post attracted her attention. Surprise! The biggest investor in the drama adaptation is actually a rich woman who was a fan of the book. Happiness has come too suddenly. Hot. As we all know, there has always been an irreconcilable conflict between adapted dramas and original book fans. Due to the demand for over-auditing, the adapted drama will make corresponding changes to the script. For example, obviously the original is about male CP, but some adapted drama, in order to over-audit, forcibly break up the CP. The more damaging is that it will also be arranged for each of them female CP. A male-male novel forcibly changed into a male-female romance. The book fans are naturally not happy about it. There are also some screenwriters will be extraordinarily divergent thinking, can change the original plot of the mess, The Bull's Head, originally in the original book reasonable settings, in order to cater to the public taste, must be changed into a more vulgar version of the people. Wu Qingqing also remembers that there was a previous adaptation of the book that was scolded on the hot search. The original has a plot about the big heroine's self-awakening. Rewritten as awakening is because of the man, resulting in a serious conflict between the plot and the persona. But to say where the biggest poison point is, Wu Qingqing thinks it has to be in the casting of the characters. The crowd is hard to adjust. 10,000 book fans have 10,000 Hamlets in their minds. When they find that the casting of the characters does not match the image they imagined, they will be dissatisfied, especially when there are dramas that use exorbitant salaries to hire popular actors and actresses in order to get more traffic. Of course the film comes out as a pile of shit, and in the end only the fans of the traffic curiosity will be left to go and watch the drama. Wu Qingqing is an entertainment editor. She knows too much about this. Adapted dramas like this all have one thing in common. The reviews are controlled by the fans. The reviews all say it looks good. If you really go to see it, then you will fall into the pit. A search of a certain pedal reveals the rating 2.0. Any fan of the original will pass by will poo-poo a mouthful of degree. Passers-by are not happy to see. So in Wu Qingqing's impression, there were very few adaptations that could gain the approval of the book fans. But what this post was talking about didn't seem to be like that, and it brought up Wu Qingqing's interest. Opening the post for a quick browse. Xiao, the thing is like this. I've always loved a certain great novel. I heard that her book was going to be adapted into a web series. At that time I didn't hold much hope because it was a remake by an MCN organization. I've never heard of an MCN organization that can also make a web series, and it was the first time that this MCN organization had ever made a drama, so I didn't have much confidence in them. Xiao, although I thought that even if it was made, I definitely wouldn't go to see it, but I still followed the official blog of that MCN organization. Xiao, just yesterday, they sent makeup photos I saw when I directly exploded. Beautiful costume to let me not believe that this is a web drama. And each actor is incredibly in line with the image in my mind, especially the male protagonist. The male protagonist is a general. I saw his makeup photos. I directly scalp numb. So handsome that I directly screamed. Xiao, no picture. No truth. Put the picture first. Picture, 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 picture. Wu Qingqing clicked on the picture and instantly brightened up. She had seen too many set photos, and had been able to see the funding of a drama from the set photos. Some makeup photos were very simple, just white backgrounds, cheap clothes, and waxy portraits, like they had just been shot and sent out. And at a glance, the crew didn't have much money, or else they hadn't put much effort into the production at all. And in the end, the finished film was most likely poorly received. But some makeup photos are very attentive. A look is full of funding, such as some big movies. Each makeup photo can be used directly as a poster. Wu Qingqing flipped through the pictures one by one. The more she looked at them, the more excited she became. Is this really the quality that a web series should have? The sets, costumes, and makeup were all full marks. Although the actors look very fresh, their face value is very high, especially the male lead. There are 5 sets of makeup photos, full of sincerity. And what's worse is that every angle is deathlessly handsome. Wu Qingqing looked at it while she couldn't help but save it, saving all the pictures before continuing to read the post. Xiao, something even more explosive appeared. The investor of this drama is actually a rich woman book fan. The reason is this set of makeup. Long ago in a few days, on our Book Powders forum, the rich woman posted this set of makeup. Xiao, original post, link. Xiao, the picture posted by the rich woman's book fan is rather blurry. It looks like it was taken from a little far away from the shooting site, but it is indeed the same protagonist and the same makeup. Xiao, at that time, the rich woman book powder said he was the investor. To the crew invested 2 million, but at that time no one believed at all. All thought in the mouth high. Now realize is true. Xiao, Who can understand the adaptation of the play's investor is actually their own people, simply full of security. No wonder the casting are so close to the characters. The subsequent plot certainly cannot collapse. After all, the largest backstage of the crew is our own people. The original fan ecstasy. The original fans are ecstatic. Adaptation. Original book fans. Rich women. Investment. These several elements together let the mature editor Guoqingqing smelled the flavor of traffic. Quickly cut off a few pictures. Put together a blog post carried to the entertainment number above. Everyone knows that there is an irreconcilable point of conflict between the fans of the original book and the fans of the adapted drama. But if one day the fans of the original book are the investors of the adapted drama, will there still be a conflict? Moreover, the book fan rich woman invested $2 million at the drop of a hat. And the setting, which is a bit outrageous even in the novels, is surprisingly happening in reality. Full of cool points. What's more, with the rich woman's support, this web series seemed to be very well produced, and contrasted with those tigerish adaptations, which were all hotspots for attracting traffic. Sure enough, after she didn't send it out for long, she immediately received several comments. It looks like a brand new team of people. It still feels a little bit suspended. The acting can't be guaranteed. The male lead is too handsome. I will definitely go and watch the drama. Even if the male lead's acting skills are embarrassing, I also recognize it. I'm sure I'll watch the drama. Even if the main actor's acting is awkward, I'll accept it. Fans of the original novel are ecstatic. What's the name of this drama? What's the name of this drama? There are peers who see her this post-fire, but also with the passing wild dogs. See the food. All to nibble a couple of mouthfuls. Forwarding the forwarding. Carrying the carrying. With the number of people reading more and more, the heat rises. Even climbed the hot search. Just like this. Inexplicably, Zhang Mingfei suddenly found that his web drama before broadcast unexpectedly first small fire. In a strange way, when she saw Zhang Yu's photo that was in the set photo scene, Zhang Mingfei immediately thought of Bai Li. Coupled with the posting that the mysterious book powder rich woman with a $2 million investment, the evidence was conclusive that it was Bai Li. Bai Li said at the time that she would add more fire to her web series, so this was what she meant. Zhang Mingfei will smile. Bai Li, which only invested $2 million, she visited the class and brought those supplies, plus she gave Zhang Yu's support. The 2 gold assistants spending are close to $100,000, plus this time the diversion to the drama group in advance to accumulate heat. Can be said, without Bai Li's payment, there is no now progress so smooth drama group. Zhang Mingfei immediately called Bai Li to share the good news. Bai Li was also surprised when she heard it, and took a look at the topic that was hanging in the 10th place of the Weibo hot search and the 3rd place of the entertainment section. She was only thinking of giving the book fans a peace of mind, attracting book fans to come and watch the web series, but I didn't expect that the unintentional willows became shade, and actually brought a wave of big traffic. The people who were still on the set filming the drama spread the word by word of mouth, and they all knew about it. All outside parties ran over through the hot search to ask them if it was true or not. Brother, your drama group's pre-marketing is done very well. There really is a rich woman to your drama group invested $2 million. Really fake. Not a means of attracting traffic, right, sister? I've seen the stills of your movie online. It's so beautiful. Your theater group is so well produced. I'm so envious. Your account has gained a lot of fans. The company has temporarily taken over the account for you in the past few days, so send a few pictures of you on the set, and while there's still heat in the past few days, I'll help you send a few posts to consolidate the new fans. Several of the cast members' accounts had gone up a lot of fans, but none of them had gone up as much as Zhang Yu alone. Someone had dug up Zhang Yu's short video account. Otherwise, it was said that contemporary netizens were all Sherlock Holmes. Netizens confirmed that Mr. Octopus was the officially announced male lead actor. Zhang Yu, through his figure and a small section of his chin revealed in past videos, Zhang Yu's short video account went up by 100,000 fans in just one morning. So Mr. Octopus looks like this. So handsome. Daddy, you are my god. But there were also some discordant voices. How come the male lead is a coser? Laughs and cries. Zhang Yu is a contracted internet celebrity under the MCN organization, the investor of this script, so it's hard to say if there's some kind of inside story in there. I advise you guys not to get your hopes up. Can a coser act? There was still a huge difference between a coser and an actor. Zhang Yu might be an excellent coser, but he wasn't necessarily an excellent actor. Actors, in the end, still have to test their acting skills. Zhang Yu saw these skeptical voices. Nothing ripples in his eyes. Put down his cell phone. Start shooting immediately into the state. Now, there is no need to explain so much. I believe the final work will explain everything. MS, Bai and Mr. Zhang have already created the best conditions for him. Only by cherishing it can he live up to the expectations. Chapter 25, Moving into your new home. The new home was finally ready to move into. Bai Li had packed her bags long ago and hurriedly ran to her new home. At that time, Jiang Mingfei entrusted someone to find a bidding team, and once the bidding announcement was issued, it triggered a small earthquake in the decoration world. Huangpu District, a small house, rare you can't do a set for a few years, and you can do a set for a few years. Several major renovation companies have moved at the sound of their own decoration program. Scandinavian style, retro style, rustic style, French style, American style, new Chinese style. In addition to these decoration companies, there are many individual designers also participate. They give the program does not belong to any of the above styles, full of personal characteristics, self-contained. A total of several hundred programs? White pair directly pick the eyes. All very good, all want, how to do. Why can't it be like the skin in the game? Change at will. Tired of using this, change to another? In the end, Xiao Hao's words enlightened her. Xiao Hao, host, don't get entangled. There will be many more houses in the future. It makes sense. It makes sense. Or you are narrow-minded. There is Xiao Hao. In the future, a house a kind of decoration style. Tired of living, just change one to live. White pair pick and choose. Finally found a program in line with the temperament of the Magic City, and modern and see. White pair did not bargain, and even set a premium for the project. The only requirement is fast. The hotel does not have the feeling of home. She still wants to belong to their own home with a sense of stability. Eventually, the decoration company should be in tears. They only need to be completed before the specified date. You can get more than half of the market price of the project. A meal is a fierce try. White pair is not afraid of them in order to pursue the efficiency of Jerry built. There are bidding team to accompany the supervision and regular quality inspection. Will not happen that kind of problem. Coupled with the white pair 3 days to see the progress of the project. From time to the master sprinkle tips, leading to the masters to see the white pair with see the god of wealth. Each smiling mouth grinned to the back of the head. The hand worked more vigorously. The final time consumed less than a month. Even on the end of the work. White pair sigh, money can make the ghost mill. More money, progress is fast. She is a little bit looked at the former rough house, transformed into today's garden house. White brick walls, red roof, wooden furniture doors and windows. The front and backyards are transplanted fugue trees. Sunlight shadow, full of fragrance, with the most advanced materials, the highest end furniture. So just after the renovation meets the standard of occupancy, do not need to be placed in the formaldehyde, can directly turnkey move in. Wan Xianwil is also really going to be fine, knowing that she was about to move into a new home. It drew her a few superb all-around housekeeping NPCs. When Bai Li arrived at her new home, the housekeeping NPCs had already sterilized and cleaned the entire house inside and out. Hearing that white pair had arrived, he led the team out to greet him. He had a sharp center-parted banana hair perm, picking at his gold-rimmed glasses. A cold aura flashed in his eyes, unmovingly stabbing at Silent Night, who was following behind Bai Li. Silent Night raised her eyebrows slightly. Where did these male housekeepers come from again? Like those of Aaron, they seem to have a natural hostility towards themselves. Shizukuya spoke up and inquired, "Ms. White, are these?" Bai Li gave an realizing that she hadn't introduced herself to Jing Knight yet. "In the future, we'll all be living together, so we have to get to know each other first. Jing Knight, this is he. He'll be in charge of our household chores from now on, and will also be able to help you share some of the stress." The only disadvantage of moving out from the hotel was to say goodbye to the hotel's own cleaning ants. With such a big house, cleaning had to be done by several people together. The housekeeping hired outside wasn't always reassuring, but the NPCs were high-end AI intelligent products produced by Wan Xianwil that would always be loyal to Bai Li, and Bai Li was relieved to leave her home in their care. Bai Li also introduced Jing Knight to the housekeeping NPCs at the same time. "This is Jing Knight, my accompanying deacon. He will also live together in the future. Everyone should listen to his arrangements as well." Akazu's lenses flashed a bright light. His poker face hid all his emotions, and he spoke calmly about the scene. "So you're Mr. Shizuno. I've heard about you from Aaron, and it's true that what I've heard is not as good as what I've seen, so please take care of me in the future." The enemy doesn't move. Although Jing Knight sensed the hostility if anything, he also smiled lightly. "You're welcome. Is Ahi your name? Since Ms. Bai calls you Ahi, if you don't mind, I'll call you Ahi as well." Bai Li nodded in satisfaction. "Great. The two don't seem like the type to clash yet." Bai Li beckoned. "All come in. I'll take you to recognize the rooms." Past the front yard's garden was the huge entry foyer. Bai Li was in a trance the moment she stepped into the room, looking at the neat and bright interior. She had lived in a collective dormitory for more than 10 years, and then lived in a 20-square-meter coffin room for several years. In the past, she would never dare to think that she would be able to live in a house like this. There were 4 floors in total, and an elevator had been added. Bai Li introduced to a group of people. The whole house is divided into two spaces, the front court and the back court. The location where we are now is the front courtyard, which is the part that is open to guests. Because it was the part that was open to guests, it was as grand as it could be. And when it was being built at the time, the issue of comfort was not considered at all. About 3 meters high floor-to-ceiling windows, full display of the front garden of the landscape garden. All 4 sides are almost all translucent floor-to-ceiling windows. A window is also a door. Can be opened horizontally. After opening the vestibule on the whole through the wind can be all the way from the living room, blowing to the dining room and tea room. Upstairs in the vestibule, there are several guest rooms with complete facilities for guests to use. After visiting the front court, Bai Li led the crowd to the back court. The back court is where we will live in the future, so we can only go to the back court through the small patio. The small patio is just a pronoun. In fact, is not really a well, but a hollow small inner view. The roof from all directions of the rain will be through the special eaves design convergence here, and then through the pedal-style water diversion chain to the ground. The rain through the water diversion chain will also emit the sound of silver bells in general. Bai Li looked at the sky. The blue sky drifted through a few white clouds. Can only regret, unfortunately today is a sunny day. Cannot see that kind of scene. He pushed his glasses and said in a serious manner, moving a new home is still appropriate to move on a sunny day. Bai Li stretched out her hand. The sunlight tilted along the eaves and shone into the inner view, sprinkling the green plants in the inner view patio, and the field well gurgled with living water, sparkling. The temperature of the sunlight crawled from the palm of her hand all the way into her heart, as if she had gained a kind of vitality, and her heart was warm. Bai Li had never felt such a sense of stability within her heart. The feeling of having a home was indeed warm. Bai Li raised a smile. Also, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Jingyue had been silently listening to Bai Li's introduction earlier and hadn't sent a sentiment, but at this time, she gently touched the water-attracting bell with her hand and opened her mouth to ask, will Jingyue have the honor to come here again with MS? Bai in the future? View the rainy scene together. Bai Li turned her head, surprised that Jing Knight had taken the initiative to issue an invitation, because Jing Knight had always been a person who did things quietly and rarely spoke during the week, and in Bai Li's impression, Jing Knight had hardly ever taken the initiative to put forward any demand. And this was the first time he had ever put forward a demand. It was a demand that was very easy to achieve. Bai Li immediately nodded in agreement. Of course it's fine. Next time it rains, we'll come here together to see it. Not only can we see it once, but we can also see it countless times. After all, in the future, everyone is going to live here. There's plenty of time to do so. At least we won't have to move again in a short period of time. Silent Night smiled and nodded, her blue eyes shining brightly. Shizukuya favorable value plus 10. Favorable sense value, 60, up to 60 in one go? Bai Li was surprised in her heart. A favorability value of 60 meant rising from a close friend to a close friend. After Silent Night's favorability value reached 50 last time, it hadn't moved, and Bai Li thought it was because the later the favorability value got, the harder it was to rise. But now it seemed that it was necessary to trigger certain conditions in order to do so. Watching the rain together seemed to have triggered Jing Knight's requirement criteria for close friends, so the favor value that was previously stuck maintaining at the buddy criteria rose to close friends in a flash. After hearing Baekri make such a promise to Jing Nai, the listeners were silent. Even if it was okay to agree to see the rain once, but also countless times, was this really not some kind of long love confession? Miss, is it really okay to say love words innocently just like this? His glasses flashed cold light without any emotion, and he couldn't hide his eyes that wanted to stab someone. Silent Night was in a good mood, so when he inadvertently glanced at was even colder eyes, he just gave a faint smile. His corner of the eye twitching, get cheap but also sell good. Really people cannot be seen. Look at is a decent person. In fact a belly of bad water, right? It's the same as what Long said. In the future, we have to guard against this man. Don't let him have a chance to get close to Miss. Bai Li was completely unaware that a silent battle had already started. She pointed her pupils towards the identifier on the wall, and the inner wall slowly opened inwards. Afterward, I'll have Aaron record everyone's fingerprints and iris information, and everyone will be able to come and go as they please. The back court was more modernized, with the overall decor leaning towards comfort. White Pair had arranged a small courtyard on one side for the back court as well, although it wasn't as grand as the front court and didn't have much landscaping, but one could plant some flowers and plants on their own. Bai Li led the NPCs to their residences. The NPCs were all suites. The suites had independent living facilities that led straight to the ground floor and the backyard. They lived together and it was convenient for them to carry out their work. Lung had already taken over the security measures of the house. There were people guarding the front and back courtyards. He and Long represented the two teams to thank Bai Li. Thank you, MS. Bai, for thinking of us in such a thoughtful way, willing to accept us, and providing such a good residence. The corners of Bai Li's mouth rose slightly. Her eyes were sincere. She gently waved her hand. Her voice soft, "You're welcome. I'm the one who wants to thank you guys. It's weirdly scary to live in such a big house with only me. It's much better to have you guys to live together." After assigning rooms to the NPCs, the rest is Jingyue. Jingyue is a living human being. A human being will have preferences, so Bai Li didn't assign Jingyue a designated room, but wanted him to make his own choice. Bai Li's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Jing Knight. "Jing Knight, you can wait to pick a favorite room after visiting all the rooms." Saying this, Bai Li blinked, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes, her sweet face gaining a bit more playfulness as her words changed. "Of course, except for the top floor. The top floor is mine. The top floor is the owner's room. This is the custom." Jing Knight has long understood. He also knows that Bai Li is joking. Intentionally said so. Also can only cooperate with Bai Li's performance. Lost and lowered his eyes. "That's too bad. If the top floor has already been chosen, then I can only live in the sub-top floor. I can be a little closer to the top floor." Awa's silver teeth gritted and Aaron clenched his fists. "Aha! Why the hell does he get to live closer to Miss? Darn it! What living closer to the top floor? It's obvious that he wants to live closer to Miss. Scheming man. Everyone should be satisfied with the results of the room division, at least in Bai Li's mind, and she couldn't wait to head to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was complete with a small world that belonged to her. Bedroom, kitchenette, study, bathroom, sauna. All the functions are complete. Bai Li also got herself a recording studio, 100% soundproof and noise reduction kind of thing, and the professional recording equipment that she had drawn in the Wanshan wheel before was finally able to redeem all of it and put it into the recording studio. White Pear shot the full version of the recording studio to Mountain Ghost. "Mountain Ghost, Mountain Ghost, where are you?" "White Pear, in my own house." "Mountain Ghost, your own home?" "Mountain Ghost, it's worthy of you." "Sister, the recording studio outside is not as advanced as yours." "White Pear, inside a lot will not use. Can I ask you to teach?" SSR skill phrase, Music Master, only enhances the natural skill. Like this, hardware and software knowledge is not available. Only rely on their own learning. Professional equipment and more and complex. Hundreds of kinds of effects. A set of equipment buttons have more than 100 kinds. Not to mention those software. C cannot understand. White Pear think they are very necessary to find and know how to answer her doubts. Mountain Ghost's just professional counterparts. Mountain Ghost received the application for teaching and immediately agreed. Mountain Ghost, I will teach. Mountain Ghost, say sister, you learn these is to write songs? White Pear, yes. Write out the first song for you to sing. Mountain Ghost, starry eyes. Mountain Ghost, so romantic. Sister, has never been a person to write a song for me. Mountain Ghost, thank you sister. Love you. Bai Li waited for half a day but did not wait for the sound of the Mountain Ghost to add the good feeling value. Angrily cursed, what is the use of verbal love? Well, the Mountain Ghost actually didn't believe that he would write him a song at all, right? The fact is also true. The Mountain Ghost also thought that the opposite rich woman in the mouth high, making songs was actually a very boring process, and he guessed that White Pear would probably just have a whim for a short time, and then give up when she lost interest. But money is really good. Mountain Ghost and opened the picture to look carefully. There are several equipment in his favorite for a long time. Did not want to buy. Musical instruments are also full. Tuning equipment is also full. All the latest black technology. Envy. Want to touch. The Mountain Ghost just felt his hands itching. Just almost put can go to your house? Just now, he almost typed can I go to your house? But then he thought it was inappropriate, so he deleted it. Bai Li grunted, secretly vowed to make the song. Stunning everyone. Chapter 26, Composing a New Song. Mountain Ghost was a bit devastated. He seemed to have realized that his female boss was a musical genius. Couldn't do anything, but once taught, she knew it. Shan Gui's incredulous voice came from the stand next to him. Sister, are you sure you haven't learned an instrument before? Since Bai Li moved into the new home, it is like a magic bubble in the recording studio. Half a day cannot see people. Other people only in the dinner time can see Bai Li hurriedly bala 2 mouths of rice and humming an unknown song, bouncing back to the room of the White Pear, put the cell phone resting on the side of the bracket, adjusted the angle, and the Mountain Ghost opened the video teaching. Mountain Ghost is a pure bass, voice and good, speak and sweet, like wrapped in honey. The White Pear coaxed happy. Less than a day, White Pear learned a few musical instruments, including playing the electronic piano, guitar, bass. White Pear sat in front of the electronic piano. Slender fingers briskly played 2 keys. Mountain Ghosts heard the tone. White Pear played no tone. Replied to the Mountain Ghosts just asked her question. Did not learn a musical instrument before. I go. Absolute sense of sound. As if struck by lightning, the Mountain Ghost violently bounced up from his seat, his face full of shock. What's wrong with this world? Was absolute tone sense something very worthless? Why could it be casually stumbled upon? And after learning it for just one day, how did it just blend right in? Those little kids at home who were being held by their parents' pigtails and couldn't learn to play the piano for a year were going to cry even louder. Mountain Ghost so want to spit. If the opposite is someone else, he is going to directly open the microphone. But the opposite is White Pear, his big gold master. How he has to coax. Mountain Ghost gently coughed twice, cleared his throat, reclamped his voice. There is no foundation to learn will be a little difficult. Did not expect to learn so quickly. Sister, you have talent. Bai Li raised her eyebrows, her chin slightly raised, touched her nose, and lightly hummed twice. Oof. The appearance don't mention how complacent. But unfortunately, the Mountain Ghost is not able to see the two video teaching. It is the kind that did not show their faces. On the gold content of SSR phrase, Music Master, the Ghost of the Mountain did not believe that he will seriously learn music. Also do not believe that he will write songs for him. Show him a hand. Always should believe. Mountain Ghost not only believe, already convinced. He saw the White Pear interest is very good. Take a deep breath. Sit straight body. Also do not hide. Eyes lit up the enthusiasm of teaching. Directly began to advance teaching. After teaching for a few days, it gradually showed signs of being blue. Mountain Ghost numb. God knows what he experienced these days. He thought he was very talented, but White Pear let him feel inferior. The original world really has a musical genius. White Pear now on a variety of musical instruments simply handy. In fact, as long as the mastery of the theory of music, all the musical instruments are similar. Just the operation is not the same. White Pear pick up play 2 or blow 2 will be. Music production software will also know most of it. Now give her a song. She can copy the rhythm, melody, instrumental music all, which is also known as picking up the song. This was an advanced skill that required systematic study before it could be mastered by exercising a sense of listening. And what Mountain Ghost had learned for 4 years at the University of Music, White Pear had learned it all in 4 days. What kind of concept is this? It's as scary as a 3-year-old discussing how to do calculus with you. Mountain Ghost, sister, you learn slower. I'm afraid. It's a pity that Bai Li can't hear the rich inner drama of the Mountain Ghosts. She is in the heat of the moment. After learning, she can't help but get started and start composing. Those melodies in her head can finally become real. The intro, the main song, and then the chorus. One by one, they were completed, articulated through interludes. The first bitter pop song used for practicing was complete. Because it was used for practicing, the entire song had a relatively simple melody, a slow rhythm. The number of beats per minute was around 60, and the melody line was medium long and lyrical. After the song came out, the words were simple. When Bai Li was composing the lyrics, he suddenly thought of my bronze tripod can pass through the ancient and modern. The love story of the general and the modern girl. The kind of want to see but cannot see. Want to touch but 1,000 years of powerlessness. Across the 1,000 years of prayers and blessings. Away from the clamor of the world's love and righteousness. Inexplicably very suitable for the tune. On this theme, Bai Li excitedly room circles, mouth reciting the words. Stopping from time to record on the paper. Because the overall words are skewed towards ancient times, Bai Li added some ancient style elements to the accompaniment. The more Bai Li listened, the more satisfied she was, and she couldn't help but hum it herself, recording a demo and sending it to Sean Gue. Bai Li, Mr. Sean Gue, can you learn this song? Mountain Ghost received White Pear's message and thought that White Pear was coming to learn from him again. His heart jumped, his hand shook, and his cell phone almost fell to the ground. Sister White, you can already leave the teacher. There is nothing to teach. Mountain Ghost subconsciously opened the message, found that Bai Li just shared a song to him, sighed with relief, clicked on the audio file that Bai Li shared. The prelude sounds unfamiliar. Mountain Ghost listening to the sound of the cell phone outside the playback, slightly tilted his head. In the heart of the thought, I have not heard before. The style of the song sounds like an ancient style. He ancient style songs to listen to less. Have not heard of it is also normal. His fingers tapped on the table following the rhythm. The intro was quite nice. The intro ended and the strings sounded. Entering the main part of the song, the female voice sounded. At the end of the night, a ghostly dream, stars quietly adorn the ancient frontier. The general holds the sword and cuts off several deaths in the world. The beacon fire is burning. The oath is hot in my heart. I hope to return to the distant future, but I didn't realize that the souls of the heroes are buried in other places. 1,000 years have passed since then, and I have been wandering alone in the busy streets. The young girl gazed at me as if she had traveled through 1,000 years of light. When I met the portrait, my eyes looked just like my old acquaintance. The moment of surprise aroused the thoughts of love like a river. The female voice sounds so familiar. Mountain Ghost slightly closed his eyes, immersed in the lyrics and melody, and for a moment didn't realize that this was White Pear's voice. the main part of the song ended and came to the chorus. Ah, that attachment infatuation that spans 1,000 years. General, where are you now? The years have hidden my face, but thoughts lengthen like vines. In the chorus, the intervals and emotions began to climb, and the female voice became brighter. The mountain ghost suddenly realized something. His eyes snapped open. The voice sounded like White Pear. No, it was White Pear, wasn't it? He leaned forward and listened more carefully. It was just time for the climax of the chorus. The drums slowly joined in, like the footsteps of the years marching steadily forward, pounding one by one, gradually increasing in intensity, just like thoughts accumulating and expanding in the bottom of the heart, no longer able to be suppressed, pushing the intensity and bitterness of that love spanning over 1,000 years to a climax. Tears spilled on the plain dress, composing a song of bitter love and sadness. Love is imprisoned in the boundaries of time. I hope to meet you again. I hope to meet you again. To continue to write that broken chapter of love. It was White Pear's voice, and after listening to the climax, the mountain ghost was sure of it. The whole song, the tone is on the low side, so at the beginning of the main part of the song, White Pear was singing with a suppressed voice. He didn't hear it for a while. To the chorus, White Pear let go of the song. He heard it. The end of the chorus, into the interlude part, the ethereal sound of the entrance of the Xiao, whimpering and weaving in the modern musical instruments woven in the sound network, intertwined with a kind of time and space intertwined with a sense of fantasy. The mountain ghost got goosebumps. Not only was he shocked by the song, but also because after realizing that it was sung by White Pear, he suddenly thought of White Pear's comment about writing a song a few days ago. Did White Pear write this song himself? After having this thought, Mountain Ghost was not calm. His mouth chanted, "Impossible, impossible," only studied for less than a week. The song's composition and lyrics were so mature, it didn't seem like the work of a newcomer. Bai Li wasn't some average newcomer. He had never seen a genius like Bai Li. If it was her, she might actually be able to do it. The mountain ghost cannot help but rub the lip nail. The lip nail has been stuck for a period of time. It has long been painless, but at the moment it seems to itch again. The phone audio was still playing. The screen was black while the audio was playing, reflecting a fleshy lip with a cold silver lip stud underneath it. Chapter 27, Recognizing a Thief as a Father. After listening to a whole song, the mountain ghost has not yet searched for the song on the internet. Listening to the song to recognize the song cannot find the song. His mind echoed the melody and lyrics of the song. White Pear saw Mountain Ghost's delayed reply and typed a question mark over White Pear. Mountain Ghost sat upright, took a deep breath to calm himself down. A complex look flashed in his eyes. He asked after a moment of deliberation, "Did you write this song?" White Pear, "Yes. For you to write. Can you sing?" Mountain Ghost see White Pear text message. Heartbeat violently missed a beat, like there is an invisible hand. In his heartstrings heavy plucked a bit. How could he not expect that White Pear would really write a song? And for him. Mountain Ghost looked at these words, eyes a little slightly hot. In this circle crawling around for so long, have seen too many false feelings. In your peak when the name came, in your low point when you left. The circle of people know Mountain Ghost voice is not working, once those touting and compliments have disappeared. But perhaps it is at this time that the purest relationship between people can be seen. He really can't think of a reason for White Pear to write a song for an over-the-top singer like him. His finger hovered over the cell phone screen for a long time, not knowing how to respond. Those words that were originally clear and incomparable in his mind, at this moment all seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, becoming blurred. He opened his mouth, but his throat was a little dry, and only after a long time did he reply, "Why?" White Pear quickly returned the message, "Before not said? Write out the first song for you to sing, and in order to thank Mr. Mountain Ghost for his teaching in the past few days. Is the first assignment handed in by the student still satisfactory?" Mountain Ghost knocked down these 4 words, "I like it very much." After sending it out, he leaned back in his chair and smiled softly. I didn't realize that at a time like this, there was still someone writing him a song. White Pear probably didn't realize that this song might bring Mountain Ghost more than just a song, or a recognition, or even redemption. Mountain Ghost favorable value plus 20. Mountain Ghost favor value, 40. At the same time that Shiranui received Mountain Ghost's message, she also received Mountain Ghost's favor value. Shiranui blinked incredulously, adding 20 favor value at once. No mistake? Bai Li thought that the Mountain Ghost might increase his favor value, but he didn't think that it would increase this much. How much did this like the song he wrote? Mountain Ghost's fondness for the song was reflected in his superb power of action, and on the same day, Mountain Ghost began to learn the song, immersing himself in the song and constantly adjusting his pronunciation and emotions. Learning the song went exceptionally well, and the Mountain Ghost came to realize that the song had indeed been written for him by White Pear, and that all the tones were in his comfort zone. The Mountain Ghost quickly sent the pure human voice track to White Pear. "Aha! Bai Li listened to it with in-ear headphones, and didn't nearly jump up when he listened to it, just feeling like his ears were going to get pregnant. Who was the subwoofer trying to kill? Bai Li's eyes flashed with surprise. Thought it would be very appropriate. Did not think it would be so appropriate. Every low note is like magic. Plus the mountain ghost timbre itself carries a unique sense of steadiness and vicissitudes. Whether it is sighing, choking or deep confessions, can easily touch the listener's innermost softest part. She couldn't wait to send a message to Mountain Ghost, her fingers rapidly tapping on the cell phone screen. Your bass is simply nuclear weapon level, to mesmerize people to death. Mountain Ghost looked at Bai Li's reply, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smug smile, and replied, it's the song that's well written, and it's extraordinarily easy to sing. Bai Li sent a haughty emoji, humph, that's for sure. Don't look at who wrote it. However, you sing it with too much feeling. I'm inspired again. There are some places that can be tweaked a bit more. What do you think about adding my voice here? And so, the two began to discuss passionately on their cell phones. Bai Li was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed, body leaning forward. Her fingers kept gesturing on the screen, talking about her ideas. Mountain Ghost was on the other side of the screen, sitting on a chair, his body leaning back, his hand resting on his chin, listening attentively to Bai Li's suggestions, nodding from time to time and offering his own opinion. White Pear suggested adding some harmonies to the chorus to make the layering richer. In producing songs, Mountain Ghost was still a little more experienced, immediately getting what Bai Li's meant, and gave the suggestion, you can record a section of ear chanting. White Pear was enlightened by Mountain Ghost's suggestion, and jumped up from the resting couch, and went back into composing without stopping, this time with Mountain Ghost's company, and the two of them tried various combinations of harmonies. Mountain Ghost's voice mellow and magnetic. White Pear's voice is like a spiritual spirit. Surprisingly, they really let them try to come up with a perfect harmony, and the song was originally a love song about men and women, so men and women with the song's emotions are also more complete. As the creation progressed, the understanding between them grew stronger. Mountain Ghost would understand an idea before Bai Li even came up with it, and Bai Li could accurately understand Mountain Ghost's unique interpretation of the song as he sang it. It was as if they were jigsaw puzzles from two musical worlds that fit together perfectly in this collaboration. From a certain rhyme in the lyrics, to a decorative note in the melody, everything was on the same frequency, and the song was becoming more and more complete. Complete to the point that it was just short of a title and could have been released straight away. Bai Li was simply super satisfied, raising her arms high and stretching a big lazy waist. Woohoo! It's finally done. The final finished song. The Mountain Ghost only felt a trance, like a dream, woke up still very touched. The original songwriting is such a simple thing? No, not writing a song is simple, but Bai Li made it all simple. She can always come up with the optimal solution at the critical moment. This is talent. No matter how much experience and effort cannot cross the gap. At this time, the Mountain Ghosts of Bai Li's admiration cannot be expressed in words. The Mountain Ghost's eyes flashed with a cunning light. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a tiger's tooth between bad smiles. Promise me, in the future, if someone asks you where your teacher comes from, be sure to report the name of your teacher. Bai Li blinked in confusion, her expression puzzled. Why? It's not like I'm worshipping a master. Mountain Ghost secretly thought. Who could believe that a newcomer with no foundation could compose a song in its entirety in a single day? Bai Li was like a rising star with unlimited potential, and this song was definitely not Bai Li's upper limit. In Shan Gui's opinion, Bai Li's talent had yet to be fully revealed, just like a bright sunrise hidden behind the clouds, with enough energy to shake the entire music industry. He seemed to have seen a rising star, and as her master, it would be a very honorable thing. However, he would not easily say these words in his heart. The Mountain Ghost's plan to come, with a smile on his face, continued, we play music. Who introduced who into the door? Who is whose master? I taught you out. How can not be counted as your master? White Parrow a sound. Eyes drip turn. Always feel as if there is something wrong. Mountain Ghost words will not have any mystery. Why suddenly want to be a master again? But for a moment cannot think to understand. White Pear pursed lips, fingers around a strand of their own hair spinning. The heart secretly grasped, however. See in the Mountain Ghost good sense value all of a sudden rose to 40 points on the part of the Mountain Ghost, coupled with the Mountain Ghost in the past few days to do their best to teach themselves. From morning to night, really do a teacher, or master of the duties of a teacher. Bai Li deliberately put on a somewhat reluctant look. Alright, then I'll reluctantly recognize the thief as my father. Then in the future if there's something I don't know how to do, I'll come to ask for advice for free. Who let you be the master? Mountain Ghost grinned at Bai Li's eloquent attack. It really wasn't easy to fool. But he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. He agreed to it first. Such a talented disciple was like a piece of shining gold. Putting it out there was going to be snatched up, and hastily gritted his teeth and replied, no problem good disciple. He was afraid that Bai Li would back out. Chapter 28, Coffee Boy. White Pear already had an idea about where the song belonged. There was no theme song for My Bronze Cauldron Can Access the Ancient World yet. Bai Li's fingers slid on the cell phone screen and sent an elaborate excerpt of the song to Jiang Mingfei. Jiang Mingfei was pleasantly surprised when she listened to it. The song was like it was tailor-made for this drama. Moreover, the song was actually composed by Bai Li. Jiang Mingfei was shocked. Bai Li can compose songs? How come Missy is so all-round? Beautiful and sweet. She can also write songs. Jiang Mingfei ran to Bai Li's house in a gust of wind, listened to the full version in Bai Li's recording studio, clapped her hands excitedly after listening. Her voice was exceptionally loud in the studio. That's it. Immediately bought the rights to the song. Jiang Mingfei pulled over Bai Li's hand, sincerely bent down so that his line of sight was flush with Bai Li, and said with a serious face, "Good boy. One size does not fit all. I must pay the royalties for this song. You've already paid a lot, so just accept a little bit of my goodwill." Jiang Mingfei offered a royalty of $100,000. Missy must not lack this $100,000 royalty. Jiang Mingfei inwardly understood this, but this was not a reason why she could ask for nothing. White Pear in the heart also calculated some. She does not lack royalties is not false, but between brothers have to be clear accounts, let alone between friends. This is not a simple treat, is the labor should be paid. The song is not only have their own pay, there are mountain ghosts. Behind the royalties can be divided into half of him. After Bai Li gazed and thought, he slightly raised his head and very painfully nodded his head in agreement. Okay. After solving the official business, Jiang Mingfei is not in a hurry to go. She is busy with the company and the crew in the past 2 days. Bai Li is also like a hermit all day and all night soaking in the recording studio. There is no news. Counting the two people have not met for a long time surprisingly. Take this opportunity to get together and have a good chat. The two of them held hands, talking and laughing as they walked towards the front court, and just happened to meet the housekeeping NPCs that were working. He slightly lowered his head, eyes lowered, and respectfully greeted them, and the several housekeeping NPCs behind him also stopped what they were doing, and greeted them in a neat and tidy manner. He still had the same poker face, so expressionless that it seemed like a statue, but deep inside him, he actually let out a long sigh of relief and put down a big stone. Miss Bai finally stopped staying in her room. These days, Miss Bai was like a reclusive immortal, unable to leave her home, staying upstairs all day. He was worried every day. If not for Miss Bai remembering to go downstairs for dinner, he couldn't help but knock on the door upstairs to confirm Miss Bai's mental state. Jiang Mingfei was actually curious when she arrived. That curiosity was like a kitten in at her heart. It was only at this time that she voiced her inner doubts. "Good boy, where did you find so many little manservants in your house?" When Bai Li heard this, she almost choked on her own saliva, and her face instantly exploded red. What is the word tiger and wolf? Bai Li panicked and went to confirm he and their expressions. Seeing that he and they still had that unperturbed look, Bai Li breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately the NPCs weren't real people, and Jing Knight had gone out to take care of her work and wasn't in the house, or else if she were to be here instead, she would really have to burrow a crack in the ground. She quickly dismissed he and the others, tugging Jiang Mingfei to vanish like the wind, explaining in a very fast tone as she walked, "Not little manservants. They are all proper housekeepers." Jiang Mingfei's brain function has always been very developed, and her mind has been like a wild horse running wild in the grassland of imagination, whose housekeepers were all fresh and handsome, each is clean and dry, impeccable etiquette, at a glance as all have received rigorous training. Must be the young lady's family cultivated from childhood. Jiang Mingfei suddenly realized, maybe it is specifically to please the young ladies happy. Another look at Bai Li's shy and anxious expression. Jiang Mingfei helplessly sighed, patted Bai Li's shoulder to show understanding. "I understand. I will keep your secret." The eyes were very understanding, as if saying, "I know you're embarrassed. Don't worry." Bai Li knew that Jiang Mingfei must have misunderstood something again. Fortunately she only saw he and the others. If she saw Jingyue, who looked like a replica of Sebastian, Jiang Mingfei might think even more crookedly. "No, I can't let Jiang Mingfei see Jingyue. Long. I'm going to buy a cup of coffee from the cafe outside. I'll be back soon." Bai Li waved her hand and greeted Long who was standing guard, then pulled Jiang Mingfei out of the house and went to the cafe along the street. Is this the benefit of living in a small house in the center of the city? Jiang Mingfei couldn't help but sigh. She had worked hard over the years, and her savings over the years had allowed her to own a villa of her own in the suburbs, which was large and bigger than these villas in the city center. But there was no cafe that could be reached by taking a few steps out the door. Such a convenient and romantic experience can only be enjoyed by the lucky ones who live in the city center. But this kind of enjoyment isn't available to everyone, born with it or born without it. This is especially true of the cafes in this neighborhood, each one of which seems like a carefully crafted work of art, with frighteningly expensive rents and ridiculously high unit prices for their products. Sure enough, A cup of the cheapest Americano needs 40 to start. This price is like a threshold, blocking many people outside. A large coffee shop, only a few figures. White pair obviously also noticed the price on the menu. Secretly spit, worthy of the Magic City, with not soft sister currency, is the Shanghai dollar. Bai Li still ordered 2 hot lattes worth 50 Shanghai dollars. Our family also has an original half-sugar dessert. Not sweet, very tasty. Want to try a piece? The little brother at the front desk enthusiastically recommended. His voice sweet as caramel. Only then did Bai Li take her eyes off the menu and noticed the little brother who ordered. This little brother looks so tender. Is he an adult? Bai Li pondered in his mind. There should be no makeup on his face, but his skin is as white as freshly squeezed milk, with a faint luster. His eyes are bright, like 2 crystalline black jewels. His tiny nose is just right. He smiles and reveals 8 neat little white teeth, and the flesh of his cheeks is slightly bulging, like a small donut, and it is even more tender, so that people can't help but pinch it, and the youthfulness of the atmosphere is coming out of his face. Xiao Hao's ethereal voice rang out. Drip drip drip. Found that the face value score 83 points of the opposite sex. Please pay attention to the host. Bai Li silently replied in her mind. Received. Thank you Lord Xiao Hao. Worthy of being a high-end store? The shopkeepers were all carefully selected for their pleasing high face value. Bai Li casually glanced at the exhibits in the freezer, but also let her secretly shocked. Good guy. Almost no desserts below 100. Bai Li casually ordered 2 cups of coffee and a piece of dessert. Spent nearly 200 soft sister coins. In the past, this kind of cafe Bai Li absolutely will not come in. Even if you pass by, you have to curse or rob money. Now, it's a different story. 200 soft dollars, compared to ordinary coffee dessert is expensive, but not as bad as being bitten by mosquitoes. She began to enjoy the process of spending money more than she did the gain or loss of money, and if she could enjoy the afternoon with her friend, then the money spent was worth it. The two of them found a seat with just the right amount of afternoon sunlight and sat down. The sunlight sprinkled through the window and warmed their bodies. It was like draping a warm blanket in a cold and air-conditioned cafe, cozy and comfortable. They chatted about the progress of the web series, from the shooting situation, to the post-production team, to discussing with which platforms third parties to sign broadcast contracts. There weren't many people in the cafe, only the sound of the coffee-making machine, so the two didn't hide their conversation at a normal volume. Seiki tea favorable value plus 20. Seiki tea favorable value, 20. Where did you get the favor value from? Who is Guan Cha? Bai Li froze and looked around. There were only a few people sitting in the store. All of them were busy with their own things. Could it be the sales clerk boy just now? There is only one person here who has a face value score of more than 80 points, which is in line with the target opposite sex. Bai Li looked behind the counter. The clerk brother is still busy behind the counter. Did not notice this side. It should not be him. Bai Li quietly surveyed for a while. For the time being, no results. Put away the exploratory gaze. Back to the conversation with Jiang Mingfei. 2 hot lattes, and a tiramisu. A refreshing voice suddenly rang out from the side, and Bai Li raised her eyes to look. It was the little brother who had just helped them with their order. For the time being, let's just call him Coffee Boy. Wearing a tight uniform, the Coffee Boy. The material of his shirt and suit pants was very good, as if it was tailor-made for him, perfectly fitting his waist, narrow waist and long legs, with an amazing proportion. He slightly bent down and carefully carried the tray to the table. His movements were gentle and elegant. Bai Li said thank you while her eyes just couldn't help but move over. Her eyes inadvertently landed on a place. Bai Li's eyes widened slightly. She noticed something very concerning. Just now, the coffee boy stood inside the counter, so he couldn't see it. At this time, the coffee boy bent down, so he could see it clearly. Is the back of this coffee boy a little too arched? So round, so perfectly shaped. Indecent neglect. Suddenly realizing something, Bai Li, slightly red-faced, averted her gaze. I'm not a pervert. I just happened to notice. Bai Li defended herself in her heart. She only hoped that she wouldn't be discovered by Jiang Mingfei, or else she wouldn't be able to wash herself even if she jumped into the Yellow River. But Jiang Mingfei is sitting on the opposite side of the white pair. White pair's every move, a knitted brows, all the eyes, do not see is impossible. White pair's inner activities Jiang Mingfei has long seen clearly. So when Bai Li glanced forward to Jiang Mingfei as a thief, she saw Jiang Mingfei with a smile on her face. The coffee boy finished serving the coffee and said with a light smile, please enjoy yourselves, both of you. Before leaving, his eyes also glanced at Bai Li with a watery look, and there seemed to be a hint of a different kind of sentiment in his eyes. However, Bai Li hadn't had eyes for him for a long time, and she was flustered right now, so she didn't notice the glance, and just picked up her latte and pretended to take a sip in an attempt to cover it up. Jiang Mingfei saw all of this clearly, his eyes shining as if he had discovered some new continent, and raised his eyebrows. Oh, there's a drama? Another cafe? another hunter appeared, but apparently this one was much more advanced than the last ones. Forget it, she won't poke holes in all this. Seeing through it is her last mercy. Jiang Mingfei also picked up her coffee and drank it. No matter if it's white pear, or that clerk's small mind, let them quietly ferment in this coffee-flavored afternoon. Chapter 29 Great Harvest. After sending Jiang Mingfei away, Bai Li returned home and drew the goodwill value he had arrived at inside the Wanxiang wheel. In addition to the goodwill value she got from the mountain ghost, there was also a 20 goodwill value she got this afternoon. Inexplicably, from someone named Guan Cha. Bai Li suspected that it should be that coffee shop guy, but she didn't have enough evidence. 40 draws were thrown into the Wanxiang wheel, which emitted a holy light. Bai Li folded her hands in anticipation. Lord Wanxiang wheel is above. Out of gold, out of gold, out of gold. Since the last time the music master phrase came out, it had been a long time since any gold had come out. A total of 2 golds had come out. One was seamless identity. This phrase had almost no feeling after bringing it on. It was classified as a passive skill, but with the music master phrase, it was an active skill. And through this opportunity to create a song, White Pear had finally experienced the anticlimax of a gold phrase. So she was very much looking forward to opening a golden phrase once more, to see what interesting skills she could draw out again. The holy light of the manifestation wheel flickered, and the 40 draws disappeared without a single ring, just like water. Good. No gold came out. Also drew out another bunch of IQ attribute points. Mockery pulled out full. Bai Li stubbornly skipped the IQ attribute points, did not exchange. The last time to add the IQ, causing her to think about things to think about a night, did not fall asleep, compared to not being able to sleep, or stupid better In addition to the IQ attribute points, there were also a few face value attribute points. Since the last time she added IQ randomly, Bai Li, who had learned from her mistakes, was more cautious. Instead of hastily redeeming face value like last time, she first went through a long period of mental construction. Now that she wasn't living alone, suddenly becoming beautiful didn't matter to the NPCs, but Gingyue was still living at home. It would scare him, right? But then again, who could resist the temptation to become prettier? High face value is conducive to obtaining goodwill value. Humans are all beauty-loving animals. High face value can leave a good initial impression on the other party. If the initial goodwill value is high, it is also conducive to Xiao Hao's upgrading. Slowly exchange. Should be fine. Bai Li looked into the mirror and first redeemed a face value to use. She stared nervously at herself in the mirror. The shape of the eyebrows has changed slightly by a hair, as if they were trimmed. The few small stray hairs around them are gone, and there is no obvious change in the location of the 3 quartz and 5 eyes, but they always feel more energized. Bai Li had read before that there is a very famous microplastic surgeon, very good at playing microneedle hyaluronic acid, can adjust the shape of the face and change the state. After playing, although it is just a person, and there is no major change in the features, but it just feels like a few years younger and energized all of a sudden. She has a hint of that feeling now, as if she had permanent hyaluronic acid with no side effects. It's different from the changes brought about by health. Health was improving Bai Li's body, but face was there in changing Bai Li's genes. Shiranui breathed a sigh of relief. Great, there wasn't much change. Using it carefully was the right thing to do. After using it successfully, Shiranui checked the other prizes. The normal R-rated prizes were mostly abstract, but there were good things. Simple series knitted small suspenders. Hooray, this is too cool. Wifex UK imported mellow 8 flavors tea bags. This can be. Jingy will make tea. Turn back and Jingy together to make a taste. Game point card 1. 000. Real-time arrival. This prize let the White Pear eyes bright. Several years did not play the game. The new home just purchased a 4090 Ti graphics card desktop computer, but there is time to play the game. Back to find the years feel. Lujiazui Prime Office Building absolute bidding rights. Wait, what does this mean? Bai Li didn't react for a moment and looked to the remarks at the end of the prize. The bidder will be the highest price in the field 100% to get the auction item. This auction item is located in the core location of Lujiazui. The total height of nearly 500 meters, 40 floors above ground, is a high-end office building, can be used for business. White Pear shock. Lujiazui is the most influential financial center of the Magic City. Here, a brick smashed down, either to the bank, or securities, or else is the insurance and other financial institutions. The Pearl of the Orient is located here, as well as the legendary 3-piece high-rise, attracting countless people to visit the card. So she will get an office building here? And not just one floor, but a whole building. Bai Li's mind began to spin again. The surprise was too big. Wanxiang will also thoughtfully gave Bai Li the external appearance of the office building. In the bustling core of Lujiazui, there stands an office building as high as 500 meters. The building's facade is all made of high-tech curtain wall. which presents a unique visual effect under different angles and light, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds and the sparkling Huangpu River, just like a bright pearl set on the bank of the river, glittering with the attention of the light. At night, the top of the building will gradually tighten, forming an elegant spire. The surface of the spire will be lit, soft light from the top all the way down, like the flow of the Milky Way, but also like for the building to wear a brilliant crown. The whole building in the night stands out as the most dazzling presence. Finally know why the Magic City night sky is lit up. White pear spat, is because there is such a building exists. Right, but it's so good looking. Bai Li was instantly moved. After seeing the picture, Bai Li exchanged the auction right. This building she wants. At this time, a public website. There is a fierce bidding is in progress. The bidders are very familiar names of the general public, including many commercial real estate giants. Greenland Real Estate, Bao Long Real Estate, Sun Hung Kai, companies both at home and abroad. There are also some giants in the financial industry. CITIC Securities, Life Insurance, Goldman Sachs Group. Almost all are in the name of the company to buy this building. In Lujiazui has an office building. In fact, the symbolic significance is greater than its practical significance. After all, only the world's most powerful batch of giants can gnaw the land here. In Lujiazui has a place not only to prove their strength, but also their status in the industry is recognized. Tonight at 0 o'clock is the final moment of this auction. Once 0 o'clock, this building will be determined the final owner. These giants are all eyeing this new building located in the prime location. All the power of the senior are concerned about this auction. Every bid has led to the team behind the giants' crazy calculations. The price all the way up. The bidding atmosphere is also getting more and more tense. However, what they didn't know was that there was a variable in this auction, white pear. White pear held the absolute right to bid. It is hard to describe the feeling of winning. It is like playing poker. Everyone is guessing whose card is smoother, who has bombs in their hands. But in fact, the smoothest card, the biggest king of bombs is in your hands. No matter how other people play, how many bombs to throw are useless. You can't lose at all. Chapter 30, Small Crown Bidding. Hiss, how ruthless. Green City Group bid $10 billion. The person who spoke widened his eyes filled with shock. The other person beside him had his gaze fixed on the computer screen. His eyes flashed with a sharp gaze, and he said with certainty, "This lot is indeed worth it. Just watch, it's more than 10 billion. When Greentown Group bid $10 billion, the auction entered the next stage, the stage where only the giants can participate. Other small shrimps that are not qualified have long since withdrawn from the bidding stage. A small computer screen was crowded with a single head. They, as the company's investment risk assessment team, are mainly responsible for the direction of the company's investment. Originally, Lujiazui's Little Crown office building is also one of their target projects this year, when they did a thick pile of information for this project. But because the risk of this project is really too high, was the company's senior management rejected a vote? So they can be in the most critical juncture tonight, the whole group to touch the fish to watch the show. The fluorescent light of the screen reflected on the faces of the crowd, and everyone's expression changed as the price changed. The ever-increasing prices on the website drew gasps of surprise. China Shipping Land has raised another 100 million upwards. Another real estate giant has struck. Someone shouted at the top of their lungs, excitement in their voice as if they were in the middle of this fierce bidding. The real estate company, in order to collect rent behind Little Crown yearly rent, is conservatively estimated to be more than $1 billion. Meat and potatoes who all want to eat. The people next to him chimed in. Why don't we bet on the final winner with a nightcap? I bet the final winner still has to be the old Central Enterprise developer, a young lad suggested with a smile. It's definitely the government department that closes the deal. Don't underestimate the Lujiazui Management Committee. A more senior member shook his head and said in a firm tone, the price is up to $1 billion. Whether it's a veteran developer or a government agency, it's not an aggressive investment style. They won't follow it up any further. From the investment point of view of obtaining asset appreciation gains, I see it as a private equity fund or a trust company. A man wearing glasses and looking very civilized analyzed. Group leader. What do you think? The gazes of the crowd went to the group leader. The group leader sat on a stool and lit a cigarette in an old-fashioned manner. The smoke lingered in front of his eyes as he squinted his eyes slightly, seemingly thinking about something. You've all made good points, but you've all missed one important factor combining real things. The leader of the group sold the idea. I don't know if you guys have paid attention to the recent movements in the Chinese circle. The so-called king of ships, Yu Ko, gave his shares in the global navigation group to a junior from a different generation. You mean that world's largest international shipping conglomerate, Universal Shipping Group? The team leader swallowed a cloud and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and nodded. Actually, behind the Universal Group is a Chinese family, the Wu family. Back then, the king of ships, Wu Ku, started out from Hong Kong City, and with his exceptional guts and wisdom, he built up his shipping empire step by step. dominating the shipping industry for decades. Nowadays, their family has not only stayed in shipping. Among the second generation of the Wu family, the eldest son is in politics, and is the first Chinese-American cabinet minister in the United States, showing extraordinary charisma and ability on the political stage. The second son is married to a century-old family, and his wife, Milan Bryan, is a director of Walmart, Facebook and other Fortune 500 companies. The third son is in the field of biotechnology, and has started 3 drug companies, including the largest Abor's biotechnology company in America, which is the largest in the United States, and the largest in the United States. Largest Arboreus biotechnology company, worth up to $700 billion. His scientific research results have saved countless lives and brought the family a huge fortune. Good man, a luxurious family, politics, business and medicine. Someone scared. But what does this have to do with this auction? Don't be anxious, listen to me. The one who has a connection to this auction is the third generation of the Wu family. The leader of the group was old and calm. The third generation of the Wu family is also extremely outstanding, in which the youngest son of the third son, at the age of only 25 years old, founded the Seaside Group, which blossomed in many fields of commerce and finance. The company's business expanded rapidly, and its value is not high. Outsiders call it the Little Ship King, and the Ship King, Wu Ku, directly gave the shares of the Universal Shipping Group's shares intergenerationally to him. Bull or not, cows, could it be that the small Ship King will also come to bid? Someone speculated. The Sea Royal Group has been very active in the country recently, and I heard that the Little Boat King is coming to Magic City to develop his industry, so I'm betting that he'll also participate in the bidding and be the final bidder. The team leader said confidently. Damn, team leader, you're a god. Sea Royal Group has bid 15 billion. Someone shouted excitedly, and the room suddenly looked like it had exploded. At this time, in other corners of the world, those financial predators and investment experts who were watching the bidding were also closely watching the development of the situation, and seeing the price directly soar from 1 billion to 15 billion. They were all shaken tremendously. Inside the conference room of China Shipping Land, the lights were a bit harsh. The person in charge was frowning tightly. The veins on his forehead were slightly bulging, and his hands were tightly clenched together. The team members sat around the conference table, urgently discussing countermeasures. This move by the Sea Imperial Group is too sudden. They are trying to forcefully break the rhythm. We can't let them get away with it, but it's too risky to go any higher. This price has far exceeded our initial budget. A finance officer looked at the statement in his hand and said worriedly. The others also fell into silence, and a depressing atmosphere filled the conference room. The auction seemed like it had frozen at 15 billion, and there was no second bid for a while. The entire bidding seemed as if the pause button had been pressed, and a subtle tranquility enveloped the room. It was at this time that Bai Li found the bidding URL under Xiao Hao's guidance. Bai Li curiously clicked the mouse and entered the bidding website. As soon as she entered the website, she was surprised by the long string of zeros on the page. Wait, how many zeros is this? Bai Li subconsciously murmured, her eyes wide open. She moved closer to the screen. Her breathing became rapid, and repeatedly counted 3 times. It was 15 billion, not 15 million, not 5 billion. It's 15 billion. Bai Li took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. In the past, when shopping on the internet, the price was simple and clear. At best it was a 4-digit number that could be seen at a glance. But this time, this large string of numbers made her feel as if she had entered a completely unfamiliar world, where the magnitude of wealth was so large that it made her dizzy, and she had to count even half a day before she could ascertain this astonishing price. What did $15 billion represent? Once an asset exceeded one's ability to consume, one could only understand its value through conversion. Bai Li silently calculated in her mind that it would be $45 million. That would represent a year of not having to work at all, and only eating the interest to enjoy an affluent life higher than most people. And, at this point, the bidding hadn't ended yet. $15 billion wasn't the final price, and right in the midst of all the quiet, a new price popped up on the webpage. Lu Jiazui Management Committee bid, 5 billion. Bai Li's eyes widened. If she wasn't mistaken, the management committee was the government, right? The government was involved in this bidding. What kind of divine auction house had she mistakenly entered? She slid the mouse wheel with a trembling finger, and flipped up the bidding records. The rows of names, either the thunderous business giants, or in their respective fields have an excellent reputation of the famous enterprises. They are in the arena of bidding on the stage of you and me to and fro, splashing a huge amount of wealth, and carry out a game belonging to the strong. Bai Li looked and watched. His spirit was in a trance. He felt like he was dreaming. He felt like a dwarf who accidentally intruded into the world of giants. Everything around him seemed huge and untouchable, and he was just a mortal who mistakenly intruded into the forbidden land. Do we really want to be involved in this kind of bidding? Would it be too crazy? Do you really want to take on these business giants? Afraid of what? Within White Pair's inner mind, another voice suddenly rang out. This voice was ghostly, as if it came from the abyss, like a bolt of lightning that instantly knocked her out of her daze, and Bai Li's thoughts tumbled. Yes, what was she afraid of? Ordinary people can't beat capital. In front of the torrent of capital, it's as small as a mole cricket, unbeatable, and those astronomical bids are the brick wall built by capital, isolating individuals far from this game. But she was different. She was no longer an ordinary person from the moment she acquired Xiao Hao. The bindings that ordinary people needed to passively accept did not exist in her case. This auction might be the battlefield of capital, where they fought and played. Every move carried the dominance of money and power, like they were trying to prove their strength and status, but not for her. She simply just thought the building was beautiful and decided to pocket it. She never needed to prove anything. She wasn't an ant under the feet of a giant. She was a manipulator far above the giant. Perhaps it was because she had been ignored and belittled for too long. So when the great wealth was in front of her, Bai Li was a little uncomfortable. But after she figured it out, she settled down between her heart. Bai Li looked toward the absolute bidding right exchanged from the wheel of all images. This is a kind of privilege over all the capital. Is a kind of ability to break the routine. Is a kind of new perspective and sense of control. Let her inner heart has a more firm idea. The little crown is mine. The seconds ticked by, getting closer and closer to the end of the auction. Every second was like a small hammer, hitting everyone's heart. At this moment, a luxurious residence is decorated to the max. The walls were hung with expensive oil paintings, and the floor was covered with thick Persian carpets. A middle-aged man gently knocked on the door of the room, his movements very light for fear of disturbing the people in the room. In a soft voice, he asked, "Boss, the government has offered $15.5 billion. Are we still going to follow?" The room was dim, with only a few wisps of sandalwood smoke curling up in the air, exuding a mysterious aura. After a while, a young man's lazy voice came out of the room, answering with a short, confident, "Follow, no matter what the price is, no upper limit, win beautifully." Not long afterward, a new price popped up on the website. See Royal Group's bid, 16 billion. These few words were like a bomb thrown into a calm lake, instantly setting off shockwaves. Is C Royal Group crazy? A senior business commentator looked at the screen and said with a frown, "It's no longer a simple business investment. It's more like a strategic layout." He was well aware of the deep meaning behind this price, and in the game of these giants, value no longer seemed to be the only factor to consider. Silence fell in the conference room of China Shipping Land. They had completely given up the idea of continuing the bidding. This price was far beyond their tolerance limit, and following it up would only put the company into a huge financial risk. The person in charge leaned helplessly on his chair, his eyes full of helplessness and unwillingness. The others also lowered their heads, their moods heavy. Since it had come to such a price, the outcome of this bidding seemed to be no longer in doubt. Everyone was waiting for the final bell to ring to end this bidding. This was indeed the case. As time passed by minute, with no one putting up a new price, just when everyone thought there was no suspense, at the last second, the page refreshed and a new price popped up. White Pair bid, 20 billion. The bidding ended. This sudden price made everyone freeze, and the entire world seemed to stand still at this moment. There were still experts? Chapter 31 Bidding Results. Bai Li looked at her name suddenly appearing on the screen, reddened her face, and secretly apologized in her heart. "Sorry guys, I have the absolute right to bid." In the last second of the bidding, Bai Li bid $20 billion, directly locking in the final bidding result. This was a timed auction with a strict time limit. The bidders could only bid competitively within the specified time period, and the buyer was confirmed when the set time ended. Others no longer had the opportunity to bid again. Even if someone bids, few people will raise the price with White Pair again. The estimated value of the small crown was $15 billion. $20 billion was already far beyond the market price. Those business giants and investment experts, despite the fact that they have been in the mall for many years and have seen countless big storms, at this moment, their faces are filled with dismay. Who was this White Pair? Where did he come from? How come I have never heard of this name in the business circle before? And she is an individual, not a company. She had $20 billion of disposable funds in her hands. How was this possible? The depressing atmosphere that had originally permeated the conference room of China Shipping Land was replaced by an even more intense shock. The person in charge was originally leaning helplessly against the back of his chair, but at this moment, as if injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant, he sat violently straight, his eyes staring at the screen, his lips trembling with disbelief. Where did this person come from? The rest of the team looked at each other, all seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Although the fact that the commercial competitor didn't win the bidding in the end was something to be happy about, but who was this White Pair that suddenly appeared? Various speculations and conspiracy theories were put forward in the conference room, but none of them could be confirmed. They tried to search their memories for any clues about White Pear, but the horrible realization was that there were none, and this person was like an outsider who appeared out of nowhere. Could there be an error in the system? Someone asked. Others, however, shook their heads. This was the most formal official bidding site. There was no mistaking the results of the auction, and if the bidding was successful, it meant that the person was truly qualified. Some people had already started searching online for the name White Pear, but did not find any useful information. She's not buying for someone else, is she? Another person speculated. This was possible, but who would take such a big risk to buy a $20 billion building? They realized that it might as well have been Oceanic Group that won the bidding. At least it was within a manageable range that they could predict. Today's situation broke all of their perceptions and the future became unpredictable. On the other side, Bai Li jumped up excitedly. This is a building worth tens of billions of dollars. How can you know this good news by yourself? Must find someone to share. Bai Li knew that at this hour, Jing Knight was still awake, and immediately ran downstairs excitedly and knocked on Jing Knight's room door. However, the sound of Jing Knight opening the door took a bit longer than she expected. While waiting, White Pear's mind imagined Jing Knight's expression when she heard the news. A few days ago, Jing Knight had spoken to herself about the situation of the base. Because the base's development involved a live broadcasting business, this meant that approval from the relevant departments and a formal license were essential, and these processes were currently being carried out in an orderly manner. However, a problem has arisen. That is, there is still a lack of office space that can support the company's operations. There is no suitable office space inside the base, and we were considering whether to pack up a place inside the base or find another suitable ready-made place. I didn't expect this problem to be solved now. A large site, a large have. In the future, Little Crown will be the place for his company to get rich and make a fortune. At this moment, the door was opened from the inside. A hot air came to the face. Behind the door appeared the figure of Silent Night. Shizuno body simply draped in a bathrobe. His hair is still wet. Crystal water droplets in the hair flashes, like pearls from the satin black silk slippery. Shizukuya used a towel to simply cover his hair. But still, a droplet of water still slid down his snow-white neck and didn't make it into the bathrobe. Even though the bathrobe was tightly worn by him, the hidden muscle lines that leaked out from under his neck still gave Shiranui a feeling of thirst. In her impression, Shizuno usually dressed very meticulously, just like his character, calm and introverted. And the Jing Knight in front of her was something she had never seen before, like a flower that would only bloom quietly at night, exuding a different kind of forbidden temptation. Such a quiet night was so unfamiliar, and this strangeness made Bai Li somewhat overwhelmed. Don't look at her like this. She was still maternally single. Where had she seen such a scene? She immediately snapped back from her state of excitement, feeling like she had intruded into a forbidden place and seen a view she shouldn't have seen, making her heart beat wildly. Still Knight was still concerned as usual, asking, "Is there something wrong? Ms. Bai." As if she was a bit scalded by the heat, Bai Li subconsciously took a step back, her cheeks slightly reddening on both sides. She coughed twice in embarrassment, trying to cover up her inner panic in this way. She didn't dare to look directly into Silent Night's eyes at all, and her gaze wandered around in panic, finally landing on the floor by Silent Night's feet. "It's nothing big. It's just a coincidence. I just happened to come across a bidding for an office building. I thought it was very suitable, so I bought it. You don't have to worry about the venue. If you're free tomorrow, let's go sign the contract together." Jing Knight looked at the White Pear fidgety appearance. The heart a little funny. He just know White Pear will be embarrassed, so try to dress up before opening the door. And the door also only opened half. Is not want to let White Pear too embarrassed. Did not expect White Pear or so shy. Jing Knight had wanted to let Bai Li into the room to talk slowly, but when he saw her like this now, he also lost his heart. It's better to let Ms. Bai get out of the embarrassing mood as soon as possible. Jing Knight very sweetly listened to Bai Li's narration and nodded, hanging a shallow smile to give affirmation. "Thank you Miss Bai for thinking about me. This time really helped a lot. I am still in the headache for the matter of the venue. I did not expect that Miss Bai solved it so quickly. Please make sure to bring me along tomorrow to sign the contract." Jing Knight's tone was full of gratitude. There was no dissimilarity, just that her eyes never left Bai Li, with a hint of doting. Hearing this, Bai Li's mood slightly improved, but she still didn't dare to look at Jing Knight. She folded her arms behind her back and gave a hasty smile. "Ha ha, you're welcome. Sorry for bothering you so late. Take an early rest. I still have to go and sign the contract in the morning." Bye. Bai Li slowly moved her feet, moving away as she spoke. Jing Knight leaning against the door, smiling at Bai Li's moving figure, eyes more and more gentle. "Goodbye, Ms. Bai, also rest early. See you tomorrow." Only until Bai Li's figure disappeared around the corner of the building did Jing Knight gently close the door. In that luxurious residence. "Sorry, boss, Someone bid higher than us at the last minute, the middle-aged man said carefully as the room fell silent. Just as the reporting middle-aged man's forehead was sweating, a voice came out of the room. Who? The voice did not fluctuate with too many emotional ups and downs. The middle-aged man hurriedly replied, "It's someone called White Pear." The man in the room suddenly let out an "oh" of interest, murmuring softly between his lips, "White Pear, it's her." Then he let out a soft laugh with interest, his eyes transmitting the light of a cold star. Cold and mysterious, I see. The middle-aged man froze. He thought that boss might get angry, might be disappointed with them, but he didn't think that boss was reacting like this. Could it be that boss was recognizing this person surnamed Bai? Wu high favorable value +5. Wu high favorable value, 25. Bai Li was sleeping soundly. The sudden sound of the system broadcast didn't wake her up. Bai Li only felt as if someone had said something in her ear. She mumbled 2 sentences vaguely and fell back into a deep sleep. Chapter 32, The Land of Eternal Day. Today, it was actually not a good day. The city was covered by gloomy clouds, and the sky was like a huge gray curtain, depressing people to breathe. However, on the top floor of the Little Crown, the conference room was still spacious and bright. The conference room is still spacious and bright. The sunlight pours into every corner of the room without any obstruction, and the golden light jumps on the polished marble walls, reflecting a dazzling light. This was a world above the clouds, a place of eternal day unaffected by cloudy skies, independent of the earthly world. Shiranui signed her name on the contract. From now on, this place was a personal asset that belonged to her. Bai Li walked towards the office that belonged to her. Pushing open the door, there was a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Bai Li walked to the window and her view was filled with white clouds. These clouds were layered and boundless, covering all the hustle and bustle of the city below. It was a world of pure white, as if time had stood still here. Also above the clouds were the spires of a handful of buildings, which looked like giant ships sailing in a sea of clouds, lonely and spectacular, as if only the topmost captains were able to steer them, each carrying something. Bai Li stood in front of the window. The surface looks very calm, but in fact her heart is far from it. Who can keep calm while stepping between the clouds? Who can remain calm while treading on the clouds? Owning the Little Crown has long surpassed the realm of simple personal wealth, and is more like a symbol of power and the pinnacle of commerce. Bai Li felt that she was standing at a height that countless people needed to look up to, and became the queen of this giant beast. Every step she took was like strolling on a cloud. The feeling was ethereal, no sense of reality. The clouds under her feet seemed to dissipate at any time, causing her to fall into an abyss of 10,000 fathoms, so she needed to be careful with every step she took. The sound of silent night knocking on the door pulled Bai Li's thoughts back from the clouds. Ms. Bai, there are several companies that have registered interviews at the front desk to communicate about renting here. Do you need to meet with them? Silent Night's voice was calm, having been surprised at first when she realized that Bai Li had actually bought the place. But now she had accepted the fact and got into a state where she professionally began to deal with various matters. Bai Li's own company is in need of space, but the Little Crown has a total of 40 floors. Each floor has more than 1,000 square meters. For the current company, simply cannot use that large space. According to Jingyi's idea, at this stage, only 2 floors are enough. The rest can be rented out temporarily, and the rent received can provide sufficient funds for the company's development. Bai Li gently nodded, agreeing with Jing Knight's thought process. We'll use the 39th and 40th floors for our own use, and all the other floors can be rented out to suitable companies. You make the arrangements. Jing Knight. Jing Knight nodded in response and turned around, ready to return to his office to deal with these complicated matters. Just as he was about to take a step, Bai Li called out to him again. Jing Knight, if there are too many things to do, you can take your time. Don't wear yourself out. Bai Li suddenly realized that Jing Knight's workload is so big that it's scary. Not only does he have to manage the big and small affairs of the base, he is also in charge of the company's preliminary work, and now he even has to worry about the building's leasing matters. The more Bai Li thought about it, the more she felt guilty. She seems to have put too much responsibility on Jing Knight's body, and she knows the character of the Quiet Knight is a complete workaholic devil, will certainly put all the burden to carry down. Quietly bear. Bai Li deflated in chagrin. I'm sorry, Silent Knight, the manpower is still too small. Jing Knight froze slightly. He turned around and looked at Bai Li with a hint of imperceptible touching flashing in his eyes. Don't ever think like that, Ms. Bai. You've already given me the greatest support. All the rest of the difficulties are within my reach. I'll make the arrangements. Bai Li, however, frowned. She took a few steps forward and came in front of Jing Knight. Bai Li raised her head. Her eyes firmly gazed into Jing Knight's eyes. Her lips pursed slightly. Then she said in a firm tone, I know that you're very capable, but you're not a Superman. You're going to be tired too. I can't just stand by and watch you take on all of it on your own. I'll be heartbroken. The company's everything else can be put on hold. The first order of business is to recruit some assistants to help. Until the assistants come, I will help you. Jing Knight quietly looked at Bai Li, deep sky-like blue eyes, at this time flooded with gentle ripples. A warm current surged in his heart. He knew that Bai Li was really concerned about him. This concern had already transcended the care of a superior for a subordinate, but rather the sincere emotions between family members. In fact, Jingye felt that he did not need Bai Li's help at all, but rejecting Bai Li at this time would instead make her feel bad. Originally, he had his own plans, in a short period of time as soon as possible to let the company gain revenue, development faster, but now seems to need to slow down the pace. However, Jing Knight did not have the slightest dissatisfaction within his heart that his plans had been disrupted, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a gentle smile. I understand. Then I'll be counting on MS. Bye for the time being. Jing Knight favorable value +5. Silent Knight favorable value, 65. Receiving the Quiet Knight good sense value of Bai Li secretly gave herself an appraise. I really touched the country's good boss. So sympathetic to the staff of the boss cannot find a second lantern. These days, the outside world for the small crown, the new owner of the Sound of Prying, has never stopped. The mysterious new owner, as if hidden in the fog, no matter how hard the outside world, cannot get the slightest news about him or her. Even in the days after the takeover, Little Crown has maintained a low-key posture to the extreme. There is no overwhelming advertisement for rent. There is no fanfare of investment publicity, which is very different from the practice of other companies. If it were any other commercial companies, I am afraid that early in the first hour of the takeover, the advertisement all over the city, which makes Little Crown a very different company, but also a very different company. This makes the new owner of the small crown more and more mysterious. Bai Li heard Jing Knight about the rumors outside, helplessly shook his head. Did not rent, just because there is no time. After helping Jing Knight to do a few days of work, Bai Li finally realized what is called the work of the machine. What is reasonable to squeeze every bit of effective time. All the things are under the Jing Knight arrangement tightly and smoothly. Su Yakin was introduced to this company by a friend for an interview. Her old friend boasted about the company. Yakin, the benefits and conditions here are top in the industry. If you don't come, it's just a big loss. This kind of opportunity is rare. Su Yakin was skeptical. Chapter 33 Interview. Su Yakin had already been in the entertainment operation field for many years, experiencing the entire journey from the dominance of traditional film and television to the emergence of new network communication modes. At her age, she has rarely jumped ship again. One of the reasons is that she has reached the end of her career, and she is just repeating herself in a similar environment, which makes it difficult for her to make any substantial progress. Plus, at her seniority, it wasn't very cost-effective for those companies interested in recruiting talent. The money used to poach her might as well be used to recruit a few obedient college students with low salary requirements and easy management, and to meet the company's diversified needs in terms of talent structure, the so-called political indicators. But Su Yakin still came to the interview, for no other reason. The new company gives two good conditions, even the old bird like her also for the heartbeat. Su Yakin's interview was personally interviewed by White Pear and Silent Knight. I heard that Su Yakin is a veteran of the entertainment industry. Under her hand, there have been several ace variety shows. She also brought out several star agents. Seniority is very deep, so the company attached great importance to this interview. Once Su Yakin arrived at the company, she was first shocked by the address where the company was located. Located next to the Luji Azui three-piece suite, the city's financial and commercial core, the degree of prosperity is top-notch. Its high rent and scarcity of land. Even those old, strong entertainment companies can only look and sigh. However, she wasn't mesmerized by the address and only frowned slightly. For a hitman, the company being in the center of the city was actually a form of torture, representing the high cost of renting an apartment. And if one wanted to alleviate the pressure of renting an apartment, one would need to pay an exponential amount of time for commuting. During the interview, Jingye smiled and took out the company's arranged accommodation brochure and handed it to Su Yakin, instantly dispelling Su Yakin's concerns. Su Yakin flipped through the manual, her eyes gradually revealing a look of surprise. Inside the manual listed the environment of the staff dormitory in detail. The staff dormitory was a single-door design, ensuring the privacy and independence of the staff. The living facilities in the dormitory are all complete, even better than those apartments for rent outside. This wasn't what surprised Su Yakin the most. After listening to Silent Knight's introduction, her jaw dropped and she asked incredulously, "Wait, a package to live in? Are you guys saying that these are free to live in?" Jing Knight nodded her head and confirmed, "That's right. The first to fourth floors of the right wing of the Little Crown are all staff dormitories, and as long as they are official employees, they can all register to stay for free." After Su Yakin heard this, her entire body went into a trance. She quickly calculated the cost behind this in her mind, and couldn't help but murmur, "The company has only just started, and it's investing so much? What exactly was the origin of this company?" The two heads of the company, very young at the same time, were both very impressive looking, and when Su Yakin first came in, she thought that she was an artist from somewhere. Bai Li explained in a relaxed tone, "Ms. Su doesn't have to worry about the company's operating costs. Little Crown is my private property." Su Yakin was shocked. The woman in front of her looked like she was in her early 20s. She actually owned this building and was already the owner of an entertainment company. Silent Night went on to talk about the company's other welfare measures. A huge welfare measure that knocked Su Yakin even more out of her mind. The company also has a fixed meal allowance. The staff canteen directly in 5-star hotel cooperation. Salary is not lower than their previous company. And there are even additional project bonuses and year-end dividends. Employees of the 5 insurance and social security will also be based on the highest standards of payment. Su Yakin stared wide-eyed. Years of experience in the workplace so that she will not be easily confused by the appearance. This company to do this really will not lose money? What is the company's development direction and planning? I don't want to just enjoy the benefits for a while, only to end up facing unemployment again because of the company's strategic problems. Bai Li heard Su Yakin's concern. Her eyes signaled Jing Knight to take the company's plan to Su Yakin. Silent Night tacitly handed Su Yakin the information, prompting, "This is the company's short version of the plan. You can read it, but don't take pictures." Su Yakin understood the stakes. This should involve business secrets. She took the information with both hands and read it carefully. The information listed a variety of project plans in detail, from large production movie projects, to niche but highly distinctive network short drama, from the innovative mode of network group broadcasting, to the variety show for all people to participate in, from the professional planning of music production, to the comprehensive layout of the music copyright, so to speak. There is everything. Su Yakin looked at these contents, the light in her eyes getting brighter and brighter, secretly marveling in her heart that this company had great ambitions. This plan was thought up by Bai Li with a pat on the head, and for this reason, she had specially added one IQ attribute point to herself, and her aura flashed several times, thinking of a few interesting ideas. Of course, she was just thinking of ideas, the specific program, planning ideas, market analysis and expected results, etc. Or Jingyue and the rest of the company helped to perfect it. Seeing that Su Yakin had already finished reading the plan, Bai Li added, "This is only a part of our company's future plan. More will have to wait until you're on board. We intend to do a boutique and innovative development route, and won't just imitate the existing entertainment model. This is a challenge, so experienced talents like you are very much needed. Here, you won't be restricted by all sorts of rules and regulations, and can fully utilize your talents and put your ideas into practice." Bai Li's last words really poked Su Yakin. Having worked in this industry for many years, the freshness she once felt had long since disappeared. She used to argue with people for innovation, but later, she helplessly realized that entertainment seemed to have fallen into a kind of weird circle where everyone was copying. Variety formats, copy. Talking scripts, copy. Personality plot, copy. The pit that can be stepped on. The predecessor has stepped on it for you. As long as the copy is good, it will never go wrong. And eating crabs after other people's asses is the way of survival of the entertainment company. This company is different. All of its plans are new and interesting. If done, it is likely to cause an impact on the entertainment industry in the future. It will be a revolutionary change. And this company has the capital for trial and error. Just by the fact that the owner is the owner behind Little Crown, it means that she has a strong capital to support these grandiose plans, which injected a shot of cardiotonic into Su Yakin's heart. Don't look at Su Yakin so a handful of years old. She always has the seed of dedication for entertainment in her heart. Her soul is still young. She knows that such an opportunity is once in a lifetime, so that she is willing to give it a try. After much deliberation, she finally made up her mind that at 40, it was the right age to break in. "So when can I start?" Shiranui was happy. Another talent had been recruited. She could share some of her work out again. "Oh yeah," Bai Li smiled happily. "If you're willing, you can come for the entry procedure tomorrow. Welcome to day and night entertainment. Money makes the devil work." There are many other talents like Su Yakin, attracted by the benefits and subsidies, joined the company. After the newcomers arrived, Bai Li threw out all the work at hand. "The work is really terrible. The quiet night is really terrible." Bai Li was deeply aware of the fact that the work could not be finished, and would even get more and more done. Jing Ye, the workaholic, would not only fill her own schedule to the brim, she would also fill it up for others as well. Bai Li, after receiving a high-pressure beating from Jingy, raised his hands in the air, saying that he had been honest, and that he would be a behind-the-scenes person who would only pay for things, leaving them to the professionals to do. With the gradual start of the company, the building's rental work has also made progress. Little Crown excellent location, high-end building quality, perfect facilities and professional property management is not a lack of tenants. A few of them even signed a contract on the spot. One floor after another was rented out one after another. A contract was signed. Everything was developing in a good place. Bai Li was finally able to relax a bit, so when she received news about Shui in her spare time, she had the illusion that it was like a lifetime ago. Chapter 34 An Accident. Bai Li opened the live broadcast software and inadvertently saw a private message. Faraway Mountain sister, do you still remember Shui? Of course Bai Li still remembers Shui. Before in the voice hall, she knew Shui a face value score greater than 80 points, so she swiped all the money to him. And Shui was the first opposite sex to swipe money after Bai Li got the Divine Magnate System, although Bai Li was busy, but not so busy that she forgot Shui. Just that she really has not opened the live broadcast software for a long time, and has not received news from Shimizu for a long time. Bai Li remembered that when she left Shimizu was broadcasting quite well by herself. Could it be that something has happened? White pear fried snow, remember. How is it? Yuan Shan Far Mountain second returned an exclamation point. She did not expect to receive a reply from White Pear Frying Snow. After all, this big sister has not appeared in the live broadcast for a long time. It should be the state of having retired from the circle, but she had no way out. Before she thought to send a message to the big sister. Far Mountain after closing the hall when the water has not broadcast for a long time. As the messages popped up one by one, Bai Li learned what happened. It turned out that after she left, the voice hall actually then closed, and the owner ran away with the money. Shimizu hadn't been broadcasting live since then, and Farzan was worried that he had an accident. A thought instantly flashed through Bai Li's mind, that the money he swiped to Tim Shui, he wouldn't have not gotten it, right? The live broadcast revenue is the singer and the voice hall share, the company monthly settlement to the singer. Now the boss ran away. When the water's money is very likely to have gone down the drain, Bai Li immediately found Shui in the contacts. She did not even type the text, directly dialed the voice call over. At th, is time the water, is sitting in the hospital aisle of light and dark, outside is endless black night, and the water in the long bright light like a statue. He has been 2 days and 2 nights did not close his eyes, his figure more and more thin, the original handsome face, the eye sockets are deeply sunken, the bottom of the eyes are full of blood, the eyes are full of confusion and pain, staring at the cell phone chat logs, the thoughts of the chaotic into a mass of hemp. The boss suddenly withdrew his capital and ran away. In fact, all this has omens. Long before, the hall has wind rumors out. The boss owes a sum of money outside, ready to close the hall. Is Bai Li's unexpected appearance, so that their hall survived again. But at this moment, think about it, the boss should be to see the white pair money, take advantage of the last cut a little more. When the white pair a long time did not appear, the boss immediately collect money and run away. White pair to time water to play PK when brush all the gift money, including the hall audience to the mic singer consumption, as well as the salary of the hall managers, all gone, and as if fate wasn't enough of a blow to him, right at this juncture, his mother's condition suddenly deteriorated. The town's hospital could not handle the mother's condition. Turnover after turnover, transferred to the provincial city hospital. As soon as they came to be pushed into the intensive care unit, doctors said the condition needs further observation. At any time to carry out surgery, the family at any time need to sign to pay. But he simply did not have enough money. How did this happen? Why does it have to be this time? The flame of anger and helplessness intertwined in Shimizu's heart was burning madly, almost consuming him and making his soul tremble. He had never felt so deeply what it meant to be powerless, and the air around him was like solidified lead, weighing him down. His hand tugged at his cell phone tightly, his knuckles turning white as if it was his last straw. New messages kept coming in from the cell phone. All the hall managers and singers in the hall had jointly called the police, but Shui knew that it would take time for the police to collect information and arrest the criminals, and the police might be able to recover the money, but it wouldn't be able to solve his urgent problem. He also thought of looking for relatives to borrow, but those so-called relatives, as early as after his father's investment failure to run away, cut off contact with their family. In this vast darkness, he could not find a ray of light that could be relied upon, and the feeling of powerlessness was like a surging tide that completely drowned him. It was at such a time that Shimizu received Bai Li's voice. The ringtone seemed particularly abrupt in the silent hospital walkway, and as Shimizu looked at the name flashing on his cell phone screen, his lips trembled slightly. It was Bai Li, that mysterious big sister who often threw thousands of dollars at his live broadcast and then disappeared. At this desperate moment, Shui knew clearly that perhaps now, the only one who could give himself a hand was Bai Li, and he had no other way. Shui gritted his teeth, connecting the voice. The woman's warm voice came, instantly hit the softest place in his heart, his eyes uncontrollably red, tears in the eye sockets, almost out of the socket. Tokimizu, what happened? Shui took a deep breath. He didn't want Bai Li to hear his wretchedness, trying hard to smooth out his voice, but when he opened his mouth, The trembling voice still bubbled out uncontrollably. Sister, just these 2 words, but it was as if they used up all his strength. Like a moan of pain from the depths of his soul, even he himself was startled by this unfamiliar voice, and the words that followed were as if they were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't go on. With just these few words, Bai Li already heard that something was wrong. Plus, the background sound vaguely there is the sound of the hospital's call, the sound of the notification of the condition. Bai Li's inner heart of the bad premonition is even stronger, so bluntly asked, "Where are you?" "In the hospital, Mom." Shui forcefully held back the sourness within his heart. He knew that at this moment there was no longer a need to hide. Slowly said the seriousness of his mother's condition. After listening to Shui's statement, Bai Li directly asked, "How much is the surgery fee missing?" She had once suffered from illness, and those days in the hospital had made her well versed in the ways of the world. Some hospitals, when faced with high surgical fees, would just place the patient in the intensive care unit for observation and maintain those fragile vital signs before the patient's family could come up with the money. Just like a person hanging on the edge of a cliff. Only when enough money was gathered would they be pulled back to safety to receive further treatment. Still missing $500,000. When Shui thought of that high surgical fee, his heart couldn't stop beating so furiously that he couldn't catch his breath. His hand clenched the phone tightly, knuckles white from excessive force. That cell phone is now his only life-saving straw when he was teetering on the edge of the cliff. He did not dare to have the slightest relaxation, for fear that once he let go, even this last ray of hope will disappear. He knew clearly that he and Bai Li had only crossed paths on the internet, and the relationship between them was so illusory and fragile that they could not even be considered friends. Through the invisible but seemingly impenetrable network, deception and concealment is hidden in the dark thorns. At any time may sting the heart. Bai Li hadn't appeared in his live broadcast for a long time, and the communication between them was like a kite with broken strings. In this situation, would she believe herself? Would believe the words of a stranger? Based on the words of a stranger, would she lend him the money? All sorts of thoughts kept flashing through Shimizu's mind, each one like cold raindrops hitting his heart. What would Bai Li think of his request? Would she think that she was a liar, concocting such a lie to cheat her out of her money? Or would she mock his own downfall and laugh at him for being so sick and desperate in his predicament that he actually asked for help from someone who was almost a stranger to him already? However, Shimizu still spoke with difficulty, lacking $500,000. "Sister, can you lend it to me first? I will definitely return it to you later." In front of this cruel disease and life and death decision, all those possible guesses and worries became insignificant. His mother was still in the intensive care unit, struggling with death and consuming life with every second. Shimizu had no other choice but to put his dignity and pride aside for the time being. "Send me the bank card number. I'll transfer the money to you. Pay up front, perform the surgery for auntie, and also, send me your address." Bai Li simply and without the slightest hesitation transferred $500,000 to Shui. Human life is of utmost importance. $500,000 is really nothing for Bai Li now. In her opinion, the value of life is much higher than money. If $500,000 can exchange a human life, it is really worth it. What's more, she believes that Shui is not the kind of person who will lie. Bai Li received the address from Shui, and without a moment's delay, she brought along her manpower and rushed over that night. When she finally arrived at the hospital early in the morning of the next day, and walked through the corridor filled with the smell of disinfectant, the moment she saw Shui, her heart clenched violently. The man in front of her was a far cry from the Shui in the photos she remembered. At that time, although Shui was indeed thin, there was still youthful flesh on his cheeks, and he looked quite healthy. But at the moment, it is not too much to describe him as withered. He is so thin that his original clothes are now hanging loosely on his body, as if he is hanging on a skeleton. His face was thin and pale, bloodless, his eyes were deeply sunken, surrounded by a circle of heavy black circles. Those eyes were filled with blood. His hair was messy and scattered. The whole person appeared exhausted, as if the vitality of life had been drained from him. Chapter 35, Face Value Falls. Bai Li stood there dumbfounded for a long time, unable to believe that the person in front of her was Shimizu, and she suddenly realized why she hadn't received any goodwill value from Shimizu. It was impossible to receive favor value from a member of the opposite sex whose face value score was not up to par. She silently asked in her mind, "Xiao Hao, what is Tokimizu's face value score now?" Xiao Hao quickly replied, 75 points, not up to standard O. As expected, Bai Li's heart was bitter. The face value score would also fall, and would change with a person's state of health, mental outlook, age, or other external forces. Bai Li remembered that when she had just met Shui's face value score was still 82 points, and now it had dropped to 75 points. What exactly did the boy in front of her go through to wither into his current appearance? Bai Li's throat felt like it was blocked by something. All those thousands of words that she wanted to ask in comfort. She couldn't say anything at this moment. only full of heartache. Almost in an instant, Shui recognized Bai Li, and the moment his gaze touched Bai Li, it was like a candle flame that had been lit up with a hint of luster. He hadn't seen Bai Li before, but he was certain that the person in front of him was Bai Li. It was a marvelous feeling that transcended looks and appearance. How did sister find him so quickly? Shimizu quickly stood up, but his feet took a false step and he stumbled. Before he suddenly realized how wretched he was at the moment, he averted his gaze in a panic and lowered his head, embarrassedly smoothing the corners of his clothes, wanting to straighten himself up, but before he could do anything more, Bai Li had already quickly stepped forward and gently hugged him. Shimizu first stiffened slightly in Bai Li's embrace, and his body instantly tightened up as if he had been struck by an electric current. He could clearly feel the heat coming from Bai Li's body, through his skin and clothes, as if it had his shape, turning into a silky hot stream. There was an indescribably magical sense of stabilization. Tokumizu's fingers were trembling slightly, but he also slowly extended his arms and carefully hugged Shiranui back. In the hospital corridor filled with the smell of antiseptic water, Bai Li and Shui embraced each other tightly, as if time had stood still for them. Without the noise of the hospital, without the cruelty of fate, the illusory barrier of the internet was completely crossed in this embrace. Bai Li leaned her head against Tokumizu's shoulder and frowned gently. It only felt like Tokumizu was hugging all choked up, and this body had wasted away to the point where it was hardened to just bones. Anger welled up in her heart. Shimizu had clearly promised herself that she would eat properly before. Bai Li let go of Shui, her gaze fixed on Shui. I transferred so much food money to you before. Did you eat properly? Shimizu lowered his eyes in shame. He didn't dare to look at Bai Li's eyes. His dry and cracked lips trembled. His voice was low. I'm sorry, sister. It was all used to buy medicine for his mother. The latter half of the sentence Shimizu didn't say, although he was already miserable enough. He didn't want to make his sister feel like she was selling herself short. Bai Li sighed. Look at this aggrieved look. Can't say anything about him. Forget it, we'll settle the score later. What matters right now is something else. Auntie, how is the situation now? Bring me the medical records. Shimizu unfolded a stack of medical records and handed them to Bai Li. From new to old, a thick pile. The doctor said there won't be a spare operating room until tomorrow, and we'll be scheduled for surgery then. More than one hospital's medical record book was densely packed with medical conditions. Bai Li carefully flipped through it and asked for many more details, including the precautions for the surgery, the success rate, the attending doctor, and so on. She asked all the matters clearly before finishing, and turned her head to instruct Ahu, send someone here to take care of it. If there is a situation, immediately talk to me, and send another person to ask about the situation of the open operating room, as fast as you can. Ahu responded and quickly made arrangements. Bai Li had specially brought a few extra hands over just for this moment. After arranging everything, Bai Li turned her gaze to Shui. Shui, you need to take a good rest. You haven't closed your eyes for several days, right? Shui's current state was like a string that was taut to the extreme. It was on the verge of collapsing, and could snap at any time. Bai Li didn't even need to ask. Just from the bloodshot eyes and shaky figure, he could tell that this guy definitely hadn't rested for days. When Shui heard Bai Li's words, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. His eyes looked in the direction of the intensive care unit staring at him. There lay his mother. He really couldn't rest assured. His lips moved slightly, just wanting to refuse, and was pierced through by Bai Li's glance. Don't you worry, there are my people here. They are all very reliable. If you fall down, who will take care of Auntie behind you? Shimizu knew she was in a bad state now. Her head was fuzzy and her hands and feet were cold. Bai Li was right. He had to keep his strength up to deal with the unknown situation to come, and Shui finally nodded. There happened to be a neighboring resting spot right next to the hospital. The environment was terrible. The closed room only had a small bed with hardboards, but it was really close to the hospital, so if there was a situation, it wouldn't take 5 minutes to get back immediately. The moment Shui laid down on the bed, his loaded functioning body finally got a rest. His consciousness gradually blurred, before the last trace of wakefulness. He didn't forget to confirm with Bai Li. Sister, if there's a situation, be sure to wake me up. Bai Li moved the only broken stool in the room to the side of the bed, the legs of the stool rubbing on the floor making a slight crunching sound. She sat on the side of the bed. Sniffing, she reached out and covered Shui's eyes. Got it. I'll be right here. Go to sleep. The room quickly quieted down, leaving only the sound of Tokumizu's breathing. Good guy, tired to the point of sleeping in seconds. Bai Li looked at Shui's quiet sleeping face, looking a little mesmerized. Shui's facial features were still good looking. The kind of cool looks? Xiao Hao asked without understanding. Host, you obviously can't gain any goodwill value by doing this. Xiao Hao was designed to be lively and interesting, but in the final analysis, it was just a system that operated according to programs and rules. Unable to understand such complex and deep emotions of humans, In its logic, all behavior should be measured around set goals and values. Bai Li just shook her head. Xiao Hao, you don't understand. Indeed, from the point of view of the rules set by the system, Tokizu was no longer a heterosexual who had reached the standard. Perhaps at this time, Tokizu's heart was filled with gratitude towards Bai Li. Yet this gratitude could not be transformed into the goodwill value that Bai Li needed. But at this point, it was no longer about favor value. Pity, sympathy, was a code engraved in the depths of human nature. Especially for Bai Li, she was once a person who fell into the water. And when she saw someone who also fell into the water, she couldn't simply pull out and leave. Where she could, she wanted to give a hand. Chapter 36, Raising Flowers. The sun was gradually setting, but Shimizu had no sign of waking up. When his cell phone rang and vibrated, Bai Li's eyes turned to the phone. This is Shirsue's cell phone. The screen flashing caller ID is sister. Bai Li pressed off the vibration of the cell phone, hesitated for a moment. She did not want to wake up Shirsue, but also worried that it was something important. So she took the phone, gently walked to the distance before picking up the phone. From the other end of the phone came a little Loli's brittle voice like a silver bell. Hello? Brother, I'm out of school. I've been good today too. Bai Li turned his head to look at the sleeping Shirsue on the bed. Shirsue has a sister? Bai Li said softly. Your brother is asleep. Ha? The voice on the other end of the phone carried surprise. Who are you? Bai Li explained. I am Bai Li, your brother's friend. He just fell asleep. But if you have something urgent to find him, I can help you convey it. There is no urgent matter. I just want to tell him. I am very good alone. I hope he and mom can go home early. Sister, you wait for him to wake up to tell him this will be fine. The little Loli's voice was tender. She didn't sound very old, but she understood so much that it made people's hearts ache. Okay, when he wakes up, I'll tell him. Sister did you a favor. Can sister ask you a question? Bai Li said with a smile, even though the little girl couldn't see her expression. The sister's voice on the other side was very nice and sweet. The little colorful lazy quickly fell. The little girl asked crisply, can I? What does sister want to ask? Do you live at home alone? No. Oh, I'm currently living on loan at Mr. Chen's house. The little girl's answer made Bai Li's heart feel relieved. It seemed that Shimizu had prearranged her sister's life before coming to the hospital. Bai Li and the little girl talked for a long time on the phone. During the conversation, Bai Li learned that the little girl's name is Shihua. The names of the two siblings together is Shui Hua. It's quite interesting. Bai Li's sister. Goodbye came the little Loli's cheerful voice. Bye, good little flower. Shiranui responded with a smile, and after hanging up the phone, a trace of a smile remained on her face, but that smile was mixed with a hint of bitterness. Finally, she knew why Tokimizu was so thin. Mother was seriously ill and needed a lot of medical expenses. Father did not know where he was, as if he was absent when the family needed him most. The family also had a young sister who was in school. It seemed like the family could only rely on him. The teenager was not very old, but he was carrying an entire family by himself. Bai Li sighed. The twine is always picking a fine place to break. Why fate is always so cruel. Picking these bitter people to play tricks on? A few hours later, Shui woke up from a nightmare. He sat up violently, with fear still lingering in his eyes, and saw Bai Li sitting on the edge of the bed. He slowly came back to his senses. Sister. His voice was hoarse. White Pear is sitting on the edge of the bed to look at the phone. The phone's screen light reflected in her face, adding a touch of soft halo to her. Bai Li saw when the water woke up, put down the phone, picked up the warm water placed in a thermos, poured a cup, handed to the water in front of, drink some water. Everything is okay, and the doctor communicated again. The operation can be advanced to early tomorrow morning. During this period they will pay close attention to the situation of Aunt. How do you feel now? Shui took the cup of water, drinking warm water down his throat. His dry throat had a hint of moisturizing. He lightly swallowed a few times, feeling that the pain in his throat eased a bit. His voice was also slightly clearer than before. Shui looked straight at Bai Li, full of sincerity. Sister, thank you, I'm much better. Bai Li suddenly remembered something and prompted. Right, your sister just had a call. I took it upon myself to answer it. She said that she was very good and behaved well. I think she should have something else she wants to say to you. When Shui heard this, he hurriedly picked up his cell phone to check the time. A pang of guilt welled up in his heart that he had slept for so long and missed his sister's dismissal time. Seeing that Shirsue wanted to talk to his sister on the phone, Bai Li did not have the habit of listening to people on the phone, so he stood up and walked out of the room, saying as he walked, let's go to dinner together later. I'll wait for you at the door. Shimizu nodded and dialed the phone. The two siblings had grown up together and had never experienced such a long separation. The words that Shihua just didn't say to Bai Li on the phone were only said to her brother at this moment, with a little bit of crying. Brother, I miss you and mom. When will you guys come back? When Shui listened to his sister's words, his heart was bitter and his heart ached. He didn't know how tomorrow's surgery would be. He couldn't give his sister any promises. He could only comfort her with a gentle, "You be good." With a hint of small pride, Tokiwa said, "I'm very good. Did the sister who just spoke to you?" Tokizo hummed. A trace of warmth surfaced in his eyes. "She said to me that you were very good. Little flower is great." Shirhua sniffled and grunted twice, unable to resist gossiping. "Brother, was the sister just now your girlfriend?" Tokizu got stuck. His brain momentarily blanked out for a moment, and he hurriedly explained, "No." His voice became a little flustered because of his eagerness. Tokiwa let out a meaningful "oh." The trailing tones filled with skepticism as she clearly didn't believe her brother's words. Even though she was only in first grade, she already knew what a boyfriend and girlfriend were. And the fact that her sister was able to answer the phone next to her brother while he slept was a very intimate thing to her. They were definitely boyfriend and girlfriend. Just like in the TV show. Brother still won't admit it. Forget it, let's give her brother some face, so she won't poke him. Tokiwa thought magnanimously, her clever little head already having a set of logic of its own. Sure Shuei's heart was jumping around. Although he didn't know how Sure Hua could have such a misunderstanding, he still seriously explained it again and again. Seeing that Tokiwa had no more misunderstandings in this regard, he chatted a few more sentences about family matters, telling his sister about his side of the situation and telling her not to worry. Before the end of the call, the phone was given to Mr. Chen, and Sure Hua once again thanked his homeroom teacher. Mr. Chen. Teacher Chen is a kind-hearted and understanding person, and has always been very understanding of the situation of Sure Sui's family, and at this difficult time, did not hesitate to bring Sure Hua back to her own home to take care of her. Teacher Chen took the phone and asked with concern, "It's nothing, Sure Hua is very well behaved here with me. How's it going on your side?" Sure Shui looked towards the doorway in the direction Bai Li left. A trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes and replied, "Teacher Chen, don't worry. Thanks to the help of a nobleman, Mother will be able to undergo surgery tomorrow. If the surgery ends early, I'll come to pick up Sure Hua." Teacher Chen said on the other end of the phone. "Good. You also need to take care of your health. If you need any help, talk to teacher." Sure Hua answered a few times and exchanged a few more pleasantries with the teacher before hanging up the phone. When Sure Sui walked out of the room, Bai Li saw that he looked obviously much more energetic. It should be that he had simply washed up. His originally messy hair was no longer so disorganized, and there were a few strands with water droplets, glittering in the light. Although the face is still thin, but the eyes have a few more points of light, like to regain some vitality. Bai Li's voice suddenly rang in his head. "Host, Sure Sui's face value score has gone up by 2 points, and is now 77 points. It seemed that after sleeping and cleaning up a bit, the face value score went up, but it still wasn't up to par." Bai Li scared in her heart, too skinny, out of shape, a little fatter. The face value score is estimated to come back. When eating dinner, one of them can dry more than 3 bowls of rice. Sure Shui ate a bowl and said he was full. How can this be done? Under the threat of Bai Li, Shui reluctantly added another half bowl of rice. Only then did Bai Li nod her head in satisfaction. In this world, there is no such thing as a person who can't be fattened. Be sure to raise Sure Sui's face value points back. Bai Li secretly swore in her heart. Chapter 37, The Olive Branch of Fate. The surgery turned out to be a success. Shimizu's mother had successfully left the danger stage and only needed to go through some more time of conditioning before she could recover as before. "Girl, thank you so much. I don't even know how to repay you properly." Sure Shui's mother pulled Bai Li's hands, her eyes full of gratitude. She wanted to sit up and thank Bai Li, completely ignoring the fact that she had just gone through surgery. Sure Shui's mother's face and Sure Shui did not have 8 points like, also have 7 points like, a pair of watery eyes, so that her looks gentle and moving, no sense of harshness. Jiangnan accent is soft and gentle, if not years and years of traces, when young must be a standard beauty. Bai Li grasped the other party's hand with one hand patted toward the other party's shoulder. "Let it lie down," gently advised. "Auntie, but don't move, be careful of the wound." "Girl." Sure Shui's mother slowly lay down after hearing Bai Li's words. She had too many questions in her mind. She had seen too many people over the years. In times of splendor, everyone she met was a good person, and in times of downfall, everyone she met was a bad person. She no longer believed that unrewarded giving existed in the world. This girl looks outstanding. The temperament of the dust. What's more, behind the body is followed by a few bodyguards with upright posture. This battle, the girl's identity is afraid to be extraordinary. She really couldn't understand. How did a girl with such an extraordinary background get to know her son? What exactly does she want? Why did she help herself? More importantly, how could she repay the favor of saving her life? But for a moment she didn't know how to ask, and only spoke incoherently about other things. Sure Shui led Sure Hua to walk in, and saw the scene. Her mother had just gone through a major surgery. Her face was a little pale, Her lips were slightly dry and cracked, she was wearing a respirator on her nose, and her body was inserted with tubes from various monitoring instruments. But even so, she still tightly pulled Bai Li's hand, eyes flashing with excitement, and Bai Li chatting feverishly, looking at her mother's glowing eyes and slightly reddened cheeks. Shu Wei breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Her mother's spirit seemed to be recovering well. Seeing her mother whom she hadn't seen in a few days, Tokiwa could no longer suppress her feelings of longing and brittlely shouted mom and ran over quickly like a cheerful bird. She carefully avoided the medical equipment and gently hugged her mother's arm, remembering her brother's advice to be careful. Mother and daughter looked at each other with tears in their eyes at the same time. Bai Li quietly watched this warm and touching scene, and a warm current surged in her heart. This girl with crocheted hair turned out to be the younger sister of Shu Wei on the phone before. Extremely sweet and cute, looks not very old, but the eyes flashed with all the cleverness. Shu Wei placed the large bag of living supplies he was carrying on the side table. The bag was filled with fresh fruits, soft towels, comfortable pajamas and other things needed for hospitalization. Bai Li walked over to Shu Wei's side, looked at the mother and daughter who were chilling and talking, and softly asked, "How old is your sister?" While organizing things, Tokiwa replied, 7 years old, starting elementary school. Tokiwa had long since noticed the strange sister in the room, and while sticking close to her mom, she also peeked in Bai Li's direction from time to time, curiosity in her eyes. "Tina, who is this pretty sister?" Bai Li noticed Tokiwa's cute little eyes, so she waved at her with a smile. "Hello, good little flower, I'm Bai Li." Tokiwa's little face turned red with excitement. Ah, so this pretty sister was the one on the phone. She somewhat shyly scratched the corner of her skirt, then timidly greeted, "Sister White Pear." At this time, Shui's mother also saw Shui who appeared in the room. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she said as if she was waking up from a dream, "Ah, Shui, you're here, I was just chatting about you." Shui was inexplicably a little nervous in his heart. He asked a little apprehensively, "It won't be bad-mouthing me, right?" His mother smiled and replied, "It's all about you." Bai Li also nodded in agreement. Shui's mother was indeed all saying good things about Shui. In this mother's eyes, she was afraid that her own son was the best existence in the world. From a young age, he was a well-behaved and understanding child who didn't cry or make trouble, always quietly doing his own thing, overly intelligent, excellent grades, top scores in every exam, especially that year's college entrance exams, in one fell swoop, became their city's top science student. Unfortunately, later on, the family had a change of heart. Shimizu's father was cheated out of his business investment and lost all his money. Not only all his savings were lost, but he also owed debts. After that, the father could not bear the pressure, leaving them behind, and disappeared without a trace. The money that had been given to other people back then could not be recovered, and there were even people who took advantage of the opportunity to throw stones at them. All of her old friends and relatives disappeared. Later, she relied on selling her dowry and family assets, and worked day and night to pay off some of her debts. She thought she would get better, but soon she became seriously ill. In order to take care of her, Shimizu gave up the opportunity to go to college, and the originally promising life trajectory changed. Every time she thought of this, her heart felt like it was being stabbed by countless needles, hurting terribly, and she felt that it was she who had dragged her son down, causing him to lose the bright future that he was originally supposed to have. "Xiao Shui, it's mom who is sorry for you. If it wasn't for me," said the mother, her eyes flooded with tears, and her voice was also a little choked. Shimizu hurriedly interrupted, "It's all in the past, take a break or not, don't say it, Mom." Mother is not usually such a person who can talk. Shui has never seen his mother say so many words, and small flowers, as well as white pear are still here. How to say everything to the outside. Hua is also the first time to see such a mother, and her mother also said so many things that she had never heard before. She tightly pulled her mother's hand, listening extraordinarily attentively, her small eyes flickering with complexity. Shui was feeding water and food at the side, trying to divert her mother's attention, but it was as if her mother had opened up her box of words, and she couldn't stop her from talking. Although Bai Li did not show any impatience, Shui still felt very sorry. He said with some embarrassment, "Sorry, sister, mother's anesthesia effect should not have passed yet." What she said, "Don't take it to heart." Bai Li smiled unconcernedly, "It's fine." A mother turns out to be this emotional towards her own child. Bai Li has never felt a mother's love. In her world, affection is always a bit distant and vague, so listening to others, she also felt warm in her heart. This mother was really cute, with a kind of simplicity and innocence that originated from a mother's love. If possible, Bai Li would like to stay here for a little longer, but unfortunately tomorrow is her company's first external anchor recruitment meeting, extremely important to the next group broadcasting plan. She as an important person in this recruitment meeting, Bai Li had to leave. However, she cannot rest assured that the time water. Bai Li pondered for a moment and had an idea. She looked at Shui and asked out loud, Shui, I have an idea. I don't know if you're willing? When Shui heard Bai Li's serious tone, she stopped her hand movements and raised her head to look at Bai Li, her eyes full of trust. Sister, you say. Bai Li looked at Shui's mother and said, Auntie's illness requires long-term recuperation. The medical conditions here are limited. I'm in the Magic City, a small amount of resources, so I want to wait until your mother's body recovers a little bit. I'll send someone to take you guys over. Before Shui could reply, Shui's mother had already voiced her refusal. Miss, this cannot be allowed. Although the effects of her medicine hadn't passed yet, the logic in her head was normal, or else she wouldn't have been able to speak so many words clearly. Her face was filled with anxiety. We can't cause you any more trouble. Bai Li patted Shui's mother's hand soothingly. Don't worry, the medical team is supposed to be my personal one. Taking care of one more person won't add any burden. At this point, Bai Li did not lie. For the sake of the safety of the mission broadcast afterwards, a medical clinic had been specially established in the mission broadcast base, and a professional private medical team had been hired for the purpose. The instruments inside were all state-of-the-art, and the medical conditions were top-notch, better than 90% of the professional sanatoriums outside, so taking care of one person would be no problem at all. There's more, White Pear added. These I provide are certainly not free. My company happens to have jobs that are suitable for Toki Shui, and in the future, he will be required to carry out a certain amount of work to repay, and this time the medical expenses can also be repaid through labor. This one was just a case of Hakurai making it up on the spot. In reality, her company did not have any suitable positions for Tokimizu right now, unless Tokizu wanted to come to her base to be an anchor, but that was something to be considered afterward. With Tokizu's current physical state, it wasn't suitable to be a troop anchor with a lot of physical strength, and if Tokizu was really the top science student back then, Bai Li would prefer to send him back to school. But these words can't be said now. With the kind and stubborn nature of Shui and his mother, they will feel that they owe her too much, and will definitely not agree. She said this just want to trick Shui away first, and then think about it in the long run. After all, she swore yesterday that she would raise Tokimizu's face points back. Moreover, Tokizo had a lot of potential. His face score was definitely more than 82. Why would someone like to raise flowers? Isn't it because they like the process of quietly waiting for the flowers to bloom? Looking forward to the moment when the flowers finally bloom, and appreciating the beauty of the flowers in bloom. Raising a person is like raising a flower. Bai Li was curious. She wanted to see what kind of person she could raise Tokizu to be, and what kind of luster he could bloom with her help. Thinking about it was interesting. The corners of Bai Li's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. At this time, Shui had just gotten to know Bai Li not long ago, and was still not quite able to read her expression. After he pondered for a moment, he thought that this was a good idea. The opera house had been disbanded, and he couldn't find another job for the time being. If he could follow his sister's work, he would be able to repay her favor and have his mother better taken care of, which was the best option for him at the moment. But there was only one problem, and after hesitating for a moment, Tokizu still refused. Then no one will be able to take care of Little Flower. Then we'll pick up Little Flower together. Bai Li squatted down and pinched Tokiwa's cute little face, smilingly asking, Are you willing to follow, sister? Hua's eyes were bright. She was super fond of this pretty sister. Hearing this, she immediately raised her hand in agreement and answered without hesitation. Willing, even if it means leaving home and going to a new place. Are you willing? Shiranui asked again, wanting to be sure of Tokiwa's thoughts. Tokiha nodded her head vigorously and said with a firm face, Wherever mom and brother are, home is wherever they are. Her words were childish, but they moved everyone in the room. Bai Li happily patted Tokiwa's little head and praised, What a brave little flower. She stood up and looked at Shui once again with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. I like Little Flower very much. I will arrange a new school for Little Flower. Come with me, Shui. Shui pursed his lips. He knew that fate seemed to have thrown an olive branch to him at this moment. He didn't have much time to hesitate, nor did he have many extra choices. Following Bai Li might be an important turning point for him, for Tokiwa, for his mother, and for their entire family. Although he didn't know what would happen in the future. For some reason, looking at Bai Li made him feel an inexplicable peace of mind. Shimizu finally nodded and said firmly, Sister, I'll follow you. Good, Bai Li answered. She patted Hua's little head once again, then greeted Shui and Shui's mother, who hadn't yet regained her senses on the hospital bed. Then I'll send someone to pick you up after Auntie gets better. I'll leave first today. When Bai Li walked out of the room, the mother on the hospital bed squeezed her son's hand tightly. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. This time their family had really stumbled upon a nobleman. Shui's mother finally couldn't hold back the questions in her heart, and asked her heart full of doubts. Son, tell mom the truth. This Bai, in the end, what kind of person is it? What is your relationship? Her eyes with a strong suspicion almost put "you are not adopted" these words written on the face. Shui didn't know how to explain to his mother, and his understanding of Bai Li was very limited. Shui could only answer vaguely, "My sister is someone I met online before." Tokimizu's mother closed her eyes as she confirmed the thought in her mind. Was that really the case? In this regard, she really didn't know what to do. Her son's condition, was he really worthy of Bai? Will he really not be at a disadvantage? She worriedly said, "Take care of yourself." His mother suddenly uttered a sentence with no cause and effect, causing Shui to tilt his head somewhat inexplicably. He just assumed that his mother's medication hadn't yet passed. His mind was a bit confused, and he simply didn't understand his mother's meaning, so he casually replied, "I know, Mom." Chapter 38 Job Fair. In the heart of the bustling city, a towering office building stood quietly, the glass curtain wall of its facade reflecting dazzling light under the sunlight. In an interview room on a certain floor of the office building, under the full power of the central air conditioner, the summer heat wave outside the window was completely isolated, and the temperature inside the room was regulated just right, cool and pleasant. Bro, in the middle of summer, why are you wearing a fleece cap? Zhongwu was originally immersed in playing with his cell phone, sliding his fingers one by one, and slowly raised his head upon hearing this. As soon as he raised his eyes, he was almost blinded by a head of extremely eye-catching fiery red hair. Not that kind of dark red, but that kind of bright red like a burning flame. Is at least need to bleach 3 times to dye out of the red. In the light can even blow transparent red light, shaking people dizzy. The owner of the voice is this red-haired teenager. Looks not very old, face still with some unshackled childishness, only to see him sitting on the seat beside Zhongwu with a big swagger, and his mouth shouted, "Hey Shu." The movements were casual and comfortable, as if this interview room full of strangers was his own living room. Zhonggu's expression was one. He raised his hand, slightly lifting the corner of his woolen cap, revealing the stubble of hair that had just grown underneath, and spat out a short, concise word, "light." The voice was low, with a few points of unwillingness to say more coldness. "Yo, bald this looks like you just didn't grow long, right?" The red-haired teenager's eyes suddenly bright, came to interest, as if discovering a new continent. "I came to see your face to feel that you are not ordinary. Brother, what do you do in the line of work?" "Hush, you first do not say. Let me guess." The teenager rubbed his chin as he spoke. He looked Zhongwu up and down and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Brother, without mentioning anything else, just your body, these big muscles, tsk. I'd believe it if you said you just came out of the Shaolin Temple. You know what? You especially look like that kind of martial arts monk in the TV series. No, more like a demonic monk, with an evil aura." The teenager's speech was extremely fast. "This skin color of yours, is it from tanning, or are you born like this? Just now haven't looked carefully at your features. So a measure. Buddy, your features look really, how to say it, very characteristic. Just looks a little fierce, not like a good person." The teenager has not stopped talking since he sat down, similar to a machine gun spitting dimes. Zhongwu's expression was even more misanthropic. If it was another person who saw Zhongwu's looks and blockhead, coupled with the cold expression, he would have long ago not dared to speak. In fact, there were more than just the two of them in this interview room. The entire room was filled with young people who had come for interviews today. All of them young and handsome. There was no barrier between boys of this age, and they all had the same purpose, so they quickly became familiar with each other, and gathered around in 2s and 3s, chatting happily. When Zhonggu came in, the situation was quite different. His stout and burly head was like a towering mountain, with a powerful sense of oppression. Moreover, Zhongwu just finished shooting. His skin is tanned, his eyebrows are lowered, or a 3 white eyes. When he has no expression, it seems to be cursing. When Zhongwu stepped into the room, it was like a beast that intruded into the flock by mistake, instantly shocking the whole room. No one dared to be the first to go up and greet him. In addition, Zhongwu's nature is cold and does not like to communicate with others, so as soon as he entered the room, he walked straight to the corner and sat down, burying his head in his cell phone. His whole body seemed to be covered with an invisible aura. The seats around him were all empty. No one dared to sit. Red hair was the latest to come, and as soon as he came in, he realized that the room was already full and could only sit next to Zhongwu. But he wasn't intimidated by Zhongwu's aura at all. Instead, Zhongwu was a bit overwhelmed by Red Hair's self-satisfied energy. At first, Zhongwu was still able to keep up with Red Hair's train of thought, barely responding to Red Hair with a few simple replies. At the back, the Red Hair spoke more and more heatedly. speaking too fast and transmitting too much information in a short period of time, giving Zhongwu's brain CPU a dry burn, resulting in what the red hair said. Zhongwu has been completely unable to listen to it. One ear in, one ear out. Redhead was also a god. There was no need for Zhongwu to respond too much. He could just keep on talking. Zhongwu, as a person who usually treasures words like gold, and tends not to use more than 5 words in a sentence, deep down inside, he had already begun to have a deep respect for red hair. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I can't keep calling you brother. My name is Chu Xianxian. I'm 18 years old this year. Chu Xianxian blinked his pair of bright eyes, voice crisp and pleasant, through the youthful vigor, said softly, whispered to you, just after his birthday last month, did not get into college, was thrown out of the family to find a job, although did not get into college, but Chu Xianxian's voice is not much loss of meaning, only to see him dashingly flinging his head full of red hair, that red hair in the air to draw a colorful arc, a face of self-confidence, with my results, did not get into the university is normal again. I have already accepted the fact that I am jealous of God because I look too handsome, and closed the window of study. Brother, you do not have to feel sad for me. So, black leather super extreme big handsome man, Yu Lu, what's your name? Zhongwu came back from that numb mental state. His eyes were still cold, and his tone spat out 2 words ghostly, Zhongwu. Wow, it sounds so domineering. Is that your real name, Zhongwu? Which bell? Zhong is in clock? That's the first time I've heard of that last name. I've learned something new today. Lucky. Which Wu is it again? Chu Xianxian was full of curiosity. Zhongwu only felt his ears a little swollen. This was the first time in his life that he felt this mentally tired from talking to someone, and answered somewhat wanly, 5 mouths Wu. What? I'm sorry, the language grade is not very good. Which Gu? Chu Xianxian's brain instantly went down. His face was full of bewilderment and his eyes were full of question marks. It could be seen that it was not wrong at all that this child did not get into college. Zhongwu was too lazy to speak. Silently took his cell phone out and typed to Chu Xianxian. Chu Xianxian suddenly realized. Face instantly bloomed bright as if the sun smile. Figured out Zhongwu's name. Began to sentence my brother called up. My brother, how old are you? Just now I forgot to ask you. My brother, what exactly do you do? Not really a martial arts monk, right? My brother, are you here for the interview too? How did you get here? The people here told me that the food and accommodation are included, and there is a fixed salary every month. So I came. But this place is also too high. Just looked out from downstairs, and can see the Pearl of the Orient. Can the company here want me? I don't even have a university degree. I won't be cheated, right? Chu Xianxian as if suddenly realized that things may not be so simple. Hit a cold shiver. Eyes flashed a trace of panic, carefully looking around. But when he saw that the room was full of people, he was reassured some more. Secretly relieved himself. There are so many people. I'm not the most handsome one. If I want a karma waist, surely I won't karma my waist first. Zhongwu replied without a word. 32 years old, martial arts actor, not a lie. As for the occasion of his arrival here, Zhonggu was caught up in memories. Chapter 39, Martial Arts Actor. The opportunity for him to come was the day that coincided with the closing of the theater set. At that time, he had just come down from the 3 hours of hanging from the wigwam. The ropes of the wigwam, because of the weight of his body for a long time, seemed to have been tugged to the point of no energy, slightly trembling, emitting a creak of the slightest sound. In order to cut down on the tight budget, the crew had concentrated the shooting of several episodes that required a wigwam on this day. The moment he landed, the sharp pain in his lower back swept over him like a flood that instantly broke the dike, completely drowning his sensory world. Apart from the severe pain that could make one nearly faint, it seemed as if all other parts of his body had been drained of their senses. Zhongwu's heart thumped, and he knew it very well in his heart. This was the recurrence of his age-old back injury. The teacher who was collecting the Wyatt untied the props on his body and hurriedly left. Zhongwu gritted his teeth and tried to take 2 steps, but each step was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Walking to the corner, he could no longer support the weight of his body, as if a large tree had been felled, lying straight down on the ground full of gravel and stains. Beads of sweat emerged from his frowning forehead and slid down in bunches. The crew was busy as it coincided with the closing of the production. Those carrying props were carrying heavy props, running all the way, yelling for the bystanders to get out of the way. Those who were debugging the lights were staring intently at the blinding light set, adjusting the brightness and angle, resulting in Zhongwu's area being without lights for the time being. In the midst of all the noise, no one could notice Zhonggu huddled in the corner. In a sorry state, he lay there, panting heavily, each breath tugging at the injury in his back, as if a dull saw was pulling back and forth. After a while, he gritted his teeth, and with difficulty supported his back, slowly sat up. This area is connected to a film and television city. The crews are one by one. News travels fast. If the crew knew that he had a back injury, after the news spread, no crew would dare to use him. He won't be able to get a job in this movie city. Yes, I can't make a living. This is the current situation of martial arts actors. When Zhongwu first entered the industry, martial arts actors were involved in filming as serious characters, with the opportunity to show their faces, to show their skills in front of the camera, saying powerful lines, interpreting flesh and blood characters. But since he suffered a serious back injury in an accident while filming a movie, and after a few years of recuperation, the whole market has changed drastically. Nowadays, most of the time, martial arts actors have been reduced to shadows behind the scenes, no longer need to show their faces, just as the main actors double. To complete those high risk factor, difficult action collection work is good. Zhongwu was full of fatigue, wiped the cold sweat on his face with his arm. The sweat flung off and splashed on the ground, blotting out a dark-colored dots. At that moment, a stack of clean paper towels was handed over. Zhongwu slowly raised his eyes, and what met his eyes was a clean and dry woman. The woman was wearing a white skirt. The skirt texture is light and soft, seems to be the finest silk carefully woven. In the breeze, the skirt is like a dynamic cloud, gently swinging, dancing, each swaying through the elegance and calm. Her whole person is just like a snow lotus blooming on the top of the snowy mountain, clean and spotless. White skin is like delicate suet jade, through the warm luster, standing in this chaotic and noisy set, and the surrounding environment forms a stark contrast. At a glance it is not the staff of the crew. Behind him was also a stout man, presenting a protective stance, staring tightly at his own backside. A few moments of vigilance instantly surged in Zhongwu's heart, as if he were a beast hiding in the shadows after an injury, not daring to easily relax his guard against strangers who rashly intruded into his territory. Did they just see themselves? It wouldn't be seen as anything, right? Zhongguo's complexion darkened. Wipe it off. Hakurai moved forward to pass the tissue further. Zhongwu's lips pursed and hesitated for a moment, as if weighing whether or not to accept the sudden kindness. In the end, he slowly stretched out his hand, which was still trembling slightly due to the pain. He tried his best to suppress it so that no one could see the clues, took the paper towel, and lowly thanked him. Thank you. Waiting for Zhongwu to wipe his sweat, Bai Li slightly bent down, pulling the hem of her skirt and squatting down on one side. After all the affairs in the company were handed over, Bai Li had free time to visit Zheng Mingfei's crew. The crew and actors also loved Bai Li's visits. Every time Bai Li came, she didn't come empty-handed, and always brought some delicious food, which greatly improved the crew's uniform food. Who wouldn't like such a generous investor? Logistics teachers work more vigorously. The actors are also in better condition. The crew shooting progress by leaps and bounds. However, Bai Li came to visit the crew not to cheer them up, nor did she come to monitor the progress of the crew. She mainly came to worship Mr. Octopus. Mr. Octopus is handsome, good at acting, and has a mature and reliable personality. The new daddy has already appeared. How can we still stagnate? Can personally come to the investment site, close to see the octopus teacher's beauty and outstanding acting skills. Is the privilege of the investor? White pair choose to use the privilege ruthlessly. Moreover, last time, because of the goodwill value he got from Mr. Octopus after equipping him with a caring assistant, Bai Li guessed that Mr. Octopus should quite like this feeling of being valued. So every time he came to visit the crew, he would bring some supplies over to Mr. Octopus, but only to Mr. Octopus alone. It seems to be too easy to be misunderstood, so he simply bought some for everyone in the crew. This time to come to the crew came early, came when the front of a use of the site of the crew has not been confiscated. Coincidentally ran into Zhongwu. Film and television city is not a big place, not many ancient-style scenery. A few crews share the same venue is still quite common, to be booked in advance, to grab the venue of the scheduling. So for the crew, time is money. Once someone is delayed, the drama that is not finished shooting will need to wait for other crews to run out before they can shoot again, which will waste a lot of time and cost. The martial arts actor in front of her clearly had a very serious back injury, but she still gritted her teeth and finished all the scenes, not daring to delay the crew, so it should be the same reason. Bai Li sighed. She looked at Zhongwu and thought in her heart, this person's face value score is quite high. Xiao Hao said that he has 83 points. Moreover, he has a good foundation in martial arts, obviously sick, but his movements are still wide open. Valiant and handsome. How did he fall to the point of being a stand-in actor? Bai Li expressed incomprehension. Some sighs. Therefore, when she saw Zhongwu alone, like an outcast forgotten by the world, unable to stand up, she did not hesitate for a moment, and resolutely walked over. Thinking of this, Bai Li waved back. Ah who? Where's my business card? Ah who took out a delicate cowhide business card holder from the bag he was carrying. Bai Li took the business card holder and pulled out a business card from it and handed it to Zhongwu. I'm Beck Pear, the investor of the theater group in the back scenes. Zhongwu took the hot-stamped business card from Bai Li's hand. The card was well made. The hot stamped font sparkled with a brilliant shimmer in the sunlight, emitting an ineffable high-class fragrance. Bai Li continued, I'm investing in a new theater group, and I think your image is quite suitable. There will be an interview on XX. If you're interested, you can call the phone number on the business card to ask for details of the time and place. Zhang Wu put his heart down, coming to offer a job opportunity that shouldn't have seen his back injury. He took a very careful look at the business card. Audit was a company he didn't recognize for the time being. People rely on clothes, horses rely on saddles. Bai Li looks exquisite. After wearing high fashion even less like a liar. Zhang Wu already believed what Bai Li said, but his face still did not move to change his color. Just stuffed the business card into the inside of his coat pocket, and thanked him flatly, thank you, I will consider it. He slightly moved his body, felt the state of his waist, and found that after this moment of rest, it was already much better. He stood up with one hand on the ground, and after thanking Bai Li once again, he dragged his somewhat tired body, and slowly left. Who had been protecting Bai Li's back, and only after seeing Zhang Wu gradually walk away, did he expertly surmise, he should have had a major surgery on his back, and there is a very obvious sense of incoherence. Hearing this, Hakorai nodded slightly, indicating that he already understood, and withdrew his attentive gaze. Those who have the intention, sooner or later will follow the opportunity to come to the door. Come, Bai Li will cure his back injury, and then let him take the movie. If there is no intention, miss, that can only mean that there is no destiny. She is not short of a martial arts actor. Just to see him so difficult to struggle to survive at the bottom of the showbiz industry, the heart of some pity, can pull a hand is a hand, but also counted as a good karma. Chapter 40, Mission Broadcasting Program. Bai Li walked into the interview room with her team, and the moment the door was pushed open, everyone's gazes were curiously directed towards the doorway. They thought it would be a new interviewer, but they didn't expect that the one who pushed the door in was a woman with a great figure and a beautiful face. The noisy voices in the room quieted down for a moment. The person who pushed the door in was none other than Bai Li. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes in unison, Bai Li was a bit nervous, but fortunately, she was not the only one who walked in together. She was followed by other interviewers from the company. All of them are senior media people, with a kind of workplace elite aura. They have them in the white pair to make white pair feel a lot more at ease. White pair in the bottom of the heart silently give themselves a pep talk, in order to goodwill value. All for the goodwill value. Straight into the interview room, in front of the stage in the center of the position to take a seat. The other interviewers of the company also took their seats on the left and right sides of Bai Li. Bai Li personally participate in the interview. In fact, the reason is very simple, is for goodwill value. The company's personnel management system is now nearly complete. Even if Bai Li does not go to the company's daily business can also be carried out in an orderly manner. Take this job fair. Professional Human Resources Commissioner has long been the matters arranged properly. There are a variety of experienced, sharp-eyed as a hawk as a professional interviewer. Each link has a professional personnel to docking deployment. White pair does not need to be present in person, but she still came personally to complete the upgrade task of Xiao Hao. There were 2 upgrade conditions for Xiao Hao. First, he had to raise his goodwill value to 50 points with 5 target characters, and 2, there had to be 10 targets with a goodwill value of 20 points. Nowadays, those who can sit in this interview room are all those who have been verified by Xiao Hao, with a face value score greater than 80 points, or those who are close to 80 points, and have the potential to reach more than 80 points in the future, and who can give Bai Li an effective favorability value. Bai Li's original intention of establishing the base is to be able to quickly complete the back of the goal. So today this interview for Bai Li is the best opportunity to get in touch with the opposite sex of the high face value score. She must personally participate. Today this force she must pretend. Bai Li lightly pulled the corners of her mouth, blooming out a touch of affable smile. According to the nameplate placed on the desktop, the interviewees were surprised to find that the first woman to come in was the chairman of this company. From the time Bai Li stepped into the room, to the time she took her seat in a dignified manner, in just a few minutes, the system background side had already resounded several times with the sound of the goodwill value broadcast, +5, +8, and even +10 points at once. The importance of the first impression is reflected at this moment. Bai Li hasn't said a word. The interviewers don't know Bai Li at all, but they added a lot of goodwill value based on their first impression of Bai Li. Part of the people or chairman of this title comes with the aura of shock. There are people as purely convinced by the appearance of white pair. In short, today this force did not pretend in vain. The effect is remarkable. White pair in the heart moved to wipe tears. Finally have a large amount of goodwill into the account. From the small Ho upgrade goal is another step closer. However, it is not enough. She needs more goodwill value from these people. Bai Li's plain hand lightly raised, picked up the microphone that was resting on her hand, Her fingertips lightly touched the microphone, tried two sounds, and the crisp sound echoed out in the quiet interview room. Her vermilion lips lightly opened. Her voice was crisp and clear, and she opened the door. Hello everyone, I'm the chairman of the board of directors of Day and Night Entertainment, White Pear, and I welcome you all to our company's job fair. Today is more about doing a mutual understanding than an interview, so the next process is very simple. It will be our interview teachers here who will do a self-introduction in turn, so that everyone can familiarize themselves with our company. After saying that, Bai Li handed the microphone in her hand to Su Yakin beside her. Su Yakin, as the first showbiz veteran recruited by the company, once she joined the company, she carried the beam of the base operation team by virtue of her own excellent strength and rich experience. Professional things must be handed over to professional people. In the construction and operation of the project, Su Yakin is definitely a professional. She came, the project's pre-planning, planning and implementation of the plan directly found the backbone. The preliminary work to advance quickly. Su Yakin took the microphone, began to seriously and carefully introduce themselves, talking about the past responsible for those projects, such as a family treasure like narrating. I used to be responsible for focusing on video operations director. 6 months, to help 6 well-known brand accounts break through 10 million fans. In the fast media platform, the first online traffic conversion rate reached 40%, to help 6 enterprises social media diversion growth of 80 million profits. At the same time, but also responsible for the operation of the star team and turn training. And now the current operation team under the name of a certain number of big heavenly kings is what I brought out. After I will be responsible for the operation of this project, we have more instruction. The backbone of the company took turns to introduce themselves. Everyone is White Pear and Quiet Night spent a lot of money to senior media people. Resume are very beautiful. This team was inevitably too bashful. This was what was currently on the minds of all the interviewees. At first, many of them rarely appear in front of the camera. Media people do not have much of an impression. But when those familiar names of the program, star names popped out of their mouths one by one, the memory of the past to catch up with the variety show, watching the program was instantly awakened, which is only then surprised to see that these interviewers in front of them, gold content has been so high. For example, this had been in the explosive variety show as executive director, that had been the producer of the Red Hot TV program, and some had been the ace agent with several stars in the entertainment industry, and even more as the chief planner of the popular TV program of The Elite. Asterisk. So that variety show full of tricky links was designed by him. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Ha! This person is actually an agent who has brought several big stars. No wonder his aura is so strong." Another person whispered with a face full of amazement, "This sister is too powerful. That TV program was a hit back then. She was actually the chief planner." The crowd's exclamations rose and fell, mingling in the air. This lineup almost can be described as luxury. These people gathered together, became their interviewer. This company in the end to do what plan? Bai Li looked at the crowd's reaction. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. What she wanted was this effect. Day and Night Entertainment as a new force in the industry. There are no masterpieces yet. However, having such a starry, super strong team can instantly raise the credibility of the company. While the employees were introducing themselves one by one, she was also observing the interviewees who came today. She first recognizes Zhang Guo sitting in the corner. It was hard not to notice him. Zhang Wu is like a flower of evil blooming in the dark night. Looks very aggressive. Sword eyebrow flying into the temples. Eyes deep like a deep pool. Nose high and straight. Thin lips pursed. Comes with a kind of people dare not easily close to the aura. Bai Li was impressed by him. He actually came to the interview. Really unexpected. Originally, thinking about Zhang was salty and lack of interest that day. I thought he wouldn't come. Zhang Wu hands leisurely inserted pockets. Body leans lazily on the back of the chair. The posture, like a lazy but hidden vigilance cheetah, seems to be keen to catch the White Pear cast a gaze. His head slightly turned, 3 white eyes aflip, gaze cold as frost straight over. That moment, White Pear only feel as if a fierce large cat to stare at. Heart trembled violently. The body are subconsciously tense up. Zhang Wu froze for a moment, perhaps sensing that his expression had scared him again, and this time it had also directly scared the director of this company. A blush appeared on his face, and he pulled down the brim of his hat in embarrassment, covering half of his brow and hiding some of the sharp edges of his body. Bai Li in fact has not been really scared. See the situation, secretly thought to myself, look quite bluffing. Character may not be accidentally in good at this kind of contrast, but also interesting. The corner of Bai Li's mouth rose, averted his gaze, and continued to survey the other interviewees. These interviewers under the stage, there are many from other star-making company, was dug over the elite talent, is rooted in this industry, know the way, and therefore the interviewers, this can be said to be amazing introduction, the more deeply touched. Originally, Some of them had never heard of the name Day and Night Entertainment and came with a tentative and wait-and-see attitude. But now, after seeing such a luxurious lineup of interviewers and hearing that some of them were famous producers in the industry, their contempt instantly vanished. When all the interviewers introduced themselves, and when it was time to explain the unfolding of the company's plans, they all sat down with their heads in their hands and raised their spirits. The training system is ultra-hardcore. Professional tutors all-star lineup, with performance classes, action training, body shaping and many other courses, life guarantee package food and housing, supporting facilities, restaurant daily supply of meals, by professional nutritionist collocation, daily training throughout the live broadcast, online viewers incarnate cloud judges, group broadcasting a variety of plans. This plan is mainly in a private training base. The next to show you some of the photos of the base. PPT in the group broadcast base panoramic shock appearance, only to see the base is perched on top of a whole mountain. The scale is huge. It is really amazing. Attracted many interviewers under the stage for a while marveled at, and the sound of exchanging ears. When the crowd calmed down a little, Bai Li cleared his throat. Gentlemen, I know that many of you are actors underneath, who want to come to simply find an opportunity to shoot a movie, but the content of the plan may temporarily run counter to your ideas. To disclose a piece of news with you all, the company does have the movie and television rights of the current explosive IP, but because of the non-disclosure agreement, it can't be made public yet. Afterwards, we will open up a green channel for everyone in the training base program for casting. As long as you become a member of the group broadcast base, it is equivalent to getting a fast pass to the big screen. In the future, all of our company's movies and TV shows will force actors to go through the training base's training first, and those who don't meet the training standards won't be considered for hiring. The harsh selection is to create better works. We want to produce movies and television that can go out of the country and into the world. The crowd on stage heard this and each reacted in their own way. Some people's fists were clenched, and there were quite a few who glanced at each other, seeing the implication of leaping from each other's eyes. But if any other small company dared to introduce the program like this now, they wouldn't believe it. The boss even drew the cake at the time of the job fair, drawing it big and fragrant, and they were not fools. This cake is too big to swallow, but White Pear's advance padding is too good. The company location is at the top of the top financial circle, the luxurious professional elite team, the huge base scale, as if it is really doing a very big thing. Let them cannot help but believe what White Pear said. Just because of this big IP, we have to put together a try. When Chu Xian saw the environment of the base, his eyes instantly glared round, and his eyes looked like he had been sprinkled with a handful of fine starlight, which was so bright that it was eye-catching. When Bai Li mentioned food and shelter, she almost jumped up from her chair, her elbow pounding into Zhongwu. Food and shelter. He slightly sideways, close to Zhongwu's ear, lowered his voice but could not hide his excitement and asked, Brother Wu, this company's welfare treatment is too good. Pie in the sky. I can't believe it. You're also touched. Surely you have to participate in it's a pity to miss it. Zhongwu's expression was still cold, but his eyelids were slightly lowered. He was silent for a moment, and then nodded his head lightly. He was originally a martial arts actor who had been working in the acting industry, looking for opportunities everywhere. Wherever there was an opportunity, he would go. Seeing Zhongwu nodding his head in agreement, the corners of Chu Xian's mouth were almost grinning to his ears. Good Just met a new friend who happens to have the same idea. Is there anything happier in the world than this? He has no idea about becoming a star. He is from a small town and came to the big city just to make money. Now there is a heavenly chance to make money in front of him. Chu Xian rubbed his hands together excitedly. When the White Pear words fell, announced that the registration channel is open. Have the intention of one-on-one interview to talk about the treatment. Can find the human resources teacher to sign up. Chu Xian is like a stringless arrow. Whoosh, stand up. He raised one hand high. One hand tugged Zhongwu's arm and lifted it into the air, shouting, I want to participate. I'm going to participate. And he's in too. The voice was particularly loud in the interview room, which was quiet for a moment, drawing sideways glances from the crowd. Seeing this, Bai Li was successfully amused as she covered her mouth with a smile and beckoned, come register. She was also quite impressed with Chu Xian. With her fiery red hair and fire-like personality, Chu Xian was discovered by a talent scout in a wash, cut and blow-dry store, and I heard that he was the top seller in their store. Nothing else, just special handsome, special nagging. Can accompany the guests who do hair to nag all over the world, chatting from parents to street anecdotes, and whoever he meets can be nagged. White Pear thinks so talkative little son, born to be suitable for throwing to do live. The body of the enthusiasm can even be infected to drive around other people. Today's job fair came to a successful conclusion. Signed a dozen people on the spot. In this short 1 hour, White Pear harvested nearly 300 goodwill value. although the individual goodwill value is not high, but under the accumulation of less into more, the total number is still very considerable. Xiao Hao said with a slight pity, it's useless even if the total number is high. The upgrade still needs to be greater than 20 points. There's no rush, Bai Li replied calmly. She also didn't expect that just one interview today would fulfill Xiao Hao's conditions for upgrading. Bai Li had already done some research on goodwill values. She had probably analyzed some of the doorways. There were many types of goodwill value: appreciation of talent, liking of appearance, and gratitude for help, all of which could raise the goodwill value. Then theoretically, an employee's appreciation for a conscientious boss was also goodwill value. When this group of people get a taste of the sweetness, enjoy the company's benefits, earn money, then their favor value will also increase. Today she has already planted the seed. Just wait for the seed to germinate and grow. Xiao Hao, don't be in a hurry. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Chapter 41, Medical Club. Bai Li was leisurely enjoying her breakfast. The plate was filled with exquisite meals: golden and crispy fried eggs, fragrant ham, soft and sweet rice porridge, paired with various types of fruits and vegetables of bright colors. Suddenly, the system's beeps sounded one after another in the ears. Chu Envy favorable value +3. Chu Xianxian's favor value +1. Chu Xianxian's favor value +2. In addition to Chu Xianxian's goodwill value, Bai Li also received several other goodwill values one after another, but it was Chu Xianxian who added the most. The fork in Bai Li's hand was slightly stuttered, her eyebrows lightly raised, her eyes were full of surprise and doubt. She glanced to the side of the grass-eating Jing Knight was about to ask, but was again floated in his bowl of a few leaves of vegetables to make speechless stagnation. Jing Knight was unhurriedly sending boiled greens into his mouth. A variety of greens and nothing more. A stark contrast to the sumptuous breakfast here at White Pear. According to Jing Knight, a light diet would avoid the production of turbid qi. Is this the degree of professionalism of a deacon? The corners of Bai Li's mouth twitched slightly. No matter how many times she watched it, she would still be shocked by Jing Knight's eating habits. While this was happening, Bai Li received another favor value from Chu Xianxian. Chu Xianxian favor value +1. This child, in the end, what is busy working on? Good sense value with popping beans like, add a non-stop? Bai Li curiously asked. Did those new recruits enter the base this morning? Silent Night swallowed the food in her mouth, wiped her mouth, set aside the napkin in her hand, and nodded slightly. Yes, they should be undergoing a physical examination now. Oh, no wonder the good feeling value is rubbing up. It is estimated that it has been well entertained by the physical examination center. Chu Xianxian was shocked all the way. Not much different from Lu who first entered the Grand View Garden, all the way to the base by bus. Once again was shocked by the scale of the base, originally only seen in the PPT pictures of the base, now in front of the eyes slowly spread out. The visual impact, far more shocking than imagined. When the bus slowly stops, Chu Xianxian can't wait to jump out of the car, and when he got out of the car, he saw the majestic gate, and the huge statue of a standing man in the center of the square. Wow! Chu Xianxian grabbed Zhong Wu by his side and said eagerly, Brother Wu, quick, take a picture for me, take a picture with the gate, take a picture with the statue, and also take a picture with Zhong Wu. When the group photo was finished, Chu Xianxian's fingers flew, and quickly passed the photo to the family group, also with a passionate text. After sending the family group, and then switched to the Circle of Friends interface, carefully selected filters, editing copy, click to send, which is satisfied to put away the phone. Zhong Wu is tired of watching from the side, but he also understands that young people at this age are just full of energy, and silently took handsome photos of Chu Xianxian from several angles. When Chu Xianxian arrived at the private medical clubhouse, he was even more shocked and could not close his mouth. Oh my god, this place is splendid. In the end, where does it look like a medical clubhouse? Only to see that the appearance of the building is glorious. The walls are inlaid with dazzling crystal masonry, reflecting colorful light in the daylight. The main door was made of carved solid wood with pure gold handles, luxurious to the extreme. As soon as the crowd stepped into the clubhouse, there were a few front desk ladies dressed in professional suits with pretty faces who greeted them with smiles, handing over exquisite trays with brand new physical examination number bracelets in their hands, and their voices were sweet and gentle. Welcome to the physical examination center. Please wear your bracelets. Chu Xianxian was flattered and took the bracelet, put it on her wrist and followed the young lady inside. In front of each physical examination room, there is a separate waiting room. Chu Xianxian probed and looked. Waiting room, placed in a wide leather sofa. Sofa texture soft, color mellow, exudes a light leather fragrance. The wall-hanging high-definition LCD TV, playing a soothing music video. During the whole checkup process, there are beautiful medical girls who are attentive to the reception. Patient guidance. Each checkup link is gentle and subtle, so that people's hearts are warm. When all the checkups were completed, the nurse brought all the people to the dining room, where the table was filled with a wide variety of buffet food. The combination of Chinese and Western food. There are steaming hot Chinese steamed dumplings, donuts and soybean milk. There are also exquisite and delicious Western pastries, fruit salad, and all kinds of freshly squeezed juices and hot coffee. Such a set down. Chu Xianxian's head has been dizzy, where he has seen such a battle. Pulling the side of the beautiful nurse sister quietly asked, "Miss, these are free?" The nurse lady heard the voice, stopped the action in her hand, and looked back with a touch of heartwarming light smile. She takes off Chu Xianxian's numbered bracelet that records the medical checkup process, and explains softly, "Little handsome, don't worry, the meals are all included in the medical checkup package, and the medical checkup will be once a year afterward, and it's also free, although this is Mr. Bai's private medical club, but it is also open to internal staff to use. In the future, if the training is bumped and bruised, and the body is uncomfortable, you can come here for treatment." The nurse's attitude was extremely good, and she was extremely patient with all the people who came to check on her, for no other reason than the fact that the benefits that Bai Li gave them were enviable, and the wages were still very high given the small amount of work they were doing. Moreover, in the future, the daily dealings are all some high value. Full of vigor handsome man, the nurse sister never felt her nursing career can be so beautiful. Chu Xianxian sat in front of the dining table, hands holding the bowl of steaming millet porridge. Sip. Warm current instantly flowed down the throat into the heart, but the eyes inexplicably flushed hot, finally did not hold back, rustling tears. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, milk, what can I do? The company's treatment is also too good. If this is the capitalist's trap, I am willing to stay in this trap for the rest of my life. No, in my next life, I also want to work here for Mr. Bai. Chu Xianxian favor value +5. Chu Xianxian favorable value, 22. The system prompt sounded crisply, and Bai Li realized that he had received another Chu Xianxian's entire 5 favor values, exceeding 20 points. In addition to him, there were a few other people whose favorability values had also passed 20 points. Bai Li thought that it would take some time before he could harvest favorability values, but he didn't think that a medical checkup had already made them go up a whole lot. Just then, Bai Li received a phone call, and she gradually looked grave, softly instructing to the other end of the phone, "Give him further diagnosis and treatment first." The results of all the medical examinations today were nothing serious, and the main problem point was Zhang Wu. At that time, Zhang Wu was sitting in the dining room. To be precise, he was sitting opposite Chu Xianxian, watching Chu Xianxian's wave of falling tears while eating breakfast with his mouth full. He had to get used to Chu Xianxian's staggering. At this moment, he was still shocked by Chu Xianxian's appearance of eating and crying at the same time. Chu Xianxian is really a god. He can cry when he says he can cry. Zhang Wu listened to Chu Xianxian chanting, but also quite under the meal, and soon solved the breakfast. Common medical checkup organizations, the results will always take 3 or 4 days to come out. Unlike here, the private medical club relies on advanced equipment and professional teams, so except for a few special indicators that need to be double-checked, most of the rest of the results can be known in an instant. Only after Zhang Wu finished taking the CT image, the hidden physical crisis revealed on the film was presented to Bai Li through the layers of reporting. For the sake of employee privacy, the staff concealed the details of the disease, only revealing that Zhang Wu's back injury had deteriorated to a rather difficult situation, and that he urgently needed professional treatment and intervention. The nurse who was waiting on the side saw that Zhang Wu had finished eating, and walked to Zhang Wu's front. "Mr. Zhang, please move upstairs. We still need to conduct a more detailed and professional examination." I don't have to?" This side Zhang Wu has not yet had time to respond. Chu Xianxian had instantly lifted up from the dinner plate, grabbed the first to open his mouth. Miss Nurse shook her head, a professional light smile hanging on her face, and did not say anything more. Zhang Wu slightly raised his eyes. No unnecessary emotions, only a trace of imperceptible surprise, fleeting, then realized the meaning. He did not say much, just from the nasal cavity issued a low and brief succinctly responded to this matter. He stood up sharply, the simple black t-shirt on his body slightly tensed by his muscles as he rose, outlining the contours of his firm arms and chest, emphasizing his full strength. "Let's go." Following the nurse on his way towards the upper floors, Django's hands were casually inserted into his pants pockets, and he looked down at the aisle stretching beneath his feet, his eyes somewhat vacant. The probability of being singled out for examination this time was because of the old disease on his waist. Had it gotten so bad that it couldn't be ignored? Or was there a new problem? If one did not meet the criteria for entry because of the checked back injury, would he or she be dissuaded from employment? Although Zhongwu's face was still cool and calm as water, his lips were unconsciously pursed into a line, and the corners of his mouth were slightly turned down, quietly exposing the worries in his heart. During the examination, Zhongwu always stared straight at the ceiling, His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the white ceiling and look into the endless distance. His face was indifferent and unperturbed. Only the tightly clenched back teeth and slightly protruding cheeks leaked out the tense state of his heart. When the doctor stopped the action in his hands and described a series of subsequent treatments in a solemn manner, Zhang Wu's originally quiet eyes instantly focused, and he opened his mouth and said, "I want to accept the treatment, but I don't have the money to pay for the treatment at the moment." Zhang Wu's voice was low and mellow, like a flood bell ringing in this small treatment room. Except that there was a bit of coldness and dryness between the words. The doctor pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, revealing a smile of relief, his vision calmly meeting Zhang Wu's eyes, patiently explaining, "Mr. Zhang, you don't need to worry about the cost, Mr. I helped you pay in advance after knowing about your situation." Zhang Wu froze, the original clenched hands loosened. On his cold face, for the first time, he showed a clear shocked color, his lips slightly opened, wanting to speak. Could it be that an employee who had been checked for physical problems before officially joining the company shouldn't be immediately retired? As far as he knew, White Pair's project this time around was related to athletics, and was inseparable from various physical fitness programs, and would inevitably require a great deal of training. Once the back injury recurs, not only can not participate in the group broadcast, to the company cannot do income generation, staff injury, medical expenses may also need to be subsidized by the company. It can be said that signing him is signing a time bomb, which may explode one day. Anyone would feel that this is a very losing deal. Wasn't Bai Li afraid? Zhang Wu really wanted to ask Bai Li what he thought. However, as Bai Li was not here at the moment, he had no way to ask. After a while, Zhang Wu rolled his throat a few times with difficulty, swallowed the inexplicable surge of emotions, and put the question back. The attending doctor probably knew what Zhang was thinking when he saw his desire to speak. "Mr. Zhang, I understand your misgivings. Although I've also just arrived to work under General Manager Bai's hand, I dare to make a guarantee that out of this door, it's easy to not find a second General Manager Bai with such a conscience. She instructed me to make sure that you are cured. You can participate in the daily training and regiment broadcasting, but you need to come to the medical clinic for a daily follow-up. So, General Manager Bai has never thought of giving up on you, so you can be at ease with your treatment. In fact, there is no need to say more. This is the tacit understanding between adults. When Bai Li chose to give Zhang Wu the next step of treatment, it is already worth 1,000 words, means trust and support, means he has not been given up." Zhang Wu quickly collected his emotions. His voice was still calm and steady, but there were a few more imperceptible warmth. "Thank you for informing me. Please convey my gratitude to General Manager Bai on my behalf. This favor, I'll keep it in mind." Zhang Wu favorable value plus 10. Zhang Wu favorable value, 30. On the other side, receiving Zhang Wu's favor value, Bai Li did not have much surprise on her face. Listening to the doctor said, like Zhang Wu so serious back injury, need to be well convalescent, even if the activities, also need to apparatus-assisted life, in order to minimize the pain of the injury, to avoid the deterioration of the injury. This is the basic premise of recovery, but Bai Li clearly remembers, to go to the crew to visit the day. Zhang Wu is hanging wire. Hanging wire for normal people are a very damage to the waist of the behavior, not to mention has a serious back injury. Zhang Wu, in order to shoot the needs of his body, did not even bring any protective equipment. He didn't even have any protective gear on him for the shooting. He didn't know how long he had been hanging from the top before he couldn't even stand up after coming down. Zhang Wu can hold on until now is simply a miracle. It is difficult to imagine before he in the end are experiencing what kind of pain. In the end is relying on what kind of tough willpower, only to be able to hold out through one after another high-intensity shooting. Today, White Pair arranged a physical examination for all newcomers. It seemed ordinary and routine, but in fact it was specifically designed for Zhang Wu in order to take him in for treatment. This medical clinic is the base's own, full of privacy. All of the medical facilities inside are also self-contained. White Pair just highly paid medical staff, 24-hour shift duty, in case a group of broadcasting in any security emergencies, but also be able to do medical support in a timely manner. So, for the White Pair, he is just pushing the boat. A little help, but for in the injury quagmire struggling for a long time not get proper medical treatment. Zhang Wu, this is like a rain after a long drought, precious, incomparable, timely and warm heart. Therefore, it made sense to harvest Zhang Wu's favor value. Chapter 42, officially raising a child. Also shocked by this luxurious medical club was Tokizu's mother. Tokimizu's mother was surrounded by soft wheelchairs, being slowly pushed by medical staff dressed in neat uniforms with warm smiles on their faces. The dazzling crystal chandelier above her head shed light like fine gold leaf, reflecting the art paintings hanging on the walls of the corridor. The marble floor under the feet can be seen, reflecting the exquisite carvings on the ceiling and gorgeous lamps. People walk on it, like walking in the clouds, step by step or stepping on the dream bubble. Advanced medical equipment issued by the slight beeping sound. Medical staff whispered to exchange the sound of soft words, the more in-depth. When the water mother is more apprehensive. Their family had been rich, so they were able to see the tip of the iceberg of the world of those dignitaries. Such specifications of the medical club. This kind of battle, only in that world slightly heard of. Moreover, this medical club is still privately owned by Bai Li. Sure, Shui's mother secretly calculating, to support such a medical team, the annual cost of funds is afraid of astronomical figures. Behind this must be how strong financial support? Shui's mother was shocked to realize that she was wrong. Originally thought that Bai Li was just a good-hearted person with a little family money and goodwill, but now she realized that Bai Li's height was far beyond her speculation, far above the heights that are difficult for ordinary people to reach. When Shimizu offered to take care of her for a while in the medical clubhouse, Shimizu's mother looked like she had been touched by a sensitive nerve, and returned to her senses in an instant. She gripped Shui's hand tightly with both hands, which were rough but powerful. Her eyes burned as she looked directly into Shui's eyes, and her voice, though slightly low due to her weakness, was loud and clear. I have everything here. I have everything arranged for me to eat and drink, and there won't be a single mistake. So how do I still need you to spend time and energy to take care of me here? Good boy, go find Mr. Bai. Just take care of yourself. After saying that, she gently patted the back of Shui's hand. Shui always felt that his mother's state was a bit strange after entering the medical clubhouse, permeated with an odd energy that eluded him, but Shui didn't think too much about it, and after experiencing the facilities inside the medical club, he was relieved that the medical environment here was very good, and that his mother really didn't need to be taken care of by himself too much. Shui's mother looked at her son's silhouette gradually moving away, until it disappeared in the corner of the corridor. That his full of frosty face floated up a complex look, helplessness and worry intertwined, finally turned into a soft sigh. Alas, this child, in the end is still a fledgling. Smart, is too simple-minded, easy to suffer. One is to face the white pair that height of the character. How many earthly stumbling blocks should be encountered in the future? But then worry, what's the use? Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. She is an old man to manipulate, more heart is useless. Shui in accordance with the address given by the white pair, carrying luggage to find the white pair residence, hidden in the lush greenery and quiet streets and alleys between the mansion. White walls and tiles through the simple and elegant. Shui stood in the half-covered carving iron gate. The heart cannot help but a burst of nervousness. Hesitation should not step directly into the. Suddenly the iron door came from a silver bell like clear and pleasant laughter. Shui instantly recognized. That is the unique time flower. Can dispel the gloom laughter. Only then did Shui's heart settle down a few points. He raised his hand to hold the small delicate brass handle on the door and lightly knocked on the carved iron door. Without waiting long, the door slowly opened from the inside, and a maid dressed in neat housekeeping clothes poked out half of her body. The servant was an extremely young man, standing sideways with a meticulous smile, his arm elegantly stretched out in front of him, making a pleased gesture as he said, "Young master, sure, follow me." The maid's voice was soft, and as she spoke, she led the way in front, because it was the first time he was called young master sure. Shui's footsteps gave a sudden lurch and froze for a whole second. As a child born in an ordinary family, when had he ever been called young master in such a respectful manner? He only felt uncomfortable, shocked and embarrassed. At the same time, doubt surged in his heart. He had clearly met this maid for the first time. How could the other party easily recognize him as if he was an old acquaintance? But he was not allowed to think too much. The maid was already walking steadily along the path. Shui hurriedly suppressed his distracting thoughts, nodded slightly as a token of appreciation, and quickly followed. The foot of the stone path winding, on both sides of the path, flowers, colorful flowers bloom, fragrance lingering in the tip of the nose, road to a shape of a curious rockery. The eyes opened up, the garden is in the center, an exquisite pavilion, vermilion columns, glazed tile roof, in the daylight glittering with colorful light. Bai Li is sitting opposite to Hua, smiling, when the flower dressed in a pink dress, hair with the same color ribbon tied up, like a fairy tale out of The Little Princess, holding a box of exquisite snacks, his brow curved to share with the white pair interesting things, small mouth open and close, crisp children's voices and cheerful laughter intertwined. White pair is sitting lazily leaning on the stone bench, beige casual dress lined with her posture, temperament, listening intently, nodding from time to time to respond, raised his hand gently stroked away the pastry crumbs on the cheeks of the flowers, eyes full of doting. Brother came. The sharp-eyed Hua was the first to see Shui. Her little face was full of surprise, her eyes were shining. She gave a cry of joy, jumped up in excitement, and like a happy deer jumped straight into Shui's arms, her face overflowing with a brilliant and extreme smile. Shui steadily caught her sister, rubbing her head affectionately, dotingly saying, "Are you happy here in Sister White Pair?" Hua nodded her head vigorously, the bow on her head swaying, pulling Shui's hand and tugging it towards Bai Li's side, her mouth chattering, I'm very happy here. Sister Bai is especially good to me. Brother, look, these snacks are all specially made by Sister Bai. They're delicious. Shui raised his eyes to look at Bai Li. At this time the sunlight sprinkled on Bai Li's body, outlining a circle of golden halo, lining her more and more gentle and touching. Shui said sincerely, Mr. Bai, I'd like to thank you for taking the trouble to take care of little flower, and for placing my mother in such a good medical club. Bai Li looked at Shui's formal appearance, and pondered, I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so distant? She lightly got up and walked over, pulled Shui to sit on the stone bench, poured a cup of flower tea and handed it over, teasingly saying, didn't you always call me sister? Why are you suddenly called General Manager Bai? Shui took the tea. He didn't know how he started calling General Manager Bai. Maybe it was because everyone in the medical clubhouse called General Manager Bai, and his mother also called General Manager Bai. Plus when he entered Bai Li's extraordinary residence, his heart was really nervous, and he subconsciously felt that it was inappropriate to call his sister, so he called General Manager Bai. Shimizu received the cup of flower tea with both hands. The warmth passed through the porcelain cup to his palm, dispersing some of the inner tension and constraints. His ears quietly reddened and he mumbled his words, sister, his voice carrying a few dryness. Bai Li looked at Shui's recent facial color was much better, red and moist, as if he had grown some meat, and inwardly quietly asked Xiao Hao, what's Shui's current face value score? 79 points yo. Xiao Hao's crisp voice sounded in her mind. Bai Li's heart was overjoyed. 1 point short of a face value score to go back above 80. She was even more convinced of her determination to leave Tokimizu behind and cultivate him slowly. Is your mother's situation okay? Are you used to living there? Thank you sister for your concern. Mother, she's much better now. Shui said, his tone unconsciously accelerated, detailing his mother's condition. Once he opened his word box, his state became more and more relaxed and natural. The two people, one person, one sentence. The atmosphere is harmonious. When the flower good behavior sitting on the side, pink small mouth gently chewing snacks, cheeks a bulging and deflated, a pair of big eyes constantly in the brother and sister in the body to turn, head also with the two people's conversation sound gently pointing, seemed to understand. Bai Li looked at her this appearance, heart as soft, cannot help but reach out his hand, gently stroked on the small face of the time flower. Bai Li saw that Shui was no longer formal, thinking that it was time, waved his hand behind him. The maid handed the documents that had been prepared long ago to Bai Li. The outer skin of the document was made of superior quality paper with a faint beige luster, and delicate flower patterns were printed on it. Bai Li turned the document towards Shui and handed it to him. Turn it over and take a look. Seeing this, Shui was puzzled, and gently turned it over, and as far as the eye could see, the words acceptance notice were printed prominently on the title page, with a strong and vigorous font, and his own name was written at the bottom. This? Tokimizu's eyes widened. Bai Li smiled and explained, I want to sponsor you to go to college. Shimizu's fingertips trembled slightly as he squeezed the two notices tightly. The thick texture of the paper seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds to him at the moment. He lowered his eyes and stared. Acceptance notice, a few words as if hot gold branding, deeply engraved into his eyes, but also disturbed his original mood. He clearly understands that when Bai Li handed over this notification letter carrying hopes and arrangements, although the tone is soft, but the unquestionable certainty clearly indicates that this is a predetermined gift, did not give him the slightest gap to politely refuse. Bai Li looked at the appearance of the time water. Know what kind of psychological struggle he is going through. Shimizu is too kind. This is his strengths, but also his weaknesses. A kind person would be like this, and would be condemned by his conscience for feeling indebted to others. The heavy burden within their hearts would make them embarrassed and unable to easily accept the kindness of others. According to the conditions of the time water, mixed voice hall, mixed for 2 years did not get better, is not because of goodness, too kind, can only sing, can't play with feelings that way. Thinking of this, Bai Li winked at Tokiwa. Little flower, want your brother to go to school? Plan A forced takeover is not good. Decisively start Plan B. The melon that is twisted by force is sweeter. Hua was already full of joy for Bai Li, and at this time, seeing Bai Li's code word, she crisply shouted, want! Shui cried and laughed as he looked at Hua, who had already rebelled against Bai Li's camp. Looking at Hua's eyes full of doting intolerance, if brother goes to school, there will be no one to take care of you and mom, and brother won't be able to go home often. Tokiwa hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Although she couldn't bear to let go of her brother, she knew the importance of studying, and her brother's grades were so good. Hua nodded her head firmly. Little flower is not afraid. Brother wants to go to school. Hearing Hua's words, it was impossible for Shui to say that he was not moved. his gaze then turned to Bai Li, only to see Bai Li smiling. His gaze seemed to have magic power, little by little disintegrating his inner defenses. Shimizu paused. The knot in his throat rolled with difficulty, nodded and said, "Good, but sister and I sign an agreement. All the fees absolutely cannot be given to me without compensation. I will return all of them to you. Swearing is useless. Black and white paper is only good. Helping Sir Shui is Bai Li's selfishness. It is with a purpose, in order to be able to obtain his favor value. If Sir Shui is just a person with an ordinary face value, Bai Li will not do such a thing. But Sir Shui doesn't know Bai Li's intention. That's why he's confused. He's terrified, and he feels guilty. Bai Li understands how Sir Shui feels at this time, and also knows the reason why he made such a decision. But a little bad-eyed white pair still want to test the poor honest man. Quietly asked Sir Shui, "Sure? The cost is not small. It's likely that you'll have to spend your whole life paying me back." Sir Shui was not at all intimidated by Bai Li. When Bai Li said this, he instead felt more relaxed in his heart, and his eyes gradually became firm, and then he gave a definite reply. "I'm sure. I'm willing." Even if she couldn't see Shimizu's favor value at the moment, Bai Li wasn't worried at all anymore. Anyone was afraid of a white-eyed wolf. In fact, it wasn't that Bai Li hadn't thought of the possibility that she had raised Shui with her own kryptonite, and that her face value had risen back up, but her favorability value hadn't. She is now not bad money is a fact, but if the water is lost, pay for nothing, she will also be frustrated. Instead, Tokizo made conditions as the beneficiary, willingly giving herself up with both hands. Bai Li then knew she hadn't done anything wrong. "Good, your mother's convalescence isn't over yet. During this time, you siblings will stay at my house first." Silent Night discovered one of Bai Li's big hobbies lately, raising children. Silent Night is a deacon, usually eyes to see 6 ways, ears to hear in all directions, in the subtle insight into the white pair's every move, naturally keen to catch her recently this special hobby. At first, the family is just more than a little girl, Jing Night, although fresh, but also just silent attention, to ensure that everything is perfect, so that the little girl live comfortably at ease. But now the white pair and the little girl's brother welcomed into the mansion. Jing Night heart cannot help but ripples. In Jing Night's heart, white pair has always acted with unique considerations, either out of kindness, or hidden long-term layout, but this time, will be included in the mansion under the shelter of the water. The motives are like a mist, so that he could not help but repeatedly speculate in the bottom of his heart. Occasionally, some charming thoughts flashed in his mind, speculating on whether Bai Li has a different kind of affection for this young boy, but the moment the thought appeared, it was regarded by him as an unauthorized act, and ruthlessly suppressed. When Jingyue realized that she had some uncontrollable desire to explore the idea, her inner alarm bells went off. This was a situation that shouldn't have arisen, and the deacon's first principle was not to be curious. Had he been away from the discipline for too long, forgetting the rules they once adhered to? Silent Night immediately used the old method of disciplining himself, repeatedly reciting the deacon's rules and regulations, driving the insatiable desire in his heart back to the dark corners. On this day, in the corridor of the mansion, the sunlight poured through the carved window lattice, shedding fine light and shadows, as if a golden veil was spread out. Jingyue returned from his business trip, and he appeared in the mansion, having not often appeared in the daytime. He was dressed in a well-tailored dark-colored suit. Slim fit lined his straight posture, broad shoulders and narrow waist, walking between the shirts lightly flicked, with a kind of reserved temperament of the world's independence. Face as if carefully carved jade, delicate features, eyes as deep as a pool, nose high and straight, thin lips pursed, the corners of the mouth with a touch of light smile, through the right amount of detachment and politeness. By chance, and is about to go back to the room of the time water hit the face, Quiet Night's footsteps will quietly stop. Is this the young man that MS Bai brought back? Silent Night motionless will be the water up and down a measure, only to see in front of the young man is like uncut diamond, although the figure is slightly thin, with a few traces of life after grinding down the traces of the downtrodden. Clothing is also just plain and commonplace, but that broad forehead, eyebrows and eyes clear and bright, through the pure and uncontaminated by the world, although the posture is not all grown into a sturdy state, but has begun to show the robust outline. It is not difficult to imagine that in time, will grow into a graceful and outstanding appearance. Miss White like this type? Jing Night can't help but comment secretly in the bottom of her heart, but on her face, she just nodded slightly. The corner of her mouth lifted up that iconic light smile, her voice as warm as jade. "Hello, I'm Jing Night." Sure Shui Pai had just stepped into this strange and luxurious mansion not long ago, knowing that there were many bodyguards and servants living in this white pair's home. However, the aura emanating from Jing Night was very different. His body was like a nobleman pacing out from an ancient painting, elegant and mysterious. Definitely not an ordinary servant. Sure Shui's heart speculated, but did not dare to jump to conclusions. and could only secretly suppress his doubts. Seeing Jing Knight take the initiative to greet, Shu Wei's heart tightened, and he was too busy to collect his mind to greet him. "Hello, I'm Shu Wei." His voice was low, with the characteristic youthfulness of a teenager. Jing Knight, upholding her duty as a deacon, broke the formal atmosphere and took the initiative to concern herself with Shu Wei's life and living, asking if the meals were to her liking and whether the room was comfortable. Although they were all polite greetings, Shu Wei felt a strong sense of detachment, so he responded carefully. Seeing this, Jing Knight did not ask any more questions, and in just a few inquiries, he pretty much probed into this teenager's unenlightened state. Shu Wei is alone proposed to live in the front yard. In terms of living and living will not have any dealings with the back court. The teenager's state of mind has not yet matured. For the time being for the lady did not start should not have the heart, isn't honest. The purpose of the heart has been reached. The quiet knight quietly hooked up the corner of the mouth a micro-imperceptible arc, and then temporarily do goodbye, alone through the atrium, forward to the back court. Jing Knight is difficult to describe his own mood at this moment, is a kind of open up the clouds and fog to see the mountains and water. This kind of out of control of the high emotional value let Jing Knight feel strange. Very strong psychological fluctuations obviously violated the precepts. It was only after he kept meditating on the deacon's rules and regulations that he felt his heart return to peace. On the other hand, Bai Li stayed alone in his room and bizarrely heard the system beep again. But after a long time, there was no beep again. Bai Li, who was about to draw a prize, somewhat breathlessly accused Xiao Hao. "Xiao Hao, are you not feeling well lately? Why are you always sneezing? People can't help but sneeze when they have a cold. Could it be that the system also can't help but emit a beep when it's infected with a virus?" Xiao Hao's mortified voice rang out. "Not at all. Our system doesn't catch a cold." "Then what was it just now?" Bai Li asked. What just rang out was a beep that would only ring out when adding goodwill. The beep sounded, but there wasn't any goodwill value. This wasn't the system jerking around. What was it? Xiao Hao stammered. He couldn't tell. Ahem. This well, host, you don't care. Anyway, there is no big impact. Absolutely no problem la. Bai Li was half convinced. Okay, then recently can you first turn off the hints of adding favor value? It affects the feeling of my draw. Okay, it's already been turned off. Host, quick draw. White Pear rubbed her fists together. Having gained a whole 100 goodwill values, she could draw a large amount of money at once. Chapter 43, the raffle is underway. Bai Li specially looked at the yellow calendar. Today was a good day for investment, trading, and praying. In short, it was a good day for a raffle. Not only that, White Pear had also searched for special precepts from various sidetracks. The lottery must be drawn at noon at the whole point of the lottery. Early a second, late a second cannot. Only at that moment, the value of luck can reach the peak. Then the lottery can do no harm, full of returns. At this time if there are other people know the idea of White Pear, most likely will spit White Pear superstitious. Taoist priests come, have to say a master, you are obsessed with the phase, but as long as a play the luck of the gambling dog, sooner or later will be bewitched. Death is not dead, is going crazy if you. Bai Li said that she didn't have an upside down lottery, and the symptoms were already considered to be in the milder category. She is just extremely important to this lottery, so before the lottery, for it to do sufficient preparation work only, including bathing and dressing, change into the Wanxiang wheel of the same color clothes. Immediately after, light up the 3 incense burners, curls of green smoke rises up, in the dazzling smoke, with sweet language storming Wanxiang wheel adults for a quarter of an hour. Bound to Wanxiang wheel lords fart pat cool, White Pear thought beautifully. 200 rounds, any way to get out a gold. It would be best to get out more than just 1 gold. It would be great to get out 2, 3, 4 of them, or even more. Even if there weren't that many SSR gold words, drawing some more SR attribute points besides IQ would be fine. Hakori, I remembered drawing a lot of good R items before. For example, the absolute auction rights of office buildings like the last one were extremely cost effective. Bai Li didn't spend a dime, and took the absolute office building Little Crown worth $20 billion, which was equivalent to giving it away for nothing. This office building not only solved the problem of the company does not have a business place, the rent earned from leasing office building also gave the company enough startup capital. With this money, White Pear was able to cast a wide net in a short period of time, carefully selected, hired many of the industry's top elites, so that the company's professional strength steeply upgraded several grades. Moreover, with sufficient funds in hand, we can have the strength to buy the movie and television rights of popular big IP. The construction of the group broadcasting base is all the way to the green light. The wind started up, and quickly put into operation, and all of this is just a small crown on the surface of the benefits. Its potential commercial value can be derived from the subsequent huge income, absolutely far more. With the passage of time can bring countless benefits. Bai Li couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Who would have thought that this was just a prize in the art category? In the midst of his thoughts, Bai Li's mind suddenly flashed with a bright light. Or, this time, can we still draw the UR prizes like the group broadcasting base? UR prizes were all above the conventional knowledge of this realm, and the technological content and unique value they contained was at least several levels ahead of civilization. Bai Li was looking forward to this lottery. 200 rounds. What kind of products could be drawn out? The mood of wow cool wow cool. Bai Li firmly believed that the lottery is metaphysics. The lottery is a kind of feeling. White Pear stared at the clock on the wall. The second hand tick-tock to jump. Every sound is like knocking on the tip of her heart. More and more close to noon. Her breathing more and more rapid. Her hands unconsciously clenched into a fist. Finally, when the pointer coincided with the 12 o'clock moment, the heavenly stem and earthly branches in crazy beating trigeminal nerve are telling Bai Li, is now. Bai Li stood up fiercely and cried out with deep emotion. Lord Wanxiang Wheel, give me strength. The entire 200 draws all disappeared into the Wanxiang Wheel. This time, the time for the draw was obviously longer than before, and the wheel of all elements seemed to be infused with some kind of mysterious and majestic power, rotating languidly, surrounded by wisps and strands of light flashes, just like the twinkling stars in the night sky, spilling down on the wheel, all kinds of items on the roulette wheel as fast as a walking lantern. Dazzled, White Pear waited until her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and every second was infinitely lengthened. Wanxiang will suddenly burst out intense light. This beam of bright light then ever more dazzling, like a mixture of several colors. Light like a tide of instantly filled the entire room. Shaking, Bai Li subconsciously squinted his eyes. When the bright light receded, Bai Li couldn't wait to reach out and open the prize pool interface. And when Xiao Hao beside her saw this, she also stared wide-eyed, full of amazement, and blurted out, "Host, you've obtained 3 SSR words. It's too European." Bai Li took a glance at the ordinary prizes and slowly checked them out later, first looking at what lexical entries he had obtained. Treasure Appraisal Master, Business Insight, Crisis Warning, 3 phrases, all of which were well understood. The names were easy to understand, and the meanings seemed to be clear at a glance. But White Pear was cautious and still asked Xiao Hao, "Xiao Hao, quickly tell me about the specific effects of these 3 phrases." Xiao Hao cleared his throat and patiently explained. Master Treasure Appraiser allows the host to identify the authenticity of treasures at a glance, accurately determining the quality and value, no matter if it's in the face of valuable ancient paintings and calligraphies, porcelain, bronzes, or modern jewelry, watches, and so on. This is not bad, although this skill may not be used a few times on weekdays, but in the future, if you are involved in auction houses and antique markets, it should come in handy, and you no longer need to worry about being cheated. White Pear is satisfied with Master Treasure Hunter. Seeing this, Xiao Hao proceeded to explain the next phrase. To put it simply, Business Insight allows one to have a keen sense of smell for all kinds of business opportunities, and is able to quickly discover business opportunities and profit points that have yet to be tapped. Bai Li listened and nodded frequently, his eyes flashing with excitement. He was still lacking in experience and vision in the business field. This entry was just the right thing to make up for the shortcomings, and he chose to equip it without hesitation at that moment. There was still one last entry left, Crisis Warning. Bai Li had a question about this phrase. After pondering for a moment, she opened her mouth and asked, "Xiao Hao, just how much time can this warning advance? If it's only a second in advance, then I'm afraid that by the time I realize it, I won't be able to react in time. But if it's too long in advance, then I'll have to suffer for a long time in fear and trepidation." Xiao Hao gave a sound. Seemed to be thinking, after a long time replying before seriously replying. This is an emergency risk avoidance class phrase. Bringing this phrase will turn on the sixth sense early warning radar, and can sense possible crises 3 seconds in advance. 3 seconds. Also not bad, when encountering an out-of-control vehicle, or a falling object, etc. There would be enough reaction time to avoid it. White Pear also brought this phrase with her. After people have money, they are very afraid of dying before they finish spending their money. In short, they have just become rich. If they meet any flying accident and die, it's not worth it, they haven't enjoyed it yet. With this phrase, the safety of life also has a certain guarantee. After equipping all the human SSR words, it is time to go to the general prize pool to poke around. Bai Li began to check the remaining prizes. What's this? There seemed to be a special prize in the prize pool. Chapter 44 Special Prizes. Among the many ordinary prizes, there was another prize that emanated a bluish undertone of light. It was the kind of ghostly blue that was uncontested and not as conspicuous as the SSR's gold color, causing Bai Li to not notice it just now. At the moment the golden words had all been redeemed from the prize pool by Bai Li, falling in the middle of the many are category prizes that were grayed out. This splash of blue stood out. "You are, scavenger hunt coupon, this is?" Shiranui's eyes widened. It couldn't be? Such a lucky thing couldn't really happen to her, could it? Xiao Hao had said that prizes weren't actually supposed to appear in this realm, nor were they supposed to exist in the prize pools of the Wheel of Wonders, and that the last time he drew a prize was probably just a fluke. Bai Li had thought that he would never draw a prize again, but he didn't expect to do so once more. Once was a coincidence. Was it still a coincidence the second time? Xiao Hao also noticed the accident and gave a soft eep, which was beyond its established cognitive realm. Prize? The Wanxiang will actually give you another prize. Host, how did you do it? Bai Li sniffed, the corners of her mouth rising slightly. A quarter of an hour's worth of ass-kissing wasn't for nothing. She stretched out a finger and placed it against the center of her face, imitating Xiang's was classic pose, and said in a mysterious manner, "It's all the art of language." Xiao Hao was just a tiny system that couldn't understand the art germs emanating from Bai Li's body at the moment. It scrutinized the function of the finding voucher and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, okay, the prize drawn this time, although it also exceeds the technological level of this realm. It's not outrageous yet. Host, have you ever lost anything? This voucher can help you find something you once lost. Bai Li froze and fell into deep thought. Lost things? Growing up, there were so many things that had been lost, especially small objects, erasers, pencils and whatnot. There are also some things lost inexplicably. Washing, missing a sock. How to find cannot be found back. White Pear even lost a cell phone. Although only a second-hand, the value is not high, but at that time, is also her frugal savings for a long time to start, quietly lost to her heartache for a long time. However, these objects eventually with the passage of time, gradually sealed in the depths of memory in the past, even if now remembered one by one, but also has long since lost that kind of eager to retrieve the desire. It would be a waste to spend the rare prize on finding these old items. Besides, is the prize given by the Wheel of Light really that simple? Is it just limited to retrieving items? Xiao Hao had just said retrieve the things you have lost, and the word things had a broader meaning than just inanimate objects. Thinking about this, Bai Li's eyes brightened up, and she asked, can anything be recovered? Xiao Hao gave a confirming answer. As long as it doesn't go beyond this realm, it can be found. Xiao Hao's answer made the inexplicable intuition in the bottom of her heart grow stronger. Her heartbeat steeply accelerated, and her breathing quickened. She took a deep breath and reconfirmed, her tone rising, full of anticipation. Can a living one be found as well? Xiao Hao still gave an affirmative reply. Yes. Sure enough, she knew that the prize given by the Wanxiang Wheel could never be simple. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Li exchanged the object hunting coupon on the spot. I want to use it immediately. Xiao Hao was surprised as he confirmed to Bai Li. Host, are you sure you want to use it immediately? The scavenger hunt coupon is a disposable prop. There's only one of it, and it's gone when it's used up. Bai Li nodded decisively. Confirmed. Xiao Hao was right. The scavenger hunt coupon only had one chance to be used, so it could be saved and used again if something really important was lost. Normal people would probably choose that, but she had lost a very important thing, a memory that had been dusted off by the years, a regret buried deep within her. The only time she could get it back, Bai Li wanted to use it here, or else she would really regret it for the rest of her life. So White Pear didn't half hesitate. In the middle of the courtyard, Bai Li was dressed in a simple plain-colored dress, with the mighty tiger beside her, walking in a hurry. At that exact moment, she bumped into Jing Knight, who was walking towards her. The moment she saw Jing Knight, Bai Li's thoughts whirled rapidly. Should she take Jing Knight with her? There were some things that Silent Knight would be more comfortable handling, so perhaps it would be easier and simpler to bring Silent Knight along. Forget it. White Pear gave up on this idea. After using the search coupon, it was transformed into a coordinate that was integrated with the Gouda Map app in the phone. Very intelligent, very humanized. Bai Li could find that lost thing just by following the navigation of the Gouda Map. But the problem appeared. This thing that Bai Li was looking for was alive, so this coordinate was changing in real time. There was no way for White Pear to explain the moving coordinates that appeared out of nowhere on her Gouda Map. Moreover, there was no way for her to explain how she had obtained the real-time coordinates. Thinking about this, White Pear had already made up her mind. Although it was a pity, Jingyue couldn't follow her. She could only bring along Mahu. They were originally advanced AIs drawn from the Wheel of All Seasons, so they wouldn't have any questions about the real-time coordinates. With this in mind, White Pear greeted Jing Knight as usual and instructed, I have something to go out and my return date is still undecided, so don't leave dinner for me. After a sentence, Jing Knight has not had time to respond. Bai Li will be like a gust of wind. Footsteps hurriedly walked away, clothes fluttering, disappeared in the courtyard outside the archway, only a touch of beautiful back, gradually moving away. Jing Knight lips have hooked up a habitual light smile, ready to respond to Bai Li's words, opened his mouth, can only be turned into a helpless smile, well not yet said, careful safety swallowed back. White Pear this go. The old mansion as if was taken out of the backbone. In the past that although quiet but through a few points of the spirit of vivid atmosphere, instantly dissipated without a trace. Although the white pair in the home, most of the cases are also in their own top floor to stay, rarely downstairs to walk around, but as long as she is here, this place seems to be injected with a marvelous anger. Now, people such as Gisco, leaving empty nests in vain, quiet in all directions to some cold, leaving this empty house in vain, the coldness of the meaning of a layer of frost, silent, masonry rubble, full of the flavor of loneliness. Quiet night leaning on the porch column, raised his eyes to look in the direction of the white pair left, blue eyes with a hidden color of worry. White pair rarely have windy time, is not encountered what trouble tricky things? Chapter 45, Retrieving Mitsuru. White pair returned to the town she came from. The town still maintains the appearance of memory. The houses on both sides of the street is still short, old. There are few pedestrians on the street, and occasionally a few old people slowly pacing past, hands or crutches, or carrying a basket of vegetables, face wrinkles engraved with the triviality of life and plain. Time seems to have slowed down here. White pair actually do not like this town. Too few people, remote, old, boring, backward, permeated with the smell of decay and decay. The days are boring and monotonous. Every day seems to be a repeat of the previous day. The town, as I remember it, is gray. What she left behind here are almost all sour and bitter memories. The cloud of fate hanging over her for no reason, and sickness like a raging tide, hitting the fragile body and mind again and again. Those fragmented pieces, like shards of nightmares, were deeply rooted in her heart, making her just want to run away and head for the distance without looking back. But the powerlessness of life would keep pulling her back, and she felt trapped by this place. However, time has changed. Perhaps it is a change of heart. Revisiting the old place, her feet set foot again on this familiar and unfamiliar land. Bai Li inexplicably had the illusion of a world apart. The familiar streets and alleys of the past, the mottled roof tiles all had color. Distance from the coordinates closer and closer. With a few decadent atmosphere of the hospital door into the eyes, Bai Li's footsteps involuntarily stopped. Bai Li tilted her head, her eyes gazing complexly at the building in front of her that carried memories. This was where he himself received treatment back then. In the bleak white wards and the pungent odor of disinfectant, she had survived a period of darkness. Bai Li took a deep breath and slowly paced along the path along the hospital wall, trying to calm the waves inside. On both sides of the path, the weeds are overgrown, and the blades of grass are covered with crystalline dewdrops, glittering in the daylight, like fine gems, rustling between the grass leaves, passing a small beaver, as if there is something urgent. Step hurriedly, small short legs alternately stride, so fast as to bring out the residual shadow. Blink of an eye will be drilled into the gap in the fence, disappeared without a trace. In the fence is exactly the direction they are going. Bai Li looked at the place where the little beaver disappeared and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. As the saying goes, people have their ways, cats have their ways. Cats can drill corners, but they still have to go through the front door in accordance with the rules. Fortunately, this old neighborhood is not much of a barrier. White pair is very smooth to step into the district. Small area. The fence is not high. The walls skin off the place, exposed inside the gray masonry. A few strands of wire messy and haphazard in the building shuttle, winding, like a random outline in the old building line drawing, with unrestrained and spontaneous, but also to the slightly old neighborhood added a few points of a different fireworks. At this moment, the distance from the coordinates is only one corner of the distance. Bai Li closed the navigation, the phone gently put away, put into the pocket, and then subconsciously lightened the footsteps, staring at the corner, the heart inexplicably surging a trace of anticipation, but also mixed with a little nervousness. Just at this time, a furry figure suddenly emerged from behind the wall without warning. White pair's heart violently lifted, subconsciously held his breath, his eyes tightly locked on the figure. It was an orange and yellow-colored kitten, with 3 white bangs on top of its head, which was eye-catching and extremely iconic. The little orange cat was originally striding majestically. The moment it saw White pair, it was instantly alert, its big round eyes glaring even wider, vigilantly surveying it for a few moments, its body slightly bowed, its fur standing up, seemingly assessing whether the person in front of it was a foe or a friend, and confirming that there was no danger before continuing to pace. Only its footsteps were obviously slowed down and cautious. It a pair of eyes staring straight at the white pair. The slower it walks, every step is permeated with caution. Walking, the big furry tail was slowly raised. In the air curved out an elegant arc, left and right gently shaking, passing by the side of the white pair, but also tilted his head, staring at the white pair with big eyes. The eyes seemed to hide 1,000 words. Walked past. It also did not forget to turn his back, twisted his head to look at the white pair again, head tilted even more, ears slightly twitching, but Bai Li did not move, also did not speak. Its fluffy tail also descended, Seems to be a little lost, twisted his head to go. Seeing this, Bai Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. She slowly squatted down, lowered herself as much as possible, and reached out her hand towards the little orange cat, her face full of gentle smiles, intimately greeting. Three Fur, you recognize me, why don't you come over? Three Hairs meow a sound. That call is clear and loud. Seems to be a response to the call, tail high up. A twist of the body is upside down leaning over. The pace is eager. With intimate fondness, Bai Li stretched out her hand. Three Hairs immediately rubbed up intimately, head in her hand rubbing back and forth, throat issued a gurgling sound. Where have you been all these years, little bad boy? Couldn't find you anywhere, Shiranui said as she gently stroked Mitsuru's spine with her other hand. She was secretly glad that Mitsuru still recognized her. After all, she was so afraid that Mitsuru wouldn't recognize her now that she had completely changed her appearance. But she didn't expect the little animal to be quite smart. Sanso was Bai Li's chance encounter during her hospitalization. At that time, she often went downstairs to take a breath of air. See the stray cats feel pity. They often feed. All kinds of cats come and go. But the Three Hairs is the most she cares about that one. The three iconic white hairs on his headbangs are too similar to the one in the orphanage when he was a child. I had no one to play with in my childhood, so I played with cats, and that cat accompanied me for a long time. And then after moving around and changing places, I never saw such a humane cat again, until Sanso appeared. Sanso would sneak into the hospital to look for her when Bai Li didn't go to look for it. Hospitals do not allow cats to enter. In order to hospital health and safety, into the hospital cat will be driven away by the medical staff. Bai Li couldn't figure out how Sanso managed to pass through the long white corridors, weaving between tall and strangely dangerous humans, and find herself in the hospital that smelled of disinfectant. How many twists and turns did she go through? Kittens can't talk. They only use their eyes to silently ask you and worry about you. Although Bai Li's reasoning told her that they are not the same, the cat's life expectancy is limited. The probability is that they are not the same, but the flower color, bangs, personality are the same. How can there be such a coincidence? White pair would like to believe. Must be afraid that they will not recognize it. Reincarnation when selected the original skin. Continue this special fate. But when the disease is cured, and cannot find the Three Hairs, I came back to look for it several times, and still couldn't find it. Luckily, I drew the search coupon. Mitsuru again meowed, rubbing his head around his feet, pulling White Pair back from his memories. Raising her hand, she wiped the tears that had slipped down her face at some point, and with a smile on her lips, she softly said, "Let's go. Mitsuru, sister is taking you home." Chapter 46 Special Recruitment Notice. When she came, the anxious Bai Li did not hesitate to take the airplane, and at that moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Find Mitsuru as fast as possible. But the return trip is not so anxious, and the airplane check-in is too much suffering for the fur child. The space is small and cramped, not to mention, the environment is also very noisy and chaotic. She really can't bear to let the little guy suffer that kind of crime. So when she went back, who drove back? As for where the car came from, the roadside past a Force store, casually mentioned a car. The Force store employees have never seen a car so fast. Into the store, first asked if there is a car, and then asked which one is comfortable to sit. Swipe the card, drive away. Before and after less than 10 minutes, just like buying a bottle of water at the mall. Waiting for the White Pair to go for a long time, the Force clerk only came back to God, twisted his head to look at the manager beside him, and stumbled to ask, "Manager, did I just sell out a car? If you don't hit me, why do I feel like I'm dreaming?" The manager was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped him hard on the back. The slap went down and the clerk stumbled. The manager gritted his teeth. "To you kid, picked up a big bargain." The manager's heart that regret hate to travel back to a few minutes ago, go to answer the phone to beat himself. In the White Pair into the store at the juncture. The phone rang. The manager thought is just a few minutes. Should not delay what? Went to answer the phone. Let the store's newcomers to help receive a little. Which thought? Just such a turn of the head effort. The store's most expensive car has been driven away. The original customer should be their own reception. This performance should be counted on their own. The young clerk marveled. Language a moment. The customer paid. I have not introduced her to the end of it. Pay? She did not blink an eye. The manager gritted his teeth. Listening to the tone of this kid, he was even more angry, and the sourness in his heart surged. The manager had been practicing for many years, and had seen a lot of customers of all shapes and sizes, and had a hunch that this customer was definitely a big customer. The kind of master who was rich beyond imagination, the richest he could meet in his professional history. But even the face of the customer did not see, and now people go tea cold. What is too late? The biggest opportunity in his life, just like this, and his own shoulders passed by. How can not let him beat his chest? On the other hand, this kid, still in the internship onboarding training it. The model is not completely clear. Today on the first day of work, it is easy to sell a most expensive car, but also with the customer to add contact information. This is the first time I've ever seen a car in my life, and I've never seen one in my life, so I'm not going to force myself to do it. On the other hand, White Pear is already on the way back. Who is worthy of being an advanced AI produced by Wanxiang Wheel, and it drives steadily. So who driving, technically speaking, should be considered as autopilot? Bai Li was amused by her own flurry of thoughts. The scenery outside the car window receded like a slideshow. Bai Li lowered her eyes and gently stroked Sanmao, who had fallen into a deep sleep on her lap. The little guy slept on all fours, his belly slightly undulating. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, and while she stroked the cat, she checked the remaining prizes in the Wheel of Manifestations. The attribute points given by the manifestation wheel this time were finally not all IQ. There were also some other attributes, such as attributes related to the improvement of physical quality, such as the flexibility, that could make one's body more supple and flexible, and the physique, that was related to posture and temperament. These are all attribute points related to the improvement of physical quality, so there shouldn't be the side effect of not being able to sleep like the IQ attribute point, right? However, adhering to the idea of being careful, Bai Li cautiously added 1 point to each of the new attributes, and slowly distributed the rest later. She gazed at her physical state for a while, and there didn't seem to be any noticeable changes, so she let out a sigh of relief and turned to check out the wide array of R-ranked prizes, also bearing the title of R-rank. The value of these prizes were vastly different. Most of the prizes were small and inconspicuous items, and it was obvious that they were low-priced stall goods. A bottle of mineral water with a label whose color had faded with age, and a few scratches on the bottle, a false eyelash, half drooped, with sparse lint. Of course, unsurprisingly, this time there was another outlandish prize, a half-sectioned wing of some prehistoric insect. Good lord, a section of wing was a meter wide. Shiranui stared at the prize description, her brows furrowed in thought. What exactly do you think this kind of prize is good for? Said that it may have some potential value for life science research, but if one's brain is really hot, exchange it out. Such a big thing. Where to send it to research? If you find a mysterious institute to submit it, they will arrest you first, right? Moreover, these days, who would study this thing? Bai Li's heart spat inwardly, but she wouldn't do so in front of the Wanxiang wheel. Without the manifestation wheel, who else would give themselves prizes? Moreover, the manifestation wheel still gave out a lot of valuable prizes this time, such as a fish pond, a horse farm, and even a large manor located in a foreign country. White Pear is still quite satisfied. Who said that Wanxiang will pit? Wanxiang will can be too good. Turning to the end, a special R-rated prize attracted all of Bai Li's attention. UW Finance Department Special Enrollment Notice. What is this? Bai Li stared at the words, full of doubts. After redeeming it, I can go to school? Xiao Hao explained. You can but because it's a special recruitment, you can only study with the class and there's no graduation certificate. Specially recruited? Bai Li didn't quite believe it and confirmed. Is this really possible? The word special recruitment in the special recruitment notice made her heart tremble 3 times. In previous years, there had been many cases of college entrance examination scores being replaced by backdoor operations, and enrollment quotas being tragically replaced. She was afraid that her special enrollment quota was taking up someone else's normal enrollment quota. Bai Li did want to go to the academy to make up for her financial knowledge, but if it was in exchange for learning opportunities by encroaching on society's limited educational resources, Bai Li would rather not. It's just a spectator student law. Xiao Hao answered Bai Li's question. Bai Li checked online. The University of China really does recruit a small number of auditor students. Auditor students for non-degree education, although you can carry out undergraduate courses, but in fact does not have a formal student registration. After confirming that it will not affect others, Bai Li is relieved to exchange the special enrollment notice out. At the moment of exchanging it, an electronic mail was sent to Bai Li's mailbox, on which were written all kinds of precautions for enrollment. The time of enrollment, the place to report to, the specific arrangement of the academic program. When Bai Li looked at these, she couldn't stop fantasizing about many images in her mind. What would a large, bright and spacious classroom look like? I heard that it could easily accommodate a couple hundred people. After school, she might be able to participate in club activities and meet like-minded people. In spring, sit on a bench and watch the flowers bloom. In summer, with the willow to see the lake color in light. In the fall, step on the yellow leaves and run to class. In winter, with a hot coffee, walk the silver trail. White Pear young into society to work to support themselves. The university for her has been a distant dream, so there are many fantasies about the university. But is college really like this? After this summer, she'll be able to see for herself. It was embarrassing. but she guessed she was going to be Tokimizu's classmate. Let's tell him after school starts. Shiranui gave a bad smile and startled him then. Chapter 47 Achievements and Reactions. Sister. A girl with an excited gleam in her eyes snapped in front of her best friend. Have you heard of a hot group broadcast recently? The girl pulled out her cell phone. Her finger quickly traced on the screen, clicked, and sent the link. I'll give you an encore of a group broadcast. Go check out this link I shared with you. It's all male bodhisattvas. It's really overwhelming. The girlfriend half-heartedly opened it, but was instantly caught in the eye. Holy, are they all this handsome? What's the name of this one? What are they playing? Seeing her best friend successfully on the set, finally someone with their own chase, the girl excitedly explained, I tell you, gameplay. The audience to the anchor to play cast the score is the last chance to be able to flip the plate. Girlfriend a little hesitant, that is not disguised money? The anchor is also to eat well, and the group broadcast team is a cost investment. It is impossible to public welfare live. The girl knew that the cautious girlfriends would ask this. She patted her chest. But believe me sister, they are not the kind of malicious money raking. If there is an anchor in the live room to threaten you to brush your money, you are able to report with the team. Once found, no matter how good the performance of this anchor, will be forced to be fired. And before that, they fired a person. You can also choose not to spend any money. Just watch the show and give your favorite anchor a popularity vote on the line. The girl hugged her bestie's arm and pampered herself. Don't think about it so much. Look at it first. Anyway, the recent return of your brother's tour has just ended. You don't even have anything to watch. I'm not looking at your loneliness, am I? They have live broadcasts every day. They can accompany you every day. BFF thought about it. It is also true that this is the reason. Nodded and paid attention. In the ever-changing world of internet live broadcasting, there are new trends and hotspots every day. So as long as you seize the opportunity, you can move up. It is also true that White Pear has found a gap in the industry. There really hasn't been any decent men's group broadcasts on the internet. White Pear this sudden emergence, the hot degree of group broadcasting far exceeded everyone's expectations. Let the industry peers jaw-dropping. The live broadcast industry has a unified data statistics website. Day and night entertainment flow in just a few days' time broke through the list, directly jumped to the first, riding in the dust, surpassing the second place by 5 times. This has never happened in the entire history of live broadcasting. Many peers were looking at the money tree of day and night entertainment. Their mouths were watering, and they all wanted to copy the successful model of day and night entertainment and get a piece of the pie. But the more they study, the more alarmed, the more powerless. This is too perverted to be copied. First of all, such a huge group broadcast site is not the average person can disk down. The professional camera team is even more outrageous. Each anchor is equipped with accompanying with the camera, as well as drones, as well as countless fixed-point cameras, a full range of live angle to switch at will, plus program planning. Maturity is simply excellent. Every day there is a new and unique group broadcast play. Rainforest Jedi Survival, Boat Building Dragon Boat Racing, King Bee Contest, competitively pulling out all the stops while skillfully incorporating laughs and tears. Almost every installment can become a classic. Who would believe that there is no one behind the scenes to guide us? The directing team is also very professional. Placed in the entire entertainment industry is one of the best. It is not like a newcomer can do the level. Peers scratch their heads and cannot understand. Day and night entertainment in the end from which mysterious corner emerged. Before how like a stealth-like, a little wind has not heard it? From the venue, equipment purchase, to personnel, publicity and promotion, each link needs a huge amount of money as support. May I ask who broadcasts a group broadcast like this? This is the way to invest money? This is still doing group broadcasting? This is to rectify the entire live broadcast industry. These are also even if. The most let peers puzzled is, day and night entertainment in the end from where to find so many natural handsome anchor? In this era of the flood of beauty filters, the audience has long been on the same net red face fatigue, but the day and night group broadcast is like a stream of clear water. All live images are used without filters without face lens. The anchors are hard by virtue of the value and temperament of the hard just, so show is the most real, the most natural side. Each anchor has unique characteristics and charm, accurately hit the majority of women's market heart bar. Perhaps it was the SSR skill, business insight, that started to have an impact. When Bai Li saw the company's report, he suddenly had a bright idea. Since the market was so vertical, it was a good opportunity to make a branding effect. Bai Li immediately contacted his colleagues in the technical section on the inside. Lu was staring at the computer screen, fingers on the keyboard crackling non-stop, fretting to modify the code. Suddenly received an intercom call. Thoughts were interrupted, eyebrows twisted into twists. He couldn't help but complain. Who is it? Something directly dinged me not on the line. Why call me on the line? The colleague next to him inadvertently glanced at the name on the landline, lowered his voice and cautiously reminded. It's Mr. Bai. General Manager Bai? Xiao Lu jumped up at once, fixed his eyes on it, and almost didn't hold back from slapping himself in the mouth. Dead mouth, do you want to die? Xiao Lu explained with a smile. Oops, so it's Mr. Bai's internal phone. Mr. Bai must have Mr. Bai's reasoning, while quickly picking up the phone, with a smile on his face, he clips up. Mr. Bai, what do you want to find me? Oh, yes, no problem, yes, not hard. Grafting additional forums on the homepage of our official website. I will first design a model for you to look over. Oops, it's not hard. You are too polite. How can this be? It's all what I should do. Thank you, Mr. Bai. I promise to complete the task excellently. Xiao Lu hung up the phone, still with a face full of smiles. Xiao Lu's speed with the Sichuan opera change of face to the side of the colleagues to see TSK. Gossip over. Inquiring about the news, Mr. Bai looking for you to do the website? Then you are not these 2 days to work overtime? Xiao Lu heard. Righteousness. The company needs me. I work overtime for a while and how can it? Overtime is my mission. I love the company. I love going to work. I love working overtime. Xiao Lu said while opening his cell phone. Turned down the brightness. Vigilantly looked at both sides. See no one found before opening the SMS notification. Bank card arrived bonus 100,000 yuan. Xiao Lu excitedly closed his cell phone. I want to work for General Manager Bai for the rest of my life. The passion for work is there, and the motivation to write code is back. Bai Li is not the kind of unscrupulous boss who would make his employees work overtime voluntarily. She herself was once a laborer. Clearly understand that in order for employees to do more work and do a great job, the money should be given enough. Xiao Lu got her 100,000 yuan bonus and multiplied her efficiency, quickly rushing the work. And the group broadcasting base got a separate forum site dedicated to taking in teenage girls who couldn't find a home and were eager to share and exchange ideas. Every day there will be administrators to check about the program feedback, do regular opinion collection work. Hearing that people were giving good feedback on the forum site and that the number of users was increasing by leaps and bounds, Bai Li smiled with satisfaction that this forum could add more features in the future if it was well received. She had times when she would open the forum and go in to see the crowd feedback. Today's hot post of the forum hangs high at the top. Topic, Li Tao who has the most male virtue? 4,902 replies. The title instantly aroused Bai Li's interest. Clicked into the thread, slid her finger across the screen, and with great interest began to browse through all the internet teachers' comments about their own children. First floor, the most male virtue that is bound to be envy. I would like to call envy for the world's most sincere puppy. Go to work is always cheerful, even if the game lost. Their own sad behind the scenes crying nose, but still will comfort teammates. The face of the camera. But also smile and say next time to cheer up. The sisters of the little sun, too much like. Second floor, Zhu Xianxian doesn't have male virtue. People who say he has male virtue will be put into a small room by me. The room 24 hours loop play Zhu Xianxian singing. Feel what is called magic sound through the ear. Floor 3, upstairs is too vicious. Don't allow you to say so say my little treasure. I am the envy of the mom treasure fan. I propose that in the future when there is a singing program, let my treasure go up to perform once again. Who said my treasure singing is hard to hear? My treasure singing can be too good to hear. My baby is going to sing again. I'm going to go to the restroom temporarily first. Fourth floor, against the heavens, envy hard to the main live room from 100,000 people sang to 50,000 people. Amazing. That day envy sang. The microphone was confiscated by the director team. The child threw out the whole process on so aggrieved expression, picture. I laughed like crazy. Bai Li was amused by Zhu Xianxian's aggrieved expression pack. That little look is pitiful, mouth slightly pouting, eyes tearful, like a puppy wet by rain, decisively save. Once the same as the tone-deaf Bai Li empathized. Obviously speaking voice is very good. Generally speaking voice is good. Singing should also be very good, right? But the tone-deaf. Is the voice condition again good also useless? The run key. Bai Li has heard Zhu Xianxian sing. She thinks Zhu Xianxian is even harder to hear than she used to sing. Poor child. Next time go over to bring him a few books. Strong, take care and so on. 56th floor, who understands? The one with the most male virtue is MOMO, right? White, academically svelte and handsome, picture. 57th floor, upstairs is either a string, or not seen MOMO play games. MOMO usually cover themselves tightly. Thought it was very conservative. Did not expect to play the game so hard. After falling into the water, picture. Frank breast leakage breasts. Where to abide by the male virtues. 60th floor, thank you sister. Save the picture. This MOMO is also one of the better performers. White Pear has an impression of him. Indeed the temperament is extraordinary. The image is outstanding. Usually speak very gently. Looks like a kind of reading temperament. but to be able to come out on top a few times in competitive group broadcasting games is certainly not an idle generation. Bai Li clicked on the picture and smiled awkwardly. Ahem, it is indeed quite a contrast. The contrast is quite big. 156 floor, does Django really have 190? When I fall in love with him, can I jump up and kiss him on the mouth? If I can't kiss him and I make a scene to break up, will he call me a dwarf? 157th floor, the teacher upstairs is so good at dreaming. The probability is that Jongwoo won't scold you. He'll just lift you up with one hand, throw you onto the bed hard, strangle you and press up. Do you think you can escape? 158th floor, teacher, hand the pen, write more. You quit the literary world at that time. I do not agree. 159th floor, good stuff. Zip. Bai Li opened the sinful literary package, looked at the face. Momi, this is too bold, too graphic. Still, internet teachers have a life. Admire, admire, admire. But Django does have a sexual tension in him that the next person doesn't have. 360F, I don't know about the most male virtue, but I know someone who has the least male virtue. Who is a good man wearing a suit and wearing a fixed belt? Look at this mark, picture. The inside is definitely wrapped around the belt. The leg ring style I've searched out. And this one has silver jewelry. 361st floor, asterisk 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 asterisk. Too hot. I advise you not to seduce me. I'm at the age of love. Who is this? I want all the info in 3 minutes. 666th floor, everyone listen to my sister, a word of advice. You watch them live. They are still not yours. And you read a book for an hour. Knowledge is yours. All things are inferior, but only reading is high. Reject the male sex. From you to start. Come on. Everyone give me face. Let me have a hand when you grab the to sign. Internet teachers are so funny. The post behind them started to go ask you, and Bai Li was about to exit. Received a message from Jiang Mingfei. Fei, boy. I heard that to sign will be open in 2 days. Can I have a to sign? Shy. Bai Li jumped to the chat box with Jiang Mingfei and confirmed that it was Jiang Mingfei herself. Jiang Mingfei is so busy with her company every day. She still has time to watch the group broadcast? White pair, sister Fei. You watched the live broadcast too? Fifi, I didn't watch much of the live broadcast, but I watched a lot of clips. It's too good. Bai Li realized that what Jiang Mingfei watched should be that kind of Erchuang's clips. With the wonderful live content, do not have to specially invite editing team. The heat will drive countless Ikuang teacher spontaneous editing. These Ikuang videos spread on all major mainstream platforms, pushing the day and night group broadcast to new heights. Even busy people like Jiang Mingfei who don't watch live broadcasts know about it. Bai Li, who's to sign you want? I'll get you a separate one. Fei, I want Lord Feng's, and if it's possible, one of Envy's. This kid is too delightful. Bai Li, it's okay, small hand squeezes. Lord Feng is the youngest, born with cold white skin, so white and clean that he wants to be bitten. Looks like a heavenly fairy, but because he grew up in his hometown in Guangxi, he has a bit of a Guangxi accent. Quite a fun kid. I didn't expect Jiang Mingfei to like this type. Maybe it's moving too many people's cakes at once. The day and night group broadcast suddenly in one day was a blogger real name report. Overnight triggered a public opinion frenzy. I want to expose the ugly face of day and night group broadcasting. Chapter 48 Public Opinion Storm. Day and night group broadcast on the hot search. Bai Li is sitting lazily in the courtyard on a stone bench. Hand raised a cat teaser. A little without a little shaking. Cozy teasing feet near the 3 hairs. Sancho's neck with a soft collar customized for kittens. The collar hung with a delicate 24K gold piece locks. Piece locks above the engraved white pair's contact phone number and address, to prevent Sancho from getting lost. But look at the appearance of the 3 hairs. Afraid of losing is impossible in this life. It is living in Bai Li's home is too comfortable. Simply happy. Every day there is fresh milk and fresh meat. A variety of dishes. With well-cooked, nutritionally balanced dishes. And a variety of imported snacks flown in small mouth. Not only do you eat well, you also live well. Now the entire front yard. The backyard is its territory. There is no need for a cat climbing frame. The vegetation in the yard, flowers and trees, is the best place for kittens to play. Interested, and the small fish in the pool to play. Occasionally there are small birds flying through the air, but also to tease the birds to play. Play tired. On a big paralyzed in the sunshine of the flagstone road, leaning back to bask in the sun. If it gets tired of playing by itself, there are plenty of 2-legged beasts in this family to play with. In addition to white pair, the 2 siblings, Shi Shui and Shi Hua, are also fond of it and are willing to play with it, especially when the flower, the little girl, is at the age of innocence. To the soft and lovely 3 hairs have no resistance. As soon as they have time to chase after the 3 hairs, changing ways to make it happy. The maids in the house also treat Sancho as a little ancestor, taking turns to be its royal pooper scooper, regularly smoothing its hair every day, making it shiny and smooth, and the cat's nest is even swept and cleaned, with no peculiar odor at all. The highest state of a cat's life is just like this. The cat doesn't know so many twists and turns in the human world. It just knows that it eats and sleeps and plays, carefree. Seeing that Bai Li's attention was attracted by the cell phone, no longer pay attention to their own. Sanso spit out the teasing stick. A grieved meow called a voice. A small body twisted and flopped down to Bai Li's feet, with his head rubbing her ankles. Seems to be in protest. Bai Li soothingly touched the 3 hairs, fishing up the phone to look at the hot search. Fingertips gently paddle screen. The first hot search into the eyes. A blogger sprawled out to write 1,000 words of accusations of small essays. Disgusting means of making money. Ugly face. Not respecting the human rights of the anchor. Sky-high liquidated damages. Cursing is quite unpleasant. Between the lines of the words are permeated with a stock of gnashing teeth hate. But Bai Li heard the corners of the mouth was first a slight draw, followed by a light eyebrow, secretly thinking in his heart, who is this person? Believe in talking nonsense? Bai Li clicked on his personal home page. Look at the avatar. Inexplicably feel familiar. I remembered. This blogger seems to have come to the interview that day. Bai Li went back to read his article. The more you read, the more you want to laugh. The so-called disgusting means of making money, but the base to ensure that the live heat, to meet the expectations of fans, according to industry practice requires anchors to open broadcast more than 2 hours a day. Just ugly face accusation, originating from the live platform draw 50%. The company in accordance with the rules charge 30% of the operating costs and service fees. The anchor can get 20% of the flow. In her view, this distribution is fair and reasonable. Group broadcasting is not only the anchor in the pay. There are production teams behind the dinner. There is no such thing as ugly. Do not respect the human rights of the anchor, is nonsense. The group broadcasting live with the camera. This is to create a team feature. Rich live content. The anchors know beforehand. The whole cooperation. Privacy has never been violated. As for the sky-high liquidated damages, signing a one-on-one agreement is based on long-term cooperation between the two sides. Good faith performance. High liquidated damages is the protection of the rights and interests of both sides, to prevent arbitrary destruction of the contract. Although this blogger is just a clown, cannot set off too many waves, but she still flashed a trace of annoyance, and immediately dialed back to the person in charge of the public relations department. Once the phone call was made, Bai Li asked bluntly, I've finished reading the hot search. Do you have a way to deal with it on your side? On the other end of the phone, the person in charge of the public relations department was calm and collected. His voice was not slow and unhurried. Mr. Bai, the situation is roughly clear. When this person came to the interview, the agreement with the former company had not yet expired, and it does not conform to the mode of our one-to-one signing, so it was rejected. Bai Li lightly hummed. The corner of his mouth hung a cold smile, a hint of disdain in his eyes. So look at our contracted anchors here are all on fire, earning money, red-eyed. There are other cats and dogs here. There are traces of buying water army under his microblogging, and the speed of the hot search is not normal. There should be a black hand behind the scenes to push the waves, deliberately smearing, and engaging in targeted public opinion attacks. Yes, how can a hot search be that good? Wang Feng all had to buy hot searches for himself, and he couldn't get the first hot search for years. A person whose name is not known even made it to the top of the hot searches. It seems to be a peer who was red in the eyes. Bai Li gritted her teeth and asked, what's behind this person? Long Tao Entertainment. Long Tao Entertainment, like a thunderclap, a nationally famous entertainment group with many popular artists under its name. Bai Li wondered, what's it got to do with them? Long Tao Entertainment also has a branch company for live broadcasting business under its banner. In the live broadcasting industry they have always dominated. This time, it is estimated that they are deliberately coming to grab the market after seeing us getting bigger, not focusing on doing their own quality, staring at others to compare. If you can't compare to others, you will engage in sabotage and malicious competition. Bai Li despises it from the bottom of his heart. Long Tao Entertainment. Bai Li chanted twice in her mind. She remembered. The person in charge of the public relations department continued to report, but you can rest assured, public relations copy we have prepared. This will send you over. You take a look. If there is anything to change, you feel free to command. Bai Li listened. His expression slightly slowed down, slightly nodded. Yes, turn around and give this material to the legal department. I want to sue him, and Long Tao Entertainment, pay attention to their movements. Okay, Mr. Bai, when do you think is the most appropriate time to release the PR copy? Bai Li rested her hand on her chin and pondered for a moment, her mind rapidly calculating the various timing pros and cons, and she roughly had an idea. A few moments later, said in a deep voice, don't be in a hurry, wait for me to notify and then release it. After hanging up the phone, Bai Li turned his head and contacted the director's team stationed at the base. The main director is and bystanders are hotly discussing today's outrageous hot search. Cell phone vibration. C is Bai Li call. Hurriedly pick up. Look instantly become respectful. The body or unconsciously sit straight some. Busy said, white total. A good Lu. You command. This child immediately after the physical class. Line. I must instruct him well. Chu Xian, who had just finished the physical class, was about to run to the cafeteria, but was stopped by the director's team, and a set of live broadcasting equipment was stuffed in his hand. Chu Xian was puzzled. Director, isn't it not time for the live broadcast yet? Chief Director looked at Chu Xian that way. Heart secretly sighed. He believed Chu Xian's character and emotional intelligence, but do not quite believe this child's IQ. In addition to the title of Strong Mouth King and Death Singing Voice, Chu Xian also has another title, Jedi Dumb Bird, because in the Rainforest Jedi Survival Plan, by the undercover agent, he was provoked. A grenade took away his life. He was provoked by an undercover agent in a Rainforest Jedi Survival Program, and a grenade took away all of his teammates. This is also the famous scene in which he became famous with a single grenade. The general director with difficulty followed what Mr. Bai said and handed over the live broadcast equipment to Chu Xian, letting him take the audience and friends to visit the base for a round. Chu Xian was surprised. Really? Is it a special mission given to me? The chief director responds. Of course, and it's also a special care from General Manager Bai. The face of our base is in your hands. Envy. Go for it. Chu Xian heard that he was specially handpicked by General Manager Bai. Instantly his heart blossomed with joy. He felt the leadership's attention and optimism. This heavy sense of mission made Chu Xian highly inspired. He stood at attention and saluted, shouting, guarantee to complete the task. He picked up the live broadcast equipment and ran away. The general director slapped his thighs and said, where are you going? Chu Xian has long since run away. Only one sentence came out in the wind, I'll take the viewers to the cafeteria to eat. The general director was able to suppress the veins that jumped straight up on his forehead, and at this moment, he jumped up again. Was it really okay to hand over the live broadcast room to Chu Xian? The chief director guessed that it was because of this morning's hot search that Chief Bai needed someone to take the live room to dispel the rumors for his viewers and friends. He was very confident in Mr. Bai's judgment and decision-making, but could such an important matter really be handed over to Chu Xian? The chief director shook his head helplessly, silently praying in his heart that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 49, Chu Xian's Day. As soon as the live broadcast room opened, a large group of people flooded in. It wasn't even the normal time to start broadcasting. Why was it on? At the same time, a considerable portion of the audience was attracted by the hot search and came to watch with the mindset of watching. The pop-ups on the screen kept rolling like snowflakes. Ruwashu, envy baby, mama. Quality carbohydrates, did I read it right? How did you start broadcasting at this point? Hanging onto the hot search to start broadcasting. Your company is really awesome. Has been banned. All the housekeepers of the operation team are guarding the live broadcast room at the moment, monitoring the live broadcast dynamics in the background in real time. Once you find someone making inappropriate remarks, deliberately leading the tempo or releasing war-inducing remarks, you will mercilessly pull them into the blacklist quickly, as long as the head will be sealed. Chu Xian end of a live equipment super happy. The corner of the mouth grinned to the root of the ear, eyes narrowed into a curved crescent moon, exuding an uncontrollable excitement. His own live room but only a few thousands of people. He is still the first time to take the main live room broadcast. In a short period of time, there has been nearly 100,000 viewers influx. Has never given so many people a live broadcast. Chu Xian very dutifully introduced the base to the audience of the live broadcast Old Iron. Now it's just lunchtime. I'll take you all to visit our cafeteria. Chu Xian familiar with the way to touch the location of the canteen. The head also from time to time turned to the camera, eyes bright, full of enthusiasm to explain the path, but also does not care about the audience friends to come here. Out of the elevator to the left turn to La. Guess what's on the menu? Company cafeteria. The national standard should be similar, but when Chu Xian aimed the camera at the interior of the cafeteria, the audience was shocked by the scene in front of them. They saw a large area of clean marble floor, glittering under the light. The fully transparent dining area was like a crystal palace, and the distant mountains outside the window was like an ink painting scroll unfolding. From here on out, the audience has noticed something wrong. Whose cafeteria looks like a high-level buffet restaurant? Snowflake doll. I see the other anchors. Mamamoo, is this a cafeteria? Head full of questions. Whose cafeteria looks like this? Sneaky smile. I love to broadcast what I'm eating. Mamamoo, this is the cafeteria. Chu Xian held up the camera, hands busy, both to want to properly show the full picture of the cafeteria, but also inconvenient to take the food. Glimpsed Zhongwu was relaxed and happy to eat. Eyes suddenly bright. An arrow step rushed over. Hands like pincers tugging Zhongwu's arm. decisively pulling Wu up to their own shooting. The original is cozy dining Zhang Wu helplessly being driven ducks on the rack, when forced to act as a cameraman. Pickle alter, well, the camera teacher changed people said yes. Cold Lake, Mr. Jongo, I love you. Chu Envy turned to face the meal area, while picking food, while giving the audience in the live broadcast room to introduce the dishes, give you guys a shallow look, for fear that you're too envious. Today there is steamed small seafood spraying fragrant and fragrant, freshly baked. The hot dish area has a new dish today. Foie gras okonomiyaki. So sinful, but it looks too flavorful. Auntie, can I eat this dish? Her voice was soft and supplicating, her eyes were looking at Auntie, and her hands were folded. Auntie unhurriedly flips through the book she carries with her, which records the names of some fasting people. Certain dishes are not for anyone to eat, like this foie gras Osaka roast in front of her, just because the calories are too high. Chu Xianxian, who is in the weight control period, is not allowed to eat it. Auntie put away the little book and ruthlessly rejected Chu Xianxian, who was about to cry out. Being mercilessly rejected by Chu Xianxian can't cry. Lips are slightly trembling. Then Auntie, you just say what I can eat. Pitiful appearance. Anyone who sees it will have a heart to bear. Auntie neatly scooped a spoonful of beef, skillfully picked up 2 Spanish mackerel dumplings, and then picked up a pot full of boiled Qingdao prawns and handed it over. Her face was full of amiable smiles, and patted Chu Xianxian's shoulder. Child, the prawns are enough, and not enough to ask Auntie for more. Chu Xianxian took a plate of unflavored prawns with a bitter face, sighed at the camera and complained to the audience, because I gained 5 pounds, I was blacklisted. That look, as if encountered the world's greatest injustice. The general director looked behind the camera in a cold sweat. Meow, told this kid to introduce the base. How did he start introducing the food? And he also introduced his own food. In order to look good on camera, the base will personalize the diet. Chu Xianxian is in a weight control period, so he can only eat diet meals, and his diet is definitely on the lighter side. Don't let the viewers mistake our base's dietary conditions for this and say that we are withholding our employees' diets. Once Chu Xianxian sold his miserable, pitiful appearance, he really attracted a lot of sympathy. Enthusiastic ghost. Oh, so pitiful. So many good food can't be eaten. Sun Fei Fei, only gained 5 pounds only. Only taste a bite, no problem, right? Liz, what happens if you steal food? I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Seeing that there are still many people on the pop-up screen who are really starting to pity Chu Xianxian, Zhang Wu took the live broadcast, eyebrows raised. Couldn't help but break the truth. Someone has gained weight in a week because of stealing and eating a box of waffles. Chu Xianxian interrupts with a reddened face. Brother Wu, mercy under the mouth. Families, nothing just happened. I'll come back to show you the other dishes. Come. Look at these delicious fruits and desserts. I'll just eat some small fruits while saying this. He pulled Zhong Wu to shift his position. The pop-ups are laughing at this point. RTOEN, ha, caught stealing food. Not bad for a Jedi nerd bird. My breakup billion. What is it that I can't hear? Don't hide it. Tell me the details. Talking about $5. There are so many kinds of fruits. Looking at the real-time pop-ups, the chief director breathed a sigh of relief. The audience still seemed to be extremely cognizant of their meals, and the fear didn't happen. During the meal, the camera returned to Chu Xianxian's hands. Chu Xianxian performed a handful of stunts such as peeling prawns by hand in 1 second and solving 30 prawns in a minute. Chu Xianxian normally wouldn't be like this, but isn't it live today? Must show the audience a wave of talent. His eyes are all live. After eating, Chu Xianxian visited many more places with the live broadcast. First, it was the multifunctional classroom where classes were usually held, and then the outdoor and indoor venues for training, even including their residence, a small, exquisite house with 1 room for 1 person and equipped with a small garden. This is where we usually have our form lessons, acting lessons, vocal lessons, and so on. There are different lessons every day. It's super rich. As she was speaking, she glanced at the pop-up questioning, her eyes glaring, feigning anger. What do you mean I even have to take music lessons? What do you mean? The person who just said something stepped forward. I'm going to confront you. The training space is oversized. I'll have to show you guys layer by layer. But there are so few of us. We can't even get enough people together for a basketball game. The space is simply not used up, and a lot of the time it's vacant. I really hope that more people will join us. Stepping into her room, Chu Xianxian was full of pride as she panoramically displayed her clean room. This is my room now. Quickly praise me for being a clean boy. My room is clean, right? This side is for storing gifts sent to me by fans. People don't send me anything too expensive. I'll return it. You can send me letters. I'll read them properly. Following Chu Xianxian's camera, he realized that the content shown by the usual group broadcast was only 20% compared to this base. The site of the base is not only very big, the configuration is very high. The anchors have their own cozy hut, food and accommodation. The whole is a paradise. Thanks to the fact that Chu Xianxian is a chatterbox, other people do not have the energy to introduce the whole base so comprehensively, and Chu Xianxian body, that optimistic temperament, is not deliberately carved, floating on the surface of the camouflage, but from the depths of the soul through the light, hot and tough, naturally infected others. The chief director finally realized Bai Li's farsightedness. This job still has to be given to Chu Xianxian. Chapter 50 Response. The live broadcast achieved an excellent response. As soon as the live broadcast ended, the company's recruitment mailbox directly exploded, full of people who wanted to apply for jobs. The blogger's thousands of words of accusations on the hot search became instantly unconvincing after this live broadcast. Bai Li let Chu Xianxian introduce the base. Want this effect? When Chu Xianxian's live broadcast ended successfully and the audience's reaction was the most enthusiastic, it was the time when the company released the official statement. The company's public relations department quickly released a statement after receiving Bai Li's message, and at the same time vigorously pushed the stream. The brand new phrase Day and Night Entertainment's strict statement on untrue hot searches quickly climbed up the hot search list. Day and Night Entertainment responded to various false slanders and rumors, and gave a detailed and powerful answer to each of the smearing remarks. The statement clearly said, since its inception, Day and Night Entertainment is committed to providing a broad stage for the host, creating quality content for the audience, and always adhere to the industry norms and moral bottom line. We welcome supervision from all walks of life, but firmly resist malicious slander and false rumor mongering. We will retain the right to pursue responsibility in accordance with the law, to safeguard their legitimate rights and interests, but also please keep rational judgment. Do not be misled by false information. The bottom line of this response is just enough to make people look at it with peace of mind. Fans have left messages in the comments section to express their support. Guarding the best Day and Night Entertainment. Ask if there is a more conscientious company than Day and Night Entertainment. The fire is really hot. There are little black people. Little black people. Look at the sword. I thought we all knew that live broadcasting has a water share of this thing. Live broadcasting platforms based on technical support, traffic introduction and other aspects of the input will extract the corresponding proportion. Day and Night Entertainment has operating costs, resource investment, team services and many other expenses. I think that such a water distribution is very reasonable. After watching today's live broadcast, I just want to say that Day and Night Entertainment is bullish. Such a large training ground is provided free of charge. Food and accommodation are included, and the program is well produced. Is it a lot to charge 30% of the flow water? Thank you for your company's stipulation of letting me love broadcasting for 2 hours a day. Otherwise I love broadcasting is definitely not happy to broadcast. Leave love in the day and night, love. There was no lack of spectators and unknown passersby who happened to pass by in the comments section. How come Day and Night Entertainment only has the men's group broadcasting? Will there be a women's group broadcasting in the future? The women's track is so voluminous. Does Day and Night Entertainment dare to come? Just ask those who engage in women's group broadcasting. In case Day and Night wants to do women's group broadcasting, if they're afraid of it. Can anyone tell me what kind of program this is? What's a group broadcast? Can someone popularize it for me? The subsequent public opinion handling work by Li is not involved. The public relations department has a busy work. Use this wave of traffic. The group broadcasting can be on a higher level. The legal teacher side clearly told Bai Li, can sue each other for defamation, as long as they wait for their side to draw up a lawyer's letter, through the legal review, basically can be publicized. It is good to be able to carry out legal proceedings. Bai Li is not afraid of trouble, also not afraid of things. She holds a grudge, unwarranted rumors, malicious slander my company, she can never tolerate, must sue him. The blogger agreed to post the article only after hearing that the company would protect him and promised him follow-up resources. I didn't expect Day and Night Entertainment to respond so quickly, and they are full of energy, not at all affected by this half of the public opinion. On the contrary, the heat is even higher. On the other hand, the comment section of the blog post he sent out has completely fallen. Numerous netizens had lashed out at him in it, calling him a little black man. The blogger was filled with uneasiness and trepidation, so he hurriedly dialed the company's phone number. The other party picked up the phone after a long time, with obvious impatience in his tone, and asked coldly, "What is it?" The blogger was stung by this condescending and overbearing attitude, and the anger in his heart was instantly ignited, so he also asked back nonchalantly, "When will the account number be returned to me?" This blog post was not written by him at all, but the company found a gunman to write it. He was merely a tool that was pushed in front of the stage to post the article. Even the account was not under his control. It had long been taken over by the company in its entirety. It can't be returned to you yet. The voice of the opposite company's operation director was as cold as ice, with no temperature to speak of. "It's fine if you don't give it back to me, but can you delete the article?" The blogger nearly begged. "Why should I delete it?" The opposite party was puzzled. Doesn't deleting it mean we're weak-minded? The account won't be returned to you anytime soon. The blogger's heart was nearly broken at this point. He sensed that the company didn't seem to care about what kind of damage would be done to his reputation in the slightest, and was filled with only caring about his own profit gain or loss. Didn't you guys see the comments under my blog post? It's all cursing me. The blogger's voice was furious. I didn't even write that article, so why should I be held responsible for the bad consequences? How can I show my face in public in the future? Didn't you volunteer in the first place? The opposite party queried. This sentence left the blogger speechless. That's right. The account was indeed handed over by his own hand. Going to day and night entertainment for the interview was a false pretense, but in reality, he was instructed by the company to go poking around. It was he himself who was mesmerized by all the benefits promised by the company and moved to greed. The person on the other side obviously couldn't understand the blogger's anger at the moment. Black and red is also red. Look at this. This time I have pushed you to the top of the hot search list. Such a big wave of traffic. And instead of being grateful, you come to blame me? The internet is updated very quickly. The netizens are fish memories. They will just scold you for a while. After a while, everyone will forget. Furthermore, the company promised to give you resources will certainly not go back on its word. Behind us is the powerful Longtao Entertainment. No matter which TV station's large-scale variety show, or all kinds of movies and TV dramas, can easily get through the relationship and arrange you in? What are you in a hurry for? Hang up the phone. The director of the company spat fiercely. White-eyed wolf. Give him a smile to give more. The company cultivated him for so many years. Let him pay a little bit, then call it like this. Heartless thing. And that what day and night entertainment? In the end, what is the origin? Can't find out a bit of news. I thought it was some kind of small company that is good to pin down. I didn't expect people's company public relations to do quite beautifully. So quickly. It's not like a small company that doesn't know anything. He will not kick any iron plate that should not be kicked this time, right? The director inexplicably shivered, but he quickly reassured himself. What are you afraid of? They are backed by Longtao Entertainment. Longtao Entertainment Group was one of the most authoritative entertainment giants in the country. As the saying goes, it's good to have the shade of a tree at your back. Because of this relationship with Longtao Entertainment, their company had been developing well in the live broadcast industry, whether it was in individual live broadcasts or group broadcasts. This year, they thought they would be the only one this year, but they didn't expect a day and night entertainment to pop up in the middle of the year, sucking up a lot of traffic, and seeing them getting bigger and bigger. They had to target them. The public opinion attack didn't work. What should we do next? A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Director, something's wrong. Chapter 51 Lawyer's Letter. Knocking on the superintendent's office is no other than the lawyer's letter from Day and Night Entertainment. The director is lying in a wide office chair, crossing his legs, leisurely brushed the phone, mouth also holding a cigarette, curls of smoke rising wantonly, so that the whole office is filled with a choking smell of smoke. Hearing the sound, he impatiently raised his eyelids, reached out and took the lawyer's letter. Just a rough sweep, dense text into the eyes. He was usually most tired of reading text, and immediately wrinkled his brows in annoyance, muttering through his cigarette-biting mouth. What is this? The small assistant standing by the side was reddened by the smell of smoke, and his throat was itchy, so he couldn't help but cough lightly before rushing back. Day and Night Entertainment gave us a lawyer's letter. Ah, the director was stunned, as if he had heard something out of the blue. He quickly pulled out all the documents in the lawyer's letter from the folder with both hands, and several large, bright red stamps stood out in the red heads of several documents. His brain was racing, his heart surged with an ominous premonition. It could not be that his small action of secretly pouring dirty water on the internet during this period of time had been discovered, right? But in a flash, he relieved himself. In this mixed entertainment circle, isn't this what everyone does in order to grab resources and gain popularity? He was just going along with the trend. How can it be considered a big mistake? Our lawyer accepts the entrustment of Day and Night Entertainment Limited, hereinafter referred to as our client, and assigns our lawyer to write the following letter regarding the infringement behaviors of malicious rumors and unfair competition by your artists. The wording of the opening paragraph was neat and official, followed by more than 1,000 words of legal basis, quoting scriptures, clearly organized, listing the details of the infringement of Longtao Entertainment's artists, the laws and regulations that they had violated. The details were so detailed that beads of sweat broke out on the director's forehead. The further he read, the more alarmed he became. His hand unconsciously clenched the lawyer's letter, and the paper was pinched with a slight sound. We demand immediate cessation of infringement. Within 24 hours after receiving this letter, you should delete all microblogging articles, comments and retweets that defame our client. At the same time, you should stop hiring mercenaries, manipulating public opinion and other malicious attacks, and you should not publish information that damages our client's reputation and commercial interests in any form. Public apology. You should publish a public apology statement to our client on the original platform where the false information was published, as well as on well-known entertainment information websites and live broadcasting industry forums, etc. The content of the statement needs to be examined and approved by us, acknowledging the fact of rumor and infringement, sincerely apologizing to our client, the general audience and the fans, and eliminating the negative impact, and the apology statement should not be published for less than 30 days. Reading this, the director's face turned red, like a ripe tomato about to burst open, veins hidden on his forehead. This request was simply to rub their faces on the ground, and the later request even made him have a brain hemorrhage. Compensation for economic losses. In view of the significant economic losses caused by your infringement to our client, including but not limited to the loss of business downturn, public relations response costs, the loss of potential cooperation opportunities, etc., you are required to compensate our client for economic losses totaling 1 renminbi, 6 million. The amount of compensation is calculated by a professional appraisal organization and shall be paid to our client's designated bank account within 15 working days. 6 million. Seeing this figure, the director's eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets, and the cigarette in his mouth almost fell to the ground in shock. Day and Night Entertainment still really dared to ask for it. Take legal responsibility. If you fail to fulfill the above requirements within the specified time, we will not hesitate to take legal action and file a lawsuit with the People's Court to pursue your civil infringement responsibility and unfair competition legal responsibility. At that time, in addition to the need to bear the amount of compensation that has been demanded, you will also face the additional penalties decided by the court, the litigation costs and the reasonable attorney's fees incurred by our client due to the defense of the rights of the client, investigation and evidence collection fees and all other related costs. I hope you will treat it prudently. Still want to fight with us in a lawsuit? Is that necessary? After the director finished reading it, he felt his blood rushing up, his temples jumping, the veins on his face rippling like earthworms. He violently raised his hand, slammed the lawyer's letter on the ground, and angrily yelled, "Give me an inch! Give me an inch!" The voice shook the office windows slightly, but after the anger, a trace of panic that was hard to hide crept into his eyes. This lawyer's letter, carefully drafted by Day and Night Entertainment's professional legal department, after layers of legal examination, strict wording, meticulous logic, formality and professionalism all pull full. This extraordinarily formal lawyer's letter gave him an ominous premonition in his heart. Call the PR department in for a meeting. Mr. Bai, the lawyer's letter we have sent over. They should have received it by now. In addition, we have also completed the public announcement in accordance with the process, in all major online platforms synchronously. This is not a small movement. The legal affairs teacher methodically reported the progress of the work to Bai Li, and her words showed professionalism and competence. Bai Li nodded slightly, and a touch of praise appeared in her eyes. In order to build such an elite legal team, the company gives the salary and treatment are the top level in the industry. Now it seems that the investment of high salary hiring is worthwhile. Professional things should be given to professional people. The company's legal team is not vegetarian. White pair know the showbiz urine. She has seen too many so-called lawyers' letter event. Thunder and rain point small. Just send out when it seems to be aggressive. A right to the end of the frame. The results of most of the tiger head and tail, hastily ended. Take a previous peach color scandal star. Was photographed by the paparazzi with a number of the opposite sex ambiguous, intimate behavior. Overnight domination of the hot search headlines. Public outcry. Brokerage firms see the situation. The rapid production of a lawyer's letter. The words are righteous. Swore to declare that their own artists have always been good behavior. Private life is flawless. And asked the major media. The media immediately delete the post to settle the matter, or will be held legally responsible. As a result, the follow-up dog one after another released a heavy hammer. High-definition photos, videos constantly flow to the internet. Originally also staggering brokerage company instantly mute fire. No movement. Neither dare to really a paper lawsuit will paparazzi to court. Face the truth. Also do not allow artists to come forward to respond publicly. Give the public an explanation. The lawyer's letter is like a stone thrown into the sea. Instantly there is no trace. Stone sinking into the sea, reduced to the whole network of laughingstock. In the entertainment industry, the lawyer's letter is more like a public relations means. Purely go through the motions. Routine, rather than the real rights. A long time on the end. White pair does not want to let it go like this. Long Tao Entertainment splashed their own dirty water. Want to retreat? Where there is such a cheap thing? Who is accustomed to the rules? If this time just let it go. In the future, is not anyone can come to their own head to step on a foot? The lawyer's letter she sent out this time was a far cry from those past weak and feeble ones. Black and white, clearly named, without a trace of ambiguity, listed the details of the infringement to the almost harsh. Pile pieces are well documented. Directly hit the key point. This is a clear warning. Tell the other side bluntly, made a mistake. We have to pay a real price. Do not want to muddle through. To fight the lawsuit. Then fight. They have plenty of time to spend with them. To see who is reasonable in the end. Chapter 52 Longtao Entertainment. The lawyer's letter is sent out. But when the other side to respond, how to respond, is unknown. White pair guess after all so big an entertainment company it obediently concede is the probability of not, is estimated to be anxious to think about countermeasures, but also may be in the dark poke hold bad thoughts, as Bai Li expected. The opposite side really did not hold back good fart. The director led the public relations department to stay in the office to discuss a couple of hours. Smoke. The atmosphere is heavy. Heated discussion of sound and sound. Finally, a seamless brilliant plan freshly baked. First of all, there is no apology. No way. That would be like a public slap in the face. Admitting that the family is at fault. Not only will the netizens be verbally attacked, and then also damage the signboard of Longtao Entertainment. At that time, the head office side of the senior management to kill to the door to ask for punishment. They are the cause of these people. Will not be eaten alive? Compensation will definitely not be compensated. 1.6 million compensation. This is simply in the cut meat. The one who unring the bell must also tie the bell. The director slammed the table and said with vigor, whoever posted the blog post, whoever came out and apologized will be fine. They said that we have authorized and deliberately smeared behind our backs. Empty words, can they be counted on? Do they have any real evidence? Let's just bite the bullet and say it's all the blog. Gare's personal behavior and has nothing to do with the company. If you really want to file a lawsuit, let them find that person. Don't mess with us. The more the director said, the more he felt justified. The idea is certain. Immediately put into action. Directing his staff to nimbly draft an apology. Subsequently, logged into the blogger's account, fingertip flick, the article was sent out. The action in one fell swoop. Without the slightest hesitation. Blogger How did not expect. The company will be at this juncture. No hesitation to put himself out as a scapegoat. Originally, he was just following orders, thinking that after finishing the job, he would be able to harvest a large amount of resources, smoothly enter the headquarters, and start a prosperous acting career. But the reality was like a pot of cold water that pierced the bones, pouring down on his head and shattering his dreams to smithereens. The blogger looked at the screen with that grandiose apology, filled with anger and despair. The sense of trust was like a building collapsing, gone in an instant. It was inconceivable that such a company would keep its promises. Were the resources that had been promised real? Is it true that I am just a tool that can be thrown away after use? The blogger's eyes gradually reddened. His hands clenched into fists. His body trembled slightly because of his anger. Facing such a company, what kind of life could one have? Since you guys are so desperate, don't blame me for fish death. To die, let's die together. He gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. In White Pair's opinion, the next development of the plot was a completely absurd dog-eat-dog farce to the extreme. Never underestimate an obscure little person. You have no idea how much dark information he has in his hands that you don't know about. Take the branch department under Longtao Entertainment for example. The registered anchors under its banner amounted to more than 500 people, of which the head anchors with fans breaking 100,000 had 100 or so. It seemed like an unlimited scenery, but it was harboring dirt. Some anchors in the group secretly denigrate their peers. Mean and vicious words, some secretly fall in love in private. What's more? And fans dating, behavior vulgar. Bai Li waited patiently for a few days, did not wait for a decent response from Longtao Entertainment, but instead waited for this pile of powerful black information. What's the situation? The opposite side seems to have blown itself up first? I heard that these are just the tip of the iceberg. The blogger in order to leave himself a way out. Not all to shake out. Have reservations? There are more explosive. Bai Li is still watching the fun. Coldly, out of nowhere, appear to come to make amends to apologize for the general manager Li. General manager Bai. It's really unjust. I also saw the lawyer's letter on the internet, and realized that you and our Longtao Entertainment had a bit of a falling out. Mr. Li's face was piled with apologies and his words were full of sincerity. I learned the news. A moment did not delay. Immediately rushed over to understand the ins and outs of the matter. The original is under the hands of the people. The hands and feet are not clean. The people involved in that piece of fabricated articles I have been given to withdraw down. This is all because of our internal management is not good. To you to cause unhappiness, I first toast to you a glass of wine. This matter, 1,000 mistakes, is our Longtao Entertainment is not right. At the dinner table, Mr. Li spoke to this point, and obediently picked up his wine glass and got up. Although this Mr. Li in front of him is a handful of years old, but at this moment, his posture is extremely low. His tone is even more humble to the bone. Holding a wine glass low, he is going to come to clink glasses with White Pair. If not Mr. Li just introduced himself. Who would have thought that the person with a peaceful attitude and a smile as warm as Santa Claus was Long Tao Entertainment, the helmsman of a large entertainment company? Bai Li squinted her eyes, her heart clear. Mr. Li's words, seemingly sincere, but hidden mystery. The words outside the meaning is obvious. This thing I do not know. All the people underneath the blind nonsense. I've been righteousness. The people dealt with. The gesture is also placed here. Do not hold on. Continue to pursue the matter. White pair secretly smack. Such a big entertainment company's boss. This moment actually condescending. Personally door to their own atonement? I'm afraid this Li is not as harmless and amiable as on the surface. In fact, it is an old fox. The heart may be playing what you want to do. However, Bai Li is also clear. At the moment is not to completely tear the face of the time. It is better to stabilize, see what he really want to sell the secret. Thinking in this way, Bai Li also elegantly pick up the wineglass. Ying rose, a slight smile. Mr. Li, how can you be blamed for this? What kind of apology did you come to say? Speaking of which, it is me who should give you an apology. My first time to do business in the entertainment industry. Many rules have not been touched, so when it comes to something, it is easy to panic. Now calmly think about it. This time it is true that I am too big some. I also toast you a glass. Mr. Li froze, the hand holding the wineglass in the air paused. His heart muttered. He was afraid that Bai Li would not give him face, but what Bai Li did was greatly beyond his expectations. Not very old. Words dripping with water, not only to give themselves enough steps down, but also the trend of their own also put on the innocent position, the ability to pinpoint the tone, not losing in the circle crawling for many years in the veteran. In fact, before he came, Mr. Li used all the contacts and resources at hand, and carefully investigated White Pair. Under one investigation, he was shocked out of cold sweat. A person who had dismantled an entire small crown and had this level of cash flow was by no means an idle person. But the strange thing is, let him how to dig out his mind. Many inquiries, White Pair's biography information, past experience is like a layer of invisible fog shrouded, cannot find out anything. He even entrusted the relationship to check the archives. The result is still nothing, as if all the traces about her have been artificially, cleanly erased. It would be nice to find out some information, but the worst thing is to find out nothing. This is not something that ordinary rich people can do. Can't it be that he's the kind of big shot who can make the earth tremble when he stomps his foot? Why would that kind of person come to their circle? It's because he couldn't get to the bottom of White Pair that Mr. Li personally came to the door today, nominally to make amends and apologize, but in fact to use the opportunity to find out the truth. But just so face to face, Mr. Li knows that Bai Li is not the person he can afford to mess with. Bai Li is too young. This is so young to hold a huge amount of wealth, casually buy an office building, casually open an entertainment company, recruited a large group of people to engage in special. Do not know how much money has been burned into it. If you don't have a rich, deep family to the unimaginable support, who can have this kind of atmosphere and vigor? Watching Bai Li clink glasses with himself with a kind face, Mr. Li's heart burst out. In his eyes, Bai Li was already a jade-faced fox cub with a hidden face. On the surface seems to smile gently, polite, harmless, may have been calculating how to pinch the fingers, get himself killed. The more Bai Li smiles, the more Li is scared in his heart. Only feel scalp numb, spine chills, by the White Pair that if there is no smile staring uncomfortable. Li subconsciously tensed his body. Even the bladder is like an invisible force lifting. The whole person as a big enemy, played up the spirit of every question thrown by the White Pair. The letter of apology is of course publicized through the official blog of our headquarters. The live broadcasting department in our Long Tao Entertainment is also a minuscule little branch. The company's core focus still falls on the film and television drama piece. Recently we are preparing for the second season of Palace Lost. Speaking here, Mr. Li slightly paused, raised his eyes and quietly measured Bai Li's expression. Saw that her expression did not change. Then continued. I see that you have a lot of talent under your command. Hidden tigers and dragons. If there are any capable people who want to develop in the direction of film and television drama, expanding the business, you can tell me at any time. I can help arrange to enter the group. Lost in the palace? It sounded familiar. Bai Li recalled a little, and Chen Hao's face instantly appeared in her mind. Chen Hao, who accompanied Jiang Mingfei to choose a role and met him in the cafe, was not acting in Lost in the Palace because of his own role in the movie, and he was so arrogant and unimpressive that it was really impressive. Thinking of this, Bai Li heart cannot help but rise a hint of cold smile. It seems to rely on the capital into the group, with the relationship to get a role. This kind of chaos in the entertainment is not an exception, has become an undeclared practice. The root of the problem is not because there is Mr. Li, who understands the rules of the circle and is good at drilling contacts at the helm behind the scenes. They control the distribution of resources, wantonly disrupting the normal order of the industry. The film and television market should be fair. Competition stirred up a mess, so that countless newcomers with a dream, with real skills to fight hard. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your kind words. Bai Li collected her thoughts, put a decent smile back on her face, and said without hesitation, I don't have a suitable person under my hand right now, but then again, since Mr. Li personally came to the door this morning and sincerely opened this opening for reconciliation, it's not like I can't give a step down on my side. To tell you the truth, I've had a lot of money recently, and on a whim, I've been thinking about investing in a drama for fun, as a way to expand my business territory. But the difficulty is that I'm new here and haven't yet accumulated a reliable production team. If you are willing to introduce a few reliable directors or a reliable production team, that would really solve my urgent problem. Your vision and connections, I naturally trust. In all fairness, Bai Li resisted Mr. Li's style of acting from the bottom of her heart, but she also knew clearly that Mr. Li was such an old fart who had been able to stand for decades in the highly competitive and turbulent entertainment industry, and the connections and resources he held in his hands were unfathomable. Now, Mr. Li took the initiative to hand over the olive branch. His posture was so low, and his words were full of friendship. How could Bai Li let go of such an opportunity so easily? One more friend is always better than a strong enemy. Temporarily make peace with some, the road ahead may also be able to walk more smoothly. Mr. Li agreed and immediately said, Mr. Bai, what kind of drama are you investing in? Should I also invest in it? Pitch a fairy-themed one, just for fun, Bai Li said lightly, not making it clear. Once Mr. Li heard the word immortal, the trigeminal nerve in his heart involuntarily moved, and he muttered in his heart, what's not good to invest in? How to pick an immortal? This theme is not good to do. If you're not careful, you will have to lose your money to the bottom of the sky. This Bai, don't come up to plant a big heel. Lose your money to the bottom of the sky. But he was still smiling on his face. A generous look, or you young people have the courage. Dare to think and dare to do. Let's do it this way. In order to support Mr. Bai, I'll invest 1.6 million. This 1.6 million is not a figure that Mr. Li casually reported. White pair lawyer letter mentioned above the compensation is 1.6 million. White pair how smart. Immediately sip out of Mr. Li's mind. This old fox, the original here waiting for her. Take money to eliminate disasters. Mr. Li is harboring this thought. Through the way of investment, disguised to Bai Li compensation, this calculator played. Cannot be said not fine. White pair and the side of the quiet knight glanced at each other. Between the exchange of eyes, the quiet knight immediately understand, and immediately ordered down. Not long after, a well-drafted contract came to Bai Li's hands. During the drinking game, the contract for the investment was signed in a smooth manner. Mr. Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The contract was signed. It also means that Bai Li is considered to recognize his way of apologizing. This time the conflict is considered to be the initial calm down. Did not brew a bigger storm, and day and night entertainment is also considered to be the enemy into a friend. The relationship with day and night entertainment is a partner in the future, and this time to recognize the white pair may be an opportunity. I can let oneself get on the express train, step into the higher class opportunity. After 3 rounds of wine, over 50 years old Mr. Li became more and more excited, pouring wine into his mouth cup after cup. In a short time, his face turned red, like a ripe tomato. His forehead seeped out fine beads of sweat, his mouth still slurred but unusually enthusiastic, yelling, Mr. Bai, don't drink, I'll do it myself. I'm happy today. I have to dry this wine. That look, there is not to drink themselves down. Do not stop the momentum. A few rounds of glasses down. Mr. Li's eyes began to be a little confused. His feet also slightly staggered, drinking to the end of a hazy face. To the quiet night a face of sincere thanks, Mr. White. You do not send. Really did not think that this half of my body will soon be in the ground of the people, but also know you so a young and talented forgetful friends. From now on, in this entertainment circle, we'll be brothers, no distinction between you and me. In the future, if you run into any difficulties, no matter how big or small, just ask and I'll be obliged to help you. Jing Knight cold face, no expression on his face to bring Mr. Li to his assistant. Mr. Li is drunk, take him back. The assistant hurriedly thanked him, and assisted Mr. Li with his hands and feet, and it took a lot of effort to lift him steadily into the car. The night wind blew, carrying a slight coolness. Jing Knight turned back slightly, frowned, subconsciously took off his coat, movement gently and naturally draped over the body of the white pair. Bai Li drank the wine and didn't feel cool. Instead she was a bit hot, but when she saw this meticulous action of Jing Knight, she didn't push back and obediently grabbed the corner of the coat. Jing Knight, what do you think of this, Mr. Li? Bai Li asked softly. Although Jing Knight said very few words at the dinner table, he had been involved. During the meeting, Mr. Li's every move, every word and action, were all taken in by his eyes. Jing Knight looked at the direction of Mr. Li's car drove away, slowly opened his mouth. This person is by no means an oil lamp, talking watertight, even to the end, seemingly drunk, but the articulation is still very clear, should be pretending to be drunk. Said here, Jing Knight paused, his gaze deeper and deeper, and he finally recognized me as you. Also intentional, although the wrong person, the expression of meaning is still clear. If Mr. Li was really drunk and talked nonsense without any measure, I'm afraid that the negotiated situation would collapse again. That's why he pretended that he was drunk and gave a heartfelt speech. The words of the heart are not for nothing, but just want to confirm before leaving. The contradiction has been lifted. Step back, the sea is wide open. We can see each other, pulling in a sum of feelings. A big age, good fight. Bai Li sighed. This Li always acted to this. If Bai Li and its fight for a right or wrong, but she does not understand the world of human feelings. Apologize also said. Money also lost, the lawyer letter withdrawn it. Bai Li commanded. On the other side of the car, General Li, who had just been royally drunk, had already sat up straight on his own, and didn't forget to straighten up his messed up collar, and while doing so, he cursed in a low voice. Damn, what a bunch of things are raised in the weekdays. The bottom of the gang of drunken bags, each rely on nepotism to get to the top, occupying the management of the pit, usually only know to eat, drink and play, hooking and fighting. The real thing, a top-notch are not there. Assisted on the side looking at the 180-degree face change of Mr. Li, the atmosphere did not dare to come out. Mr. Li frowned tightly. In the past, he always held the mentality that it would be better to do less than one thing, and turned a blind eye to these messes within the company, only to figure out a clean ear. Now it seems that a single let loose, after all, is the future of endless trouble. This time, if he did not react smartly, in time to personally intercede, stabilize the white pair, may also give himself to invite how tricky opponent it, in the future, cannot be so confused to indulge down. It is time to boldly rectify some. First of all, this gang of straw bag cut, Xiao Lu, find someone to contact the people in the movie city, give Mr. Bai a line in the middle, and quickly arrange it down. The little assistant hurriedly agreed. Chapter 53, Ask the Immortals. The conflict was resolved, but the heat hadn't passed, and there was still time to strike while the iron was hot again to take the group broadcast's traffic to another level. On the same day, Day and Night Entertainment struck again, throwing out a shocking news. Successfully took the movie and television production rights of the explosive novel Ask the Immortals and officially entered the preparation stage. Ask the Immortals is a real legendary masterpiece in the online literary world, and it is also a well-deserved originator of the aura recovery novel genre. To draw an analogy, the Western fantasy literature field has Lord of the Rings such a masterpiece, with their own strength for the next generation of countless fantasy stories outlined the blueprint, laid the foundation. In the traditional martial arts world, Mr. Jin Yong's series of works is a household name, and is the Bible in the hearts of countless martial arts fans, carrying the martial arts sentiments of several generations. The influence and popularity of Ask the Immortals in the online literature world can be referred to the former two, which created a very Chinese characteristics of the urban cultivation system. The fan base throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River, across all age groups. The story of this novel is set in a grand and fantastical setting. The opening is 1,000 years of rare tidal wave of heaven and earth aura, tearing open the corner of the calm world, originally dormant in the underground spiritual veins slowly awakened, releasing a majestic spiritual power. A time of wind and clouds, Qiankuan reversed, the mountains and rivers change color. All things in the world are involved in this aura storm. Ordinary flowers and trees to the naked eye visible speed crazy growth, more and more huge, but also stained with a trace of spirituality, mountains and wild birds and beasts, but also opened up the spirit of wisdom. In this turbulent situation, the ancient cultivation sects have reappeared in the rivers and lakes, with the inheritance of thousands of years of skills, magic treasure. The business consortiums of this world also smelled the business opportunities and entered the game strongly with their strong capital and advanced technology. The forces of all sides in this aura recovery on the chessboard. Intertwined teeth, mutual games, interpretation of a thrilling drama. However, this is such a super IP with its own explosive properties and traffic aura. But in the past, it was like a hot potato. No one dared to get their hands on it easily, and all of them were dissuaded by the difficulty of filming. The worldview outlined in the novel is too grand. To those ethereal fantasy scenes, intricate power struggles, all kinds of strange creatures on the screen, how easy it is. From the construction of realistic fantasy scenes, to the production of cool special effects, every detail requires a huge amount of money to pile up. top special effects technology meticulously polished. Although in recent years, China's rapid development of film and television technology, special effects team is increasingly mature. But in the face of such a huge and money-consuming project, the country's domestic film and television companies are still discouraged, lamenting that they have the heart to do nothing. White Pear in fact has not understood. Looking at the global box office list of the top 100 movies, Chinese movies are very few. The rest of the seats are foreign films dominated. Obviously, we are sitting on 5,000 years of deep cultural heritage. The current level of technology has risen to catch up with the professional staff team is also increasingly complete. But why cannot get a few comparable to the international standard, to the world stage of the masterpiece? Over the years, there is no lack of film and television people with a passion to go after the movie production, trying to break the deadlock, but the water is too deep. Most of the film after the release of the mediocre response, and even blood money. In the long run, the capital have fled from the wind. No one dares to bet alone. Will be large sums of money smashed in the immortal theme. So, contains the essence of Chinese culture immortal movie and television works. Always 50-cent special effects. Trapped in the country. Difficult to shine in the international community. Bai Li, however, did not believe in this evil, determined to make a bold attempt. Since there is plenty of money on hand, the idea and determination to invest in filming has already been made in the early stages. So why not give it a go and make it the best it can be? Although it is against the main upgrade task of Xiao Hao, but the great conditions and resources are placed in front of her, there is no reason not to try. Besides, she had so much money now that she was in a panic. Putting it in her hands was going to rot anyway, so she might as well make a contribution to Huaxia's movie. And with the name of the movie she was going to produce, she could also pull the tiger's skin and wave a big flag, signing up more quality male actors to the company, as long as the link between the employees and the boss was established. In the future, these employees would be the cans that provided themselves with goodwill value, and they would be ready to eat when the cans were opened. Once the news of Day and Night Entertainment's official announcement was released, it was like a heavy bomb that was thrown into the lake of public opinion, instantly setting off 1,000 layers of waves, and the topic's heat swept through all the major hot search lists with a prairie fire. Although the Day and Night Entertainment in the live industry has made some achievements, but is still unheard of, small companies have not done the experience of the movie. A time is not by the general public optimistic, but its novel online playing cast mode is still quite interesting, attracted a lot of people's eyes. Day and Night Entertainment's Troop broadcasting base opened a large-scale casting program for the whole society, aiming to recruit talents and dig out newcomers who have not yet made their mark but have great potentials. The newcomers will receive systematic and professional training, which will feed fresh blood for the production of Ask the Immortals constantly. The casting process has abandoned many of the industry's backroom operations and unspoken rules, upholding the principles of openness and transparency, and pioneering the introduction of real-time online audience monitoring mechanism. According to the rules, in order to participate in Ask the Immortals, the actors must first join the training camp to accept the harsh martial arts basic training. In the base of training actors, there will be several people, or more than a dozen people for the same role. The daily training will be shown to the public through the form of group broadcast, the final role of the candidates completely to the public vote. After the audience's test and screening, only those who meet the standard will be qualified to participate in the show. This kind of unique and innovative selection mechanism cannot help but let a person warmly discuss the topic of the heat sword. There are in favor, there are also against. Immortal Way watchers, as a 10-year-old fan of Ask the Immortal, I really cried tears of joy when I heard the news. This novel carries the fantasies of my entire youth, and I hope it will be remade properly. East Wind Missile breaking the game. I am convinced of the vigor of Day and Night Entertainment. Online casting, open casting. I can see that it is trying to play a big game. I just hope that we don't have a tiger's head and a snake's tail. The special effects should be smashed money on the money. The plot also don't change the magic. If we can restore the classic scenes in the book, even if we wait for a year or two to be released in the theaters, I am willing to not let down such a good IP. Cold Eyes Entertainment. I'm not pouring cold water on it, although the courage is commendable, but the water in the movie and TV industry is not so good. The worldview of Ask the Immortals is so grand that it's hard enough to shoot a TV series, let alone condense it into a movie. And the rhythm of the plot is a big problem to control. Cold Eyes Entertainment. There is also this online casting, looking open and transparent, but in fact there are a lot of hidden dangers. The audience vote is necessarily professional? In case some vases with only face value and no acting skills are selected, won't the whole movie collapse? Spirit Fairy. I have to give a nod to Day and Night Entertainment. The current film and television industry is in a mess. Backroom operations and capital manipulation are commonplace. So many good seedlings are buried. This time the casting mode of Ask the Immortals allows the audience to really have a say, and may be able to unearth a lot of treasured actors and actresses. Your Excellency is an intelligent body. Blockbuster movies have always been the shortboard of domestic film and television. Everyone is afraid to try. Day and night entertainment dare to be the first to eat crabs, no matter how the results. This spirit of exploration is worth encouraging. Even if the final product is slightly flawed, it can also give the later to accumulate valuable experience and promote the whole industry to move forward. Counterfeit defender, humph. I think day and night entertainment is just using the opportunity to hype up the heat. A small company that suddenly takes down a big IP and engages in so much fancy publicity. Who knows if it's all thunder and no rain? Counterfeit defender, the recruitment of actors and actresses is said to be an attempt to find new talent. But what if it's just a way to save money and find cheap new talent to fill up the roster? Counterfeit defender, what our audience wants to see is a high-quality immortal movie, not a testing ground for newcomers. If in the end, because of the improper selection, training is not in place, the good Ask the Immortal shot into the awkward acting scene, that can be too sorry for the original fans and the general audience. I hope that they will be able to publish the criteria for the selection of people clear. Pure Land, reply upstairs. Who says big stars can't act? Those big stars are willing to condescend to go to the training base to put the basic skills training in place, and then participate in the role? Pure Land, and they have to be scrutinized by the public. Can those 208W living in the sky really accept that? I don't think the lack of development of Chinese movies has anything to do with those 208W who are not willing to put their bodies on the line. I support the idea of using the payoffs of big stars in movie production. Wind Shadow Rhyme, we have a long history of Chinese culture, and the immortal theme contains Chinese aesthetics and philosophical thoughts, which should have been a trump card for cultural export. It's too stifling to be trapped inside the country's gates for so many years. Day and night entertainment is taking the lead this time, and if they succeed in producing an international standard, Ask the Immortals, it won't just be about the box office, but it will also show the world the charm of our culture. Wind Shadow Rhyme, imagine how much overseas audiences would be enamored with the world of Chinese immortals and how much they would appreciate our movie and TV productions. I really hope that the production team can carefully polish every detail, incorporate the essence of Chinese culture into the movie, and fight a beautiful cultural turnaround battle. What? She actually invested in Ask the Immortals. General Manager Li, who was located in the president's room of Longtao Entertainment, almost stared out of his eyes when he heard this news at first glance, his face filled with undisguised astonishment. The $1.6 million he had invested, he was afraid that he was going to lose his money. $1.6 million. Not enough to do 10 minutes of special effects, right? Originally thought not to lose money, more or less rely on the investment back to blood. I did not expect the young man is still vigorous, even touched that Ask the Immortal, even he did not dare to easily touch. Circle who do not know. Ask the Immortal, that is a hot potato. The difficulty of film and television is ridiculously high. Alone special effects production costs is a bottomless hole. Their own this $1.6 million thrown in. Perhaps even 10 minutes of special effects scenes cannot hold up. Just like that, I did not expect to lose money. This investment is not expected to bring any positive returns. Originally this $1.6 million is purely a seal of surrender, intended to and white pair into a piece. Thinking of this, he raised his hand to greet the small assistant over, asked in a low voice, the production team of the movie Cityside, to the white total push over it? The little assistant nodded his head in a hurry and respectfully replied, Mr. Li, according to your instructions, it has been pushed over at the first time. Mr. Li then completely let go of his heart, no longer dwelled too much on this matter, and turned his attention to the company's other affairs, just his at that time, no matter how he could not imagine. One day in the future, he will be incomparably remorseful of this moment's decision, and would like to travel through time and space. And personally this arrogant and short-sighted at the moment of their own hard to wake up. How come he was blinded by lard at that time? Did not throw more? Chapter 54, Landing in a Box. The matter of the public opinion storm came to an end. The company became increasingly busy internally. The much-anticipated Ask the Immortals movie production plan was officially announced, and various preparatory matters were put on the agenda without stopping. Among the many complicated matters, the recruitment of actors for the training base was only one of them, and more was the business matchmaking. Various brands are coming from all directions, seemingly seeing the huge traffic behind the group broadcast and wanting to reach brand communication through sponsorship of the group broadcast. There are also many practitioners from other entertainment companies in the industry, also following the wind to come here. For a time, the company's threshold was about to be stepped over. Fortunately, the quiet night will be all the docking matters are taken over. The company's various matters are carried out in an orderly manner. To white pair freed up a lot of free time. If not extremely important decision-making, generally do not need to white pair face around. Thank you for the quiet night. Amen. At this moment, Bai Li was leisurely nestled in the room's spacious and soft queen's chair, holding a fragrant tea in her hands, slightly squinting her eyes. comfortably bathing in the warm and melting sunlight. On one side was an ancient CD record player, spinning around, playing soothing music. Bai Li took a sip of tea, lightly relieved, could not help but sigh that in her bones she was ultimately a nerdy girl who favored quietness. The thought of socializing with those old foxes in the business world, the head will be a big circle. It is better to leave it to the quiet night. However, Bai Li's heart suddenly appeared a trace of doubt. Recently the family seems to be exceptionally quiet. How come I didn't run into Shui? Hua, two little ones at home? Listening to the maid at home said, this moment two people went out. Recently seems to often go out. Do not know where to go. Such a big home. Unexpectedly empty. Only one person and a large group of artificial intelligence. In the midst of boredom, Bai Li suddenly thought of a huge amount of game point cards that he had drawn out in the Wanshan wheel earlier. A whole million game point cards. It was still lying quietly inside the Wanshan wheel and hadn't moved at all. This is not an ordinary point card, but a universal point card that can be used in any game. Suitable for all games on the market. If you play online games, you can use this card to buy a set of cool and enviable top equipment, and become the most popular person on the server. Log on to Steam, and you'll be able to get your hands on some of the best indie games out there. Even if you run into those who burn money like Water Draw Card Hand Tour, 10 straight draw, 100 straight draw, all in no time, may be able to graduate directly. Originally thought that 1 million game points is too much, simply cannot be used up, but now think of the game Circle Kryptonite situation. Suddenly feel that 1 million seems to be a little less, not enough. Let's say CSGO is a classic shooting game. The degree of kryptonite in the circle is crazy. A rare gun skin, a little better quality, can easily be priced at more than 100,000, those limited edition, out of print, but also the price of the market. Shot a few million of the price of the sky is not uncommon. Unfortunately, Bai Li will not play CSGO. She will also be a little PUBG. PUBG, also known as Jedi Survival. A battle royale multiplayer online shooting game that has created a worldwide craze. Up to 100 players per game take an airplane into the game map, and after landing, players need to gather supplies to constantly equip themselves. While avoiding the poison ring, they fight with other players, eliminating their opponents through shooting and melee combat until only one person or a team is left at the end, even if they win, commonly known as chicken. When PUBG first came out, it was a global hit, and the internet cafes up and down the country were basically eating chicken wherever the screen wasn't lit up with the League of Legends interface. Players stay up all night, waste sleep and food, immersed in the rain of bullets and thrilling battle, just to fight a great luck. Tonight eat chicken. White pair then also follow the trend to play for a period of time, barely an entry-level players, and then really no money, also no time, abandoned the game. Pair also remembers when he first started to play PUBG. PUBG inside the character modeling is very simple. In recent years, after the game body is free, the manufacturer's operation routine has changed. Just like the King of Honor, every now and then, a wave of new skins will be launched. Not only are there different styles of skirts, there are also a lot of cool equipment skins. The richness of the category, the design of the exquisite, so people are dazzled. What is even more outrageous is that PUBG even has a linkage with celebrities. There are celebrities with the same style of playing clothes, and the same style of dance moves, the whole quite good. Bai Li looked at the wide array of skins, muttering this one looks good, that one looks good. Her fingers also unconsciously tapped the mouse. This one must be bought. Oops, that one's not bad either. It's a shame not to buy it. By the time White Pair reacted, 1 million points had already been squandered to the point of no return. Gosh, Jedi Survival. Harming people. The game being free is your beautiful lie. First you use the free game itself to trick people into kryptonite, right? Good. What a great move. Inviting the king into the jar. Although White Pair spat on his lips, he was still very satisfied with the game character that he had dressed up in a fashionable manner. The whole body is the most expensive and most fashionable skin. Radiant, noble, is a game will be teammates shouting rich woman degree, right? White Pair, just think about it. All feel vanity has been greatly satisfied. Unfortunately, the sky is not beautiful. Teammates do not open the microphone. Spend so many game points to buy equipment and skin, purely alone. Moreover, wearing a beautiful cannot escape the life of the head, but because of wearing too much, too beautiful, especially conspicuous, 10 minutes landed into a box 4 times of White Pair mentality collapsed. What's going on? A few years did not play. The game has become difficult? It's hard to believe that now everywhere is open hanging immortals. Mortals simply cannot play? The more Bai Li thought about it, the more angry she became, and she read warmed up. Garbage game, return my game points. But curse to curse, game points to charge are charged in. White Pair heart is not willing to, she still want to struggle a little. must not be the reason for their own dishes. Surely and teammates have a relationship. Definitely teammates drag the hind leg. In that case, Bai Li's eyes lit up with a solution. Isn't it possible to order to accompany the game? Directly under the order to find 3 fierce men to accompany me a piece of play. I do not believe it can still land into a box. White pair quickly downloaded a play accompaniment software. Pick and choose on the software. By the way, did not forget to ask Xiao Hao. Each accompanied by playing face value score. White pair thought quite beautiful, but also want to play with good skills, but also high face value, so that you can enjoy playing the game while also gaining goodwill. It would be perfect, but after a while, Xiao Hao really found an escort with a face value score of 94 and a KD of 6. 2. Just isn't the price of this accompanying player a little too outrageous? 200,000 soft sister coins/hour. You say take less?